After half a year, 3 secretaries have been dismissed, and Lin Yue, the fourth, managed to impress He Yuan immensely. However, this secretary had a penchant for blind dates, leaving He Yuan with an impression of her as someone desperate for marriage. Yet, it seemed that Secretary Lin was plagued by misfortune, encountering either mama's boys or eccentric individuals. Consequently, Lin Yue found herself in tears. 7 blind dates in 6 months resulted in 7 episodes of weeping. Unable to bear it any longer, He Yuan offered her a proposition. "Why don't you marry me?" Lin Yue, startled, fled in panic. She never imagined that her affluent superior harbored such intentions. While Lin Yue was diligent in earning money, she had no desire to enter into a wealthy family. Unyielding, He Yuan intercepted her. "Are you really not considering it?" Lin Yue hesitated. "I just want a life I can manage." He Yuan retorted, "What? Do you think my appearance suggests I wouldn't be able to provide for you?" Overwhelmed by his seemingly nonchalant yet persistent pursuit, Lin Yue nodded, only to find herself swiftly taken to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After their marriage, He Yuan's dominant nature emerged possessive, fiercely protective, and prone to jealousy. Lin Yue, exasperated, declared, "He Yuan, I want a divorce." He Yuan held her firmly. "Not in this lifetime, my dear secretary." In a CAF, a man and a woman sat facing each other. "Miss Lin, we've been conversing for a few days now. I believe there's no need to waste time. Let's directly discuss your conditions." Lin Yue stirred her coffee elegantly, taking a delicate sip. "Mr. Li, while I'm indeed on a blind date, we've only been talking for a week, and you propose marriage? Forgive my candor, but we are simply not suited for each other. What is your issue? Blind dating is inherently a fast-paced affair. If we get along, we should be able to live together. Your hesitation is wasting precious time. I apologize, Mr. Li, but today's coffee is on me." "Oomph. What do you have to be so proud of? You're just a country girl relying on her looks." Lin Yue replied coldly, "I wish you a safe journey." The man namely left with a scoff. The CAF was desolate. Lin Yue noticed not a single soul in sight, with the staff hidden away. She sighed, resting her head on the table, and began to cry quietly. Woe is me. How could someone who seemed so agreeable over WeChat act this way in person? Proposing marriage after just a week hits faster than a rocket launch. Sobi. As she wept softly, she pulled out her phone to block him. Inadvertently, she pressed the send button on an unsent message to Mr. Li, and upon seeing the glaring red exclamation mark, she broke down once more. Woe is me. How could you have the audacity to block me first? After blocking him, she took a while to wipe her tears, telling herself resolutely, "All right, enough crying. I released today's stress." Her demeanor had shifted so drastically that one might think she was experiencing a split personality. Suddenly, a deep chuckle reached her ears, followed by a familiar blue handkerchief appearing before her. Lin Yue thought to herself, "That handkerchief looks so familiar." The next moment, she looked up to see He Yuan's incredibly handsome face. Startled, she stood up abruptly. "Mr. He?" Her face betrayed no hint of the sorrow she had just displayed, though her eyes still shimmered with tears. He Yuan smirked slightly and pushed the handkerchief toward her. "Secretary Lin, as far as I know, this marks your 3rd failed blind date." Lin Yue fell silent. There was indeed a story behind this. When she initially applied for the position of He Yuan's secretary, she had prepared herself for 5 years of celibacy. After all, a secretary to the CEO of a large corporation, even if just a minor role, would be overwhelmingly busy. Moreover, many companies had similar expectations. Her current life goal was to earn money and settle down, but the salary at Xingxing Group was exceptionally generous. She reasoned that by the time 5 years passed, she would be 30, and thus prioritized earning over romantic pursuits. However, there was no requirement for her to remain unmarried for 5 years, so she did not deliberately conceal her blind dates. During her first blind date, she happened to be working overtime, and the phone rang incessantly, prompting He Yuan to frown and ask, "Secretary Lin, is there something wrong?" New to the workforce, she spoke bluntly about her upcoming blind date, inadvertently deepening He Yuan's frown. If she had any experience, she would have known better than to say such a thing. It could easily lead to her dismissal. It was a workplace taboo to express intentions of marriage right after being hired, indicating that her mind was elsewhere. They say that during an interview, even if you have a boyfriend, you should deny it firmly. However, the fact that she secured the position attested to her abilities, as she had interviewed for the CEO's secretary role, with He Yuan himself present for the interview. The second incident occurred when she was chatting with He Yuan's assistant and mentioned her blind date, which He Yuan overheard. Little did she expect to be caught in the act this time. Lin Yue did not accept the handkerchief, but instead shifted the topic, Thank you, Mr. He. What brings you here? He Yuan, typically too busy to frequent cafes, replied. I had a meeting with a friend, but they stood me up. Lin Yue mused. What kind of remarkable individual would dare to stand up the president of Xingxing Group? But she dare not voice that thought. Encountering her superior during a break left Lin Yue, a novice in the workplace, unsure of how to proceed. He Yuan, undeterred, tucked away his handkerchief and said, Let's go. I'll give you a ride home. No, that's not necessary. Lin Yue hastily declined. I have another appointment, so I wouldn't want to waste your time. He Yuan did not insist, merely nodding before departing. Yet, the look he cast her way lingered in her mind. Did he think she had another blind date lined up? Lin Yue dared not imagine the image of a desperate woman that had formed in her superior's mind. After a moment, she sighed and stood to leave the CF, only to be informed that her bill had already been settled. A quick glance revealed that it had been He Yuan who paid, as Mr. Li had not approached the counter when leaving. By the time Lin Yue returned to her residence, night had fallen. The reason was simple. Her current rental, situated far from the city center, necessitated 2 subway transfers, making her commute to the office painfully lengthy at least an hour each way. Currently, she shared a 3-bedroom apartment with 2 friends. Lin Yue occupied the smallest room, while Qin Yan, a private primary school language teacher, resided in the master bedroom. The second bedroom was occupied by Qin Jing, a colleague from her company. Both believed themselves to be more capable than Lin Yue, who had secured the position of secretary, while Qin Jing had been passed over, albeit being offered a position as an assistant under He Yuan's vice president due to her decent performance. This circumstance had left a thorn in Qin Jing's side, leading her to treat Lin Yue with disdain. Lin Yue, particular about cleanliness, found herself irritated by the state of their shared spaces, especially the bathroom, which had become a chaotic mess. The cause of the disorder was evident, as Qin Yan had returned to her hometown the previous day and wouldn't be back for another 2 to 3 hours. Unable to tolerate the mess any longer, Lin Yue knocked on Qin Jing's door. Fresh from a shower, Qin Jing opened the door, her hair wrapped in a towel. Upon seeing Lin Yue, her lips curled downward slightly. What is it? Could you please tidy up the bathroom and kitchen? I need to use them shortly. Just a moment and dry my hair. Lin Yue returned to her room, and nearly half an hour had passed without Qin Jing emerging to tidy up. She knocked on the door again, but it seemed Qin Jing was on a call, and she remained inside until Qin Yan returned. Frustrated, Lin Yue kicked the coffee table and turned back to her own room. Chapter 2. Go buy me breakfast. Lin Yue returned to her room, dejectedly pounding her pillow. Just then, Qin Yan knocked on her door. Lin Yue, open up. I brought you some specialties. Lin Yue rose to open the door, and Qin Yan placed the items on the floor beside her. Noticing the redness at the corners of Lin Yue's eyes, she handed her a tissue, her demeanor casual. You cried again? No, Lin Yue replied. I've just been under a lot of pressure lately. You know, my major doesn't align with my current work. There's an overwhelming amount of material to read and learn every day. Today, I went on a blind date and met someone quite bizarre. It was really tough. Qin Yan chuckled softly. So crying is just a way to release stress. I understand. I sometimes cry when my students upset me. But you handle things so decisively and articulately, yet you're such a softy behind the scenes. It's quite endearing. Feeling a bit shy, Lin Yue sniffed. You didn't help her clean up again, did you? Qin Yan sighed. What can I do? It's so hot now. By tomorrow morning, it's bound to stink. Lin Yue felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. It's all because of me. Don't say that. This isn't your fault. Qin Jing was just feeling uncomfortable. She has a master's in management from a prestigious university. How could she possibly want to lose to someone with an education degree like yours? Lin Yue sighed. She and Qin Yan were college classmates and roommates, so they were naturally quite close. Qin Jing was a friend she had met during her master's program, and they had always maintained a good relationship. However, she hadn't anticipated that this interview would turn them into rivals. Qin Yan, feeling exhausted herself, patted Lin Yue on the shoulder and consoled her, don't overthink it. Lin Yue nodded in agreement. After Qin Yan left, she peeked into the kitchen, which was already spotless. Yet she had lost all desire to cook. She turned to the small balcony, grabbed a mop, and cleaned the floors in the common areas before heading to the bathroom to tidy up. Exhausted, she fell asleep on an empty stomach. When dawn broke, she dreamt of being in a CAF, crying from hunger. He Yuan saw her and bought her a hamburger. She devoured 5 of them, scaring him away in the process. Lin Yue gazed at her sleep-ridden reflection in the mirror, utterly bewildered by the absurdity of her dream. At 8:30, she arrived at the office as usual. He Yuan had an assistant named Zhou Yunce, who typically arrived around 9. The roles of assistants and secretaries varied from company to company. Zhou Yunce was a trusted confidant of He Yuan and held a senior management position, involved in decision-making and operational matters of the company. If he were to be singled out, he would be considered a vice president of any division under the Xingxing Group. In contrast, her role as a secretary required her to participate in basic tasks under He Yuan's guidance. Her entire focus revolved around serving He Yuan, primarily in administrative management, though he occasionally allowed her to attend meetings, where she was responsible for taking notes. In simpler terms, she did whatever He Yuan asked her to do, assisting with receptions and document processing while alleviating Zhou Yunce's burdens by handling the trivial matters that directly interfaced with He Yuan. While Zhou Yunce earned a six-figure salary, her own was merely a fraction of that, yet it was still more than she had made as a teacher. She had studied education in college and pursued a degree in foreign languages for her master's, initially planning to teach alongside Qin Yan. However, she stumbled upon an online job posting for a secretary to the president of Xingxing Group. On a whim, she submitted her sum and shared the news with Qin Yan and Qin Jing that same evening. She was somewhat surprised to encounter Qin Jing during the interview, but quickly adjusted her mindset, realizing that she had no substantial advantage over her. When responding to the HR and He Yuan's questions, she spoke candidly rather than reciting rehearsed lines. Just as she was preparing for her interview at Qin Yan's school, she received notification from the HR department that she had successfully secured the position, albeit with a 3-month probation period. A week ago, she was officially confirmed as a permanent employee. However, this situation caused a rift between her and Qin Jing, as she faced a mountain of documents daily, leaving her dizzy and overwhelmed, while also dealing with Qin Jing's mess at home. Thus, she often felt emotionally drained and on the verge of tears, as she had to suppress any personal emotions once she entered the office. When He Yuan entered, Lin Yue was still engrossed in reviewing the documents Zhou Yunce had provided her. As a shadow fell over her, she looked up to see He Yuan. Calmly, she rose, donning a practiced professional smile. "Good morning, President He." "Good morning," He Yuan replied in a warm, deep voice that resonated in her partitioned office space. Lin Yue did not sit back down. Instead, she maneuvered around the partition to follow He Yuan to his desk to report his schedule for the day. "President He, this morning's business meeting has been postponed to 10 by Assistant Zhou. At 3 this afternoon, President Zhao from Dachuang will be visiting." He Yuan nodded. "Compared to usual, today should be relatively light. President Zhao will be in the second conference room. You should be prepared for his demeanor. If there's anything unclear, feel free to ask Assistant Zhou." "Understood. You'll also be attending the business meeting later." "Yes." "All right, off you go." Just as Lin Yue was about to leave, He Yuan called her back. "Go buy me breakfast." "Yes." Lin Yue quickly set aside her work to fetch breakfast for her boss. He Yuan was not particularly picky about food. He usually ate at home before coming to the office. Today marked the 4th time Lin Yue had been tasked with buying him breakfast. He specifically requested milk and a sandwich, a combination that had remained unchanged over the years. It was almost too easy to cater to his needs. After a 15-minute round trip, she returned with chilled milk. Lin Yue took He Yuan's regular glass from his desk, poured in the milk, heated it in the microwave, then retrieved a tray from the pantry before delivering the breakfast to He Yuan's desk. "Once you're done, just leave the tray there. I'll handle it later." For the sake of convenience, Lin Yue and He Yuan actually shared the same office, separated by a partition, while Zhou Yunce had his own private office just a wall away, easily accessible through a door. As He Yuan ate his breakfast, Lin Yue raised the blinds that separated them, revealing her form through the glass partition. The morning sunlight was dazzling, and Lin Yue's silhouette, accentuated by her curves, was unmistakably alluring. Perhaps sensing He Yuan's gaze, she slightly turned her head, and He Yuan tightened his grip on the glass of milk, discreetly averting his eyes. At that moment, he was suddenly reminded of the first time he had laid eyes on Secretary Lin. Chapter 3. A heart captured at first sight. He Yuan was the eldest son of the He family and the first heir to the Xingxing Group. Why was he referred to as the first heir? Because he had a younger brother named He Lin, who was only 12 years old. About a month into the school year, He Lin had been involved in a physical altercation with a classmate, prompting the school to request a parent as presence. With both of their parents abroad, He Yuan hurriedly concluded his meeting and made his way to He Lin's private school. By the time He Yuan arrived, the sun was setting. He followed the temporary homeroom teacher, Teacher Qin, down the corridor. As they entered, Teacher Qin received a phone call and politely excused herself, mentioning that her roommate had forgotten her keys and she needed to fetch them. He Yuan was not one to stand on ceremony. He turned slightly to wait. Then, He saw Lin Yue gracefully approaching in the waning light. At that moment, Secretary Lin had soft, flowing curls and was dressed in a short pink sweater paired with simple straight-leg jeans. Her sweet smile to Teacher Chin was warm and inviting. Her fair skin and light makeup accentuating her gentle features. Her face was round and smooth, and her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled like a tranquil spring. Though she appeared slender, her figure was well-proportioned and curvaceous. He Yuan had spent several years in the business realm and possessed a discerning eye for talent. The unfamiliar young lady who caught his attention was gentle in appearance, yet harbored a hint of stubbornness, suggesting a resilient spirit. As it turned out, his judgment was astute. On the day of Lin Yue's interview, he recognized her at once. He preferred to keep his personal feelings separate from work and initially intended for He Yuan to dismiss Lin Yue outright. However, He seemed to sense his thoughts and remarked with a smile, "Mr. He, do you know her? Wouldn't it be a tad unfair to dismiss her without consideration?" This statement jolted He Yuan to reality. Lin Yue had come for an interview. To eliminate her solely based on his personal inclination would indeed be another form of injustice. He chose to remain silent, participating in the entire interview process, but he only posed 2 questions during Lin Yue's turn. She performed admirably, not the best of the day, yet her meticulous approach and humble demeanor were precisely what He Yuan sought. They ultimately selected 2 female candidates, with the other one being taken by his subordinate due to her exceptional qualifications. He Yuan placed the cup in the tray and, before reviewing the documents, discreetly glanced at Secretary Lin. The blind seemed to be malfunctioning, stuck halfway up. Secretary Lin stood there, examining the situation. Her previously long, flowing hair had been cut to shoulder length, and she wore a simple yet elegant beige blouse paired with a deep purple pencil skirt. The skirt was adorned with a perfectly symmetrical bow at the waist, adding a touch of charm to the otherwise somber office atmosphere. Secretary Lin's milk-white skin glowed softly in the morning light, reminiscent of a young maiden in an oil painting. Her innocent appearance, coupled with a figure that exuded allure, created a captivating presence. As He Yuan rose with the tray, Lin Yue noticed and promptly abandoned her struggle with the blinds, approaching him to take the tray, saying, "Mr. He, let me handle this." He Yuan silently handed it to her. After washing the cup in the pantry, Lin Yue filled He Yuan's thermos with warm water and placed it on his desk, even though he often became so engrossed in work that he hardly lifted his head. Having completed these minor tasks, Lin Yue returned to her desk to prepare for the upcoming meeting, only to find that the blinds had been fully drawn up. Instinctively, she glanced at He Yuan through the glass, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Having participated in various trivial part-time jobs, the position of secretary to the president of Xingxing Group was her first official role after graduating with her master's degree. She had encountered a myriad of individuals in her previous positions, but He Yuan, despite his high status, exhibited no airs of superiority. His demeanor reflected the refinement cultivated by a wealthy upbringing, and combined with his distinguished presence and handsome features, he became a subject of fervent discussion among the women in the company. Rumor had it that he had replaced 3 secretaries prior due to their inappropriate intentions. Though Lin Yue had little interest in such tales, her focus remained on performing her duties and earning her salary. The weekly meeting lasted nearly an hour. With the company cafeteria available, Lin Yue usually dined first and then brought food back for He Yuan when he was in the office. However, today, He Yuan, his executive assistant, called her over as quitting time approached. Lin Yue turned slightly, greeting him with a smile. "Secretary Lin, would you like to join us for lunch?" "Huh?" Lin Yue looked around, noticing Zhou's 2 secretaries casting glances in their direction. She wanted to decline, but struggled to find an excuse. After all, rejecting their invitation could lead to social embarrassment. Although He Yuan lacked the wealth and looks of He Yuan, he was still an impressive figure among the crowd. "Let us go, Secretary Lin. I wish to discuss the meeting's content with you further." Lin Yue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What could a vice president possibly want to discuss with a mere secretary? Ultimately, she followed them, still puzzled as to why Zhou insisted on having her join for lunch, especially with Mr. He. In the elevator, Zhou playfully nudged He Yuan's arm. He Yuan ignored him. During working hours, he was serious, but outside the office, he could be rather laid back, seemingly intrigued by the unfolding drama. Having known He Yuan for a decade, Zhou understood him well. He sensed something amiss during Lin Yue's interview, aware that their dynamic hinted at more than mere professionalism. As they arrived at the cafeteria on the 9th to 12th floors of the Xingxing building, where meals were complimentary in the mornings and evenings and affordable during lunch, He Yuan typically preferred to eat when the cafeteria was less crowded. He often dined at the cafeteria only when he was in the office. Upon entering, they found the place nearly empty, and adhering to the principle of ladies first, Lin Yue stepped forward. The braised spare ribs glistened invitingly, but she merely glanced at them, knowing that only a small portion remained. As a newcomer, she understood workplace etiquette. She casually pointed to a couple of dishes, but just as she was about to leave with her tray, He Yuan gently blocked her path with a raised hand. Wait a moment. Huh? Lin Yue turned, puzzled. He Yuan gestured to the cafeteria staff. Please give her that portion of spare ribs. I don't need it, Lin Yue began to refuse, but the warmth and subtle insistence in He Yuan's gaze compelled her to relent. Fine, she thought, it's just one portion of spare ribs. Perhaps the boss simply has good manners and doesn't want to take the last one for himself. Regarding the previous coffee shop bill, she felt uneasy about He Yuan covering it, but Zhou had advised against her offering reimbursement. Now, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she waited off to the side as He Yuan finished his meal. Noticing Lin Yue had not followed him, he turned slightly, his brow furrowing. Secretary Lin, what are you waiting for? Lin Yue glanced at Zhou, still contemplating what to eat. Are we waiting for Assistant Zhou? He Yuan's lips curved downwards. You are my secretary. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue promptly followed him. However, it was her first time sitting down for a meal with He Yuan, as she had only been responsible for office tasks during her internship. It was after her formal employment that she began accompanying him. Thus, with Zhou yet to arrive, she felt a weight of pressure. He Yuan ate silently, his posture elegant and refined, a sight to behold. Lin Yue discreetly stole glances, conscious of maintaining decorum. Help! She silently pleaded, Zhou, hurry up. Almost as if on cue, Zhou Yunce approached with his tray. Just as he was about to sit next to Lin Yue, He Yuan subtly glanced at him, prompting Zhou to quickly take a seat beside He Yuan, ensuring there was a noticeable distance between them. Lin Yue was engrossed in her meal, oblivious to the subtle undercurrents between the two men. With the arrival of Zhou Yunce, the atmosphere at the dining table lightened considerably. Hey, Secretary Lin, you're 25, right? Lin Yue glanced at Zhou Yunce and nodded, yes. Zhou Yunce, with his quintessential rogue charm, tilted his head slightly and remarked, I'm 2 years older than you, as I'm the same age as General Manager He. Hearing you talk about blind dates, I'm a bit anxious myself. Do you have any dating websites to recommend? Perhaps you can help me out. Lin Yue shook her head. I don't use any dating sites. This was introduced by a friend's mother. Her college roommate is a local, and her mother is quite enthusiastic about matchmaking. After one introduction, she seems to have become addicted to it. Zhou Yunce responded with an O, and continued, You're still quite young. Why are you thinking about settling down so soon? Lin Yue smiled faintly, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. He Yuan, noticing this, glanced at Zhou Yunce and reminded him, Let us eat. Zhou Yunce mimicked zipping his lips, indicating silence. It's nothing much, really. After being single for so many years in such a vast city, one naturally seeks companionship. Lin Yue casually offered as an excuse. But I'm not considering blind dates at this stage. Work is my priority. After speaking, she exchanged a glance with He Yuan, who also looked at her. For about 3 seconds, they both shifted their gaze simultaneously. Lin Yue thought to herself, Boss, believe me, this is truly how I feel. He Yuan mused that innocent look. During their brief lunch break, Lin Yue found herself too occupied to establish herself in the company. She needed to thoroughly understand it, at the very least, grasp its core business operations. Speaking of the Stellar Group, the He family initially made their fortune in real estate. Under the current chairman, He Hongtian, He Yuan's father, the company underwent 2 significant transformations to become the leading entity in the real estate sector it is today. However, He Yuan faced even greater challenges. In the current socioeconomic climate, companies that thrived on real estate were seeking pathways for transformation, as the property market was not flourishing, and the cash flow from real estate was unsustainable. Countless shareholder meetings had been held, yet the conservative faction consistently obstructed progress. As the eldest son, He Yuan was raised in the shadow of He Hongtian, absorbing knowledge from a young age. Even during his university years abroad, he invested in several projects, yielding substantial profits. By the time he was a graduate student, he had already engaged in the company's operations online, transforming a struggling subsidiary into a well-managed entity, achieving a revenue that surpassed the total of the previous 2 years in under 2 years. In this information age, the internet represents a vast digital expanse, continually altering people's lifestyles, habits, and thought processes. Thus, seizing information is essential for grasping the future, making Stellar S transformation an inevitable trend. Initially, this transformation might inflict some necessary losses on Stellar, but He Tian understood that this task must be entrusted to his son. By providing support from the background, he would enable He Yuan to solidify his footing at Stellar. Instead of returning to his office, He Yuan went to Zhou Yun's office, where Zhou poured him a cup of tea, observing He Yuan sitting upright on the sofa. "Do you regret removing that 5-year no-marriage clause?" He Yuan considered giving him an eye roll, but simply replied no. Zhou Yun nearly burst into laughter, jesting, "I initially thought that clause constrained you, but who knew it liberated Secretary Lin instead? And you witnessed her on a blind date. Hilarious." He Yuan remained silent. When He Yuan selected his secretary, the 5-year no-marriage clause was the foremost condition. He didn't want someone he relied on to suddenly leave for marriage and children. He never anticipated that the interviewee would be someone he felt an instant connection with, without fully understanding his own motivations. He had asked to remove that clause after Lin Yue's interview, a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. Chapter 5. Quite charming finally. When the two found a moment of respite, He Yuan followed Zhou Yun's lead in taking a breather. "I never would have guessed you were fond of Secretary Lin and experienced love at first sight." He Yuan took a sip of tea, recalling Lin Yue bathe in the glow of the sunset. He focused on a green plant in the corner and softly remarked, "Love at first sight sounds poetic, but I'm not a romantic. I prefer to call it feeling." Zhou Yun's quipped, "People nowadays say love at first sight is merely infatuation." He Yuan chuckled, "I can't deny that perspective. As a 27-year-old man, it's impossible to remain completely unaffected by a woman he finds appealing." Love at first sight was merely his fondness for Lin Yue. True love must be discovered through interaction. He rationalized this belief, yet whenever Secretary Lin appeared, his gaze instinctively sought her out. This sensation resembled an invisible vine, wrapping around his heart with each subconscious glance. Whenever He Yuan thought of it, he anticipated the day when all the gaps would be filled by those vines. What form would his emotions take then? "Actually, I casually mentioned this during our interview," Zhou Yun observed, looking at He Yuan. "Who knew you would actually keep her? But she is indeed impressive. Sometimes, those who seem perfect are the hardest to read." "It wasn't me who kept her. She possesses that capability," He Yuan corrected. "Moreover, you're right. It would have been fair to dismiss her outright. However, such a dynamic does affect work, but that's my responsibility." After all, Lin Yue was unaware of these matters, viewing him solely as her superior, diligently performing her duties every day. "Keep it up," Zhou Yun encouraged, patting He Yuan's shoulder, and aimed to win her over soon. He Yuan chuckled. "Let us hold off for now. Being too direct might imply ulterior motives." Zhou Yun burst into laughter. "If that were the case, Secretary Lin would probably twist your head off. After all, you've been working together for over 3 months. Don't tell me you're unaware that she has 2 different personas at work and after hours." He Yuan traced the rim of his cup, quietly murmuring, "She's rather charming." In truth, it wasn't just 2 facades. She was prone to tears as well. Zhou Yun laughed boisterously. Meanwhile, Lin Yue, concerned about potential issues with afternoon client meetings, was meticulously inspecting every corner of the second meeting room, unaware that her 2 superiors were discussing her. Though Lin Yue possessed some cleanliness tendencies, they were not overly severe. When He Yuan returned to his office, he found Lin Yue absent. He glanced around but saw no sign of her. Venturing outside, he spotted her silhouette and called out, "Secretary Lin." Lin Yue turned, "General Manager He." He Yuan noticed the white cloth in her hands. Her long-sleeve shirt was slightly rolled up, suggesting she was about to clean. "What are you doing?" He Yuan began, but hesitated. Lin Yue paused for a moment before explaining, "I'm going to wipe down the meeting room again. Assistant Zhou informed me that General Manager Zhao from Dachuang is not only obsessive-compulsive, but also a perfectionist. Since it's not yet work hours, it won't interfere with my duties." Little did she know, He Yuan frowned slightly and urged, "Come in with me first." Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat. Had she made a mistake while cleaning? Not wanting to delay, she promptly turned and followed He Yuan into his office. "General Manager," Lin Yue called out, a touch of anxiety in her voice. After 3 months of interaction, although Lin Yue did not understand He Yuan as well as Zhou Yun's, she recognized that He Yuan's good temper was merely superficial. He despised the high and mighty demeanor when addressing subordinates. It was a reflection of his own cultivation and character. However, she vividly recalled a meeting during her internship when He Yuan lost his temper at the conference table. Zhou Yun was absent. and He Yuan needed her to record the meeting's content and manage the PowerPoint presentation. It was her first time in the conference room, and she witnessed the young president's decisiveness and authority. He did not raise his voice, but instead fixed her with his profound gaze, incisively and acerbically pointing out the flaws in others' proposals while presenting his own viewpoints and suggestions. Those department heads, some older than him by several years or even a decade, were left red-faced and dared not refute him. Lin Yue remembered that before concluding the meeting, He Yuan casually remarked that the current juncture of Hengxing was a transformation from heavy to light. Thus, what he and Hengxing required were talents capable of weathering storms, rather than dispirited individuals like them. Lin Yue found that incredibly cool, only to turn around and realize that it was now her turn to be criticized. He Yuan, having noticed the flicker of grievance in her eyes, mistook her serious expression as having intimidated her. He coughed lightly, saying, "Secretary Lin, the cleanliness of the reception room is managed by designated personnel. Regardless of the client's nature, as my secretary, you need not personally attend to the cleaning." Lin Yue could only nod, feeling a silent bitterness. It was not her intention to clean. It was evident that the cleaner responsible for the conference room had not been diligent. Generally, the standards were relaxed, requiring only a quick wipe of the surfaces and a sweep of the floor. However, the client visiting today was deemed important by Zhou, and, as He Yuan's secretary, facilitating the reception was part of her duties. While it was true that cleaning was not within her purview, she couldn't directly criticize the cleaner to avoid jeopardizing their job. So she decided to take matters into her own hands during the lunch break. "You should rest first. This will ensure you are in the best condition to welcome the client this afternoon," she suggested. Lin Yue softly acquiesced. Just as she returned to her desk, He Yuan pressed the internal business intercom, summoning Vice President Wei to his office. Since they were in the same office, Lin Yue naturally overheard He Yuan's actions. Vice President Wei, named Wei Jia, was the only female vice president among the 4 under He Yuan's command. She managed the office, human resources, corporate culture, and administrative departments of Hengxing Group. It wasn't long before Wei Jia knocked on He Yuan's office door. Lin Yue stood to greet her, and Wei Jia smiled in acknowledgement. "Mr. He, you summoned me?" He Yuan nodded, saying, "At 3 o'clock, President Zhao from Dachuan will visit, and it's almost 2 o'clock. My secretary is still rolling up her sleeves to clean the reception room." Wei Jia's expression changed. The cleaning was under her administrative department's purview, and He Yuan would not directly address the lower levels, but would escalate through her. "Rest assured, I will ensure everything is ready before 3, she assured him. Lin Yue's eyes widened slightly in admiration for He Yuan. He was aware of the situation. He Yuan, noticing the admiration in Lin Yue's gaze, subtly curved his lips. Chapter 6. Secretary Lin's excellent rapport before 3 o'clock. Wei Jia had everything prepared, and Lin Yue personally went downstairs to receive President Zhao from Dachuan. Maintaining a poised smile, she humbly guided him to the reception room. The room was immaculate, the floors gleaming, surfaces dust-free. The placement of greenery was meticulously arranged, and the tea utensils were neatly organized. Even the bow at Lin Yue's waist was perfectly tied and symmetrical, creating a pleasing aesthetic. Approaching the tea set, she poured 2/3 of tea into a cup, cradling the base with one hand and the middle with the other, presenting it from Zhao's left side. "President Zhao, please enjoy the tea." Zhao nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the young secretary's etiquette. "I apologize for the wait. Mr. He is currently addressing an urgent matter." Zhao replied, "No need to stand here waiting." Lin Yue then gently exited the reception room. Upon returning to the office, He Yuan was signing documents brought in by Zhou Yunce. Hearing her return, he looked up and asked, "Is the guest here?" "Yes, they are here." After a brief exchange with Zhou Yunce, He Yuan stood and said, "Let's go." "Wait a moment, Mr. He," Lin Yue suddenly called out. He Yuan paused and turned slightly, looking at her with a hint of curiosity. "What is it?" Lin Yue extended her index finger, not daring to point directly at him, merely gesturing in the air, saying, "Your tie." He Yuan, being astute, immediately understood that his tie was askew. He had loosened it slightly while with Zhou Yunce, likely neglecting to tidy it up during work. President Zhao was a perfectionist. If his tie was crooked, the project would likely falter, as Zhao would fixate on it. He Yuan's office had a rest area equipped with all necessities. Just as he was about to turn, he suddenly halted and looked at Lin Yue, saying, "You come help me straighten it." Lin Yue was not surprised at all. She stepped forward and slightly rose on her toes to adjust his crooked tie. Since He Yuan was quite tall, He Yuan had provided her with a wealth of information about him when transferring her duties, including his basic information to expedite her understanding of her superior. He Yuan was 188 centimeters tall, weighed 79 kilograms, graduated from an Ivy League institution with dual master's degrees in finance and computer science, and was proficient in both English and Chinese, as well as German and Italian. He had a particular aversion to soft, mushy foods like bananas, eggplants, and cakes with cream. Overall, He Yuan was quite easy to please and not difficult to manage. During her transition, He Yuan had emphasized that her work revolved around He Yuan, encompassing both professional and personal aspects, meaning she needed to understand and observe him to excel in her role. However, He Yuan had never involved her in his personal affairs until now. A sudden, indescribable fragrance wafted into the air, causing He Yuan to pause. "Secretary Lin, are you wearing perfume?" Lin Yue looked up in surprise. "No, I'm not." Her role involved frequent receptions and interactions, so she refrained from wearing perfume to avoid any potential allergic reactions from clients. He Yuan nodded, perhaps considering that Lin Yue's tiptoeing might be tiring, and slightly bent down. "Secretary Lin," he called, and Lin Yue met his gaze. "You understand the scope of your responsibilities, correct? Starting tomorrow, you need to arrive at my home by 7 in the morning to help me select the day's attire, ensure everything is ironed, and prepare my watch, tie, and other accessories. If I do not require a driver for my outings, you will need to act as my chauffeur. Additionally, for certain business dinners, you will also need to accompany me as my female companion, among other duties." "Understood, Mr. He," Lin Yue replied with a calm facade, though internally she was close to panicking, thinking, "What should I do? I don't know how to tie a tie." Finally, having arranged He Yuan's tie, he led Lin Yue directly into the reception room. "I apologize for the wait, President Zhao. It's quite all right. I was comfortable here, allowing me a brief respite." He Yuan smiled, personally pouring a cup of tea for Zhao. "You have chosen an excellent secretary. She clearly has done her homework. Since I entered your building, there has not been a single thing that displeased me. There is even an automatic disinfecting robot at the entrance. The environment is spotless, employees are well-groomed, and the etiquette is commendable." He Yuan's smile deepened with Zhao's compliment, leaving Lin Yue feeling a bit bashful. After a casual exchange, they proceeded to the main agenda. Lin Yue and assistant Zhao stood by, and after about half an hour, Zhao chuckled heartily. "You truly are the son of He Yuan. You expect to claim a 30% profit without investing either time or resources. That seems a tad unscrupulous, doesn't it?" Zhao teased. "Our Xingxing is still obliged to assist in your construction project. How can that be deemed as not contributing? Furthermore, Zhao's presence today signifies that Xingxing values this 30% profit." Zhao laughed again, but suddenly shifted his gaze to Lin Yue. "A 30% profit is acceptable, and I must say, I find your secretary quite appealing." "He is my secretary," He Yuan interjected gently, though his tone bore a hint of firmness. Zhao chuckled. "Come now, I was merely jesting. I would never dare to poach from you. You're just like your father, fiercely protective." He Yuan offered a non-committal smile. Zhao then rose, retrieving an invitation from his pocket. "In half a month, we will celebrate my youngest son's first birthday. I hope both of you can attend." He Yuan accepted the invitation, assuring him of their timely presence. Satisfied, Zhao took his leave. He Yuan glanced at the invitation in his hand before handing it to Lin Yue. "Secretary Lin, please accompany me on that day." "Of course." Upon returning to the office, Lin Yue's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she immediately dismissed the call. It was her college classmate's mother, the relentless matchmaker. However, this matchmaker was tenacious. After one rejection, she would continue to call. Lin Yue had to silence the phone each time. "Secretary Lin, it's just a phone call. It's nothing to fret over." Finally, after what felt like countless calls, Lin Yue answered, "Hello, Andy. I really don't need it. I don't have the time. Last time, Mr. Li was ready to marry." Yes, I truly don't have time. "Thank you, Andy." He Yuan paused his writing, then resumed working as if nothing had happened. One must admit, Secretary Lin is quite well liked. Chapter 7. If only I could find a girlfriend after work. Lin Yue skipped dinner, heading straight to the mall to buy a tie, intending to practice at home following a video tutorial. When Qin Yin returned, Lin Yue was seated on the living room carpet with a cream pumpkin, wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, amusingly adorned with a black tie. Qin Yin approached, phone in hand, snapping pictures of Lin Yue's antics. Hearing the shutter click, Lin Yue turned her head. "What are you doing?" Qin Yin laughed, glancing at her album. "I just find it hilarious. Why are you practicing on that? You even gave it eyes and mouth, ha ha ha." Lin Yue shrugged. I had tried other methods, but they didn't work well. This cream pumpkin is the only one that resembles a person. Exhausted, He Yuan flopped onto the sofa and then showed Lin Yue the photos. Can I post this on WeChat? Lin Yue casually glanced, her hands still busy with the tie. Sure. He Yuan quickly crafted a post. Ha ha ha. Can't stop laughing, a testament to how hard a roommate will work for a job. After posting, He Yuan tugged at Lin Yue's sleeve. By the way, have you eaten? Lin Yue instinctively shook her head. Not yet. I'm not hungry. Oh my. You really are a workaholic. I'll make you a bowl of noodles. No. Lin Yue hurriedly protested. You've had a full day of classes. Take a break. I'll make something myself later. It was summer vacation, but He Yuan was still attending remedial classes. He Yuan stood up. It'll only take 10 minutes. Not tiring at all. Wait here. I'll cook the vegetables we bought the day before. I don't want them to wilt. Lin Yue sighed. All right. Thank you, Yin. Tomorrow my boss has no scheduled events, and I should be able to leave work on time. Let me treat you to dinner. Sound good. He Yuan replied, while heading to the kitchen. Lin Yue had a hearty appetite, yet she needed to maintain her figure, so she settled for bland, boiled foods each day. Knowing this, He Yuan sliced some cucumber, boiled konjac noodles, and blanched a couple of vegetables, preparing a simple dinner for both. Just as they were about to eat, Qingjing came home. He Yuan quickly called out, Qingjing, have you eaten? Would you like some? Qingjing glanced at the insipid meal on the table, shook her head, and stiffly replied, no thanks, before retreating to her room without a backward glance. Lin Yue didn't lift her head. After dinner, Lin Yue washed the dishes and returned to the living room to continue practicing. Although she already knew how to tie a tie, she sought to improve her skill and aesthetic. As Qingjing emerged with clothes intending to take a shower, Lin Yue was just about to head back to her room. Unexpectedly, Qingjing approached her, scrutinized her for a moment, and couldn't help but sneer, why don't you go practice in your room? Is it so impressive to tie a tie for your boss? Who are you trying to impress? Lin Yue halted her movements, closed her eyes in silence for a couple of seconds, then opened them, tossing the tie aside, causing the cream pumpkin to tumble and roll across the floor. Lin Yue stood up, glaring at Qingjing. If you're ill, go to the hospital. Don't vent your frustrations on me. Lin Yue was well aware that the role of a secretary, especially under a high-powered boss like He Yuan, required a comprehensive knowledge base and meticulous attention to detail. It was a multifaceted role encompassing management, administration, confidentiality, and mediation. Thus, it was vital to handle all trivial matters promptly, aiding the leadership in working more efficiently. In her personal life, this encompassed knowing her boss's dietary preferences, health status, and allergies, with tying ties being a mundane yet essential task. She despised being misunderstood without cause and disapproved of Qingjing's attitude. Qingjing smirked. Weren't you able to tolerate me before? What's changed? Has becoming his secretary sharpened your tongue? Lin Yue retorted with a cold smile. I used to tolerate you because I considered you a classmate and a friend. Now, though, I realize some people are just insatiable. Why should I endure? Am I a masochist? Qingjing's expression darkened. She had heard from colleagues how Lin Yue received praise from Zhao, successfully negotiating a deal with He Yuan. Meanwhile, she felt trapped in a role inferior to that of a secretary, burdened with menial tasks, while her superior assigned her no substantial business responsibilities. Her parents were disappointed in her, and being strong-willed, she could not accept losing to Lin Yue, whom she deemed inferior in every way except for her appearance. Qingjing even thought maliciously. Lin Yue must have landed the secretary position solely because of her looks. He Yuan, absorbed in her headphones, was oblivious to the tension outside. Lin Yue picked up the cream pumpkin, returning it to the kitchen before retreating to her room. Feeling somewhat frustrated, she curled up, resting her chin on her knees, and began searching for rental listings on her phone. The apartment was far from the city center, belonging to a relative of Qingjing. While she found the distance to the company acceptable, given the current circumstances, it was best to find a new place soon. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment by the river, He Yuan dried his hair as he approached the floor-to-ceiling windows. This opulent residence, situated in the bustling heart of the city, boasted an enviable location, with the elevated highways to the west and the subway line to the east, offering views of famous landmarks to the north and the winding river to the south. Spanning 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms over nearly 600 square meters, its price exceeded $100 million. From this vantage point, the breathtaking cityscape unfolded like a tapestry, the myriad lights resembling stars strung across the earth. However, some individuals remain oblivious to the beauty surrounding them. He Yuan casually picked up the mobile phone resting on the coffee table and scrolled through it. Upon seeing a post from his younger brother, He Lin, being punished by their mother for a blank exam paper, he couldn't resist a smirk and inadvertently liked the post. Little did he know that this seemingly harmless action would lead to a phone call from his mother a moment later, her voice resonating with authority. "My dear baby, you still like that post? With all that time, why not find a girlfriend?" He Yuan sighed. "All right, Mom. Can we discuss changing that title? Did you move out to negotiate with me? Something feels off. You used to be evasive, and now you're so straightforward. Could it be that there's someone special?" He Yuan chuckled lightly, something like that. The next moment, a wave of excited shrieks erupted from the other end of the line, followed by a disconnection. He Yuan shook his head, knowing she was off to share the news with their father. Chapter 8. Is Secretary Lin all right? He Yuan ran his fingers through his hair, still feeling a hint of dampness, and settled onto the sofa, resuming his scroll through the phone. During this exploration, he stumbled upon a post from Teacher Qin of his brother's class. After their initial meeting, they had exchanged WeChat contacts. Although Teacher Qin had merely mentioned she was temporarily assuming the role of homeroom teacher, implying that he should add the official homeroom teacher later. Regardless, He Yuan still added Qin Yin on WeChat. Had it not been for his unremarkable appearance, Qin Yin might have suspected that her romantic fortunes were on the rise. While she knew that He Lin's family was affluent, she was unaware of He Yuan's connection to the Hengxing group. Moreover, at that time, Lin Yue had yet to apply to Hengxing, leaving her entirely in the dark and unknowingly becoming an informant for some individuals with ulterior motives. And thus, the post appeared. In the image shared by Qin Yin, only Lin Yue's fair and slender hands were visible as they tugged at a tie that was draped over a whimsical pumpkin. Observing the pumpkin adorned with painted eyes and a nose, He Yuan couldn't help but smile, particularly noting the small black drawn next to the nose. Instinctively, he touched the small mole on the left side of his nose, wondering if Secretary Lin had taken on the persona of a pumpkin. Her earlier confidence at work now seemed a facade, as she evidently struggled with tying a tie. He Yuan gazed at the photo for a while before saving it. The following morning at 7, Lin Yue arrived at the Yulan Yunting, where He Yuan resided. He had already informed the property management team, and Lin Yue's information was entered into their registration system. Yulan Yunting was a prestigious development by Hengxing, renowned for its exclusivity. Though Lin Yue had heard of this illustrious residence, she had never set foot inside until now, a fortunate turn of events courtesy of her employer. The establishment boasted remarkable privacy, with each unit featuring its own private entrance. Being her first visit, Lin Yue found herself unable to enter and had to call He Yuan for assistance. As she waited, a group of people emerged from the building, led by a stylish woman sporting black sunglasses who subtly averted her gaze upon noticing Lin Yue. Lin Yue's mouth fell slightly agape as recognition struck. Wasn't she that incredibly popular actress? What was her name? Sujin? That seemed right. When He Yuan descended, he found Lin Yue wearing an expression of astonishment tinged with confusion. Following her line of sight, he saw nothing of note and gently prompted, "Secretary Lin?" Startled, she turned around, clearly taken aback. "Did I frighten you?" He Yuan inquired softly. Lin Yue quickly shook her head. "No, let us go." Following He Yuan into the building, her gaze quietly settled on him, clad in casual attire. Prior to joining Hengxing, she had undoubtedly prepared herself, having admired his handsome visage in various interviews. However, as they interacted more, she realized her superior, while appearing gentle and courteous, was not easily approachable. Upholding firm principles and displaying a strong, yet subtle authority that could leave one feeling inadequate with just a few words. Today, however, he presented a more relaxed demeanor, his hair slightly tousled. Before entering the elevator, He Yuan explained the need for a fingerprint and password for access. "I've already provided the password. We'll register your fingerprint shortly. You can use either of the two main elevators in the residence." Lin Yue's attention snapped back to his words. "Main elevator? Does that imply there's a service elevator as well?" "No need for that, Mr. He. I'll just take the service elevator," she replied. He Yuan insisted, "No, we'll use this one." Lin Yue chose not to argue further, as it was customary for leaders to prefer compliance. As she entered He Yuan's expansive dressing room, she selected a light gray pinstriped suit that avoided a heavy appearance. With no formal meetings scheduled for the day, there was no need for overly serious attire. Next, she chose a blue pattern tie and a matching pocket square, complemented by brown leather shoes that would exude a personal charm alongside the gray suit. After He Yuan donned his shirt, trousers, and shoes, he approached Lin Yue. She assisted him with the suit, adjusting it slightly before expertly tying his tie. Standing at only 165 centimeters, she found herself on her toes to accommodate her taller superior. Perhaps her skills in personal assistance still required refinement. As she rose, she instinctively leaned forward, inadvertently tightening the tie. He Yuan instinctively steadied her by wrapping his arm around her waist, ensuring she remained balanced. Lin Yue's gaze was drawn to the small mole on the left side of his nose, and she couldn't help but recall the whimsical pumpkin from last night. Their eyes met, and the warmth in He Yuan's playful gaze sent a flutter through Lin Yue's chest, rendering her breathless. He Yuan, perhaps due to years spent in high-rise offices, possessed a complexion fairer than most men. His striking facial structure, high cheekbones, and defined features resembled a masterpiece sculpted by an artist, sharp yet soft, exuding a touch of aloofness when unamused, but radiating warmth and grace when he smiled. It was no wonder that the female employees at the company were often enamored with him. He Yuan, ever the gentleman, released her and inquired with genuine concern, "Secretary Lin, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lin Yue replied, stepping back slightly to regain her composure. "I apologize, Mr. He." "No need for that," he reassured her. "You were just getting accustomed. It's perfectly natural. You'll improve with time." Lin Yue felt immense gratitude for He Yuan's patience. "Secretary Lin, have you had breakfast yet? Let us eat together." Although Lin Yue felt a bit reluctant about having a meal alone with He Yuan, he continued, "We'll head straight to the office afterward. You might not have time to eat later. There's a small meeting scheduled with Assistant Zhou and several vice presidents this morning, and you'll need to take notes." With no choice but to comply, Lin Yue followed He Yuan to the breakfast area. As they settled in, a lady brought breakfast to their table. Lin Yue stood up instinctively, but the lady urged her to sit, saying, "You stay seated, I'll handle it." He Yuan glanced up from his phone and introduced, "This is Aunt Qian. Besides her, we have Aunt Luo and her husband, who manage the household chores and cleaning. You'll likely interact with them frequently." Lin Yue nodded slightly, greeting Aunt Qian. He Yuan preferred a Western-style breakfast, leisurely finishing his meal as the clock approached 7:30. As Lin Yue trailed behind He Yuan, she briefed him on the day's schedule until they reached the car. She opened the back door for him before taking her seat in the passenger side. "Good morning, Secretary Lin," he greeted. Lin Yue smiled at the driver. "Good morning, Master Yu." In truth, the driver appeared quite youthful, around 35, and was rumored to be a retired Special Forces soldier. Chapter 9. Secretary Lin's awkward moment due to He Yuan's impromptu meeting. They arrived at the company by 8 o'clock. He Yuan tapped Lin Yue's desk, preparing for the meeting scheduled in half an hour. As it was a last-minute decision, there was a sense of urgency, but he urged her to ensure that the materials and data he had previously requested were accurately compiled. "All right, President He," she replied. Aside from Wei Jia, He Yuan had 3 vice presidents under his wing, all of whom he had personally promoted. To transform the company, the support of these individuals was indispensable. Around 9 o'clock, the attendees gathered at the entrance of the conference room. As Lin Yue accompanied He Yuan to the door, they coincidentally encountered Vice President Zheng Yu and his assistant, Qing Jing. Qing Jing's gaze first landed on He Yuan, then shifted to Lin Yue, her eyes reflecting a hint of mockery and provocation. Lin Yue chose to ignore her, opening the conference room door for He Yuan. "What's going on? Is Assistant Zhou not here yet?" Zheng Yu inquired. "I say, President He, you are too lenient with him." Lin Yue helped He Yuan pull out a chair, and he settled down, leaning slightly against the backrest. He drummed his fingers on the conference table twice before silently regarding Zheng Yu. "I have yet to hold you accountable for the mess you left behind from your last quarrel with your girlfriend." Zheng Yu rubbed his nose, responding, "All right, enough about that." He Yuan smirked slightly. "I only bring it up because it's relevant." He then turned his head, and without uttering a word, Lin Yue began distributing the materials she held. In the midst of this, she realized her work USB drive was missing, which she had tucked among the documents. Due to the brief time frame, she had not had the chance to back it up. Could it have fallen on the floor by the door? As Lin Yue returned to He Yuan's side, she cast a glance at the entrance, but nothing was there. Anxiety gripped her heart, no matter how capable she was. Memorizing all the data stored on the USB was simply impossible, especially with such limited time. He Yuan glanced at Lin Yue and suddenly said, "Secretary Lin, I left a document on my desk. Please retrieve it and remind Assistant Zhou as well." "Of course," she replied. As she stepped outside, she found a document on He Yuan's desk. Just as she was about to call Zhou Yun's, he emerged from his office, looking groggy. Assistant Zhou, did you not return home last night? Lin Yue asked. Zhou Yunce responded affirmatively, explaining that he had been busy with the Nanxing development project and had only managed to sleep for 2 hours before being summoned. Lin Yue sighed, understanding that everyone has their own struggles. Let us go to the meeting, Zhou Yunce said. Lin Yue held the door open for him, and, the next moment, Zhou Yunce shook off his fatigue and solemnly stated, apologies for being late. Zheng Yu scoffed, I've never seen an assistant arrive later than their boss. Zhou Yunce dismissed him, knowing He Yuan had left work early, leaving him to handle the project alone all night. With everyone present, He Yuan indicated the nearby chairs, suggesting Lin Yue take a seat. Observing He Yuan's composed demeanor, she sat down, thinking to herself, I shall adapt as circumstances arise. Although she could not recall every piece of data, she had a fair grasp of it. However, throughout the meeting, her USB drive was of no use. He Yuan commanded the proceedings, leading Lin Yue to realize that perhaps he had never intended to utilize the data she had prepared. Confused as to why she was asked to prepare it if it was not needed, Lin Yue remained puzzled until the meeting concluded. She approached He Yuan's desk, broaching the topic with an apology. President He, I'm sorry about this morning's meeting. I misplaced the USB drive. He Yuan paused his signing, lifting his gaze slightly. I am aware, he replied. You knew? She questioned, surprised. He nodded, Secretary Lin. Let this be a lesson for the future. May I ask a question? She ventured. Go ahead. Did you not plan to use the data I compiled from the start? He Yuan honestly nodded, affirming, Indeed, Secretary Lin, this was merely a form of training. The participants in today's meeting are well aware of the information at hand. In my position, it is impossible to depend solely on an assistant or secretary to conduct a meeting. Do you understand? I understand, Lin Yue replied. You have my best interests at heart, and your intention to have me undertake these tasks was to hone my skills, yet I made an error. He Yuan chuckled lightly. Everyone makes mistakes, especially when they first enter the workforce. Compared to Assistant Zhou, you are far more competent than he was at the beginning. Feel free to ask him. I assure you I will not repeat such a trivial error again, Lin Yue declared. He nodded, then returned to your work. With a long exhale, Lin Yue contemplated her extraordinary fortune in encountering such a commendable superior who diligently guided her without reprimanding her for her mistakes, instead offering words of encouragement and room for growth. After work, Lin Yue met Qin Yin at a hot pot restaurant, her mouth watering in anticipation. How long had it been since she indulged in hot pot to maintain her figure? Tonight, she decided to treat herself. It's been ages since we dined together, Lin Yue remarked. Indeed, Qin Yin replied. You've been so busy this summer, and I can't even begin to describe my own schedule. However, President he has been leaving work earlier these past few days, allowing for this hot pot dinner. Your boss's surname, is he? Qin Yin inquired. Yes, why? Lin Yue responded. There's a student in our class with the surname He, named Lin. He is quite mischievous but academically proficient, though he dislikes doing homework. He has a good nature, but do you remember the time you forgot your keys? He got into a fight, and his parents were called in. Lin Yue choked on a piece of chili pepper, coughing several times before downing the cold water Qin Yin offered. If her memory served her right, He Yuan had a younger brother named Lin. Lin Yue quickly asked, who went to speak with the parents? His brother, I believe. He seems to run a company and comes from a wealthy family. Plus, he is quite handsome. He even added me on WeChat, but I have my limits. Qin Yin responded. Suddenly, Qin Yin turned to Lin Yue. Hey, how about I introduce him to you? Lin Yue coughed again, finally managing to stop. Wiping the tears that had formed from the spicy pepper, she said, I suspect that student S brother is my boss. Qin Yin exclaimed in disbelief. What a coincidence. She unlocked her phone to show Lin Yue, who felt her vision darken upon seeing the familiar WeChat contact. After she had officially joined the company, she added He Yuan on WeChat, and his profile picture was of a golden retriever lying on the grass. Yin, do you think he might have seen the message you sent last night? Qin Yin, observing Lin Yue's face filled with despair, nodded honestly. There's a possibility. Lin Yue sighed heavily. Chapter 10. A rift with a friend. After finishing dinner, Lin Yue and Qin Yin strolled nearby. Qin Yin bought a potted plant, which Lin Yue had initially wanted to purchase. However, thinking of Qing Jing, she hesitated, uncertain of how much longer she could stay there, and ultimately decided against it. Noticing Lin Yue's disappointment, Qin Yin nudged her gently. What's wrong? It's still about Qing Jing. At this rate, I might have to move out, Lin Yue replied. Move if you wish. You don't need to consider me, Qin Yin stated nonchalantly. Lin Yue pouted. clinging to Qin Yan's arm and playfully lamenting, "Oh, you're too kind, but I can't do that. I was the one who brought you here. How could I leave you behind? Besides, I fear that your overly accommodating nature will only enable her." Qin Yan shrugged. "We're not in kindergarten anymore. While we share a strong bond as college roommates, adults are busy with work and face their own challenges at home. I don't think it's necessary to dwell on it. I just go to school and return home to sleep." Lin Yue nodded. "We'll see. The rent here is exorbitant. I've only managed to save 50,000 since my freshman year. Doesn't your company have employee housing? Why not apply for that?" Qin Yin suggested. Lin Yue furrowed her brow, feeling troubled. "Yes, there are rooms available, but they are all double or even quad rooms. Single rooms are reserved for personnel of grade A or above in management. After my ordeal with Qin Jing, how could I possibly share a room with anyone else? Thus, I chose not to apply. Let things unfold at their own pace." Lin Yue gave a sound of agreement, linking her arm with Qin Yan's as they entered the subway station. The two chatted and laughed all the way back to their residence, but from a distance. They could hear a cacophony of laughter and shouting. They exchanged glances, and Qin Yan used her key to unlock the door. Inside, 3 or 4 men and women were holding up their glasses, cursing and laughing. Upon spotting Lin Yue, they waved her over to join in. Lin Yue recognized these individuals as friends of Qin Jing. Her eyes, filled with fury, turned to Qin Jing. They had previously agreed that no friends were to be brought back after 10 o'clock, and now it was nearly 11. Yet they were still causing a ruckus. Did they not fear the neighbors' complaints? The kitchen floor was soaked with dirty water and discarded vegetable leaves. The living room was littered with empty bottles, and even a piece of clothing was draped over the houseplant. The occupants appeared flushed from drinking, and the entire room reeked unpleasantly. Moreover, a man and a woman were smoking there. Just then, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. "Are you young people out of your minds? I have a child at home who has been awakened by your noise. You sleep all day and act like ghosts at night. If this continues, I will call the police." Qin Yan hurriedly opened the door, bowing repeatedly in apology. Lin Yue's temples throbbed. She could not bear to watch Qin Yan cleaning up after Qin Jing's mess. She strode directly to Qin Jing, suppressing the impulse to strike her, and gritted her teeth, saying, "It's almost 11. Can you wrap this up?" Qin Jing glanced at her indifferently. "What business is it of yours? Don't push it too far, Qin Jing. Have you absorbed any knowledge at all? Your actions not only disturb your roommates, but also affect the neighborhood. Do you truly wish to summon the police?" Qin Jing scoffed and suddenly raised her voice. "If you have the capability, move to a mansion. Why complain about disturbances here in this shabby place?" Upon hearing that, the neighbor seethed with rage, threatening to call the police. Qin Yan intervened, using her skills as a teacher to calm the situation, repeatedly assuring that the matter would be resolved within 10 minutes. The neighbor left, grumbling, "What a lack of quality. And this is supposed to be a corporate professional? I see nothing but a rogue, no better than a woman who can barely read." Qin Jing, already chastised by her superiors at work, could not contain herself upon hearing those words and immediately stood up to confront. "What did you say? Who do you think you are? You think you can compare with me? You spend your days merely tending to children. Let go of me." Lin Yue suddenly hugged her from behind, covering her mouth. "Be quiet. Is it not chaotic enough already?" Qin Jing, standing at 172 centimeters and somewhat intoxicated, struggled fiercely, but Lin Yue was no match for her. She was quickly freed. In the process, a small object fell from Qin Jing's possession with a loud thud. Lin Yue's gaze sharpened as she recognized the silver USB drive on the floor, disbelief flooding her as she stared at Qin Jing. "So, you took my USB drive from this morning's meeting?" Qin Jing, feeling guilty, sank back on her chair. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Seeing her feigned ignorance, Lin Yue's expression hardened. She filled a basin with water from the kitchen and splashed it directly onto Qin Jing, soaking her head. Nearby, a girl shrieked and stepped back, and Qin Jing seemed momentarily stunned by Lin Yue's actions, coming to her senses a bit. Lin Yue discarded the basin and slammed her palm onto the table, her voice sharp. "Get out, all of you." The room fell silent instantly. The remaining individuals exchanged glances before begrudgingly gathering their things and leaving. Lin Yue looked down at Qin Jing, demanding, "Why are you behaving like this?" Qin Jing smirked. "You drenched me, so we're even." "Who the hell said we were even?" Qin Jing. "Why have you become like this? Have you considered that your actions could cost me my job?" Qin Jing did not even raise an eyebrow. "So what? You're still here, aren't you? Does that justify your despicable actions? If I were to harm you, Would an apology suffice? Especially when you haven't even offered one. Qing Jing pressed her lips tightly together, refusing to apologize. She met Lin Yue's gaze defiantly. What are you being dramatic about? ISNT President, he always favoring you? Everyone knows that President Zhao from Dachuang tried to poach you, but President, he protected you. Lin Yue frowned. How does Qing Jing know about this? And the tone she used, did many people know? In truth, Lin Yue misunderstood. Only Qing Jing was privy to this information. President Zhao from Dachuang had jokingly mentioned it, and Wei Jia had shared it in passing during a chat with Zheng Yu, which Qing Jing had overheard. Lin Yue no longer expected reason from her and felt deep disappointment, realizing that a friendship had been marred by jealousy and suspicion. Qing Yan also recognized the situation and turned to Qing Jing. Do you not understand Lin Yue's circumstances? Sabotaging her work is far worse than taking anything from her. Qing Jing remained silent. Forget it, Yin Zi, Lin Yue said, turning to Qing Jing. Qing Jing, listen carefully. This is the last time I will let this slide. If there is a repeat of this situation, do not blame me for being merciless. I will find a new place right away, and from now on, we shall not interfere with one another. With those words, Lin Yue calmly returned to her room. Qing Yan sighed and followed suit. Chapter 11. Being kicked out. Lin Yue had originally planned to search for a new place while working, utilizing her breaks to look around. However, upon finishing work the next day, she found all her belongings packed and placed at the doorstep. Since she had only recently settled in, she did not have much, mostly clothes. She stared at the two large boxes at the entrance, feeling overwhelmed. Qing Jing looked down at her coldly, stating, I had someone pack your things. They wore gloves. And the penalty for breaching the contract is included here, along with 3 months' worth of deposit. Lin Yue glanced at the envelope filled with money on the entrance cabinet. Where am I supposed to find a place to stay at this hour? Not my concern, Qing Jing replied. Lin Yue pressed her lips together tightly, standing there for a long moment before taking the envelope. She pushed past Qing Jing and checked her room. Everything that needed to be packed was indeed taken care of. With a facade of calmness, she left. Their building did not have an elevator, and Lin Yue struggled to carry the boxes down to the first floor. As dusk approached, the lighting in the community was inadequate. Exhausted from the day and feeling famished, Lin Yue pushed the boxes along, but the uneven ground made it difficult. The wheels got stuck repeatedly, nearly causing her to trip. Reluctantly, she resorted to lifting each box individually, but it was exhausting. After only a few steps, she had to pause to catch her breath while leaning on one of the boxes. However, one box was particularly heavy. As she exerted herself, it suddenly dropped, the wheels catching on a small rock protruding from the ground. Lin Yue gasped, losing her balance and falling. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through her. Quickly, she stood up, ignoring the box, and sat on the curb beside the road. She took out her phone to inspect the damage. The skin above her left elbow was scraped, several tiny blood spots appearing on the surface. Gazing at the fallen box, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a stubborn glimmer in them. Yet, after holding back for so long, she could no longer contain herself. The crystalline tears cascaded down like pearls strung on a broken thread, landing one by one on her hands. What an extraordinary situation. Sob. I'm not crying out of anger. Sob. I'm crying from pain. Sob. What kind of people are these? Damn it. Sob. The hotel prices are exorbitant. Sob. I have no money. The inns are filthy. Sobi. Lin Yue sat there, weeping incessantly, her emotions only slightly alleviating after a considerable time, yet her sobs persisted, even though her face bore no tears. She rose and continued, dragging her suitcase outside. The shared apartment belonged to Qing Jing's aunt's mother-in-law, and given their familial ties, coupled with the compensation having been settled, Lin Yue reluctantly departed, especially since she had to work the following day. Had it been any other landlord, today this incident would have certainly escalated. The location, being far from the city center, meant that most nearby inns bore a certain history. And although her cleanliness obsession was not severe, she still found them unacceptable. Lin Yue had encountered distressing situations before, but nothing quite as troubling as this. She scrolled through her phone, thinking that Qin Yan was unavailable, and this one was not an option either. By the time she reached the end, tears threatened to flow anew. At that moment, in this vast city, an overwhelming sense of loneliness enveloped her heart. 50,000 yuan. When would she ever be able to purchase a home of her own in this city, a place where no one could evict her? As she scrolled to the end, the contact labeled Zhou assistant caught her eye, prompting thoughts of Wei Jia, though she lacked any means to reach her. Wei was in charge of administration and should be familiar with the company's employee dormitories. Ultimately, Lin Yue resolved to inquire about the company's accommodations. A ringtone echoed in a private room of a club in City C. He Yuan checked his phone, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. He Yuan set down his glass, questioning, "What are you looking at?" He Yuan turned his phone, revealing Lin's secretary's name on the screen, causing He Yuan to pause momentarily. Zhong Mu and Guan Ziqing, curious, leaned closer. The four of them were childhood friends. "Lin, secretary?" Guan Ziqing queried, glancing at He Yuan. "Why don't you ask Lao He?" He Yuan kicked He Yuan's leg playfully, urging, "Answer the call." Embracing the spirit of shared joy, He Yuan benevolently answered the call on speakerphone. "Hello, Lin's secretary." As the call connected, Lin Yue felt a surge of relief. "Hello, Zhou assistant. I apologize for disturbing you after hours." "No problem. What is on your mind?" Lin Yue replied, "I wanted to ask about the company dormitory. Do you have Wei Vice President as contact information?" He Yuan and He Yuan exchanged glances. "Why are you asking about this at this hour? Is something wrong? Do you need help?" "It's nothing." Just as Lin Yue finished her sentence, she was suddenly overtaken by a few uncontrollable sobs, unmistakably revealing her emotional turmoil. The heightened hormonal levels stimulating her nerves, causing the spasms. He Yuan paused, glancing at the frowning He Yuan, cautiously probing. "Lin's secretary, are you crying?" "No." Lin Yue quickly retorted, "I just watched a rather moving film, and I'm feeling a bit sentimental." He Yuan replied with a knowing tone, "All right then. I will send you Wei Vice President as contact information right away." After hanging up, He Yuan turned to He Yuan, given the situation. "Do you think she might have been evicted by her landlord?" He Yuan pondered for a moment before grabbing his suit jacket and standing up, patting He Yuan's shoulder. "Hold off on giving her the contact for now. You all enjoy yourselves. I will take my leave." "What the heck?" Zhong Mu, who had been silent, glanced at He Yuan's retreating figure. "What is the relationship between Lao He and this secretary? Why the urgency?" "Yeah, when I heard the call." His neck was practically stretching like a giraffe. Guan Ziqing chimed in, eager for gossip. "Come on, spill it. Who is she? Don't keep us in suspense." He Yuan clicked his tongue, saying, "How should I put it? It seems I have fallen for the very person who happens to be my secretary." "Fallen for someone?" Guan Ziqing expressed surprise. "Isn't he the one who doesn't believe in such things?" Zhong Mu chuckled. "I suppose it's true that meeting the right person changes everything." "Let us make a bet," Guan Ziqing suggested. "Lao He is an action-oriented guy. Let us wager on how long it'll take him to win over the secretary." "I'll start with 100, 6 months, He Yuan offered. "All right, I'll bet 100 too, but for a year," Zhong Mu declared. "Based on my understanding of Lao He, it shouldn't take longer than 3 months." Guan Ziqing chimed in. "Don't forget, Lin's secretary is an unpredictable variable. Just because you like someone doesn't mean you can win them over," He Yuan reminded. Zhong Mu nodded, acknowledging the truth in that statement. Chapter 12. Hand it over to me. He Yuan had consumed some alcohol, but fortunately, his driver Yu Zhao was waiting outside, serving not only as a chauffeur, but also as his personal bodyguard. As soon as He Yuan got into the car, he called Lin Yue. At that moment, she was squatting by the roadside, waiting for He Yuan's contact information. When she saw He Yuan's call, she was taken aback, initially thinking it was work-related, and quickly cleared her throat before answering. "Hello, President He." He Yuan unexpectedly asked, "Where are you right now?" Lin Yue instinctively replied, "At home." He Yuan recalled Lin Yue's employment details, saying, "Is it the Fengyun community on Fengyun Road in Jiangbei?" "Yes," she answered reflexively. He Yuan instructed, "Wait for me at the entrance of your community." He hung up the phone, leaving Lin Yue in confusion. Could be a sudden business trip? What about her luggage? Hastily, she dragged her suitcase toward the community entrance. Luckily, He Yuan was still a bit far away, so she had to leave her luggage with the security guard. Standing alone by the roadside, she waited for He Yuan. However, the distance felt too great. After 40 minutes, He Yuan had yet to arrive. Even so, Lin Yue dared not express any complaints. He Yuan occasionally glanced at his watch, urging Yu Zhao to speed up. Eventually, they took the highway, and after about 20 minutes, He Yuan's understated luxurious car stopped in front of Lin Yue. Before she could step forward to open the door for him, He Yuan exited the vehicle. "President He, where's your luggage?" They both asked simultaneously. Lin Yue was taken aback. "What luggage?" He Yuan explained, "When you called earlier, I was nearby. A few friends and I are gathering tonight. And since Zhou's assistant had been drinking, I figured I'd come over with my driver." "And then?" Lin Yue asked, bewildered. "Come with me." I'll help you with your accommodation. Huh? Lin Yue instinctively took a step back. No, that's all right. I can find a hotel myself. He Yuan frowned slightly. Lin's secretary, within 3 days, I will assist you with your accommodation. For now, come with me. If you stay in a hotel until you find a place. Even if you overdraw next month as salary, it may not suffice. The mention of salary struck a nerve with Lin Yue. However, staying at her superior's home made her hesitant. Don't worry. If you have concerns, I will return to my parents' house for the next couple of days. No need, Lin Yue quickly replied. How about you send her boss away? I'm not worried. It's just, well, all right then, but President He, may I stay in the workers' quarters? He Yuan sighed lightly. That's fine. We have 3 workers' rooms available. Lin Yue finally felt relieved. Where's your luggage? He Yuan gestured toward the security area. He signaled Yu Zhao to retrieve her luggage while he opened the door for Lin Yue. In her daze, perhaps due to hunger, Lin Yue instinctively stepped inside the car, only realizing afterward that not only had her superior opened the door for her, but she had also taken a seat in the back. Oh heavens, is it too late to get out now? He Yuan followed suit and sat beside her, causing Lin Yue to feel as if she were on pins and needles. Once Yu Zhao had stowed her luggage, he slowly started the vehicle. As Lin Yue pondered how to initiate a conversation to ease the awkward atmosphere, He Yuan spoke first. Secretary Lin, are you seeking Vice President Wei's contact information to inquire about the company's employee accommodation? Lin Yue tilted her head to glance at He Yuan. Indeed, as my secretary, your working hours cannot be compared to those of regular employees. Everything must align with my rhythm. It would likely be inconvenient for you to share living quarters with others. Lin Yue nodded in agreement, as she held the same sentiment. However, are single rooms in the company apartments not reserved for A-level designated personnel and management? He Yuan chuckled softly. That is indeed the case, but you do not fall within that category. You must understand that all your work is in service of me. This constitutes a particular exception. A single room should be permissible, though it may not be very spacious, perhaps around 50 to 60 square meters. That is acceptable, Lin Yue replied. I have modest requirements. He Yuan responded affirmatively, explaining that since it was a company-developed property, the rent for those associated with the company would be relatively lower, albeit likely more expensive than her previous accommodations, but not exceeding 3,000. Understood. I'll have Wei Jia arrange it for you tomorrow. Thank you, President He. He Yuan acknowledged her with a slight nod. Upon arriving at He Yuan's residence, Yu Zhao assisted in carrying the luggage upstairs. He Yuan addressed Aunt Qian, who approached. Please escort her to the remaining workers' room. Witnessing this exchange, Aunt Qian did not inquire further, but cast a puzzled glance at He Yuan. Sir, the workers' room? He Yuan sighed. Yes, she will not be using the guest room. Aunt Qian then understood, and her fondness for Secretary Lin increased considerably. Just as she was about to lead Lin Yue to her room, her gaze fell upon the abrasion on Lin Yue's arm. Oh dear, what happened? You're bleeding. He Yuan halted, turning to grasp Lin Yue's arm, his expression tightening in concern. Why didn't you mention this sooner? It's nothing. The injury looks worse than it is. It will heal in a couple of days. Aunt Qian admonished. You mustn't underestimate any injury. He Yuan maintained his hold, but assessed that Lin Yue's wound was indeed minor. He then instructed Aunt Qian, please fetch the first aid kit. I'll wash the dust off her wound first. Of course, I'll get it right away. He Yuan guided Lin Yue to the bathroom, adjusting the shower head to its lowest setting and gently rinsed her injury. When they returned to the living room, Aunt Qian was already waiting for them. He Yuan gestured for Lin Yue to sit on the sofa and then addressed Aunt Qian. Please prepare a bowl of noodles for her. Certainly. Lin Yue felt a bit embarrassed, but couldn't refuse, as she was quite hungry. Simultaneously, a warm current filled her heart. Give me your hand, He Yuan said softly. Perhaps it was his tender tone that compelled Lin Yue to place her hand into his warm, broad palm. The moment their skin touched, they both momentarily froze. It may sting a little. Bear with me while I disinfect the wound. All right. As the iodine made contact with her skin, Lin Yue flinched slightly, but remained silent. The sting was fleeting. He Yuan blew gently on her wound, and then quite delicately dusted it with some medication. All right, before you shower, have Aunt Qian bandage your wound with a waterproof dressing. Lin Yue nodded. Thank you, President He. You should eat first. I have some matters to attend to in my study. Make sure to rest early. As Lin Yue watched He Yuan's retreating figure, an indescribable feeling surged within her. Chapter 13. The secretary of the gentleman, a bowl of beautifully presented noodles was placed before Lin Yue, and she shyly expressed her gratitude to Aunt Qian. It's nothing. The gentleman enjoys my low-fat noodles. The tomatoes were grown by my family in the countryside, diced and sautéed to release their juices. The sauce is tangy and sweet, perfect for summer. Lin Yue tasted a bite and looked up in surprise, giving Aunt Qian a thumbs up. Delicious. Aunt Qian beamed. If it's good, then make sure to finish it all. Absolutely. With He Yuan absent, Lin Yue felt considerably more relaxed, engaging in light conversation with Aunt Qian. After finishing her meal, Lin Yue began to clear the dishes, but Aunt Qian swiftly intervened. The workers' room was still occupied by Aunt Luo and her husband, who politely greeted Lin Yue, but without the warmth Aunt Qian exhibited. Aunt Qian applied a bandage to Lin Yue's arm, affixing a waterproof covering. Just remove it after your shower. Lin Yue expressed her gratitude once more. If you need anything, just call me. I'm right next door. Lin Yue nodded, all right. Upon seeing Aunt Qian, Aunt Luo pulled her aside, inquiring, I haven't been around for a few days. Who is this? Not a new maid, but the gentleman's secretary. A secretary? Living in the house. Why you care so much? There are reasons behind the gentleman's decisions. Aunt Luo scoffed, just asking casually. Enough, time for bed. Once Aunt Luo retreated to her room, Aunt Qian knocked on the study door. Come in. Aunt Qian approached respectfully, sir. Miss Lin has gone to rest. Only then did He Yuan lift his gaze from the computer screen. How's her injury? It has been treated and appears not to be severe. He Yuan nodded, remarking, Aunt Luo constantly mentions her overseas niece. I'm aware of her intentions, but the company has its own hiring policies. Please advise her that if this occurs again, I'll consider terminating her with 3 months severance. Understood. Now, you may rest. You should also retire early, sir. He Yuan acknowledged her, and, after she departed, leaned back in his chair, tilting his head back slightly. His thoughts lingering on Secretary Lin's tear-stained eyes. A stubborn little lamb. He Yuan rubbed his forehead before rising to return to his bedroom. Meanwhile, Lin Yue had finished her shower. Just as she removed the waterproof dressing from her arm, her phone rang. Slightly tilting her head, she recognized the caller ID, Qin Yin. She must have found out. Lin Yue pressed the answer button. Hello, Yin, where have you been, Lin Yue? I only learned upon my return that Qin Jing had thrown you out. I was only gone for a meal with colleagues. How could you do that? I even called the landlord. Do you know what they said? They're compensating you, which infuriates me. What kind of person does that? Even if they're compensating, how could they expect you to find a place at this hour? Lin Yue felt warmth in her heart and chuckled lightly. It's fine, Yin. I'm at President He's place. I intended to call you after my shower, but you beat me to it. What? You went to his house. Is your boss treating you don't think too much? Lin Yue interrupted suddenly. Well, I called her assistant, Zhou. He happened to be nearby. Zhou had been drinking, so he came over. President, he mentioned he would handle the paperwork for my move to the company apartment. It's a single room. Qin Yin visibly relaxed. But wait a moment. Didn't you say you weren't eligible for a single room? President, he said, it's due to the special nature of my work. If you think about it, it makes sense. I don't have fixed working hours. I work when he works, leave when he leaves, travel when he travels. It would indeed disturb others. The rent is a bit higher than before, but I'd rather pay more than deal with someone like Qin Jing again. Qin Yin remarked. Now I understand your classmate. Her heart is as small as a sesame seed. I wouldn't dare stay there either. What if I found myself in your situation? I don't have a handsome boss to rescue me. What are you talking about? Lin Yue felt a bit shy. It was clear there was nothing. Yet Qin Yin's words left her inexplicably flustered. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer, and only after confirming that Lin Yue was fine did Qin Yin feel relieved enough to hang up the phone. The following morning, Lin Yue rose early. Yet He Yuan was even earlier, a fact that Lin Yue was already aware of, as Zhou Zhu had mentioned that He Yuan rose at 5 o'clock each day. Aunt Qian brought breakfast to the table, cheerfully commenting on the importance of exercise, lest one become weary from sitting in an office all day. After He Yuan emerged from the bathroom, Lin Yue awaited by his side, ready to assist him in selecting attire, but He Yuan declined her offer. Your hand is injured. I can manage, he stated. Noticing that he had already tied his tie, Lin Yue obediently stood to the side. After they both had breakfast, they headed straight to the office. The underground garage provided direct access to the president's exclusive elevator, and due to the unique nature of Lin Yue's work, there were no speculations from others about her and He Yuan exiting the same elevator together. It was all part of the job. Each day, before leaving work, Lin Yue would confirm the next day's schedule with He Yuan, and again in the morning, they would reconvene in the office to finalize the day's agenda. At 9 in the morning, there was the annual planning meeting for the subsidiary about to go public, followed by a 1-hour lunch break. Then from 1 to 1:30, the signing ceremony for the Central Plaza project, and finally from 2 to 3:30, Zhou Zhu's work report. He Yuan listened attentively while signing documents, his hands never pausing. You need not accompany me to the signing ceremony for the Central Plaza, He Yuan remarked, lifting his gaze from the pile of papers. I will have Wei Jia come by shortly. You should handle your accommodation matters with her today. Lin Yue nodded. Yes, thank you, President He. All right, back to work. He replied. Just as she settled down, Lin Yue received a phone call for an appointment. The company, Xingxing, was in need of transformation, and He Yuan intended to invest across various industries, including the entertainment sector, overseen by Vice President Zheng Yu. However, this came with numerous invitations for dinners with various actresses, and it was unusual for someone to call He Yuan directly. Hello, this is the Presidential Secretary's office of Xingxing Group. How may I assist you? I am Suying. I will be waiting for President He tonight at 8 at the Yunxing Grand Hotel. Just convey that to him, the caller stated before hanging up, leaving Lin Yue momentarily stunned. Suying? Waiting for their president? Wasn't that hotel under Xingxing? Lost in thought, Lin Yue recalled seeing Suying earlier at Yuan Yunting, in the same building as He Yuan. Her mouth slightly agape. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a secret concerning her superior. Chapter 14. It's her. Lin Yue set aside her work and approached He Yuan's desk. President He Ms. Su Ying has invited you to the Yunxing Grand Hotel tonight at 8. She did not provide a room number and hung up before I could respond. He Yuan paused, his brow furrowing slightly as he lifted his gaze to Lin Yue. Su Ying? Yes, Lin Yue confirmed with a nod. He Yuan tossed his pen aside, exclaiming, What is Zhongmu up to now? It appears he has entangled Su Ying in this situation, and though I wish to remain uninvolved, their connection began at my birthday party. Now that Su Ying is deeply involved, I feel it is somewhat related to me. After a moment, He Yuan stated, Understood. You will accompany me tonight. Huh? Lin Yue questioned, her voice laced with disbelief. Me? That seems rather inconvenient. He Yuan met her gaze, and in that instant, he perceived her misunderstanding. Su Ying is a girl supported by my grandmother. She is 3 years my senior. I have lived abroad since childhood, and she is as close as a sister to my mother. Lin Yue blinked in surprise, blurting out, Aunt? He Yuan couldn't suppress a laugh. You could interpret it that way. Lin Yue felt a bit flustered, realizing she was referring to a woman only 3 years older than herself as aunt. By the way, He Yuan continued, you need to visit Vice President Wei's office. I have already discussed your accommodation situation with her. All right, I will go now. Wei Jiao was also busy, and upon seeing Lin Yue, she promptly called the administrative supervisor, instructing Lin Yue to handle the matter independently. After filling out forms in the administrative department, Lin Yue returned to her office, only to find He Yuan rummaging through a cabinet. President He, what are you searching for? Perhaps I can assist you, she offered. He Yuan extended his hand, and Lin Yue gasped. You're bleeding? It's nothing, just a paper cut from a folder. I'm looking for a Band-Aid. I have one. Please wait a moment. Lin Yue hurried back to her desk, retrieving a Band-Aid adorned with a bear pattern, recalling that it was a brand purchased by Qin Yin, of which she had discreetly taken two. Such a prominent figure as He Yuan had a signing ceremony to attend later that afternoon. Although he was not a celebrity, there would still be media present. If someone were to see him sporting such a whimsical Band-Aid, it could lead to unnecessary speculation. At present, however, it was the only option available. Approaching He Yuan, she said, I apologize, President He. This is the only Band-Aid I have. He Yuan nodded, observing the Band-Aid featuring several bears with various expressions. I'll go buy a new one during lunch. No need. The functionality is the same, He Yuan interrupted, taking the Band-Aid from her. As Lin Yue carefully applied the Band-Aid to his wound, Zhou Yunce entered, witnessing the tender scene of He Yuan smiling softly down at Lin Yue as she tended to his injury. Oh no! He arrived at the most inopportune moment. Zhou Yunce thought. After Lin Yue finished, she noticed Zhou Yunce and offered a faint smile before returning to her desk. At that moment, a department staff member arrived with documents, and to avoid interrupting the discussion, Lin Yue led them to the outer office. Zhou Yunce cast a sideways glance at the Band-Aid on He Yuan's finger, teasingly saying, if you had delayed a moment longer, that wound would have healed. He Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. ISNT the work report scheduled for this afternoon? Why are you here now? Zhou Yunce chuckled. Are you already tired of me? It seems you've only ever heard the laughter of newcomers, never the tears of the old. As He Yuan prepared to dismiss him, Zhou Yunce sat down earnestly, and their conversation lasted about 10 minutes before concluding. Just as Zhou Yunce stood to leave, He Yuan called out to him, Do you know where Zhongmu is gone? How would I know? You know him. He's a free spirit. Who can keep him grounded? He Yuan sighed in exasperation as Su Ying's call rang through to the presidential office. Zhou Yunce, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "She must have known you wouldn't answer." "So she called Lin secretary instead?" He Yuan nodded. "Oh dear, do you think Lin's secretary might misunderstand? Did you explain?" "I did," He Yuan replied, prompting Zhou Yunce to feel relieved. Yet, recalling He Yuan as hurried demeanor from the previous night, he felt an itch to tease, as the saying goes. The early bird catches the worm. The moon has practically fallen into your courtyard. Don't tell me you can't catch it. He Yuan replied with a sigh. Wei Jia has already arranged for the administrative department to assist her in applying for a dormitory. Wait, why did you let her move into the apartment? With your intelligence. You could have concocted 100 reasons to keep her here, Zhou Yun stated. He Yuan looked at him disdainfully. What do you take her for? She is a young woman. Living with her superior is not appropriate, especially considering our current relationship is merely professional. If others were to find out, the gossip could be quite damaging. Zhou Yunce nodded in agreement. You are quite considerate. I am in awe of your thoughtfulness. He Yuan added, for me, your work performance is what matters most. And what about Lin's secretary? Do you have any expectations of her? Also, judging by your demeanor, it seems you might be serious. But could it be that you have never dated, hence your curiosity about everything? He Yuan, she is merely a girl from an ordinary family. You should think carefully. The disparity between you is too vast. Although the tale of Cinderella may lack realism, it has managed to deceive many. He Yuan, however, was not angered by his doubts, but gently countered, who defines disparity? What you perceive as a reality poses no issue for me. He was acutely aware of his own identity, and the only concern for him was whether Lin Yue could accept him. He never believed that his advantages would exempt him from rejection by the one he cherished. At the beginning of love, he too was cautious, afraid to draw near, just like any ordinary man who finds himself smitten. Zhou Yunce remained curious and asked, can love at first sight truly determine the course of one's life? He Yuan chuckled softly, admitting, even I find it hard to believe, yet the evidence lies before me. The moment I laid eyes on her, absurdly, I wanted to marry her. Perhaps it was the sultry breeze of that evening or the tranquil beauty of the sunset that conspired to bring that singular presence into his line of sight, where leaves swayed and the twilight danced, yet the figure before him remained still. In that instant, a voice unexpectedly penetrated his thoughts. It is her. Chapter 15. The adorable band-aid. When Lin Yue re-entered, He Yuan and Zhou Yunce had ceased their conversation. President He, these documents require your signature. He Yuan nodded, and Zhou Yunce rose to leave, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Yue as he did. Lin Yue was bewildered by Zhou's peculiar gaze. In the afternoon, as He Yuan attended a signing ceremony, Lin Yue's apartment arrangements were finally solidified. After collecting her card and keys from the administrative department, she fortuitously encountered He Yuan returning to the company. He Yuan glanced at the items in her hands and asked, have you received them? Yes, Lin Yue replied, her joy evident. He Yuan inquired, when do you plan to move? Tomorrow, as we still need to go to Yunxing Hotel together this evening, she responded. He Yuan acknowledged, it was not necessary for you to make this trip, but with Su Ying being a popular actress, it would be inconvenient for me to go alone. Lin Yue felt that He Yuan was not only gentle, but also considerate. After everyone had finished work, Lin Yue and He Yuan remained, and around 6:30, they ventured to the company cafeteria together. Naturally, some departments were still working late, and Lin Yue encountered Vice President Zheng Yu and his assistant, Qing Jing. Lin Yue remained unfazed and did not direct her gaze towards Qing Jing, as the two men were unaware of the past tensions between them. During dinner, the two executives sat together, creating a juxtaposition of pairs. Zheng Yu and He Yuan discussed the acquisition of a live streaming platform and investments in the film industry, while Lin Yue silently focused on her meal. Qing Jing gazed at He Yuan with admiration, but her smile faltered upon noticing the bear-shaped band-aid on his index finger. Having lived together for some time, Qing Jing could not possibly be unaware that this particular band-aid was favored by Qin Yan. As Qin Yan's close friend, Lin Yue possessing it was hardly surprising. She glanced at Lin Yue, who was engrossed in her food, puzzled as to how this individual could garner the attention of a president like He Yuan, who was meticulous about his personal and corporate image, to wear such a childish adornment. Moreover, the edges of the band-aid were slightly curled, suggesting it had been worn for quite some time. He Yuan had even attended a signing ceremony that afternoon. Was it possible he had been sporting this childish item the whole time? Naturally, Zheng Yu noticed the band-aid as well, nearly choking on his food. With a teasing glint in his eye, he remarked, "President He, have you started dating?" He Yuan looked perplexed, unsure of why Zheng Yu would ask such a thing. Zheng Yu raised an eyebrow at the cute band-aid, suggesting, surely, it must have been placed there by a girlfriend? Lin Yue accidentally choked, and, eager to avoid embarrassment, quickly set down her chopsticks, covering her mouth with her hand and turning away. Seeing this, He Yuan also laid down his chopsticks and gently patted her back, asking, "Secretary Lin, are you all right?" Lin Yue waved her hand and coughed. "I'm fine." Zheng Yu, confused, questioned, "Did I say something wrong?" Once Lin Yue managed to recover, she delicately wiped away the tears brought on by her cough with the tip of her ring finger and explained to Zheng Yu, "You misunderstand, Vice President Zheng. This is my band-aid." President He's hand was scratched by a folder, but it was also my oversight. I will ensure to prepare these items properly next time. Lin Yu's complexion was fair, and whether in excitement, after drinking, or during a sudden cough, her cheeks took on a rosy hue, resembling a delicate blush. Anyone who looked upon her would find themselves captivated. Furthermore, the light pink at the corners of her eyes and brows added a touch of natural charm to her already gentle appearance. The glistening almond-shaped eyes, fixed on him as she earnestly explained, stirred something within Zheng Yu. Typically drawn to more vibrant and striking women, Zheng Yu inexplicably found Lin Yu's beauty enchanting, and a compliment slipped from his lips. "Secretary Lin, I must say, I find you quite beautiful." Lin Yu was taken aback for a moment, instinctively replying, "Thank you." He Yuan's brow furrowed, his previously gentle demeanor cracking slightly. Noticing He Yuan's displeasure, Qing Jing hesitated to speak, but in her mind, she thought He Yuan might be upset that Lin Yu had mentioned the incident. Hence, she added, "It's clear that Secretary Lin did not mean any harm. What matters most is that President He was injured. I know there are 2 pharmacies just across the street from our company." Her words, though seemingly benign, were rather trivial. Anyone working at the Stellar headquarters would be aware of the shops across the street. Lin Yu looked at Qing Jing, feeling exasperated by her foolishness. Both executives were seasoned professionals in the business world, and it was clear that her attempt to alleviate the situation only came off as juvenile in the eyes of He Yuan and Zheng Yu. As anticipated, He Yuan cast a dismissive glance at Qing Jing before turning to Lin Yu and asking, "Have you finished your meal, Secretary Lin?" She nodded. "Then let us go." Lin Yu acknowledged Zheng Yu with a nod and followed He Yuan out of the cafeteria. Zheng Yu set down his chopsticks, the pleasant expression on his face evaporating instantly. He turned to Qing Jing, saying, "Assistant Qing, Lin Yu is President He's right-hand person. Even if she is a newcomer, she is the president's chosen secretary, which signifies her exceptional capabilities." Qing Jing begrudgingly acquiesced. Zheng Yu continued, "He Yuan prefers to keep his circle small. Previously, Zhou Yun's handled the entirety of the presidential office. In theory, it is not unusual for a president to have several secretaries, but a larger number of people breeds competition and intrigue. Eventually, he dismissed those individuals. Yet Zhou Yun's could not juggle both his work and personal life, leading to Lin Yu's hiring. Now, the presidential office consists of only 5 people, including President He's driver, Yu Zhao. Consider how many responsibilities Secretary Lin has to manage for President He. Moreover, I can confidently assert that once Stellar successfully transitions, Zhou Yun will no longer be able to assist President He. Whichever department he oversees, he will be a managerial figure, a top-tier presence. If Zhou Yun departs, who do you think will step up?" Qing Jing froze, gazing at Zheng Yu with confusion. "I value talent, and you are indeed impressive, but your pride is quite pronounced. My intention in having you serve tea and water was to temper your temperament. I understand your reluctance to accept that you lost to Lin Yu during the interview, but the reality is evident. It would be best for you to come to terms with it. Should you continue to speak to Lin Yu in such a condescending manner, I cannot protect you next time." With that, Zheng Yu departed, leaving Qing Jing to slowly digest his words. To be candid, Zheng Yu felt a tinge of disappointment towards Qing Jing. Nevertheless, since she was his own choice, it would be rather humiliating to let her go immediately after her confirmation. Chapter 16, Mirror Reflection. At 8 o'clock, Yunxing Grand Hotel. He Yuan did not bring a driver, so Lin Yu drove. Yunxing was developed under the Stellar Group, granting He Yuan the highest privileges for parking and accommodation. Wishing to avoid drawing attention, He Yuan led Lin Yu through the VIP passage. Su Ying's room was on the top floor, and upon reaching, He Yuan gestured for Lin Yu to knock. As soon as Lin Yu tapped twice, the door opened slightly from within. Su Ying paused, and upon seeing He Yuan, she fully opened the door. Lin Yu's expression instantly transformed into one of starry-eyed admiration. The actress was strikingly exquisite. Alone in the hotel, she wore immaculate makeup, and her attire radiated a formidable presence. Su Ying's beauty was captivating, embodying a blend of allure and a hint of wildness, her aura undeniably exceptional. "Who is this?" Su Ying glanced at Lin Yue and inquired. "My secretary." Lin Yue promptly greeted, "Hello, Sulaosi." Su Ying smiled, replying, "Hello." Then, turning towards He Yuan, she teased, "Your secretary is quite the beauty, not at all inferior to those starlets." Lin Yue humbly responded, "You flatter me, Su Laosher." He Yuan settled into the living room, glancing around at the disarray with an air of disdain. "You live here alone? Why not go home?" In the presence of acquaintances, Su Ying shed her dignified demeanor, slumping like a soft noodle on the sofa. "Clearly, you Haven T kept up with the news. I was photographed with Zhong Mu, and I'm unwilling to deny our relationship. Those paparazzi are relentless. I suspect Yuan Yunting has already been compromised." "Photographed? What about Zhong Mu?" Su Ying said, "If I knew, I wouldn't be seeking your help. I can't even reach him by phone. Please assist me." If Zhong Mu were to stand before He Yuan now, he might not guarantee his temper would remain in check. Initially, Zhong Mu pursued Su Ying ardently, but shortly after winning her affection, he grew distant, running away whenever they quarreled, and now his whereabouts were unknown. He Yuan sighed helplessly, gazing at Su Ying with a mix of disappointment and frustration. "Can't you choose someone else to love? Is it not exhausting? By now, you should have seen Zhong Mu's true colors." Su Ying tightened her grip on the cushion. "He's still young. Besides, he simply doesn't want to marry. He hasn't flirted with anyone else or made any serious mistakes. He just cherishes his freedom. I'm certain he loves me. After so many years of affection, how could I easily let go?" He Yuan replied, "He is 3 years younger than you, yet nearing 30. To phrase it positively, he loves freedom. To phrase it negatively, he is evasive, utterly lacking in responsibility. If you marry him, the only one to suffer will be you." "I understand." Su Ying lowered her gaze to the cushion's pattern, her hidden disappointment and grievance unnoticed by anyone. He Yuan silently cursed under his breath, "I will help you investigate. No matter where he is, I will bring him back to you. However, Su Ying, you must have a serious conversation with him." Su Ying finally smiled. "Yes, I know." After exchanging a few more words, before departing, Su Ying's phone erupted with frantic ringing. It was her manager calling. "Gello Fanya. Ying, the hotel you're in is surrounded by paparazzi. You're alone, right?" Su Ying froze, instinctively glancing at He Yuan. "No, there's also He Zong from Stellar." "Fanjia, what should I do?" "He Zong must not be photographed. The paparazzi have already arrived. You need to exit the room quickly and split up." "Understood." Su Ying hung up, urgency in her voice. "Hurry, we must leave immediately. The paparazzi are coming. You go first, otherwise we won't be able to get out." He Yuan stood up, saying, "Do not split up. We'll take the VIP passage directly to the underground garage." "Then let's hurry," Su Ying urged. He Yuan grasped Lin Yu's wrist, guiding her, and Su Ying to lead the way, as he guarded the rear. Just as they exited the room and entered the VIP corridor, the paparazzi surged forward, accompanied by hotel security. The paparazzi had a knack for infiltrating any situation, and Su Ying understood this all too well. Even if she fled to Mars, they would follow. Moreover, in a hotel, a place of business, anyone could blend in with minimal disguise. Who didn't he know that it was better to offend a petty person than a member of the media? Their pen could either grant you life or lead you to ruin. In this era, many individuals had long resorted to unscrupulous means for profit. The trio entered the elevator, and Su Ying visibly relaxed, but then suddenly turned to He Yuan, saying, "What if there are people waiting in the underground garage?" He Yuan glanced at Su Ying and then at Lin Yue, instructing, "You should give Lin Yue your hat and coat and swap shoes." Before exiting, Su Ying habitually grabbed her hat and coat from the hall cabinet. She hesitated, glancing at Lin Yue. "Is this really all right? I don't want to drag you into this." He Yuan reassured her, "It's fine. I will protect her. Once we reach, we will exit first, and you can act accordingly." Lin Yue nodded, "Sulaoshi, fine." Only then did Su Ying hand over her coat and hat to Lin Yue, and they exchanged shoes. Su Ying and Lin Yue were of similar height, but when Lin Yue donned Su Ying's high heels, she nearly lost her balance. And it was only He Yuan's steadying hand that saved her. Although Lin Yue typically wore heels to work, they were lower and more comfortable. She had never worn such towering stilettos and felt she could hardly walk. Su Ying appraised Lin Yue, then suddenly told He Yuan, "Turn around." He Yuan complied. But the elevator's mirrored walls reflected everything. Su Ying crouched to tuck Lin Yue's knee-length skirt, transforming her previously graceful silhouette into a snug, ultra-short dress, and then adjusted her hairpins. "Isn't this a bit too short?" He Yuan suddenly interjected. Su Ying stood up and shot him a sidelong glance. "Were you peeking?" "My apologies." He Yuan cleared his throat, glancing at the reflection. "Su Ying scoff, min." He Yuan. He truly had meant to. Lin Yue felt her cheeks flush, awkwardly tugging at her skirt, realizing it was indeed a bit too short. As the elevator approached the underground garage, He Yuan unexpectedly removed Lin Yue's hat and gently rearranged her hair, pushing the strands that had fallen behind her ears to frame her face, and then placed the hat back on, adjusting it downwards. Su Ying leaned against the elevator wall, observing the scene with amusement, momentarily forgetting her own predicament. "So, He Yuan has a fondness for his secretary," she mused. Chapter 17. Lin Yue disguises as Su Ying. The elevator reached the underground garage. He Yuan exited first, scanning the surroundings, which appeared eerily quiet. There wasn't a soul in sight, yet it could easily be a trap. He reached back, signaling for Lin Yue to take his hand. Just as her fingertips brushed against his, he grasped her hand firmly, their palms pressed together. Lin Yue instinctively glanced at the back of He Yuan's head. Su Ying remained hidden in the corner of the elevator, unwilling to step out. Just as the elevator was about to close, a commotion erupted outside. Su Ying peered out and confirmed that there were indeed people waiting. "Miss Su, is this your boyfriend?" "Miss Su, is this the man you were seen with by the river?" "Miss Su." A throng of reporters surged forward, cameras flashing incessantly. In that moment, He Yuan wrapped his arm around Lin Yue's shoulders, drawing her closer to him while shielding her face with his other hand. The path to the heavens was indeed treacherous. Lin Yue, lacking in experience, was not only clumsy but also harbored concerns about being recognized as someone other than Su Ying. A misstep nearly caused her to fall, but He Yuan promptly grasped her shoulder, preventing her from tumbling. Fortunately, Su Ying was astute and had already made her escape during this moment of distraction. He Yuan escorted Lin Yue to his vehicle, assisting her into the passenger seat before firmly shutting the door. Those onlookers, however, would not let such an opportunity slip by. They clamored at the car, attempting to open the door, but He Yuan deftly held them at bay. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to clarify," he began, and several paparazzi quieted, thinking he was about to divulge a scoop. "Firstly, the woman inside is not Su Ying. Secondly, I am not Su Ying's boyfriend. Lastly, should any photograph be leaked today, the legal and public relations departments of Hengqin are at the ready." With this parting remark, He Yuan entered his vehicle. The paparazzi exchanged bewildered glances. What does that mean? She's not Su Ying? Is he serious? If he says she isn't, then she isn't? Hengqin? Is that the Hengqin I know, the real estate titan? Wait a minute, does that mean Su Ying's boyfriend is the heir of Hengqin? In the midst of their confusion, He Yuan had already driven away, and the paparazzi soon received a call from their colleague stationed at the garage exit, informing them that Su Ying had long since departed. Unbelievable. It really isn't Su Ying? We've been played. Let's go, let's go. Lin Yue's dress, already somewhat short due to Su Ying's handiwork, seemed even shorter as she settled into the car. Subconsciously glancing at He Yuan, she furtively removed the hairpin holding her skirt and carefully adjusted it. He Yuan caught sight of her subtle movement and let out a light chuckle. As they waited at a traffic light, he called Su Ying, feeling reassured upon learning that she had successfully evaded the paparazzi. On the way back, Lin Yue's stomach unexpectedly growled, the sound resonating in the quiet confines of the car, prompting her to wish to leap out. He Yuan, however, said nothing, simply calling Aunt Qian to request a light, digestible supper. Lin Yue felt as though she could sink into the ground. It was only 10 o'clock. What was there to eat for supper? In truth, she had a hearty appetite and often found herself hungry. But in her pursuit of maintaining her figure, she had learned to cope with hunger, though she was still not accustomed to it. Aunt Qian prepared some millet porridge, and He Yuan, not partaking, retreated to his study to contact his driver. "You won't be needed for the next few days. Please investigate the whereabouts of Zhongmu and ascertain whether he is still in the country." "Yes, sir." Once the call ended, He Yuan knew that most of his staff were multifunctional. His two chief bodyguards were Yu Zhao and Fu Han, with Fu Han primarily focused on other matters within the He family, leaving Yu Zhao to assist him. After finishing her meal and chatting briefly with Aunt Qian, Lin Yue returned to her room to call Qin Yan. She requested her friend's company for her upcoming move, and Qin Yan readily agreed. Just as Lin Yue was about to take a shower and rest, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she was surprised to find Aunt Luo standing there. "Miss Lin, are you asleep?" Lin Yue shook her head. "Not yet." Aunt Luo smiled sheepishly. "I can ask you a few questions. I hope you don't mind." Lin Yue slightly opened the door wider. "Please come in." Aunt Luo entered Lin Yue's room. "Miss Lin, are you now Mr. He's secretary? Where did you graduate from? What did you study?" Her tone was gentle and sincere, leading Lin Yue to believe she was merely engaging in casual conversation. "I studied education in college and pursued foreign languages for my master's." "Oh, I see. May I ask why, Aunt Luo? Do you have a child or relative preparing for the entrance exam?" No. Aunt Luo quickly waved her hands. "I have a niece who just returned from abroad, majoring in finance. She excels academically and is particularly outstanding. Upon hearing that I work for the He family, she insisted I assist her, but I am just a maid. I know nothing." Understanding her implication, Lin Yue sincerely offered a suggestion. "Aunt Luo, since your niece is so talented, you could have her submit her resume directly to Hengxing. We at Hengxing value talent highly, and I believe she would surely be accepted." Aunt Luo furrowed her delicate brows. "Isn't being a secretary considered a high emotional intelligence position? How can this Miss Lin not grasp such a simple hint?" Lin Yue sipped her warm water, contemplating the absurdity of being treated as a fool. How could a mere secretary influence Hengxing's hiring decisions? It seemed that Aunt Luo had faced setbacks with He Yuan, prompting her to approach Lin Yue instead. "Miss Lin, that is not my intention. What I meant was..." Just then, there was another knock at the door. Aunt Luo, reluctant, glanced toward the entrance, but averted her gaze upon seeing Aunt Qian. Aunt Qian greeted Lin Yue and led Aunt Luo away. Lin Yue exhaled a sigh of relief, grabbing a towel to head for the bathroom. Aunt Qian pulled Aunt Luo aside at the staircase landing. "If you no longer wish to work here, just say so. The master is quite lenient, but he has tolerated your antics multiple times. He has stated that the company has its own hiring protocols, and if I catch you again, you and the old boss will be shown the door." "I was wrong, sister. I won't dare again." Aunt Qian replied, "You better not." "I absolutely won't. I just felt sorry for the child. I had no choice, but I promise I won't make that mistake again." Aunt Qian acknowledged her, but felt a lingering unease. It seemed necessary to keep a close watch on her. Any misstep would result in immediate dismissal to avoid causing trouble for the master and the company. Chapter 18 in the He household. Aunt Qian was privy to nearly everything. Had it not been for Aunt Luo's husband being deaf and mute and of an honest disposition, He Yuan would have dismissed them long ago. The following day at work, Lin Yue's mood was noticeably brighter, which He Yuan attributed to her impending move. After work, they returned to Lan Yunting, and He Yuan, observing her cheerful demeanor, could not help but inquire, "Secretary Lin, would you like me to drive you to Sanhao Garden?" Lin Yue shook her head. "Thank you, Mr. He, but there's no need to trouble you. A friend is coming to help me, and besides, the staff over there all know you." He Yuan conceded, "Very well, then I'll have someone else drive you." "No need." Lin Yue quickly declined. "The route is quite straightforward. I can manage with my 2 suitcases. My friend just called to say she has arrived outside. We'll take a taxi ourselves." "Thank you for your kindness over these past 2 days, Mr. He." He Yuan nodded, a hint of disappointment lingering as he had hoped to invite her for dinner. Yet, with her friend's arrival, such possibilities evaporated. Even after Lin Yue bid farewell, he remained standing in place, seemingly dazed for a good 10 seconds. Aunt Qian, noticing his preoccupation, prompted, "Sir?" He Yuan snapped back to reality, responding, "I will head upstairs now. There are matters to attend to." As he ascended, Aunt Qian suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, slapping her thigh in realization. How could I have been so oblivious? Even if the master is too reserved to express his feelings, I could have easily devised 100 excuses to keep her for dinner. But then I thought, Secretary Lin comes here every day. Will there not be ample opportunity? Aunt Qian had a knack for handling such situations. She had been with the He family since He Yuan's high school days and was directly assigned by his mother to care for He Yuan's daily needs upon his return to the country. She cherished the familial atmosphere of the He household and had remained steadfast for many years, an unwavering presence that no one could displace. Meanwhile, Lin Yue, still on her way, remained blissfully unaware of Aunt Qian's scheming intentions toward her. Tan Yin knew that Lin Yue was very frugal and had originally suggested taking the bus. But Lin Yue flatly refused. After all, her friend was helping her move with such heavy luggage, and the constant stops and starts of the bus, coupled with Tan Yan's motion sickness, would have made it unbearable. The apartment was naturally close to the company, so they arrived at number 3 courtyard in no time. She lived on the 11th floor, in room 1101. Seeing the number, Tan Yan couldn't help but laugh. No wonder you always meet oddballs when matchmaking. Look at this number. It's not superstition, I'm just saying. Lin Yue pulled out her key and opened the door, saying superstition is a no-no. I want to excel in both family and career. Tan Yan was amused by her, and as the door opened, she slightly parted her lips, her eyes filled with surprise. Wow, no wonder it's a big company. This is practically a one-bedroom, isn't it? Why is it so cheap? And there's even a small balcony? Lin Yue was also a bit stunned. She had always known that Hengxing provided excellent accommodation and meals, but she hadn't expected it to be this good. The one-bedroom, less than 60 square meters, looked compact but well-organized. As soon as you entered, there was a shoe cabinet with a full-length mirror embedded in it. Further inside, on either side, were the bathroom and kitchen, with their entrances staggered. Next to the bathroom was the bedroom connected to the living room, and next to the kitchen was a tiny dining area, suitable for only 2 people. At the end of the hallway was a small balcony, so small that you could almost touch the walls with your arms outstretched. Next to the balcony, connected to the living room, was a small space for the washing machine and clothes drying. The monthly rent was 3,000 yuan, and Lin Yue was more than satisfied. In fact, she was quite excited. What was it like to have her own little nest? It was simply delightful. Though the place was already clean, Lin Yue still pulled Tan Yan to wipe down all the counters. It didn't take long, and within an hour, everything from the boxes was neatly arranged. Tan Yan looked around approvingly. It looks good, though it could use some decorations and plants. When you have free time or get off work early, we can go to that wholesale market we visited before. You love flowers, don't you? Lin Yue nodded. She loved flowers, specifically the art of flower arrangement. She enjoyed the process of placing fresh flowers into different containers, but the flowers in stores were too expensive and she never bought them. After all, flower arranging was just a dream, and she had to live in reality. As Lin Yue's good friend, Tan Yan knew her dreams, but dreams were just dreams. After they finished, the sky had just begun to darken. Lin Yue took Tan Yan out for dinner, also to familiarize herself with the surroundings. Since it was an employee apartment developed by the company, it was naturally close to the office, and He Yuan also lived in the city center. To her delight, Lin Yue found that she could sleep in a bit longer in the mornings. They found a small restaurant in the back street of number 3 courtyard. To thank Tan Yan, Lin Yue ordered her favorite dish, crayfish, and got 2 cans of beer. As they ate and chatted, the conversation turned to Qingjing. Tan Yan sighed, I might be moving out too. A colleague also finds the current place too far, and we decided to share an apartment. Lin Yue, sure. It's up to you. Tan Yan, actually, Qingjing wasn't like this before. I wonder why she changed. Lin Yue smiled. Yan, everyone hopes others do well, but not better than themselves. Being better than oneself is a sin. Some things I didn't say to save Qingjing some face. We interviewed for jobs together, and she clearly had no intention of applying to Hengxing, but after I mentioned it, she showed up at the same interview. I couldn't help but think she must have submitted her resume overnight. Tan Yan, I also suspected that, but I didn't want to affect our friendship, so I didn't say anything. Lin Yue, so, everything has its reasons. We treated her as a friend, but she saw us as fools. Screw that, let's clink our beers. Here's to a new beginning, hoping we won't be fools anymore. Lin Yue, a person with emotions, felt a bit uneasy about the rift with Qingjing, even though she appeared calm. It was her first major falling out with a friend, and initially, she wondered if she had done something wrong. Fortunately, she quickly realized that she shouldn't be hard on herself over such matters. The next afternoon, during a meeting, He Yuan noticed a trending topic rapidly exploding on the internet: the true identity of Su Ying's mysterious boyfriend. The Hengxing PR department quickly contacted the president's office. When Lin Yue saw the trending topic, the names He Yuan, Hengxing, and Su Ying were all listed. Lin Yue scrolled through the comments. Wow, our Ying has really made it? Is it confirmed? Amazing, the president of Hengxing Group. He Yuan, male, 27 years old, 188 centimeters tall, 79 kilograms. Born on August 20th, Leo, Ivy League master's degrees in finance and computer science, eldest son of the He family, current president of Hengxing. Below is a side profile photo from a business event. Sob, no frontal photos found. Oh, his nose is so sharp, and that mole is so sexy. I like it. Is there really such a handsome and capable president in real life? Ah, he's exactly my type. I wish I could be suing. Fortunately, there were no negative comments. With Zhou Zhu away on a business trip, Lin Yue quickly got up and rushed to the meeting room. With the rapid development of the internet, traditional businesses are facing increasingly severe challenges, including Hengxing. Both our hotels and malls are seeing a significant drop in foot traffic, leading to a decline in revenue. He Yuan's speech was interrupted by Lin Yue's sudden knock on the door. He looked at her, and she quickly walked over, showing him the trending news on her phone. The people in the meeting room exchanged glances, wondering what could be so important to interrupt He Yuan's meeting. His expression turned cold, and his face darkened. Those people always ignored his words. Did they think he wouldn't sue them due to the hassle or public pressure? Where did they get such confidence? Some people whispered among themselves, and He Yuan glanced at them, then dismissed the meeting. Everyone left the room quietly, knowing He Yuan was angry. He turned to Lin Yue. Have the PR and legal departments come up immediately. They're already here. I'll bring them in right away. For professional matters, professionals were needed. After the PR department understood the relationship between He Yuan and Su Ying, they weren't too worried. Hengxing, as a long-established company, had a positive image. Once, the old president He Yuan's grandfather, nearly ruined Hengxing due to his infidelities. It's not that celebrities are bad, but the combination of a celebrity and a president often leads to speculation. He Yuan came from a harmonious and open-minded family, and his parents were deeply in love, so he wouldn't hide a relationship. However, Su Ying Studio's phone was constantly busy, and the PR director was at a loss. He Yuan thought for a moment and said, "There's no rush. This is a baseless rumor. By tomorrow morning, it will be clarified. Rest assured." But those blurry photos from the underground garage are not of me and Su Ying, but of me and Secretary Lin. I want to see Su Ying, and Secretary Lin was with me. In an emergency, to help Su Ying escape, Secretary Lin wore her clothes. Neither Secretary Lin nor I are public figures, so these photos should be removed immediately. If they don't understand, we'll make them understand through the law. The compensation will be donated to charity. Yes, sir. After they left, He Yuan called Su Ying again, but no one answered. He tried until the end of the workday, but still no answer. It was only a call from his mother, Jiang Nanji, that made He Yuan leave early. When he arrived home, no one greeted him. He went straight to Jiang Nanji and asked, "Mom, where is Su Ying?" Su Ying came over and fell asleep immediately, not waking up until now. Jiang Nanji, upon seeing the news online, thought the two truly had become involved. She extended her trembling finger, pointing at her son. "He Yuan, you are simply committing a sin. Although you and Ying share no blood relation and are only 3 years apart, in Su Ying's heart, you have always been her nephew. How dare you engage in such behavior? You scoundrel." He Tian also wore a stern expression. Yes, scoundrel. He Lin, clutching his gaming console, glanced at his brother and muttered, "Scoundrel." He Yuan interjected, "Could you perhaps allow me to explain first?" He Lin cheerfully addressed Jiang Nanji, "Mom, explanation is merely a disguise, and disguise is the essence of a truth." Jiang Nanji wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed. He Tian, indulgent of his wife, chimed in exactly. He Yuan snatched He Lin's gaming console and kicked him towards his homework. "No, I want to stay and listen to the gossip." He Yuan's expression darkened. "Are you going or not?" He Lin pouted, reluctantly ascending the stairs, silently vowing to one day surpass his brother in height. As He Lin watched his brother go upstairs, he secretly hid on the staircase, peering over the railing. "Dad, Mom, listen to me. The person dating Su Ying is not me. I met her with my secretary the night before last at your request to help her investigate something. After all, she is nominally my aunt. How could I not assist? However, the paparazzi somehow got into the hotel, and in a moment of desperation, my secretary changed her clothes. The photos you saw were of me and my secretary. Lin Yue." "What?" Jiang Nanji glanced at her phone again. "Is this your secretary? Why does she look so much like Ying? She's my secretary, Mom. Please wake Su Ying. Her manager is going crazy trying to contact her." Jiang Nanji immediately shifted to a maternal tone. "My dear baby, I misunderstood you. I am sorry." He Yuan, weary, lamented, "Could we please change that nickname?" Meanwhile, He Lin, still clinging to the railing, snickered, mimicking "my dear baby." He Yuan, forcing a smile, asked, "What's wrong, or Bao?" He Lin shuddered at the nickname, descending the stairs in a huff. "Mom, could you please refrain from calling my brother my dear baby? Every time you do, he calls me Bao in return." Jiang Nanji regarded him with disbelief. "You are indeed Bao." He Tian added, "Yes, Bao. I." He Lin huffed, "If you continue like this, I will go to Kai Kai's house." He Yuan replied, "Go ahead. I recently met your sister Qingqing. She mentioned that Kai Kai is being beaten by Uncle Guan 3 times a day. I think you should experience that yourself." He Lin retorted, "I will go do my homework." He Yuan laughed. "Off you go." After He Lin left, Jiang Nanji immediately pulled He Yuan aside. "So you do have a girl you like? How about this? Bring her home, and I promise I will stop calling you my dear baby. I will leave that for her." He Yuan replied, "Mom, I'm still pursuing her." Jiang Nanji's expression shifted dramatically. "What a waste. What speed is that?" He Yuan sighed. "Mom, we have known each other for less than half a year." Jiang Nanji retorted, "What of it? Half a year is ample time for a whirlwind marriage, is it not? It is not as if you are incapable." Chapter 20. Our CEO, he already has someone special. Su Ying drank heavily throughout the night, and the following day, she received a call from Jiang Nanji inviting her to dinner. However, upon arriving at the He family residence, she fell into a deep slumber. Had it not been for He Yuan, she would likely still be asleep. He Yuan observed Su Ying, who had not washed her face or combed her hair. Her eyes red and swollen, lacking even a trace of the glamorous starlet she once was. "And Ying, at this rate you might lose fans." "Huh." Su Ying pinched He Lin's cheek. He Yuan quickly seized He Lin to prevent retaliation. "You two stop fooling around and discuss something serious." "What did your manager say?" Su Ying, lethargic, replied, "Let me return to the company first. Before I clarify this matter, is it all right if I send you the draft?" Jiang Nanji interjected, "If you truly want to clarify, you cannot hide your relationship with us any longer. For many years, you have avoided associating with us in public." Su Ying responded, "I was fortunate to meet your family. Madame Jiang treats me like her own daughter, and how could I shamelessly leverage her influence to rise?" Jiang Nanji patted her hand. "If you need help, do not hesitate to ask. Do not bear it all alone." Even now, they had not inquired about the identity of the man photographed with Su Ying, for which she was grateful. The Zhong family was of scholarly lineage, with each member contributing to the nation. How could they accept a starlet with such a sordid past? Both she and Zhong Mu understood this, and due to Zhong Mu's immaturity, Su Ying had always evaded the topic. Aside from He Yuan and a few others, no one knew they were in a relationship. He Yuan, now a trending topic, sought to avoid further paparazzi attention. After dinner, he and Su Ying left the He family villa one after the other. The following morning at 10, Su Ying's studio released a statement clarifying the situation. The statement read, "My fans know that I have been supported since high school, and after achieving fame, I joined this path of charity. Thanks to Mr. Jiang Tao and his wife, I have become who I am today. Therefore, my relationship with Mr. He Yuan's mother is akin to that of sisters. He is by relation my nephew. Although he refuses to call me aunt, we share a familial bond. I hope those spreading rumors will cease their slander." Simultaneously, the official Weibo account of the Hengxing Group released a statement announcing that legal action had been initiated against the slanderers. Hengxing will not tolerate defamation, and furthermore, our CEO already has someone special. Upon the release of these statements, those who had just begun to ship the couple were left reeling. "No way. I just started shipping them. The CEO and the starlet. Help, I want to ship." Some comments expressed disbelief. They issued a statement. What is there to ship? To their astonishment, it turned out to be an ant. "Let go. Let it go. Our Ying shines alone." Did no one wonder about the CEO's beloved? Oh, I am so envious. I'm curious. In such a family, surely the preferred partner would be a wealthy heiress nearby. Not one of you. I want to support the CEO. Is anyone interested? Come. Let's support him together. I love this statement. Since He Yuan was not involved in the entertainment industry, the statement did not create much of a stir, while Su Ying's revelation regarding her relationship with the He family garnered considerable attention. However, she locked herself away at home, isolating herself from the outside world. In contrast, the statement from He Yuan caused a significant uproar within Hengxing, a veritable nightmare for unmarried women. Is our CEO truly smitten? Therefore, when Lin Yue emerged from the break room, she was immediately pulled aside by secretaries Zhou Yunkai and Xiao Yun. "Secretary Lin, is it true that the CEO has someone he likes?" Lin Yue forced a smile. "I am not sure. Help! I've been bombarded with inquiries all morning. Why are they all asking me?" She had no idea. Who knew a simple statement could provoke such chaos? If that last line hadn't been authorized by He Yuan, the PR department would not have dared to publish it. Even the PR director was taken aback by He Yuan's announcement. She wanted to gossip, but lacked the courage and could only ask Lin Yue indirectly, who also had no answers. Now even these two were at it. "Help." Xiao Yun pressed, "But you're always with the CEO? You should know who he interacts with best. Lin Yue genuinely pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. I really do not know. My time with the CEO is strictly work-related. How could he discuss personal matters with me? Yao Xing chimed in. Are you foolish? Has he ever asked you to order flowers or book restaurants? Lin Yue shook her head. No. The two were left perplexed. Xiao Yun remarked, that is utterly illogical. Unless president, he has no one he fancies at all. This could merely be a tactic to avoid complications. Yao Xing, suddenly adopting a conspiratorial tone, said, I think there is another possibility. What is it? Do tell. Yao Xing, observing Lin Yue's curious expression, teased, perhaps president he is fond of Secretary Lin. Lin Yue quickly covered her mouth, imploring, Sister, I beg you, I can tolerate reckless eating, but not reckless talk. Yao Xing nodded vigorously, and only then did Lin Yue release her. Xiao Yun playfully nudged Lin Yue's shoulder and whispered, a tone only the three could hear, actually, I think that possibility is quite plausible. Lin Yue, exasperated, replied, how could that be? While I might possess some charm, I am self-aware. Yao Xing interjected, I arrived first. Initially applying for the role of president, he's secretary, but I couldn't keep up with his pace, so I ended up under assistant Zhou. There was an instance in a meeting where I made a mistake and trembled under his reprimand. Ever since you joined, I feel president he's mood has improved daily. Can't you sense it? He treats you with such kindness and consideration. What boss behaves like that towards their subordinate? He even brought you that childish Band-Aid. Stop. I've already stocked up on those, Lin Yue replied, unimpressed, and casually nodded, saying, all right, it's still working hours and we're gossiping about the boss. I have matters to attend to. I'll head in first. Xiao Yun gazed dreamily at Lin Yue's retreating figure, exclaiming, Secretary Lin has such a fantastic figure. How does she maintain it? Yao Xing replied, indeed, she is beautiful. Why do I feel that she and President He are a perfect match? Xiao Yun hummed in agreement. Initially, I didn't think much of it, but after hearing your analysis, I find myself unable to refute it. If we can't refute it, why not indulge in it? Haha, true. It's our little secret. Who would know? Actually, I've already indulged. Every time I see them together, I can't help but stifle a laugh. They are such a delight to behold. Chapter 21. A holiday ruined. Lin Yue tiptoed back to her workstation. Tomorrow was the weekend, and after much anticipation, she could finally enjoy a normal 2-day break. With President, he scheduled for a business trip extending to the following weekend. She was looking forward to 9 days off with full pay, a delightful prospect. Secretary Lin savored a sip of water, her mind already wandering to how she would spend these 9 days, especially since she hadn't taken a single day off during her internship. Just as Lin Yue was lost in her pleasant thoughts, He Yuan called out, Secretary Lin, come here for a moment. Lin Yue quickly rose and approached. Assistant Zhou just called. His mother is hospitalized and will need about a week. Regarding the cultural tourism project in City Z next Monday, it has been changed to you accompanying me. Assistant Zhou will send you all the project materials shortly. You can review them over the weekend and also arrange the travel itinerary for this business trip. Understood, Lin Yue responded, her voice slightly trembling. Believing she was nervous, He Yuan reassured her, it's all right, I'm here. This project, while significant, will offer you ample learning opportunities. She was not nervous. Rather, she felt a thrill at the prospect of handling such a large and complex task. It was a challenge she welcomed, though she lamented the holiday that had been snatched away before she could even enjoy it. Lin Yue spent the 2-day weekend immersed in a multitude of data and materials. This project was the first cultural tourism endeavor in collaboration with local enterprises, boasting an investment exceeding $15 billion. It was strategically located between 3 tourist zones in City Z and included the construction of resorts and various themed entertainment projects, such as an aquarium and amusement park. The amusement park alone would occupy nearly 100,000 square meters. Typically, when He Yuan traveled for business, he would inform Aunt Qian, who helped pack everything except for clothing. Upon learning that He Yuan would be traveling on Monday, Aunt Qian clapped her thigh and promptly called Lin Yue, instructing her to come early on Monday to assist in packing. These tasks fell within Lin Yue's job description, yet He Yuan, being considerate, did not wish for her to make an extra trip. Lin Yue found it curious that, after they had arranged for Yu Zhao to drive her from the 3rd courtyard on Friday, the plans had suddenly changed. However, she dismissed her thoughts, attributing the alteration to He Yuan's instructions. Thus, early Monday morning, when Aunt Luo took her husband to the hospital, Aunt Qian headed to the market. Naturally, this market catered to the affluent. After entering the residence with her fingerprint and code, Lin Yue looked around, not seeing He Yuan and assuming he was still asleep. She proceeded to the cloakroom to select his outfits for the week. Just then, He Yuan emerged wrapped in a towel. Their eyes met, and Lin Yue nearly dropped the tie she was holding. He Yuan typically styled his hair with a neat side part, even when Lin Yue arrived every morning. However, today was different. His damp hair was tousled back, resembling a slick-back style, and the fact that it wasn't dripping with water indicated he had merely hastily dried it before coming over. His upper body was bare, showcasing his well-defined physique. Lin Yue did not particularly favor overly muscular men. She believed proportion was key. He Yuan's physique was appealing, with clearly defined abs that were not overly pronounced, their graceful lines challenging the visual senses of women. Perhaps sensing Lin Yue's unabashed gaze, He Yuan cleared his throat and remarked, "Secretary Lin." Lin Yue snapped back to reality, awkwardly averting her gaze and slightly bowing. "Good morning, President He." "Good morning. What brings you here?" "Aunt Qian asked me to help you pack for your trip." Moreover, her earlier gaze had not been intentional. From a woman's perspective, it was merely a natural appreciation. He Yuan pretended to maintain his composure and nodded. "Please wait outside while I change." Lin Yue set the clothing down and exited the cloakroom. The moment Lin Yue left, He Yuan's previously rigid posture relaxed. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, pondering whether his physique was acceptable. Secretary Lin had seemed to stare for quite some time. After dressing and tidying his hair, He Yuan made his way to the living room, only to find Lin Yue absent. Puzzled, he ventured to the corridor balcony, but found no one there either. He returned to the living room and walked toward the small dining area, suddenly catching sight of Lin Yue in the kitchen, donned in an apron. Her slender waist was beautifully accentuated by the apron. He Yuan approached. "Secretary Lin, why are you cooking?" Startled, Lin Yue tightened her grip on the spatula, but remained composed. Turning to respond, "Aunt Qian went to the market, so I'm preparing breakfast for you." He Yuan stood beside her. "Have you eaten?" "Yes, President He. I've already had breakfast." She had been starving in the morning, quickly chewing on a slice of toast and grabbing a box of milk before leaving. The ingredients were prepared by Aunt Qian. Lin Yue simply fried an egg and some bacon and heated a cup of milk. While He Yuan ate, she sat across from him, discussing the travel itinerary. The weather in City Z had been sweltering and rainless, and the CEO of the cooperating enterprise, Mr. Yu, would personally pick them up with their accommodation at the Yinxing Hotel. Their flight was scheduled to depart at 9 in the morning and land at 11. Lunch was reserved at a renowned private dining establishment, followed by a 2-hour break before an afternoon tour. "Secretary Lin," He Yuan suddenly interrupted her. "Where's your suitcase?" "In the foyer," Lin Yue replied. He Yuan glanced at his watch and said, "Let's go. It's about time." They had 2 suitcases in total. He Yuan's was quite large, and Lin Yue certainly could not carry it. But fortunately, Yu Zhao was there to assist. He Yuan glanced at Lin Yue's understated light gray suitcase and asked, "Is that all you have?" Lin Yue replied, "Though the suitcase appears small, it can hold quite a bit. I packed everything I need." She had brought travel-sized skincare and cosmetic products to save space. Her clothing took up minimal room, although 2 pairs of shoes were somewhat cumbersome. After all, she needed to carry a pair of high heels for formal occasions. This trip required a 2-hour flight, and as it was Lin Yue's first time on a plane, she had done her homework in advance to avoid revealing her inexperience to her boss. She was also adept at reading the room, mimicking how others conducted themselves. The plane tickets were purchased by Zhou Yunce, so when she found herself seated in first class alongside He Yuan, she was taken aback. As the airplane slowly taxied down the runway, its speed akin to that of a snail, Lin Yue initially felt fine despite the noise. However, as the aircraft gained speed, she nervously clutched the armrest. He Yuan gently patted her hand, encouraging her to relax. Lin Yue nodded and honestly admitted, "This is my first time flying." He Yuan chuckled lightly. "I can tell." Earlier, he had not noticed. "Mr. He, while I was preparing for the trip, I came across a rather amusing comment. Would you like to hear it?" "Go ahead." "I'm not sure if it was meant to be funny, but it made me laugh for quite a while." A netizen mentioned that the first-class experience was wonderful, but arriving at the destination alongside economy-class passengers left him quite displeased. Both of them chuckled quietly to avoid disturbing others. The joke eased Lin Yue's initial tension, and as the plane ascended into the clouds, she became completely absorbed in the view outside. The scenery resembled an endless blue lake dotted with soft, fluffy white clouds, beautiful and magnificent, making it hard for Lin Yue to divert her gaze. He Yuan observed Lin Yue's childlike joy and couldn't help but smile, saying, It seems I'll have to bring you along on future business trips. Zhou always complains about traveling. Then I suppose I'll opt for economy class. Lin Yue replied. He Yuan remained silent, reflecting on how he had lost count of how many flights he had taken throughout the year. Thus, he paid little attention to the beauty outside, his focus solely on Lin Yue, who was captivated by her surroundings. It's easy to be infatuated with someone once, but to maintain that feeling for one person is a challenge. Faced with Lin Yue's delightful demeanor, He Yuan felt his heart flutter once more. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, yet Lin Yue still felt a sense of longing. The azure sky and white clouds were so enchanting. Surely, the sunrises and sunsets would be equally breathtaking. At 11 o'clock, He Yuan and Lin Yue landed punctually, greeted by General Yu from the partnering company, who had been waiting for their arrival. With a warm reception, everything progressed swiftly. After a round of introductions, General Yu led He Yuan and Lin Yue directly to the dining venue, accompanied by several representatives from the local tourism bureau. The private room had enough seating for around 10, perfectly accommodating their group. As the guest of honor and a significant benefactor, He Yuan was treated to the most extravagant set menu, featuring approximately 24 courses. Lin Yue quickly scanned the offerings and, relieved to find none of He Yuan's dietary restrictions, felt at ease. The other party had also brought along an assistant and a secretary, including a female leader, resulting in 3 women at the table. Since they exited the airport, General Yu's secretary had subtly directed her gaze towards He Yuan and Lin Yue. Secretary Zhao, General Yu remarked, slightly tilting his head. Secretary Zhao elegantly rose and sauntered over to He Yuan. Mr. He, allow me to pour you a drink. General Yu suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Look at this. The moment Mr. He arrives, my status takes a nosedive. Ha ha, indeed. After a week of rain in City Z, Mr. He arrives, and the skies clear up. It's as if heaven favors you. Lin Yue was taken aback by such flattery. Did the heavens truly take note? General Yu, Secretary Zhao said, feigning a graceful demeanor. Shall I pour the drinks then? Typically, a secretary would first serve their boss before attending to others, even if the boss pretended to reprimand them. This gesture not only demonstrated respect for their superior, but also allowed clients to perceive the boss's esteem for them. Lin Yue found Secretary Zhao's actions perplexing. She seemed less like a secretary and more like a seductive enchantress eager to captivate He Yuan, unaware if her own boss could withstand such advances. Through their time together, Lin Yue observed that He Yuan, despite being a busy CEO of a publicly traded company, maintained a humble demeanor, strict in his work yet calm and gentle, without the chaos of extraneous romantic entanglements that often plagued other executives. In Lin Yu's eyes, He Yuan embodied a pure and untainted presence. However, she was curious how he would navigate the current situation. Standing tall, with a composed demeanor and a charming smile, He Yuan slightly turned his head to glance at Lin Yue. I apologize, everyone. I fear I won't be able to partake in the fine wine and spirits today. I've come down with a slight cold, and our Secretary Lin insisted I take some medicine this morning. I hope you'll forgive me. No one could have guessed that Mr. He required persuasion to take his medicine. Truly, Secretary Lin was formidable. Lin Yue caught He Yuan's teasing glance and offered a professional smile. Not at all. Mr. He manages such a vast corporation, handling significant matters daily. As his secretary, I must consider these minor details to justify my salary. General Yu nodded, while said, Secretary Zhao, since Mr. He cannot drink, let us toast with tea instead, in gratitude for his taking time from his busy schedule to experience the beauty of City Z. Everyone raised their glasses, and Secretary Zhao reluctantly returned to General Yu's side, shooting a glare at Lin Yue before departure. Lin Yue was bewildered. How had she offended her? However, her attention soon shifted back to the array of dishes on the table. Yet, she merely stole a glance, knowing she must remain attentive to He Yuan's needs. He Yuan engaged in casual conversation with General Yu, and while the latter spoke with his assistant, He Yuan subtly leaned toward Lin Yue. Resting his elbow on the table, he quietly said, Enjoy your meal. I have no demands for you to attend to. Lin Yue nodded, acknowledging his words. Yet, she maintained an air of decorum, only serving herself from the dishes in front of her without turning the lazy Susan. General Yu continued to converse with He Yuan, but He Yuan's peripheral vision remained fixed on Lin Yue, noticing she had not touched her food. He casually rotated the turntable with one hand while conversing with General Yu. General Yu noticed He Yuan's actions and discreetly glanced at Lin Yue, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. It was unclear who the actual boss was and who the secretary was. A knowing smile crept across General Yu's face, realizing why He Yuan had little regard for Secretary Zhao. He already had a captivating companion. He Yuan appeared earnest, unconcerned about rotating the dishes for his secretary in such a formal setting. It was a testament to his character, even if General Yu thought him foolish for not being more assertive. Afterward, General Yu treated Lin Yue with newfound courtesy, recognizing that compliments directed toward her made He Yuan more agreeable. Energized, he praised Lin Yue profusely, leaving her feeling slightly dazed, wondering why he chose to flatter a mere secretary instead of ingratiating himself with He Yuan. Their meal lasted 2 hours, and by the time it concluded, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. General Yu offered to escort He Yuan back to the hotel for some rest, but He Yuan politely declined. "Please, General Yu, just send us a driver. We wouldn't want to trouble you." General Yu accepted this gracefully and bid farewell at the restaurant entrance. Secretary Zhao approached from behind, surrounded by leaders who were all engaged in conversation with President He. Her eyes darted around, and with a mischievous intent, she pushed Lin Yue lightly at the small of her back, hoping to see her make a fool of herself in front of everyone. Lin Yue, standing on the steps, lost her balance and stumbled down. To Zhao's surprise, He Yuan reacted swiftly, catching Lin Yue in his arms, enveloping her completely. For a moment, the entrance of the restaurant was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Lin Yue blinked in astonishment, retracting her hand from He Yuan's shoulder, standing upright and feeling embarrassed. "I'm sorry, President He, I lost my balance." He Yuan chuckled lightly. "It's all right, just be careful next time." Lin Yue shot a resentful glance at Secretary Zhao, thinking that if the occasion hadn't been so important, she would have exposed her despicable behavior. Even after getting into the car, Lin Yue still felt a tinge of displeasure. He Yuan sensed her mood, but refrained from asking until they returned to the hotel. Just as Lin Yue was about to head to her room, He Yuan called out to her, "Secretary Lin, are you upset because you almost embarrassed yourself at the restaurant entrance?" Lin Yue met his gaze. "President He, would you believe me if I said someone pushed me?" He Yuan furrowed his brow. "You are my secretary. I naturally believe you. Did someone really push you?" Lin Yue nodded. "It was Secretary Zhao from President Yu's office. I feel she harbors some hostility towards me." He Yuan asked, "Then why didn't you mention it earlier?" Lin Yue hesitated. "How could I? After all, she is President Yu's secretary, and I have no proof. If this small matter were to delay the project, that would be my fault." "Secretary Lin, do you truly believe that Zhao is President Yu's secretary?" He Yuan's question seemed somewhat perplexing. Lin Yue, however, did not grasp the underlying issue. "You must answer me first." She pondered. Well, her work style doesn't seem like that of a secretary. But if she was TA's secretary, why was she present? He Yuan found her frown adorable and chuckled. "It's perfectly normal for a first-time participant like you to be unaware of the nuances. That Secretary Zhao is merely a tool used by President Yu to curry favor." Lin Yu's mouth fell open, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you saying that Zhao is here too?" She struggled to articulate the words. He Yuan, amused by her reaction, teased, "Yes, to entice me. So, in the future, should similar situations arise, I trust you won't mind me using you as an excuse to deflect?" Lin Yue shook her head vigorously. "Not at all, not at all." It dawned on her that she was indeed dealing with a femme fatale. He Yuan smiled contentedly. "That's good. Such situations are quite common. Some secretaries have ulterior motives, while others are encouraged by their bosses. In today's case, that woman is not a secretary, but merely a woman brought in by the client, possibly even a university student. Regardless of the outcome, she has nothing to lose. If I were to confront her directly, the project would be jeopardized. A subtle refusal can convey my message without causing offense, thereby preserving the project." Lin Yue, momentarily speechless, recalled how Qianyan had warned her about handling scandals as a secretary. She had prepared herself for such challenges, yet He Yuan hadn't afforded her the opportunity. Still, it was undoubtedly easier for her superior to manage things. During the 2-hour lunch break, Lin Yue, staying in a standard room on the lower floor, flopped on her bed. Exhausted, having endured 2 sleepless nights for the business trip and only managed 4 hours of sleep each day, she had planned to catch up on rest during the flight. However, her excitement over flying for the first time kept her wide awake, gazing at the endless blue sky and white clouds for 2 hours. An hour and a half later, her alarm rang punctually. After washing her face and touching up her makeup, she changed her outfit and headed upstairs. The afternoon was dedicated to observing the construction progress and exploring some of Z City's renowned attractions, followed by a leisurely lakeside stroll. President Yu preferred to conduct business in a relaxed manner, engaging with clients in a more playful setting rather than being confined to a dreary meeting room filled with endless debates. The conversation between He Yuan and President Yu was smooth and enjoyable, concluding in less than an hour. At that moment, President Yu suggested a boat ride on the lake. He had arranged for the most luxurious boats for both He Yuan and Lin Yue. Observing her boss's demeanor, President Yu's assistant questioned, "Why aren't you sitting with President He? Wouldn't that facilitate discussion? What do you know? He'll be here for 7 days. There is plenty of time to talk. Right now, we shouldn't intrude." The assistant was puzzled until he noticed He Yuan shielding his secretary from the glaring sunlight, which suddenly clarified everything for him. "Now I understand why you praised Secretary Lin so much last night. I was worried about President He being displeased." President Yu laughed. The charms of a beautiful woman can be quite disarming." The assistant replied, "I could believe it if you said others were involved with their secretaries. But President He doesn't strike me as that kind of person." President Yu lightly tapped the assistant's head, who said it was just for fun. "You're blind if you can't see how He Yuan treats her. Though private and professional matters should remain separate, love is love. What can be done?" His secretary seems fresh out of school, decent in many ways, but rather naive, unable to perceive He Yuan's true feelings. Just wait. She'll be completely swept off her feet, perhaps even counting the money for him later. He Yuan is far more complex than he appears. President Yu, do you know him well? In the business world, how many truly kind-hearted individuals are there? At that moment, Lin Yu's laughter rang out like the tinkling of wind chimes, sweet and melodious. He Yuan, playfully wielding a bubble machine, aimed it at his secretary. Lin Yue, unable to evade, grabbed another bubble machine to retaliate, with her superior having lowered his guard to engage in playful antics. Lin Yue felt free of any reservations. As the breeze danced across the lake, Lin Yu's laughter filled the air. President Yu and his assistant, however, could only observe He Yuan's affectionate demeanor, ensuring that they treated Secretary Lin with utmost respect. Once ashore, President Yu inquired, "President He, did you enjoy yourself?" He Yuan nodded slightly. "The scenery is delightful." "Good to hear. I've reserved a table at Yage. I hope you'll join us." "No, thank you, President Yu." He Yuan responded, "I have a full day of meetings at your company tomorrow and wish to rest early tonight, taking advantage of this business trip to catch up on some work." President Yu chuckled heartily. "Very well. I won't disturb you any further." The street behind the lake is a pedestrian area. The hotel is just across the street. You and Secretary Lin can explore the local culture before heading back. He Yuan nodded in agreement. After shaking hands with President Yu, they departed. Lin Yu turned to He Yuan. "So, should we head back to the hotel now?" "Not yet. Since we're here, let us explore the area and grab a bite to eat before returning." "All right," Lin Yu replied cheerfully. He Yuan smiled. "Let us go check out the pedestrian street that President Yu mentioned." Lin Yu nodded enthusiastically, her heart brimming with joy. The trip expenses were covered by her boss, and she could also enjoy some sightseeing. Truly the ideal business trip scenario. The entrance to the pedestrian street featured an expansive square adorned with a massive green elephant crafted from balloons, drawing a crowd for photographs. Lin Yue had initially considered taking a picture, but opted against it upon seeing the throngs of people. However, He Yuan noticed her hesitation and asked, "Secretary Lin, would you like to take a photo?" Lin Yue felt a bit embarrassed, as the crowd was quite overwhelming. "Mr. He, shall we step inside and take a look around?" He Yuan nodded in agreement, suggesting that by the time they came out, the place might be less crowded. The two made their way inward, flanked by various vendor stalls, where colorful lights hung from the eaves, casting a vibrant glow on the cheerful faces passing by. The aromas of fried squid, grilled gluten, skewers, spicy sour noodles, takoyaki, and cold noodles wafted through the air. Lin Yue glanced at He Yuan and asked, "Mr. He, have you ever tried these foods?" Just then, He Yuan looked back at her and inquired, "Secretary Lin, would you like to give it a try?" Lin Yue hesitated. "Mr. He, have you eaten any of these?" She worried that she might upset her boss's stomach and disrupt his work. He Yuan smiled gently, replying, "Most of them I haven't tried, which is why I'm curious." "Well, if the boss wants to eat, she must oblige him." "What would you like to try, Mr. He?" she asked. "I haven't had any, so please recommend something," he replied. As Lin Yue pulled out a tissue from her bag, she surveyed the surroundings, noting that most street food was rather messy to eat and could easily splatter sauce everywhere. Ultimately, she settled on a round and plump takoyaki. After He Yuan paid for it, the vendor quickly handed the box of takoyaki to Lin Yue. She offered a small fork to He Yuan, saying, "Mr. He, please have a taste, but be careful, it's hot." He Yuan directly picked one up and popped into his mouth, nodding slightly, "Not bad." Lin Yue smiled and handed him the tissue. He accepted it to wipe his mouth, wrapping the fork in a napkin before handing it back to her. "You can eat it yourself," he said. Lin Yue didn't insist and enjoyed the remaining 5 pieces herself. As they strolled through the market, they reached the end of the pedestrian street, where an elderly man was tending to a stall selling flower bead bracelets. Unconsciously, Lin Yue walked over. The old man, missing several teeth, smiled at her and asked, "Young lady, would you like to buy a bracelet? I made it myself." Lin Yue's gaze fell upon a green lily of the valley bracelet, intricately woven with small pearls, with the flowers and leaves made from pearls, presenting a fresh and pure appearance. As she reached for her wallet, He Yuan stopped her, saying, "Secretary Lin, in this setting, I believe it's more appropriate for a gentleman to pay. Don't you agree?" The bracelet cost 30 yuan. Lin Yue paused, thinking He Yuan might be concerned about maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor, and thus gestured for him to proceed. The old man, mistaking them for a couple, chuckled, "Young man, help her wear it." The bracelet wasn't elastic, making it difficult for one person to put on alone. He Yuan readily accepted, taking the bracelet from Lin Yue's hand. Softly instructing, "Let me help you." Lin Yue raised her hand, her wrist delicate and fair. He Yuan fastened the bracelet around her wrist, the light glistening off her skin. His gaze lingered on the bracelet, and in a low voice, he remarked, "Beautiful." Their eyes met, and He Yuan's expression shifted from his usual warmth to something deeper, almost predatory, before it vanished just as swiftly. Lin Yue felt overwhelmed by his gaze, instinctively pulling her hand away and awkwardly diverting her eyes. His look made her feel like prey, and he, the cunning hunter. The atmosphere between them shifted from lighthearted to an inexplicable awkwardness. They continued walking, and He Yuan suggested, "Shall we go have dinner, Secretary Lin?" "Okay," she nodded. She glanced at He Yuan and chose a clean and spacious noodle shop. They settled into a corner table, and as Lin Yue idly scrolled through her phone, she discovered that a thunderstorm was predicted for later that night, which was unexpected given her earlier check. But such is summer, a storm can come and go in no time. After finishing their meal, they exited through the back of the pedestrian street and arrived at the hotel. Lin Yue was staying on the floor below He Yuan's, and they exchanged farewells in the elevator. Once in her room, Lin Yue reviewed project materials in preparation for the meeting the next day. Around 10 o'clock, she finished her shower and glanced at her phone, wondering if it would really thunder. She tightly drew the heavy curtains, blocking out any light. Due to her cleanliness obsession, she had brought her own bed linens, which could easily fit into a small bag without taking much space. With work awaiting her the next day, Lin Yue aimed to fall asleep before the storm arrived. Even if she couldn't sleep later, at least she could rest a bit now. She closed her eyes and began to drift off when she suddenly heard a noise at the door. For a brief moment, clarity struck her, but exhaustion weighed heavily on her, making it difficult to open her eyes. Just then, the door was knocked on forcefully twice, and instinctively, Lin Yue felt something was amiss, jolting her awake. As she sat up, a group of people burst into the room. The leading woman was exquisitely made up, but her furious expression gave her a somewhat sinister look. She was followed by a man and 2 women, one of whom wore a hotel uniform, likely a staff member. "Who are you?" Lin Yue raised an eyebrow, questioning them. Her hand, hidden behind her back, clutched her phone tightly, attempting to unlock it with her fingerprint. "Where's Yu Songqing?" one of them demanded. Lin Yue frowned, realizing they were referring to Mr. Yu. The woman before her seemed intent on catching someone in the act, and it was curious why they had found her here. "Mrs. Yu?" Lin Yue ventured tentatively. The woman scoffed, "Since you know who I am, tell me where Yu Songqing is, or I will make sure you can't stay in Z City." Lin Yue understood the woman's identity and intentions, feeling a sense of relief. "I don't know Mr. Yu's whereabouts. I'm from C City." Smack! The woman struck Lin Yue across the face. "You little harlot, who knows who knows? He has gotten bold enough to sneak around right at home. Did Yu Songqing just leave you?" She warned. "I have limited patience." Smack! Lin Yue retaliated. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Mrs. Yu was a well-known figure in Z City, and no one expected her to be slapped by her husband's mistress. Just as Mrs. Yu was about to launch another attack, Lin Yue sharply interjected, "Let me clarify, I am Lin Yue, the secretary of the president of Hengxin Group in C City. Not one of those loose women you speak of. Around 5 this afternoon, I parted ways with Mr. Yu and Mr. He of Hengxin. As for Mr. Yu's whereabouts, you have the wrong person. Regarding your intrusion into my room and assaulting me, I reserve the right to pursue this matter." Mrs. Yu looked incredulous. Impossible. How could you possibly be Mr. He's secretary? What about that little vixen Yu Songqing is hiding? The woman in the hotel uniform also looked bewildered, trembling as she approached Mrs. Yu, whispering her name. She was nearly fainting. Who could explain the situation? She had just returned to work after a 2-day leave and found herself in the middle of Mrs. Yu's infidelity hunt. Mrs. Yu was powerful, and she could not afford to offend her, especially since they were after Mr. Yu's mistress. After a moment's hesitation, the staff member followed her up with the room card. But now, why had the guest transformed into Mr. He's secretary? Did Mr. He also stay here? The staff member's legs weakened, nearly causing her to kneel. At that moment, Yu Songqing and his assistant pushed the door open. Upon seeing Lin Yue disheveled with clear handprints on her face, he nearly fainted. "Oh my God, you must be kidding. Are you out of your mind?" Yu Songqing trembled, pointing at his wife, and shouted, "Do you have any idea who she is? This is absolute madness." "Mrs. You felt a twinge of guilt, but quickly straightened up, recalling Yu Songqing's recent antics. "Isn't this all your fault for fooling around outside? Otherwise, I wouldn't have mistaken the person." Yu Songqing, weary, gestured to his assistant, called Mr. He. "I'll personally go up and apologize." After speaking, he walked over to Secretary Lin, bowing deeply. "I apologize, Secretary Lin. It is entirely my fault for not managing my family affairs properly. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Later, could you possibly say a few kind words to General He on my behalf?" Lin Yu's lips stiffened, and her tone became noticeably colder. "Mr. Yu, you're being too polite. I am merely a small secretary and cannot influence this cooperation project." Yu Songqing forced a smile, pulling his wife into the corridor. "I beg you, please ensure that Secretary Lin forgives you. We can discuss our matters later, all right? This project has a total investment exceeding 15 billion. If we anger General He now, the consequences would be dire. You know, I already feel embarrassed in front of your parents, right? And I truly did not go out to fool around." Before Yu Songqing could explain further, he suddenly spotted He Yuan emerging from the elevator. He hurriedly approached, but He Yuan did not spare him a glance. "What's going on?" Yu Songqing asked his assistant. The assistant replied, "General, he is aware that Secretary Lin was hit," and his expression changed immediately. "Mr. Yu, I think the situation is quite precarious." Yu Songqing took a deep breath. "This project cannot fail. Too many people are involved. Even if I have to kneel to apologize, I will not flinch." With that, he dragged his wife into the room, which was now crowded with people. Upon seeing the marks on Lin Yu's face, He Yuan's expression darkened. He scanned the room and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, please wait outside." Yu Songqing, not daring to be negligent, quickly ushered everyone out into the corridor. Once only two remained in the room, He Yuan stepped closer to Lin Yue, gently touching her chin. Startled by his action, Lin Yue instinctively took a step back. He Yuan advanced, pinning her against the cabinet. "Don't move. I want to see." Lin Yue held her breath, too frightened to budge. He Yuan's brow furrowed, his aura growing more oppressive. Lin Yue, half sitting on the cabinet, tried to lean back, saying, "General He, I think I hit Mrs. Yu." In that moment, fear engulfed her. The fierce demeanor she had previously held crumbled before him. She had struck the wife of a partner? Goodness, was she looking to end her career? To her surprise, He Yuan gently brushed his finger over the mark on her cheek and remarked, "Well done." Lin Yue was speechless. "I will handle this matter. You should change your clothes and pack your things. Starting tonight, you will share a suite with me." "And no, that's unnecessary," Lin Yue stammered in fear. He Yuan, however, did not give her a chance to refuse, decisively stating, "Choose any room in the suite. Otherwise, I fear someone might come knocking at your door in the middle of the night. I have a refrigerator with ice. You should apply a towel wrapped around ice to your face." Feeling dejected, Lin Yue realized that He Yuan's tone left no room for dissent. Her opinions were inconsequential. Noticing his own tone had been somewhat harsh, He Yuan softened slightly. "You are my secretary, and I have an obligation to ensure your safety. This matter must be addressed. I do not wish for you to lie awake at night, dreaming of me as a terrible boss who is incapable of protecting his employees." With his words laid bare, Lin Yue found herself unable to retort and nodded in agreement. He Yuan then turned and left, the group outside following him upstairs. The elevator ride was predictably tense. Upon arriving at the room, the hotel's front desk manager approached. He was merely the front desk manager, but he had heard that the director of housekeeping and the general manager were on their way. Yu Songqing dared not speak yet, preferring to wait for Secretary Lin's arrival. Chapter 26. The flatterer. When Lin Yue arrived with her suitcase, the room was eerily silent. Only He Yuan sat, while everyone else stood beside him. Seeing Lin Yue, He Yuan stood and took her suitcase. Please have a seat on the sofa. Seat? Lin Yue glanced at the people standing on either side and felt it was better to remain standing. He Yuan personally retrieved a disposable towel from bathroom, then made a simple cold compress for her. Ignoring the others, he said, "Come sit over here." Reluctantly, Lin Yue sat beside him, and He Yuan handed her the compress, applying one to his own face first. Lin Yue cautiously placed the cold pack against her cheek. Mrs. Yu was tall and had struck her hard, leaving her momentarily dazed. Yu Songqing, upon seeing Lin Yue, looked at her as if she were his savior, his eyes pleading for help. "I sincerely apologize on behalf of my wife, Secretary Lin. She was misled by others, and I assure you, I will not let the instigator go unpunished. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold this against her." Lin Yue felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. While Yu Songqing had built his success through his wife, he was still a CEO, and his obsequiousness towards her made her uncomfortable. Yu Songqing nudged Mrs. Yu, urging her to apologize. Exhausted from the previous events, Mrs. Yu broke down in tears. "I didn't mean to. I was deceived by Zhao Jingjing. She misled me into thinking you and Secretary Lin were involved, and I, being hot-tempered, couldn't bear the provocation and barged in." Yu Songqing sighed. "Why are you saying all this? I will investigate that myself. Hurry and apologize to Secretary Lin." Mrs. Yu sniffled, her once domineering demeanor dampened as if doused with cold water, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. "I'm sorry, Secretary Lin. It's all my fault. If you must blame someone, blame me. Or you may strike me again to vent your anger." Lin Yu's slap had not left a mark on Mrs. Yu's face, yet her current state was utterly disheveled, tears and snot flowing freely. Lin Yue sighed. "Mrs. Yu, since I also slapped you, let us consider it even." Wiping her tears, Mrs. Yu asked, "Could you please persuade General He not to withdraw his investment? Although I had a conflict with Yu Songqing, I recognize the significant effort he has put into this project. It has already commenced, and considerable resources have been invested. Many people depend on this project for their livelihood. We are willing to make further concessions, provided the project continues." Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at He Yuan. He intended to withdraw his investment? He Yuan met her gaze, and in that moment, she understood the gravity of the situation. Lin Yue was taken aback. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths for a mere secretary? She forced a smile, saying, "Mrs. Yu, you jest. General He is not a capricious teenager. He is a leading figure in our company, and every decision he makes has brought immense benefits. The investment in the tourism project is substantial. Not only has it already commenced, but the completion will also create numerous job opportunities. General He would not make such a decision lightly. I hope Mrs. Yu does not misunderstand. If this situation were to leak, He Yuan could very well be blamed by the board, and she would undoubtedly be the first to be sacrificed." He Yuan smirked. He had indeed chosen wisely. Yu Songqing finally exhaled, relieved that Secretary Lin was so magnanimous. "I will certainly find the person behind this, and when the time comes, I will leave it to you to decide their fate." He Yuan raised a hand slightly. "Mr. Yu, please be cautious with your words." Yu Songqing nodded. "Understood, General He, Secretary Lin. We shall take our leave for now." He Yuan nodded slightly, and several individuals tiptoed out of the room. Just as they exited, a loud crash echoed from within. Yu Songqing shook his head, sensing that these individuals would soon find themselves in deeper trouble. In truth, the greater fault lay with Yunqing Hotel. Being publicly embarrassed on one's own turf is intolerable for anyone. Moreover, the hotel staff had directly allowed the intruders to enter, resulting in Secretary Lin's injury. Lin Yue was startled by He Yuan's sudden pounding on the table. At that moment, the director of the housekeeping department and the general manager hurried over, while the staff member who had assisted Madame Yu into Lin Yu's room trembled in fear. Lin Yue did not intervene. Turning a blind eye would only lead to further harm. "You all." He Yuan's icy gaze swept over them, and he gritted his teeth. "Very well." The general manager responded, "Mr. He, this is entirely my oversight. I assure you that I will handle this matter appropriately." He Yuan cast a cold glance at him, declaring, "All front desk staff on duty tonight are to be dismissed, including the front desk manager. You, as general manager, are suspended from your duties, and a formal reprimand will be issued to the entire company as a warning. The deputy general manager will assume all responsibilities of the hotel." Upon hearing this, the front desk manager faltered, locking eyes with He Yuan in disbelief. "Why? Though I have made a mistake, Surely dismissal is too severe? He Yuan scoffed. The front desk staff at Yunxing should number at least 8. This employee was on leave and unaware of my presence here. Yet the others were fully aware, but chose not to alert her. It seems there were underlying conflicts among them. She, without understanding the situation, allowed troublemakers into a guest room. Can you take responsibility for the consequences? Regardless of who resides in that room. You had no right to open the door unless instructed to do so by law enforcement. How audacious are they to allow such a scene to unfold? Knowing I was present, is the negligence of a front desk manager merely a trivial matter? It is utterly foolish. It was Lin Yue's first experience hearing He Yuan curse, indicating how deeply this incident had upset him. No one dared to counter his words. Once the others departed, He Yuan wearily massaged his temples. Lin Yue set down her cold compress, glancing at He Yuan with concern. "Mr. He, are you all right?" He Yuan shook his head, assuring her, "I am fine." Lin Yue comforted him. "I understand that, compared to Madame Yu's behavior, you are more upset by the actions of our hotel staff. While Madame Yu's impulsiveness is regrettable, the relevant personnel can be properly reassured, though they may be hesitant due to her status. Fortunately, Mr. He, your keen discernment assures me that under your leadership, Yunxing's future will undoubtedly be bright." He Yuan chuckled, flatterer. Lin Yue huffed. "Mr. He, I speak from the heart." He Yuan exhaled slowly, saying, "All right, it is late. You should rest." Lin Yue quickly agreed and bid him good night before returning to her guest room. Chapter 27. No more than this exhausted from the night. Lin Yue collapsed on her bed and fell asleep almost instantly. However, today was destined to be her unlucky day. She had barely drifted off when a deafening clap of thunder jolted her awake. Startled, she sat up in terror as another bolt of lightning struck. She quickly covered her ears, but in the next moment, her eyes flew open. Each time she closed her eyes, the cramped, dark, and damp room from her past flooded her mind, reminding her of the fear, anxiety, and despair she had endured. The heavy curtains could not block the dazzling flashes of lightning. They illuminated the room with blinding brilliance. As another brilliant flash tore through the sky, Lin Yue, wrapped in her pink bedsheet, dashed out. She cast a furtive glance at He Yuan's room, hoping he was asleep, turning on the living room light. She curled up on the sofa. Another thunderclap reverberated, causing her to shudder reflexively, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Oh no, this is terrifying. Mister, he must not be angry. Oh, that previous sycophant, claiming that once Mr. He arrived, the skies would be clear." She sobbed, "And now? He is upset. Oh, the thunder. The ominous premonition." The leader who had previously flattered He Yuan was now sneezing incessantly at home. Lin Yue lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling light, when another thunderclap shook the room, making her feel as though the light itself trembled. Instinctively, she rolled and crawled to He Yuan's door, pressing her back tightly against it. "Oh no!" Lin Yue whimpered softly, yet she dared not disturb He Yuan, striving to suppress her terror, reminding herself that there was another person behind this door, that she was not alone in this space. Another flash illuminated the room, and she covered her ears, but the ensuing thunder sounded as if it would tear the hotel apart. It was no longer merely a rumble. It was a sound that seemed to split the heavens and the earth, sending chills down her spine. "Ah!" Unable to hold back, Lin Yue screamed softly. He Yuan was startled awake by the thunder and instinctively rose to check on Lin Yue. As he opened the door, a pink bundle tumbled into his room. He Yuan was taken aback and quickly turned on the light, finally recognizing the shivering figure of Secretary Lin. Lin Yue, realizing her situation, looked up at He Yuan, her tear-streaked face revealing her vulnerability. He Yuan's heart ached. He crouched down to meet her gaze. "Secretary Lin, are you afraid of thunder?" She nodded pitifully. Just as He Yuan began to speak, another thunderclap struck, and Lin Yue instinctively screamed, burying herself in his embrace, her arms tightly wrapping around his waist. The warmth of her delicate frame in his arms initially brought him a sense of delight, but upon noticing her uncontrollable trembling, his heart swelled with compassion. He gently patted her back, wondering how anyone could be so terrified of thunder at this age. In that moment, it seemed inappropriate to push her away. He carefully wrapped her in a blanket and lifted her, deciding that the living room would be more accommodating than the bedroom, where the window allowed glimpses of the lightning. Thus, he carried her to the sofa in the living room. Lin Yue was acutely aware that she was clinging to her superior. Yet her fear overshadowed any awareness of gender distinctions. She simply viewed He Yuan as her lifeline. "I'm sorry, Mr. He, I didn't mean to hug you." "That's all right." He Yuan replied, bemused. If you're truly frightened, you can sleep. It will be better once you do. Lin Yue sat up abruptly, shaking her head. I can't sleep. I can't sleep when there's thunder. After a moment's pause, He Yuan suggested, then let us have a conversation. Lin Yue replied, about what? He Yuan inquired. Why are you afraid of thunder? Lin Yue bit her lip, her delicate brows furrowing in evident resistance. I was just joking. He Yuan smiled. Then why are you in such a hurry to go on blind dates? Lin Yue hesitated, casting a glance at He Yuan, clearly torn between speaking and remaining silent. Oh no, my eagerness to marry has indeed made an impression on him. Is that something you don't want to discuss? Then forget it. I simply wish for companionship. Lin Yue suddenly interrupted him, and He Yuan turned to face her, hearing her say, I want a home of my own, but not one that is solitary. We need not have an intense romance. As long as our values align, we respect one another and treat each other with courtesy. Companionship will suffice. He Yuan contemplated her words. So for Secretary Lin, love is of little importance. He Yuan awkwardly asked Secretary Lin, have you ever been in a relationship? Never. Lin Yue shook her head. What about you? In their question and answer exchange, she remained blissfully unaware that the storm had long since passed. I have never discussed this, and you may find it hard to believe, but I'm the eldest son of the He family. He Lin is significantly younger than I am, so naturally, the responsibilities fall upon me. I grew up studying abroad, leading a structured life, and never had time for romance. Even after maturing, I found myself disinterested in foreign individuals, and upon joining Hengxing, my schedule became even more demanding. Lin Yue chuckled, realizing that affluent individuals have their own set of troubles. But Mr. He, don't you have someone you are fond of? With your circumstances, wouldn't it be easy to find love? Is that so? He Yuan inquired. From a woman's perspective, do you believe I am a suitable candidate for a lifelong partner? Lin Yue, seemingly oblivious, nodded affirmatively. Of course, regular people often seek material possessions when marrying, but someone as wealthy as you must not be concerned with such trifles. What you truly desire should be a connection with someone who stands on the same intellectual plane as you. Perhaps you seek a deeper spiritual bond. However, He Yuan gently shook his head, smiling. What height? Spirituality? I do not pursue such things. What height do I possess? For you, perhaps it is the disparity in wealth, but I am merely an ordinary person. What I cherish and choose defines my own height. Lin Yue appeared perplexed yet intrigued, leaning slightly closer to He Yuan. But with your family background, shouldn't you marry someone of equal standing? If the person you choose is viewed as someone from a different echelon, how would you handle that? He Yuan's gaze drifted to the coffee table, his expression gentle and open. When I am enveloped in love, everything else pales in comparison. Lin Yue was taken aback, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at He Yuan, captivated by the perspective of a mature man on love, unrealistic yet imbued with a fairy tale quality. Chapter 28. Lin Yue's fortune. The initially thunderous storm gradually receded, and Lin Yue covered her mouth as she daintily yawned. Surprisingly, He Yuan seemed wide awake. Thinking Lin Yue shared his energy, he asked, Secretary Lin, would you care to watch a movie? Lin Yue was momentarily confused, but instinctively nodded, sure. Though she felt a touch of fatigue, she felt reluctant to decline after He Yuan had accompanied her through the storm. He Yuan stood and attempted to turn on the television, only to find himself awkwardly struggling with the remote. Lin Yue stifled a laugh. Mr. He, allow me to take care of that. He Yuan handed her the remote, and after some fiddling, Lin Yue managed to find a movie channel. After consulting He Yuan, she casually selected a comedy to play. However, unable to resist her weariness, she soon leaned back on the sofa and fell asleep. He Yuan, gazing ahead, suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned slightly to discover Lin Yue had drifted onto him, peacefully asleep. A soft smile crept onto He Yuan's face. It had been less than 10 minutes, yet she was already dreaming. He picked up the remote and turned off the television, gently allowing Lin Yue to rest in his embrace before rising from the sofa to carry her to her room. After watching her for a moment, he returned to his own quarters. The following day, He Yuan took Lin Yue to Yu Songqing's company for a full day of meetings, and the next few days were filled with serious business, leaving no room for leisure. Finally, after completing their tasks, they spent their time traveling back. Upon arriving in City C, they were greeted by Yu Zhao, who drove them straight to the building. Yu Zhao stepped out to retrieve Lin Yue's luggage, but He Yuan called out to her, Secretary Lin, you have 3 days off starting Monday. However, there's a birthday banquet for President Zhao's youngest son, and I would like you to accompany me. Understood, Mr. He. Lin Yue replied, carrying her suitcase upstairs. The first thing she did upon returning home was clean her apartment and then call He Yuan. Lin Yue spent the day lounging at home, unwilling to go out, and had dinner brought over by He Yuan. While they were eating, there was a knock at the door, and Lin Yue, curious, went to open it, revealing the familiar face of Aunt Qian. Aunt Qian, what brings you here? Please come in. Aunt Qian entered with a warm smile, carrying items with her. Secretary Lin, I have brought you the outfit and shoes for the banquet on Monday. He Yuan's eyes widened as she gazed at the luxurious gift box Aunt Qian was holding. Realizing Lin Yue's confusion, Aunt Qian explained, the banquet is for the young master of the Dechuang family. Their elder son suffers from a childhood illness that has left him with the intellect of a 6-year-old, making the younger son the sole heir. The guests will be familiar faces from the business world. What appears to be a birthday celebration is, in fact, a commercial gathering. Mr. He mentioned it to me, and I thought it best to provide you with something suitable for the occasion, as your usual attire may not suffice. Lin Yue nodded in understanding. Thank you. After Aunt Qian took her leave, Lin Yue politely exchanged a few words with her. He Yuan eagerly nudged Lin Yue, come on, let's see what you received. Having gotten some shrimp oil on her hands, Lin Yue washed them before opening the gift box to reveal a simple white dress and matching high-heeled sandals. Your boss treats you exceptionally well, He Yuan remarked, though he should be footing the bill. Lin Yue was puzzled as to why President Zhao had invited her, a mere secretary, to such a birthday banquet. Nevertheless, she felt it would be impolite to refuse the invitation. After tidying the clothes, Lin Yue turned to He Yuan and said, let's go eat. You must tell me about your first business trip with the boss. I can't help but picture scenes from dramas where the boss beckons the secretary to his room at night. Lin Yue suddenly felt a flutter of guilt, remembering that she indeed shared a room with He Yuan. He Yuan, having been friends with Lin Yue for years, immediately sensed her discomfort. Lin Yue, something seems off with you. Lin Yue rolled her eyes. Stop calling me that nickname. Don't change the subject, He Yuan insisted. Quickly, you must have something to share. Is it about Mr. He? Lin Yue peeled a shrimp for He Yuan. You can't just keep talking. Come on, spill the beans. You want me to lose sleep tonight, don't you? With no choice but to share, Lin Yue recounted the incident of sharing a room with He Yuan. Before He Yuan could express her excitement, Lin Yue added, but there was a reason for it. I was originally supposed to be in a standard room. What reason? Lin Yue then explained the situation involving Madame Yu. He Yuan frowned in disbelief. What kind of woman is she? Surely she can't be that foolish to confront you over a mere provocation? With a hotel staff complicit? Well, they were all dismissed by Mr. He, who was quite upset that night. The hotel manager was also suspended. He Yuan grew increasingly animated. Mr. He is quite the hero, but something feels off. How so? You mentioned he nearly withdrew his investment. He isn't a child. He asked the president of a company. Would he make such a childish decision so easily? I can't shake the feeling that he is being overly generous towards you, more than what one would expect from a superior to a subordinate. How is it not expected? I suspect Mr. He was merely trying to intimidate. Regardless, it doesn't sit right with me. As a secretary, why not just book you another room? Was it really necessary to share? Lin Yue began to share her doubts. Was I really that dazed? Why didn't I just ask for another room? He told me it was his responsibility to ensure his subordinate's safety. Yuan, come, let me analyze this for you. When a secretary is wronged, the boss will certainly offer comfort and might even provide compensation. But Mr. He did not do that. Instead, he comforted you by sharing a room with you. Don't you find that strange? Lin Yue nodded absent-mindedly. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. But our Mr. He isn't that kind of person. When there was a thunderstorm, I instinctively hugged him, and he was very gentlemanly. Yuan clicked her tongue and nudged Lin Yue suggestively. You hugged Mr. He? It wasn't intentional. It was just an instinctive reaction. It was quite embarrassing. Yuan clicked her tongue again. I think Mr. He has feelings for you. Lin Yue blinked a few times, unsure of what she was hearing. Chapter 29, impossible. Mr. He having feelings for her? Lin Yue thought such a plot would be too unrealistic even for a TV drama. Absolutely not, she firmly rebutted. How can it be impossible? Think about all the boys who used to pursue you. Weren't they all trying to curry favor? Mr. He is just more sophisticated. Lin Yue had heard this before. It's impossible, she insisted. Our Mr. He already has someone he likes. Yuan sighed in disappointment. Who? I don't know. Lin Yue shook her head innocently. Although I spend every day with him, I've never seen him on a date with any woman. Sister, Yuan leaned in close, almost touching foreheads. You spend every day with him. Could it be possible that he likes you? Lin Yue poked her finger at Yuan's forehead, making her sit up straight. You're still a teacher, aren't you? Stop dreaming. He likes me? That would be like a real-life Cinderella story. Do you really think that's possible? Yin, get a grip. I admit I'm pretty, but Mr. He, with his background, has seen all kinds of beauties. Let's just focus on our work. The money in my bank account is what gives me peace of mind. Tanyan smiled and fed her a piece of shrimp. All right, you're so down to earth, little sweetie. What little sweetie? I'm clearly more of a strong, independent woman. Tanyan burst into laughter. Is that so? Who crawled into my bed during the thunderstorm, trembling and crying. Can I sleep with you? Huh? Who was that? Lin Yue stuffed a handful of shrimps into Tanyan's mouth. Here, eat your shrimp. Tanyan ate the shrimp and said, not bad. I'll let it go this time. Lin Yue quickly gave her a sweet smile. Tanyan, a woman herself, felt her heart melt. Around 10 o'clock on Monday morning, He Yuan's car stopped at the entrance of number 3 garden. Lin Yue usually dressed in a shirt and pencil skirt for work, so when she appeared in front of He Yuan in a pure white dress, with medium-length hair and delicate makeup, different from her usual attire, his eyes lit up. Lin Yue greeted He Yuan, who nodded slightly. Miss Lin, you look beautiful today. Thank you. He Yuan opened the back door of the car for her, and Lin Yue slipped inside. He followed, unaware that this scene was captured in someone's phone upstairs. The Zhao family's birthday banquet was held at the Yunqing Hotel, extravagantly booking the entire venue. When He Yuan and Lin Yue arrived, they were teased, saying that the biggest winner of the day wasn't the young master of the Zhao family, but the president of Hengqin, He Yuan. He Yuan could only smile politely in response. As one of the elite among the younger generation in the business circle, He Yuan was well-liked by many senior executives, leading to a series of attempts to introduce potential partners. However, he definitely dodged them all. My goodness, our Mr. He is way too popular. Of course, many people were also discussing Secretary Lin, mostly out of curiosity. After a few rounds of drinks, He Yuan was engaged in conversation with an elder, moving from his life plans to construction projects. Perhaps because He Yuan showed some interest, the conversation continued. Lin Yue, standing beside him, felt tired and was told to find a place to rest. She didn't dare wander far and chose a corner to sit down. Within 10 minutes, someone sat beside her. Lin Yue, startled, instinctively looked at the newcomer, a handsome face with a subtle smile behind his glasses. Hello, Miss Lin. Lin Yue was taken aback. Do you know me? The man extended his hand. Hello, Gunanwa. Lin Yue's lips tightened, and she merely nodded, then moved to another seat. Gunanwa? Could it be Chu Nanhua from Ruifeng? Everyone in the industry knew that Hengqin and Ruifeng became bitter rivals because of this Chu Nanhua. Chu Nanhua's sly smile flickered and then disappeared, replaced by a warm, spring-like smile as he sat next to Lin Yue. It seems Miss Lin knows me. Lin Yue met his gaze unflinchingly. Everyone says Mr. Chu is suave and courteous, but I don't see it. Oh, why do you say that? Miss Lin, knowing my identity, you deliberately approached me. What are you trying to make others misunderstand? As Mr. He's secretary, I naturally avoid you. Yet, you disregarded everyone's gaze and came to talk to me again. What do you want to discuss with me? Is this your idea of courtesy? A crack appeared in Chu Nanhua's smile, though he remained composed. Miss Lin, I think you have misunderstood. Que Nanhua explainait patiently. At the banquet, you in your white dress, like a spring sprite, flew into my heart. I couldn't help but ask about you. You. Lin Yue rubbed the goosebumps on her arms, looking at Chu Nanhua with mixed feelings. He was good-looking, but his lean face and gloomy demeanor, combined with his attempt to mimic He Yuan's refined manner, created a strange impression. He Yuan's presence was like the warm sun of early spring, genuine and comforting. But Chu Nanhua seemed like a poor imitation. Lin Yue wanted to leave, but he blocked her path. Her brows furrowed, clearly showing her anger. Monsieur, que? Please show some respect. Miss Lin, I mean no harm. Can I have your contact information? No. Suddenly, a steady voice intervened. Lin Yue turned and saw He Yuan, feeling a wave of relief. Mr. He. He Yuan's face was stern. He stepped forward, forcefully inserting himself between them, gripping Chu Nanhua's wrist. Gu Nanhua, only around 180 centimeters tall and slender, was no match for He Yuan. He frowned and released Lin Yue. He Yuan, seeing the red marks on Lin Yue's wrist, felt a surge of anger. Lin Yue tugged at his sleeve, reminding him Mr. He. He Yuan finally relaxed his grip and turned to Lin Yue. Let's go. He Yuan, when Ro is coming back. Chu Nanhua spoke in a mocking tone. He Yuan turned, responding lightly. Is that so? Shall I congratulate you? If when Ro is back, it means she has completely forgotten you. Chu Nanhua's expression froze, his eyes filled with resentment. He Yuan, without pausing, led Lin Yue away. Chapter 30. Secretary Lin takes a leave. He Yuan led Lin Yue out of the Yunqing Hotel, where Yu Zhao was waiting. He gently pushed Lin Yue into the back seat. Seeing the boss's mood, Yu Zhao discreetly raised the partition. Lin Yue was surprised. Why raise the partition? The space, which previously accommodated 3 people, was now divided. Lin Yue felt uneasy and cautiously glanced at He Yuan, unsure of his intentions. He Zong? Lin Yue tentatively called out. He Yuan slightly tilted his head, momentarily concealing his displeasure before asking her what he had said, urging her to relay every word. Lin Yue's expression hardened. Did she also have to disclose his corny, love-struck declarations? She was well aware of his identity and chose to disregard him. Yet, she found herself intrigued by his mention of tenderness. Among the 4 prominent families in City C, the He family had the fewest members and was the most uniform. While the Guan family was the most complex, the Zhong family exuded elegance, and the Wen family was the most understated. Could this tenderness be associated with the Wen family? Chu Nanhua was a person of shallow character, vengeful and petty. She needed to steer clear of him. He was like a rabid dog, and although they had some personal grievances, he brought all his animosity into the business realm. Over the past 2 years, all of Xingxing's lost projects have been intercepted by Ru Eifeng. Lin Yue nodded, acknowledging, I understand. He Zong. Personal grievances? This must certainly relate to the tenderness Chu Nanhua spoke of. However, He Yuan cast a worried glance at Lin Yue, recognizing her lack of understanding. He had never been indecisive about anything, yet when it came to tenderness and Chu Nanhua, he hesitated. Chu Nanhua's intentions were painfully clear in his eyes. Tenderness was something he had snatched away, and he had aided the Wen family in sending her abroad. His current interest in Lin Yue was undoubtedly a ploy to make her experience the bitterness of losing a loved one. How innocent was Lin Yue in all this? Was it merely because he had feelings for her? He Yuan was reluctant to take that risk. After all, his approach toward Lin Yue was akin to slowly cooking a frog, seeking to gradually immerse himself in her work and life. If she were to discover his true intentions too soon, he could not guarantee she wouldn't flee in fright. Unbeknownst to Lin Yue, who believed her superior was merely advising her to maintain distance from competitors, He Yuan escorted her back to the number 3 courtyard. Before exiting the vehicle, Lin Yue said, He Zong, I will wash this clothing and shoes before returning them to you. He Yuan shook his head. These items shouldn't be washed. Keep them for yourself. I have no use for them. Such high-end items, meant to be disposable? Lin Yue inwardly scoffed, lamenting the extravagance of the wealthy. Even if a knife were held to her throat, she would never purchase such things. Feeling somewhat awkward, she smiled at He Yuan. All right then, I'll take my leave. He Yuan nodded, watching as she exited the car, his gaze shadowed by a hint of melancholy. Yu Zhao. The partition had long been lowered. Yu Zhao tilted his head slightly. Sir, request 2 individuals from Fuhan to keep an eye on Chu Nanhua's recent activities. Understood. Chu Nanhua was a man with a singular focus. His apparent interest in Lin Yue was far from a mere attempt at casual conversation. Should Lin Yue be harmed due to negligence, He Yuan would bear the responsibility. Upon arriving home, Lin Yue changed her shoes and her phone buzzed from her bag. She glanced at the screen, momentarily taken aback. Since their explosive argument over her blind date before work, she hadn't been in contact with her family. Seeing Lin Chong's name flash on the caller ID, she sank onto the hallway floor to answer. You, cease. Lin Yue replied, What's up? Isn't it class time? Why are you calling me? Dad. Lin Chong's voice trembled. Dad hit someone while driving. They've been taken to the city hospital. What? Lin Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. How is the person? The doctor said there's a possibility of permanent disability. Lin Yue felt her body weaken. Disability? Cease. What should we do? The person is causing a scene at the hospital, and Dad has been beaten as well, but he's okay. I don't know how it got so serious. Dad rushed the person to the hospital, but the medical facilities in the county can't compare to those in the city. Even our estranged aunt has come. Lin Yue wiped her face. Don't panic. The doctor said there's a possibility of disability, but it's not certain. Just wait for me to come back. As a high school student, Lin Chong was overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Despite their parents' instructions against contacting their sister, he couldn't help himself. While conversing with Lin Chong, Lin Yue swiftly changed her clothes. I have to go. I'm buying a ticket now. I'll text you once I'm bored. Have Annie pick me up at the high-speed rail station. Lin Chong agreed, feeling a sense of reassurance. Lin Yue's family lived in a small county in the northernmost part of H City, having moved there about 8 or 9 years ago to ensure Lin Chong could attend school. Their parents operated a wonton shop and had finally managed to buy a house and car in the city. Just as life seemed to be improving, this incident occurred. After purchasing a ticket and packing a single backpack, she called He Yuan. She felt a pang of anxiety. If her request for leave was denied, her job might be at risk. However, upon hearing her request, He Yuan paused before saying, "Secretary Lin, if you require assistance, feel free to call me." Grateful, Lin Yue hung up. He Yuan sat silently in his study for a moment before calling Zhou Yunce. "Are there any projects in H City for Xingxing?" Zhou Yunce responded in confusion. "What project in H City?" "Never mind, it was just a casual inquiry." He worried that he might be losing his mind. The secretary had just left, and he was already preparing to follow. However, Lin Yue's tone suggested a family emergency. "Wait a moment, Zhou Yunce said. I recall Lin Yue's employment records indicate she's from H City. What is going on? Are you meeting the parents already? Shut it. Have you secured the Dakingsing City project? It seems you are the one fishing in troubled waters." "I am innocent." You and Secretary Lin attended the banquet as a couple, while I'm here begging for investment. "Who is really fishing in troubled waters?" He Yuan replied, to stop the banter. "Once this project is secured, I will ensure those old geezers can no longer impede my path to transform Xingxing." "Got it." He Yuan ended the call and inexplicably searched for Lin Yue's hometown on his phone. Chapter 31. The Malicious Matriarch. At 8 p.m., Lin Yue emerged from the high-speed rail station. As she stepped outside, she spotted a red sedan on the road. Her aunt, Lin Yue, was leaning against the car smoking. Lin Yue frowned and approached. "Why are you smoking again?" Upon seeing Lin Yue's previously icy demeanor melted like snow in spring. She pinched Lin Yue's cheek. "You seem to have lost weight again." "Not all. The food at our company is quite good." Lin Yue stubbed out her cigarette in a nearby trash bin. "Let's go." As soon as Lin Yue settled into the car, she eagerly inquired about the accident. Lin Yue explained. "A woman in her 30s rode her electric bike through a red light. Although she bears the main responsibility, your father is also liable for a portion. At least 10%. Lin Yue furrowed her brow, hoping the victim would recover. However, upon arriving at the county hospital, the doctor received a call from the city hospital, stating the injured woman was in a vegetative state. Lin Yue's grandmother, known as Old Lady Lin, erupted in anger, pointing at Lin Yue. "You jinx. You're a jinx. Ever since you arrived, that woman has had an accident." "Old lady," Lin Yue retorted. "Did you eat something foul this morning? You unfilial daughter. How dare you speak to your own mother like that?" Lin Yue rolled her eyes. "Even if you're my ancestor, I would still speak this way. Besides, Lin Yue, have long severed ties with you all. If it weren't for my brother treating me decently, you think I would come? Severing ties? Yet you still bear the Lin surname? Why don't you just strip yourself of that name? Hell, what does my surname have to do with you, old man?" Before his death, his dying wish was not to be buried alongside you. "In my heart, you are not one of the Lin family. You unfilial daughter." Lin Yue scoffed, too weary to engage with her. The old lady, somewhat intimidated by Lin Yue, shifted her ire towards Lin Yue. Lin's mother, a fragile woman, couldn't help but shed tears at the scene, saying to the old lady, "Mother, your words are too harsh. Ye is still your granddaughter. Girls are nothing but a financial burden. Look at the way she gazes at me, as if she wishes to devour me." Lin Yue shot a glare at the old lady, warning, "If you continue to be so cruel, you shall descend into hell after death." It must be said that Lin Yue's words struck a nerve with the old lady, who glared at her with the intensity of a foe. Lin Yue pulled Lin Yue aside, advising, "Don't mind her. Have you not endured her scorn since childhood? Such a selfish person thrives on conflict. The more you argue with her, the more satisfaction she derives. Trust your aunt. Your indifference is your greatest weapon." Lin Yue nodded. "I understand, aunt. Her words can no longer hurt me." Yet, deep down, she still feared her grandmother, a fear rooted in her dark childhood, a consequence of the old lady's own making. Lin's mother looked at her daughter with heartache, tears flowing freely. Lin Yue, feeling helpless, wiped her mother's tears away, concerned. "Mom, I'm fine. How can you be fine?" Lin's mother whispered through her sobs. "Before I gave birth to Zhongzhong, she forced me to divorce your father, forbidding me from taking you with me, treating you poorly, locking you away in that dark place. Because I was pregnant with your brother, the divorce never happened, yet she treasures Zhongzhong while treating you like grass. My heart aches. I owe you so much. I'm useless, unable to protect you." Lin's mother, a petite southern woman with a gentle disposition, had spent her life under the thumb of her mother-in-law. A strong-willed mother naturally raised a strong-willed son, and Lin's father embodied such blind filial piety. However, he was good to Lin Yue, often standing up to his mother for her sake. The old lady had become cunning, no longer speaking of her granddaughter in front of her son. As soon as Lin Onliang arrived, the old lady's demeanor shifted instantly. Lin Onliang, upon seeing his daughter, smiled, but inadvertently tugged at the wound at the corner of his mouth, grimacing in pain. "Dad, be careful." Lin Onliang nodded, saying, "Was it your brother who told you this?" "That rascal. I've told him countless times, yet he never listens." Given the severity of the situation, I had to come back and see what was going on. Lin Onliang replied, "This matter doesn't concern you. Your mother and I have the means to handle it. We'll wait for the relevant authorities to make a decision. Isn't there an insurance company? I can sell the car to cover any excess." Lin Yue frowned. How can a wrecked car sell well? However, yeah, your mother and I just bought your brother a house in the city this year, and we truly have no money left. We still have to pay the mortgage. Thus, the car I promised you as a dowry may take a while, but rest assured, I will fulfill what I promised you. At least we still have a wonton shop, which should bring in at least 100,000 a year, right? Dad, that's not what I meant. In truth, whether or not she received a car was inconsequential. She had never placed much importance on it. The realities of society were such that her parents, both from rural backgrounds, had done better than many others by being able to buy her a car. Thus, she never voiced her desire to purchase a home in City C, knowing her parents would likely provide some support, but the old lady would surely oppose it vehemently. In her eyes, everything belonging to her parents was for Lin Zhong, with no connection to Lin Yue. During her childhood, when her parents worked away, the old lady was perpetually harsh towards her. Had it not been for her aunt's protection, she shuddered to think of the hardships she would have faced. If the old lady discovered that her parents were financially aiding her in purchasing a home, she would likely storm to City C, perhaps even tearing apart the very beams of her new home. Lin Yue did not possess her mother's grace. She could scarcely endure living in a household with someone so cruel and intimidating. The old lady had only one son, naturally living with Lin Onliang. After Lin Zhong was born, the old lady's attitude towards Lin's mother softened somewhat, but it seemed she harbored a deep-seated grudge against Lin Yue. When one lives under the watchful gaze of a person who instills fear and malice, no one can breathe freely. Lin Yue even harbored the dark thought of why the old lady had not yet passed away. Yet, calamities have a strange way of lingering. All the other old ladies from her hometown had succumbed to illness, while this one remained robust. Lin Onliang expressed his concern until Lin Yue's phone rang. She was taken aback upon seeing the caller ID. It was He Yuan. Lin Onliang prompted, Yeah, why aren't you answering the phone? Oh, it's my boss. I'll take it over there. Lin Onliang assumed it was about Lin Yue's leave and urged her to answer quickly, saying, if it's about work. I have no issues here. If they want you back, your aunt can take you to the train station tomorrow morning. Lin Yue nodded and moved to the resting area in the hospital before answering the call. Hello, Secretary Lin. As she gazed out at the parking lot, she felt an unexpected sense of tranquility wash over her at He Yuan's perfectly ordinary greeting. Perhaps it was his steady demeanor that offered a sense of security she found herself yearning for. President He Yuan acknowledged. I just wanted to check if you made it home. A warmth spread through Lin Yue's heart as she replied, Yes, I have. He Yuan, glancing at the lights on the terrace, seemed momentarily at a loss for words. It was Lin Yue who, realizing the hour was late, gently reminded President He, you should rest early. He Yuan sighed. All right, Secretary Lin, if you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. Lin Yue hadn't expected He Yuan's call to be for this reason. She had assumed it was a prompt for her to return to work. The words of Yao Xing and Qin Yin echoed in her mind. Sometimes, only bystanders can see things clearly. Why do they all think this way? Did He Yuan genuinely harbor feelings for her? She shook her head, dismissing the thought. Such a notion seemed implausible. Yet, a persistent voice in her heart reminded her that He Yuan wouldn't take the time to check on a secretary unless it was something personal. Secretary Lin? Lin Yue hesitated to respond, prompting He Yuan to call her name once more. Secretary Lin? She vaguely affirmed, yes, okay. Then, I hope you rest well. He Yuan, satisfied, ended the call, leaving Lin Yue clutching her phone tightly, lost in thought. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Yue felt a weight on her shoulder. As she snapped back to reality, she turned to find Lin Yue's disapproving face. Aunt, whose call had you so lost in thought? Just my boss's. Is something wrong? Is he unhappy about your leave? No, it's just that he is busy with work and inquired when I could return. Given Lin Yue's sensitivity and suspicion regarding romantic matters, Lin Yue refrained from sharing He Yuan's concern, thinking that some things needed to be experienced firsthand. After leaving the hospital, Lin Yue did not return home, but went to Lin Yue's place. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to this arrangement. Lin Yue disapproved of the old lady's constant targeting of Lin Yue, so whenever Lin Yue was at home, she would sleep at Lin Yue's. Lin Yue was a woman who adored tending to flowers, living off a generous alimony from her ex-husband that ensured her financial security for life. She spent her days surrounded by her beloved plants. Lin Yue cherished the garden at Lin Yue's, for it was a sanctuary where she could forget her fears. The flowers here illuminated her dark childhood, and she held a deep affection for them. Yet, unlike Lin Yue, she lacked the financial means. Her salary barely sufficed for her daily expenses in the bustling city. When hunger strikes, one ought to prepare a morsel of food for oneself. There are frozen dumplings in the refrigerator. Lin Yue shook her head, declaring, "I am not hungry, Aunt." Her gaze fell upon the withered flowers and leaves cut from the garden's corners, and she suddenly perceived a unique beauty within the decay. After Lin Yue's divorce, she returned directly to her hometown, opting not to settle in the county, but rather purchasing a small villa in the city, which is merely an hour's drive from the county. Her backyard, basking in ample sunlight, is adorned with a variety of roses. Anyone who dares to covet those roses would be metaphorically stabbing Lin Yue in the back. Apart from Lin Yue, who may occasionally touch them, others should not even dare to think about it. Noticing Lin Yue lost in thought, Lin Yue playfully kicked the sofa beneath her. "Go to sleep quickly. Don't tell me you're still dwelling on the old lady's words. You should eat a couple more bowls of rice and wish for her to pass away sooner, right?" Although Lin Yue harbored such thoughts, her upbringing instilled a fear within her that prevented her from admitting it. It appears that in this society, regardless of how malevolent an elder may be, their age renders them vulnerable and deserving of sympathy. Conversely, even the most troublesome child, due to their youth, is treated as a protected group that must be indulged. Growing up in the countryside, Lin Yue despised two particular phrases. What can be done? They are of such an age, and the child is still young. Why argue with a child? Yet, no one ever pondered how the person treated by malicious elders and unruly children felt. Did they not experience fear? Until bedtime, Lin Yue continued to contemplate this question, which resulted in a restless night. The situation regarding Lin Onliang would require time to resolve, let alone the entire compensation process, which could take at least 6 months before reaching the victim. However, the victim has been deemed primarily responsible, with Lin Onliang bearing only 10% of the liability. The opposing family was relentless. On the third day after Lin Yue returned home, the opposing family arrived at their door, causing a disturbance since the wonton shop had recently closed. That day, Lin Yue and Lin Yue returned from the city rather late and found their home already blocked by those people. Lin Yue immediately called the police, disregarding Lin Yue's attempts to stop her, and rushed over. "What do you intend to do? Is it no law anymore?" Lin Yue exclaimed in exasperation. "Who are you? Mind your own business. We are looking for Lin Onliang. You have nothing to do with this. Get lost." "I am Lin Onliang's daughter," Lin Yue shouted back. "The matter will be adjudicated by the traffic police and the insurance company. What are you causing a ruckus for?" Lin Onliang violated the law and refuses to compensate. "Why can't we make a scene? We have been told that the person he hit can't even move, and we hear he is only liable for 10%. Whereas the justice? Has he bribed the police?" One shouted, "Exactly. My sister-in-law is still in the hospital, and there are 2 children at home. How is my brother's family supposed to get by with such a meager compensation? If you are indeed Lin Onliang's daughter, then it is simple. The debt of the father should be repaid by the son. We shall seek compensation from you as well." Lin Yue forcefully pushed aside a phone aimed at her face. "First, let me clarify something. It was Ms. Wu who ran the red light. My father committed no violations. According to the law, he is only responsible for 10%. If you have grievances, you may take it to court. Should you win, I would pay you not just 300,000, but 30 million. But do you dare? And do not tell me about Ms. Wu having elders and children. Did she not consider that when she ran the red light? If everyone behaved as you do, wouldn't the world descend into chaos?" Her resolute rebuttal momentarily stunned the crowd, yet they quickly reverted to their unruly behavior. Being a girl, Lin Yue was no match for these individuals, but fortunately, the police arrived shortly thereafter. Chapter 33. The hunter and the prey. Even with the police present, the crowd remained unruly, and one woman even resorted to physically assaulting an officer. "What are you doing?" The officer's superior exclaimed, unable to contain his anger. Do you not understand this is assaulting an officer? What audacity! We are here to empathize with your feelings and mediate. Yet this is how you respond? Do you truly think I am afraid to arrest you? There is surveillance and evidence regarding Ms. Wu's case. What are you causing a commotion for? The officer's authoritative shout quelled the ruckus. Lin Yue turned to the man at the forefront. You must be Ms. Wu's husband. You seem quite refined. It is hard to believe you are illiterate. Do you not realize that while your family is here causing a scene, others have work to do? The time they waste is something you pay for, correct? Does Ms. Wu and the children at home not require your attention? Have you considered that my elderly parents might get frightened or hurt by your antics? Do you think it would be you accusing us of seeking compensation? Or will we counterclaim against you? Besides, we are all neighbors. Surely you know about the troublesome old lady at my home. If you continue like this, she might come to your door to make a scene, and then the 10% compensation wouldn't even cover what you would owe? The crowd was taken aback by her words, unable to fathom such possibilities. Seeing that Lin Yue had rattled them, the police quickly stepped in to mediate. And within about 10 minutes, the crowd dispersed. Lin Yue sighed in relief. Upon opening the door, she indeed saw her mother looking frightened. She reassured her, saying, It's all right, Aunt. I promise to visit you every day during this time. If they come again, do not open the door. Simply call the police. I have been home for several days, and I must return to work tomorrow. It's okay. Just focus on your job. Do not worry too much about home. Her mother replied, nodding. Lin Yue followed Lin Yue as they departed. Lin's mother watched her daughter's retreating figure, feeling as though a needle were pricking her heart because she could not sleep at home. The following morning, Lin Yue boarded the high-speed train back to City C. These past few days, she had been unable to sleep well due to family matters. Upon arriving at the number 3 courtyard, she immediately fell into a deep slumber for the entire afternoon. When she finally woke, the sky had darkened, and a light drizzle had begun outside. Lin Yue's room was bright. She casually boiled some noodles for herself, only to realize it was nearly 9 o'clock. After finishing her meal, she sat at the dining table and called He Yuan to inform him about her work schedule for the next day. At that moment, He Yuan was with Zhou Yunkai and Guan Ziqing, enjoying drinks, while He Yuan had stepped into the restroom. Guan Ziqing noticed Lin Yue's call and quickly signaled Zhou Yunkai, saying, Hurry, let us give Lao He some support. Zhou Yunkai, puzzled, asked, Support how? Like this? Guan Ziqing beckoned to Zhou Yunkai. Just say He Yuan is drunk and ask her to come pick him up. Zhou Yunkai pondered for a moment. That could work. But what about Yu Zhao? Fool, let him go, Zhou Yunkai replied. With that, Zhou Yunkai answered the call just before Lin Yue hung up. Hello, Secretary Lin. Zhou assistant? Lin Yue had assumed the two were working overtime. Yes, Secretary Lin. President, he is drunk. Could you come and take him home? Lin Yue was taken aback. All right. Did President he not bring a driver? After Zhou Yunkai provided the address, Lin Yue hurriedly took an umbrella and went out to catch a taxi. When He Yuan entered, he noticed Zhou Yunkai and Guan Ziqing giving each other a high five, feeling a chill run down his spine. Why do I feel like you two are plotting against me? Guan Ziqing shot him a look. I'm helping you. Secretary Lin just called, and I had Yunkai say you were drunk. Zhou Yunkai chimed in. Secretary Lin is already on her way. He Yuan's mind suddenly felt rusty. Earlier, when he went to the restroom, he noticed it was drizzling outside. He pondered whether it was safe to call someone out so late. Although he considered this, he still took out his phone to call Yu Zhao, thinking of a way to deal with the antics of these two mischievous friends. Yu Zhao was thus dispatched. He Yuan poured himself another glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. For heaven's sake, Guan Ziqing was nearly in stitches. Could you possibly refrain from being so honest? If you truly get yourself drunk, how will you pursue a romance with Secretary Lin? Observing this, Zhou Yunce hastily rose and vigorously rubbed He Yuan's face until it flushed. This still depends on me. He Yuan was at a loss for words, uncertain whether having such friends was a blessing or a curse. So far, it seemed to be a blessing. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Yue arrived at the venue where He Yuan and the others were drinking. Upon her arrival, He Yuan was slightly reclined on the sofa, his gaze fixed on her, his face still bearing a hint of crimson. Lin Yue assumed he was intoxicated and greeted Zhou Yunce. Guan Ziqing propped his chin on his hand and waved at her. Hello, Secretary Lin. Zhou Yunce chimed in. This is General Guan from Fengxi, Guan Ziqing. Hello, General Guan. Guan Ziqing nodded. Yes, well, Assistant Zhou and I have some matters to discuss. I'll leave He Yuan in your capable hands. All right. Lin Yue approached He Yuan, gently patting his shoulder. General He, can you still walk? He Yuan replied affirmatively. Shall I assist you? He Yuan consented, and with her support, He slowly made his way out of the club's main entrance. Zhou Yun's and Guan Ziqing stifled their laughter, mischievously capturing He Yuan's current state on video. More material for mockery, splendid. Though He Yuan's gait was unsteady, requiring support to walk, it was evident he had indulged considerably. Lin Yue helped him into the car, and then circled around to the driver's seat. The location was near Yuan Yunting, but mindful of her superior's inebriation, Lin Yue took care to drive a bit slower than usual to avoid causing discomfort to He Yuan. He leaned against the car's seat, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, brazenly scrutinizing the contours of Lin Yue's ear, from her soft earlobe to the mole behind her ear, then to the elegant curve of Secretary Lin's neck. Lin Yue felt her earlobe warming and instinctively grasped it, unaware that her actions had left 2 faint red marks on her snow-white skin, tightening the throat of a certain observer. Lin Yue, unaccustomed to driving at night, remained alert to the road, oblivious to the predatory gleam in her superior's gaze. It was the fervent excitement of a hunter spotting its prey, yet the hunter exhibited remarkable patience to lower the prey's defenses. Chapter 34. Secretary Lin's dedication at Yuan Yunting. Lin Yue was practically a daily visitor, thoroughly familiar with the surroundings. Her only solace was that He Yuan was not entirely intoxicated. At the very least, he could still comprehend human speech, following her directives without hesitation. This kind of superior was inexplicably endearing. Were it not for the fear that he might recall tonight's events, Lin Yue might have even encouraged him to make a silly face. As the door beeped open, Lin Yue steadied He Yuan, locking eyes with Aunt Qian. "What's this?" Lin Yue replied. "He drunk." Aunt Luo, witnessing the scene, attempted to assist, but Aunt Qian halted her. "You go make a hangover soup for the gentleman." Reluctantly, Aunt Luo retreated to the kitchen. Aunt Qian did not lend a hand, but instead guided Lin Yue. "Secretary Lin, please bring the gentleman inside." Although he has no obsessive cleanliness, he prefers not to be touched by others. Lin Yue had no choice but to escort him into the room. "Secretary Lin, please keep an eye on him for a moment. I'll check on the hangover soup." Lin Yue felt a bit fatigued and didn't ponder why 2 people needed to prepare soup. However, Aunt Qian had already closed the door behind her with a knowing smile. "This young man seems to be missing someone, doesn't he?" Having worked in the He household for many years, she had never seen He Yuan intoxicated. It was clear he was putting on an act. Yet He Yuan was not the type to take advantage of others, so Aunt Qian felt reassured. Indeed, He Yuan's inherent decorum was evident even as Lin Yue supported him. His hands remained properly at his sides. To put it simply, were it not for Zhou Yun's and the others, he would likely not have feigned drunkenness to summon Lin Yue. Furthermore, having not seen her for several consecutive days, he genuinely longed to see Secretary Lin. Otherwise, come tomorrow at work, she would revert to her usual businesslike demeanor, even finding ways to decline lunch together. He Yuan's room was spacious, and as Lin Yue endeavored to guide him to the bed, she accidentally stumbled over a rug. He Yuan, not genuinely drunk, instinctively wrapped his arms around Lin Yue's waist, causing their rhythm to falter. Startled by his sudden embrace, Lin Yue instinctively attempted to pull away. Positioned by the bed, He Yuan's height and weight proved too much for Lin Yue to bear. They both unexpectedly toppled onto He Yuan's gray bed. To avoid crushing her, he had to support himself with his arms. Their gazes locked. He Yuan's clarity was unmistakable to Lin Yue. He was far from inebriated. Yet she dared not voice this realization, for it would inevitably lead to the inquiry of why he was pretending to be drunk. The person she had admired from the first moment now lay beneath her. Even a deity would be rendered dazed. Lin Yue's doe-like eyes remained fixed on him, capable of melting even the coldest of hearts. He Yuan's gaze drifted to her petite, rounded nose, then continued downward. Upon seeing her soft pink lips, he found himself unable to divert his attention. Lin Yue's lips slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of her pearly teeth. They were full and moist, inciting an irresistible urge to kiss. Feeling the weight upon her, Lin Yue clutched the bedsheet tighter. What was he planning? What was that look in his eyes? Lin Yue felt her heart racing to her throat. For the first time, the always in control He Yuan felt the reins slipping from his grasp, particularly now as an overwhelming desire to kiss Secretary Lin surged within him. His yearning propelled him into action, as if he were a puppet governed by desire. Should Lin Yue emit even the slightest signal of acceptance, he would plunge into irretrievable depths. The distance between them closed. Lin Yue held her breath, nervously biting her lip, prompting a shift in He Yuan's gaze before he could no longer contain himself. and leaned in to kiss her. Lin Yue instinctively shut her eyes tightly, feeling the warmth of his lips. Their mouths merely brushed against each other, not quite a true kiss, yet the proximity allowed them to sense each other's breath, thickening the air with palpable tension, entwining their hearts. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking startled Lin Yue, causing her to open her eyes and push He Yuan away. Jumping off the bed like a startled rabbit, her face flushed crimson. He Yuan, too, regained his composure, momentarily vexed that he had kissed her without Secretary Lin's consent. More knocking ensued. He Yuan leaned against the headboard, coughing discreetly into his fist before allowing the visitor to enter. Sir, the hangover soup. He Yuan. Lin Yue. Unbeknownst to them, their superior's fade had been unveiled. Nevertheless, He Yuan beckoned, finishing the soup in one go. Perhaps discomforted by the tie around his neck, he loosened it with a hand, his brow furrowed as if caught in a tempest of emotions. Lin Yue quickly averted her gaze, stammering, General, I'll take my leave now. Before He Yuan could respond, she dashed out the door, fleeing as if pursued. He Yuan hastily signaled to Aunt Qian, please see her off. Aunt Qian, also capable of driving, quickly turned to follow Lin Yue. He Yuan shook his head in frustration, yanking off his tie and tossing it to the floor. He was truly bewitched by beauty. How could he have disregarded everything and kissed her? What if he frightened her away? He Yuan raked a hand through his hair in agitation. Perhaps he should apologize tomorrow? But what would he say? I'm sorry. Secretary Lin, I kissed you yesterday? That would unmistakably paint him as a scoundrel regretting his actions. Should he deny it? Play the fool. He was more despicable than a scoundrel. It was the first time He Yuan had felt such rage, silently cursing himself as he walked barefoot towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, Lin Yue had already taken a seat in the car driven by Aunt Qian, although she initially intended to refuse. Aunt Qian was oblivious to the events that had transpired in the room. She tapped her head in frustration, questioning her sanity. Why hadn't she dodged when He Yuan kissed her? What was she to do now? Should she admit it outright? Perhaps feigning ignorance would be wiser, given that he was intoxicated. Otherwise, her job could be at stake. Goodness, she had only just secured her position a few days ago. Secretary Lin, what's wrong? Aunt Qian asked, noticing Lin Yue's furrowed brows and her self-reprimanding gestures. No, nothing, just that tomorrow's work is a bit complicated. I was thinking about it. Lin Yue replied with a forced chuckle. Secretary Lin is truly dedicated. Lin Yue thought to herself, how dedicated is your husband? Pretending to be drunk and foolish, utterly shameless. After returning home, Lin Yue felt like a walking corpse, dreading the arrival of the next day. As the sun rose in the east, all the drunken ambiguity would dissipate. How would she face him? Frustrated, she buried herself under the covers, pounding the bed a few times in exasperation. Unbeknownst to her, the other protagonist of the drunken kiss shared a similar plight. Chapter 35. Last night Lin Yue tossed and turned throughout the night, finally concluding that she could not afford to lose this job. With dark circles under her eyes, she got up, relieved that she could conceal them with foundation. At 9 o'clock, she arrived punctually at Yuan-Yunting. After receiving a call from Aunt Qian the night before, she learned she could come in a bit later. Upon her arrival, Aunt Qian greeted her warmly. Lin Yue's heart raced, yet she maintained an outward calm as she prepared He Yuan's attire for the day. Fortunately, the schedule was quite packed. The regular meeting was presided over by Assistant Zhou, while He Yuan was to inspect the work at one of the hotels under his purview. He would only have time for a quick lunch, followed by an afternoon meeting with the executive office to report on recent work. When He Yuan entered, his gaze locked with Lin Yue's. It was as if an invisible thread connected them, the scene of their lips meeting last night flashing through their minds. He Yuan's eyes then fell onto Lin Yue's luscious lips, adorned with a gentle pink gloss, yet subtly revealing their most innocent hue. Lin Yue's heart raced, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. Why was she so cowardly? Why couldn't she look at him? He Yuan approached Lin Yue and softly called, Secretary Lin. Good morning, President He. Lin Yue replied, unable to meet his eyes. Good morning. Lin Yue fidgeted with her clothing, taking a deep breath to feign normalcy as she helped him with his tie. Previously, this action held no deeper connotation for her, but today, it was tinged with anxiety and an inexplicable sense of shy ambiguity. He Yuan's gaze rested on Lin Yue's smooth forehead. He genuinely appreciated her standing before him, assisting with his tie. In the past, he had several secretaries, but none had provided such attentive service. He had always tied his own ties, while Aunt Qian merely coordinated his outfits. Since Secretary Lin's arrival, these tasks had fallen to her. He sought any excuse to spend more time with her, hoping to secure a place in her heart. Secretary Lin, He Yuan began, about last night, President, he was intoxicated. Are you experiencing any headaches? If so, I could prepare some honey water for you and give you a brief head massage. Lin Yue suddenly met He Yuan's gaze, which was filled with an unmistakable feigned innocence and a hint of threat. He Yuan swallowed his words. The timing was not right, and perhaps feigning ignorance was the only way to maintain their current relationship. As a subordinate, Lin Yue naturally did not want this incident to hinder her work. She only wished to maintain the status quo. He Yuan could push for an admission or boldly confess, but such actions would disregard her feelings, something he could not bring himself to do. Sometimes, feigning ignorance could be a considerate form of empathy. He Yuan shook his head. It's not too painful. Enchian must have prepared honey water. All right, President He, you have 10 minutes left for breakfast. We need to be on the road for 20 minutes. We must arrive at Yunqing Hotel on Central Road by 9:30. He Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, and after breakfast, he and Lin Yue proceeded to work as if last night's events had never occurred. Following the incident at the Z City Hotel, all Yunqing hotels across the country were on high alert. The general manager had been suspended, and the entire front desk staff had been dismissed. The news had spread throughout all Yunqing chain hotels. After inspecting for half a day, He Yuan found no significant issues. He organized an event on the official website, allowing the first 100 guests to share their experiences and suggestions in exchange for a complete set of skincare products endorsed by Su Ying. Su Ying also helped promote the event, causing Yunqing Hotel to gain considerable fame. The skincare set endorsed by Su Ying was worth thousands. Moreover, due to the previous misunderstanding with Su Ying, He Yuan had gained a bit of a fan base. Amusingly, he did not have an account of his own. Everything was orchestrated by fans for their amusement. Some even called on the Yunqing Hotel's website, urging, let your president create an account. It's simply free advertising. However, the official account of the Xingxing Group released He Yuan's schedule, which was also shared by the Yunqing Hotel's website. Netizens were taken aback, realizing that being a boss was not as free as they imagined. He worked from dawn till dusk, scarcely getting any sleep. Indeed, being a boss was not a role that mere mortals could take lightly. Judging by this schedule, it seemed he had yet to finish his work before others had already taken the lead. He Yuan and Lin Yue returned to the company in the afternoon. Lin Yue didn't even go back to her office, busy printing meeting materials. Right next to Yao Xing, curiously, she nudged Lin Yue's waist. Hey, a beautiful woman just entered President He's office. Lin Yue was taken aback. Did she have an appointment? Did you just let her in? Assistant Zhou let her in. Lin Yue glanced at Yao Xing. Who is it? Misu? It's not Miss Su. The person was wearing sunglasses, but I only caught a glimpse of her mouth. Lin Yue nodded. All right, I understand. As there were many materials to prepare, Lin Yue waited for about 5 or 6 minutes until He Yuan emerged from his office, accompanied by a woman whose figure was obscured by He Yuan. Lin Yue merely glanced instinctively before focusing back on the documents in front of her. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed He Yuan personally escorting the woman out. Lin Yue returned to her office and waited for a long time, but He Yuan did not come back. In reality, he was in the office next door with Zhou Yunce. Upon seeing He Yuan, Zhou Yunce promptly inquired, when did Wen Rou return? He Yuan replied, a few days ago. Chu Nanhua mentioned it during Zhao's son's birthday banquet. Zhou Yunce scoffed. How does that guy know everything? Doesn't he worry that the lunatic will come after her again? He Yuan shook his head. No, Chu Nanhua, despite being a petty man and a lunatic, truly loves Wen Rou. The scar on her wrist is her weapon against him. Unless he wants to drag her down with him, he wouldn't dare. Zhou Yunce snorted. What a piece of work. Wen Rou was originally your fiancée. But Chu Nanhua swooped in, pretending to be a gentleman. Once married, his true nature emerged, locking Wen Rou in the house, forbidding her from socializing. Anyone would be driven mad by him. He Yuan frowned. Don't talk nonsense. That fiancé business was just a casual conversation between our parents when we were young. Nothing was ever finalized. I don't like her, and she doesn't like me. Don't let that slip, or others might misunderstand. Zhou Yunce nodded repeatedly. Got it. He Yuan had just returned to his office and summoned Lin Yue for a meeting. Chapter 36. Secretary Lin goes on a blind date during the meeting. Lin Yue caught sight of Qing Jing once more. However, she felt no emotional turmoil towards her now. It seemed that Qing Jing was still intent on pursuing her. During a break in the meeting, when Lin Yue went to the restroom, Qing Jing eagerly followed her. As Lin Yue finished washing her hands and was about to leave, she was called back by Qing Jing. Lin Yue turned to face her inquiring, "What is it?" Qing Jing tossed a paper towel into a nearby trash bin, gazing at Lin Yue with a hint of disdain, and remarked, "Lin Yue, your position as secretary to Mr. He is surely due to him, isn't it?" Lin Yue's eyes flared with anger. "What do you mean? Speak plainly, without your veiled insinuations." Referring to the recent exposure of Su Ying's mysterious boyfriend by paparazzi, she continued, "That person in the underground parking lot photos was you, wasn't it? Others may not recognize him, but I saw it immediately. Everyone thought it was Su Ying. Perhaps she served as a shield for the two of you." Lin Yue frowned, utterly speechless at Qing Jing's logic. Wouldn't a rational person think that I was helping Su Ying evade the paparazzi? Qing Jing scoffed. "Lin Yue, have you ever seen a boss who, even outside of working hours, brings their secretary along? Meeting Su Ying is one thing. Attending the Zhao family birthday banquet is another. To top it off, Mr. He personally came to pick you up. The clothes and shoes you wore could have easily cost your entire year's salary. Though Zhou Zhu had a last-minute engagement, he only brought you on such a significant project. Don't you find that odd? Or are you deliberately playing the fool, relishing this peculiarity?" Lin Yue found herself at a loss for words, as she had only just realized yesterday that He Yuan indeed harbored feelings for her. "How do you know Mr. He picked me up for the Zhao family birthday banquet?" Qing Jing replied, "You were photographed downstairs at the Sanhao courtyard. During your leave, those photos circulated throughout the company. It was Mr. He who intervened." Lin Yue froze. No one had informed her. Given Mr. He's protective demeanor, it would be hard to convince anyone that nothing was going on between them. People tend to believe what they want. If you want them to doubt something, they will believe it even more. But since Mr. He intervened, who would dare to challenge you? Can't you feel it? Everyone in the departments you interact with treats you with utmost courtesy. After saying this, Qing Jing left, leaving Lin Yue to process the information. From her words, Lin Yue sensed the weight of Mr. He's actions. Since her return from leave, everyone had acted normally. Even Yao Xing and Xiao Yun maintained their composure. Logically, if everyone had seen the photos, they would inevitably speculate about her relationship with Mr. He. The connection between a secretary and a CEO hardly sounds conventional. Lin Yue began to suspect that perhaps everyone had silently acquiesced to the notion of her and Mr. He being close, a closeness which, in their eyes, must have been shamelessly sought after, given Mr. He's stature. Surely, if he beckoned, a throng of women would vie to become his mistress. After a moment of silence, Lin Yue took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Aunt Wang. This is Lin Yue. Can you help me reach Mr. Kai for the blind date you mentioned before?" "All right, thank you, Aunt Wang. That works for me. I'm free." After hanging up, Lin Yue lingered in the restroom for a while before returning to the conference room. Approximately an hour later, the meeting concluded. Zhou Yuan glanced at his watch and suggested, "Shall we all go out for dinner? We still need to discuss the Diyun Star City project tonight. It looks like we'll be busy until midnight." Zheng Yu stretched lazily and concurred. "Sounds good." Zhou Yuan added, "Just a moment. I'll bring my two secretaries along." Suddenly, Lin Yue stood up, smiling gracefully and politely. "I'm sorry, Zhou assistant, but I have a blind date downstairs in our building. I'll be back in no more than an hour, so you all go ahead." Everyone was taken aback, including He Yuan, whose gentle gaze sharpened immediately. He watched Lin Yue busily gather her materials, not affording him a glance, not even a sidelong glance. The rest of the meeting attendees dared not meet He Yuan's eyes, including Zhou Yuan's. Only Qing Jing remained composed, as if she had anticipated Lin Yue's actions. Qing Jing understood Lin Yue well. She disliked having her efforts dismissed outright. Lin Yue was someone who enjoyed proving herself. She couldn't discern whether being noticed by He Yuan was a blessing or a curse. If Lin Yue were to capitalize on this attention, she might indeed rise quickly, but she was not the kind of person to sell herself short, thus ensuring she would ultimately disappoint He Yuan's affections. If this continued, Lin Yue would not be valued and would inevitably leave Hengxing. Just days prior, Qing Jing had heard rumors about a department head attempting to exploit a new employee. When the employee refused, the head found an excuse to dismiss them. Of course, such gossip merely served as idle chatter, with no one knowing the truth. Yet Lin Yue's fate seemed destined to mirror those who were more adaptable. To put it bluntly, apart from Zhou Yuan's, everyone assumed that He Yuan was merely playing around, for no one truly believed he would marry Lin Yue. The fundamental way to dispel rumors is through the rumors themselves. Soon enough, news of Lin Yue's blind date spread throughout the company, especially since many saw her leaving after work, and not everyone dined at the company that afternoon. If Lin Yue genuinely had a relationship with He Yuan, would she dare to go on a blind date right outside the company? Wouldn't that jeopardize her standing with her boss? He Yuan understood Lin Yu's mindset well. She didn't genuinely wish to go on a blind date, but her eagerness to distance herself amused him. Perhaps Lin Yue herself did not believe he genuinely liked her. After these events, He Yuan clearly sensed Lin Yu's growing distance and reluctance. He had no intention of forcing the matter and could only retreat to his previous position. Lin Yue feared nothing, not even the rumors, but she despised the notion that her employment at Hengxing was due to her association with He Yuan. Perhaps it was the shadow cast by her family's preference for male heirs that led Lin Yue to subconsciously compete with Lin Chong. She believed she was not inferior to Lin Chong, nor were women lesser than men. Why should her hard-earned position be subject to such speculation? Having been with He Yuan for so long, she knew he was not the type to exploit talent or disregard company protocol for personal gain. Thus, Lin Yue understood perfectly how she had attained her position. Chapter 37. I want to ship a CP. Another workday concluded, and Lin Yue managed to leave early today. She collapsed on her bed, her mind filled with He Yuan's hesitant demeanor before he left work. It had been over half a month since their unintentional kiss. Yet their relationship had grown somewhat strained. Aside from work, Lin Yue exchanged not a single word of frivolity with He Yuan. Perhaps due to the influence of her blind date, as she passed through the outer office, she inadvertently overheard a conversation between Yao Xing and Xiaoyan. Do you think Secretary Lin and Mr. He are really together? Are you foolish? If Secretary Lin were dating Mr. He, would she go on a blind date? Wasn't he at all the buzz recently that Mr. He and Secretary Lin were an item? Just a photo, didn't I show you? I don't see anything wrong with Mr. He picking her up. Some people just love to overanalyze. It's so annoying. Secretary Lin has been so cold towards Mr. He lately. Is she purposely avoiding suspicion? Probably, since if they were really together, would Secretary Lin even consider a blind date? I think this is just a strategy of hers. I'm so tired of those gossipers. They ruin my chances of shipping CP. Lin Yue smiled slightly upon hearing this. This was precisely the effect she desired. Recently, those who had been working with her no longer wore forced smiles or engaged in insincere flattery. Lin Yue was about to make a phone call home when her own phone rang. It was Lin Yue. Her aunt rarely called without reason, and Lin Yue instinctively feared it might be bad news, promptly answering the call. Hello, Aunt, is something wrong at home? Nothing's wrong, Lin Yue replied. Today, I inadvertently stumbled upon some gossip about a celebrity online, someone named Su Ying, I believe. I heard she has some connection to your boss. I saw a photo leaked by paparazzi earlier. Yeah, was that you? Yes, it was me. Su Ying is our boss's aunt. When I met her with Mr. He, she was cornered by the paparazzi, and I merely helped her evade them. Aunt, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Because I just saw a gossip post, and it vaguely reminded me of you and your boss, though it hasn't gained much traction yet. Lin Yue paused, taken aback. What post? Someone posted it on Weibo. I'll send it to you. All right. Lin Yue continued. Yeah, I don't care about the content of these posts, but I did a bit of research on your boss. I must admit, he is indeed handsome and affluent. Since you haven't been in a relationship, such a mature and charming man can unintentionally stir one's emotions. However, you mustn't pursue this. Lin Yue remained silent for a moment before replying, understood. Feeling that a single word was too insubstantial, she added, Aunt, what are you implying? We only share a professional relationship. I don't have feelings for him. Good, that's a relief. Otherwise, with your aunt's experience right here, if you were to plunge into it, it could cost you dearly. I understand it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yue's gaze drifted for a moment. Eventually, she followed Lin Yue's screenshot to search for the gossip account. Upon glancing at the profile, it was clearly a secondary account. But it wasn't the kind of gossip her aunt had mentioned. It was merely fanfiction content. I want to ship CP. I'm a fan of SY, so I pay extra attention to her news. As a longtime supporter, I had no idea she had such a significant background. Recently, it was revealed that SY has a mysterious boyfriend outside the circle, mistakenly believed to be a certain CEO. But that was clarified later. The key point is, the CEO mentioned having someone he likes, and I heard it's his secretary. The photos taken in the underground parking lot aren't of SY, but rather of the CEO's secretary. She reportedly wore SY's clothes to help her shake off some paparazzi. I'm just an ordinary worker at HX, wanting to enjoy shipping CP. I don't dare to post on my main account, so I'll amuse myself here. I've secretly observed from a distance. The CEO and the secretary are a perfect match. So delightful. Lin Yue frowned, reading the CP post, and feeling fortunate it was just a secondary account with only a handful of views. She couldn't intervene in such fan activities. Could she demand they delete their content? It was hardly her concern. After dismissing the matter, she informed Lin Yue and then called home, where her father answered. Hello, yeah. Hi, Dad, how have you been? Are those people still around? They're gone. It seems my daughter is quite formidable. Lin Yue responded with a hum, knowing those people wouldn't abandon their work. How's business at the store? Not bad. You needn't worry. Good. Take care of yourself and Mom. You too. Don't be frugal. If you run short on money, just let me know. I asked your aunt to give you 10,000 last time, but I heard from Xiao Yu that you didn't accept it. No need. I'm working and earning my own income. All right. I understand you're strong-willed. Lin Yue acknowledged with another hum, offering a few more reminders before hanging up. She then rose to take a shower and, after drying her hair, happily collapsed on her bed. Staring at the ceiling light, for some inexplicable reason, the image of He Yuan surfaced in her mind. It was reminiscent of that day when she lay in bed, memories of their intimate moments flooding back. Just as He Yuan's lips were about to brush against hers, Lin Yue turned over, burying her face in the sheets. Am I going mad? Why do I keep recalling this scene? She thought. Lin Yue, you have proven through your blind date that there is no personal relationship with He Yuan. You must not contradict yourself. She slapped her face lightly, urging herself to sleep. Meanwhile, a few streets away at the Yuan Yunting, He Yuan furrowed his brow, having just finished some tasks when his phone vibrated. Hello, sir. Chu Nanhua has been outside the Wen family villa every night for the past few days. He Yuan inquired. Has he done anything? Not at all. He hasn't even met Miss Wen. I understand. Keep watching him. Yes. He Yuan tapped his fingers on the table, realizing that the incident involving Wen Rou had significantly impacted Chu Nanhua. Otherwise, with his reckless nature, he would have abducted her by now. Outside the Wen family villa, Chu Nanhua received a call from He Yuan as well. Listening to the report over the phone, he sneered devilishly. Good. Tell her that once this is accomplished, she will be my right-hand woman, no longer needing to look pitifully at Zheng Yu's foolish face. Chu Nanhua hung up, his eyes narrowing slightly. He Yuan, until Wen Rou returns to my side, you will not have the person you desire. Chapter 38. What are you doing? As the weather gradually turned cooler, Lin Yue noticeably added a coat when stepping out. Thus, as her role of secretary, she couldn't help but remind He Yuan that morning while helping him with his tie. Mr. He, it's getting colder. Please take care of yourself. He Yuan chuckled softly. I thought you wouldn't want to speak to me outside of work. Lin Yue tightened her fingers, her head slightly bowing. This is part of my job responsibilities. He Yuan pursed his lips slightly. Do you resent me for handling the photo issue while you were on leave? I don't resent you, Lin Yue replied, meeting his gaze. As both a company executive and a party involved in the incident, you have every right to handle it. However, some people enjoy amplifying matters, assuming that a man and a woman standing together must have an affair. With so many employees in the company, you cannot silence everyone. As a regular staff member, I dislike such baseless suspicions. So you went on a blind date? Wasn't it effective? He Yuan grasped her hand. You know very well that I... Mr. He, Lin Yue forcefully withdrew her hand. Please maintain your decorum. Her plea for decorum left He Yuan's words unvoiced. Consequently, after work that evening, feeling dejected, He Yuan impulsively invited Zhou Yunkai for drinks. Even though Zhou Yunkai tried to excuse himself, citing ongoing projects, He Yuan insisted on dragging him along. Seeing He Yuan drink as if money were no object, Zhou Yunkai couldn't help but kick him lightly. Drink less. Are you even going to work tomorrow? Not going. To hell with work, He Yuan huffed in rare defiance. Zhou Yunkai chuckled helplessly. Mr. He, are you really giving up? I mean, you who stand tall above others should consider her feelings. Lin Yue doesn't want to be associated with you, and it may not necessarily mean she dislikes you. Perhaps she is simply afraid. He Yuan's head snapped up. So you're saying there's still a chance she might like me? Indeed, Zhou Yunkai soothed. I used to be oblivious. But after my family went bankrupt and I experienced the fickleness of human relationships, I realized life is inherently unequal. To Lin Yue, you may seem untouchable and exalted. The divide between you is not merely financial. It encompasses experience, family background, and worldview. She would need to love you immensely to step into a world that is 95% beyond the ordinary. I understand, which is why I do not dare to rush. I hope that through my own actions and sincerity, she will believe that I am earnest. Yet, a mere photograph has shattered the goodwill I painstakingly built in her presence. Zhou Yunkai patted his shoulder and comforted him, saying, This is merely the beginning. If you are determined to pursue her, there will be many more encounters ahead. He Yuan took a swig of alcohol and lamented, It is not that I am angry about her blind date. I'm simply distressed because she is ignoring me. Zhou Yunkai couldn't help but chuckle, finding a sense of schadenfreude in the situation. When has He Yuan ever felt wronged? Secretary Lin is truly remarkable. Indulging himself, he ended up quite inebriated. As Zhou Yunkai escorted him back, they coincidentally encountered Jiang Nanji and He Tian, who had come to see their son. Zhou Yunkai was taken aback, greeting them with Mr. He, madam. Jiang Nanji exclaimed, Yunkai, what happened to him? Zhou Yunkai awkwardly replied, He is drunk. Jiang Nanji widened her eyes in disbelief. Is this really my disciplined son? He Tian rarely frowned, casting a disapproving glance at He Yuan and signaling Zhou Yunkai to take him inside. Concerned, Jiang Nanji followed, wanted to check on him. To her surprise, He Yuan seized her hand, slurring, Secretary Lin. Jiang Nanji initially thought he was simply calling for his secretary out of habit, but as he kept repeating it, she began to sense something was amiss. She turned to her husband, puzzled. What does this mean? Does he have feelings for his secretary? He Tian shook his head innocently. Jiang Nanji sighed. What on earth are you doing all day? Aren't you concerned about our son? He Tian feigned innocence once more. My dear, what do you think I do all day? Today I accompany you shopping, tomorrow I assist you in buying a bag, and the day after, I take you to an exhibition. Enough, enough. One day, I will go and check on this Secretary Lin myself. Zhou Yunkai looked at He Yuan with some sympathy. It was not he who divulged this secret. Jiang Nanji had been trying to extract information from He Yuan, but he had remained tight-lipped about whom he liked. Who would have thought that a single drunken episode would lead to his own betrayal? The next day, at Yuan Yunting, Lin Yue had expected to find He Yuan already dressed after a shower as usual, but today the room was empty. After preparing his clothes and accessories, she turned to the kitchen where Aunt Qian was busy with breakfast. Seeing Lin Yue, Aunt Qian exclaimed, Secretary Lin, you're here? The sir is still asleep. Lin Yue was taken aback. Still asleep? Aunt Qian responded, he got drunk last night. Could you please wake him? If he doesn't get up for work, he might become angry. Lin Yue nodded and reluctantly pushed open the door to He Yuan's bedroom. He was sleeping in a proper position, a hint of stubble on his chin, yet his handsome features remained unmarred. His most striking feature was his straight nose, with its smooth lines and graceful contours. Lin Yue approached the bedside quietly, gently tapping He Yuan's shoulder. Mr. He. He Yuan furrowed his brow and mumbled an indistinct response. It's time to get up. Lin Yue instinctively softened her voice. Mr. He, it's time to rise. Secretary Lin. He Yuan mumbled again, eyes still closed. Lin Yue leaned closer, asking, what did you say? Secretary Lin. Now understanding him clearly, Lin Yue was momentarily stunned. Was he dreaming? He Yuan's brow was furrowed tightly, and he reeked of alcohol. Judging by his attire, it was evident he had not changed since last night. Lin Yue guessed he must be suffering from hangover. Gathering her courage, she lightly patted his face. Mr. He, are you feeling unwell? If so, please get up. He Yuan responded vaguely, but seemed unable to open his eyes. Seeing he was truly uncomfortable, Lin Yue decided to massage his temples. Indeed, within moments, the tension in his brow began to dissipate. Although her hands were sore, she continued, her gaze resting on He Yuan's face, feeling her fingertips grow warm. As she watched, her thoughts began to drift, completely unaware that He Yuan had opened his eyes until his strong hand grasped her slender wrist. Secretary Lin, what are you doing? Startled, Lin Yue quickly attempted to withdraw her hand. However, He Yuan, having been caught off guard once before, was now prepared, his grip firm. In their gaze, He Yuan discerned the concern in Lin Yue's eyes. He held her wrist tightly, pulling her into his embrace. Lin Yue gasped and tried to rise, but He Yuan held her head down with a pitiful expression. Secretary Lin, my head hurts terribly. Lin Yue found herself lying against his chest, her heart racing with trepidation. Hearing him say that, she was reluctant to move. Stammering, she offered, then, shall I give you a massage? Very well. Although he said this, his large hand remained on the back of Lin Yue's head, gently caressing her as if petting a cat. Lin Yue's face flushed instantly. Mr. He, please let go of me. Otherwise, I cannot massage you properly. He Yuan obediently released her. Lin Yue sat up awkwardly, clearing her throat. Shall I help you sit up? He Yuan propped himself up with his arm, yet dizziness overcame him, and he instinctively frowned, looking uncomfortable. Observing this, Lin Yue moved closer, sitting face to face with him to massage his temples. He Yuan's eyes, which had been slightly closed, gradually opened, fixating on the person so close before him. Lin Yue feigned calmness, avoiding making eye contact. A pleased chuckle escaped He Yuan's throat, Secretary Lin. Lin Yue responded in surprise. Apply a bit more pressure. Lin Yue resumed her efforts, though the position was quite awkward, leaving her hands aching. After about 3 minutes, Lin Yue finally paused, letting out a breath and unconsciously shaking her hands. He Yuan reached out to grab her hand, but Lin Yue stood up to evade him. Mr. He, do you feel any better? He Yuan nodded. Much better. I'll go take a shower. Please wait for me outside. Lin Yue turned to leave. Aunt Qian, seeing her come out, hurriedly asked, How is it? Is he up? He is awake. Aunt Qian smiled. I have never seen him drunk before. Last night, mister. He and Madam stayed for quite a while before leaving. Lin Yue instinctively nodded along with Aunt Qian. Just then, sounds came from the entrance. Aunt Qian quickly went to greet them, and Lin Yue followed closely behind. Jiang Nanji, changing her shoes, asked, Where's my big baby? After last night's drinking, he should still be in bed, right? He isn't here, madam. He is in the shower. Oh dear, this child, troubled by love, ended up getting himself completely drunk. I'm so worried. He gets up earlier than a rooster and sleeps later than a dog, and now he is drinking. I'll come to make him some soup. Lin Yue deduced from their conversation that the person before her was He Yuan's mother, although she was momentarily taken aback by the affectionate nickname she used for He Yuan. She quickly composed herself and stood obediently to the side. When Jiang Nanji noticed her, Lin Yue slightly bowed, Madam. Jiang Nanji appraised Lin Yue, observing her attire and demeanor, concluding that she was indeed He Yuan's secretary. She felt her visit was timely. Lin Yue was quite lovely, carrying herself with neither subservience nor arrogance. Her makeup understated and appropriate, and her eyes bright and clear, devoid of any ulterior motives. No wonder He Yuan was attracted to her. He had always liked things that appeared clean and comfortable. This secretary perfectly aligned with his aesthetic. You must be Xiao Yuan's secretary, right? Jiang Nanji addressed Lin Yue with a warm smile. Yes, madam. Jiang Nanji did not overly exert pressure, but greeted her kindly. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble. This is my job. Just then, He Yuan emerged and spotted the scene, hastening his steps. Mom, what brings you here? Jiang Nanji turned to He Yuan and said, I came by last night, but you were intoxicated. I made you some soup. Thank you, Mom, He Yuan replied, glancing at Lin Yue. Mom, this is my secretary, Lin Yue. I know, she acknowledged. At that moment, Aunt Qian brought out He Yuan's breakfast. Lin Yue and Jiang Nanji had already eaten, but Jiang Nanji accompanied her son at the table, motioning for Lin Yue to join them. No need, madam, I'll stand. Lin Yue insisted. Don't be silly, sit down. Eat quickly, Jiang Nanji urged. He Yuan nodded toward her, and Lin Yue had no choice but to take a seat. Jiang Nanji rested her chin on her hand, her eyes filled with curiosity. Secretary Lin, where are you from? Jiang Nanji spoke with a playful lilt, making it hard for anyone to refuse her. Perhaps due to her husband's excessive pampering, time had left no trace on her visage. Her gaze was so innocent, revealing how well she had been protected by her family. Madam, I am from H City. H City? I don't think I've been there yet. I must go and see it sometime. Lin Yue smiled, interpreting her words as jest. Secretary Lin, you seem quite young. Do you have a boyfriend? Both He Yuan and Lin Yue froze, their eyes briefly meeting before darting away. He Yuan looked helplessly at Jiang Nanji. Mom, why are you asking this? Oh, I'm just curious. Madam, Lin Yue interjected, I'm currently single, but I'm open to blind dates. Blind dates? Jiang Nanji glanced at her son, realizing why he had gone out drinking. How wonderful. Every time I suggest a blind date to Xiao Yuan, he outright refuses. He told me recently that he has someone he likes, but seeing him drunk last night made me a bit worried. Secretary Lin, you're with him every day. Do you know who it is? He want tea, tell me. Lin Yue's hand tightened under the table. She couldn't just reveal to Jiang Nanji that her son had feeling for the very secretary sitting before her. She awkwardly shook her head. He Yuan reminded her, Mom, why are you asking these things? I'm just concerned, especially since you've taken to drinking. You've changed. You never used to be like this. Lin Yue felt a pang of guilt as she recalled how she had ignored He Yuan. She knew that his drinking habits were likely influenced by her. Mom, I went out with Zhou Yunce last night to relax and had a couple of drinks. All right, I understand. But who is the person you like? He Yuan glanced at Lin Yue, and if he didn't know better, he might suspect that his mother was asking on purpose. Lin Yue felt a tension in her heart. Both she and He Yuan understood the situation, yet there remained an unbroken barrier between them. Mom, I've finished eating. I'm off to work now. With that, He Yuan stood up from the table, signaling for Lin Yue to follow. Secretary Lin, is my outfit ready? Lin Yue quickly apologized to Jiang Nanji and stood to follow him. Chapter 40. Secretary Lin appears to have wept once in the car. He Yuan urged Lin Yue not to take his mother's words to heart. She nodded, feeling apprehensive. Arriving at the office just before noon, no one expressed surprise, as He Yuan's schedule was unpredictable and Lin Yue's hours aligned with his, lacking a fixed routine. As soon as He Yuan entered his office, the PR director knocked and entered. Seeing her furrowed brow, he knew something was amiss. What's wrong? Take a look for yourself. He Yuan took the tablet from her, and upon seeing the comments, fury ignited within him. What's going on? Why is Secretary Lin involved? It's an old employee from HR who posted a comment on a small account that a marketing account picked up. Although she deleted it, screenshots are circulating. Initially, it was innocent, but then suing fans stirred the pot, claiming her fans can't identify the real deal. Your photo with Secretary Lin in the parking garage has resurfaced. Although we've already litigated, such images can never be completely erased from the internet. He Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose. So what is the plan? How do we reduce the heat of this incident? Su Ying's fans are in a frenzy, arguing with the marketing team. Secretary Lin has unfortunately been dragged into this, as some are claiming she's more attractive than Su Ying. Naturally, Su Ying's fans are retaliating, and now Secretary Lin is part of the backlash. There's little we can do other than have Su Ying clarify the situation and maybe suppress it with another incident. ISNT Vice President Zheng, in charge of the entertainment section, he should handle this. He Yuan nodded. You and Zheng, you take care of it. Do not involve Secretary Lin in this, and we need to investigate the employee who posted the comment. Understood. He Yuan glanced at Lin Yue's vacant desk, unaware that she was already aware of the situation. She was currently seated between Yao Xing and Xiao Yun, observing the unfolding events. Yao Xing pointed at the tablet. Look at this marketing account stirring the pot. The original poster practically revealed that it was you in the parking garage. Initially, people mistook you for Su Ying. But after Su clarified her relationship with the He family, the heat subsided. Lin Yue scrolled through the comments, surprised that what she thought would be inconsequential had gained traction due to marketing. Haha, some fans can't even recognize their own star? It's truly laughable. Although they wore similar outfits, I think this Secretary's figure surpasses Su Ying's. How embarrassing. I feel the same way. When Su clarified her rumors with the president, why didn't she just say that this person isn't her? Was she afraid of being overshadowed by a small secretary? I think she just helped Su hide from the paparazzi. Hey, I also believe the secretary has a better figure than Su Ying. Can you all get it straight? Our Ying has never acknowledged the person in those photos. Haven't you seen the statement from Hengxing? They sued those who leaked the information because it wasn't even Su Ying. The media thought they had a scoop and rushed to publish it. That is why Su had to clarify. Most comments were not favorable, clearly orchestrated to provoke. Even a few explanations were drowned out by these mocking and sinister remarks. Su Ying was a top-tier actress with a massive fan base, and any insult towards her would ignite a backlash. Among the comments, some fans irrationally targeted Lin Yue, which I of yours sees our Ying's figure as inferior to this secretary's. She is just a secretary, while our Ying is practically a senior to the president. How could a mere secretary compare? Some people must have brains in their shorts. Su Ying is leagues ahead of this little secretary. Regardless of her looks, she is merely a plaything. I refuse to believe she hasn't had an affair with her boss. Let us get Su Ying to fire this little secretary. At this point, Yao Xing could no longer remain silent. She slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, how can people be so venomous? Are they incapable of seeing others do well or simply envious? It's utterly ridiculous. Xiao Yun cast a concerned glance at Lin Yue. Secretary Lin, don't look at it. It's painful for you. Ignore what these people are saying. Yao Xing added, exactly. Fire her. While I also admire Su Ying, she is merely the president's nominal aunt and a student sponsored by the Zhang family. What authority does she have to dismiss our Secretary Lin? Lin Yue gave Yao Xing a gentle nudge, cautioning her against making unfounded accusations that could implicate Su Ying. She might not even be aware of the situation yet. Yao Xing nodded in agreement, albeit reluctantly. However, it seems some internet trolls, perhaps devoid of reason, had turned their vitriol towards Lin Yue, inundating the official Weibo account of Hengxing with intensely derogatory comments and baseless speculations. They remarked on the secretary's appearance, suggesting that her slender waist could easily be grasped with a single hand, and insinuated an inappropriate relationship between her and her superior. Are you all aware that the CEO and the secretary are involved? One comment exclaimed. Such workplace dynamics are utterly detestable. Someone who lacks any real skill yet leverages their looks to curry favor. Another chimed in. It's no surprise that secretaries tend to be more attractive. It's simply easier to work with them, right? If I were the boss, I'd choose the most beautiful too. They continued to rave about how the secretaries in large corporations often outshine celebrities in beauty, expressing envy towards President He. Indeed, having a secretary at your side during negotiations is incredibly advantageous. Those in the know understand. One user aptly summarized, "It's all about the looks, isn't it? I only wish I were the CEO." Lin Yue clenched her palms, feeling no pain amidst the storm of emotions. Yao Xing swiftly shut down her tablet. Concern etched on her face. Secretary Lin. Lin Yue opened her mouth, but found her throat too tight to utter a word. She simply shook her head weakly, signaling that she was fine. Suddenly, Xiao Yun stood up, addressing President He. Both Yao Xing and Lin Yue were taken aback, quickly following suit. Though Lin Yue kept her head down, He Yuan lightly tapped the desk, his tone soothing. "Secretary Lin, please come in with me." Xiao Yun promptly stepped aside, allowing Lin Yue to follow He Yuan into his office. Yao Xing cast a worried glance at the closed door, sensing that Lin Yue might be on the verge of tears. Xiao Yun sighed. "If they were insulting you, would you cry?" Yao Xing nodded. "I probably would. Those remarks are far too harsh." "Don't worry, isn't President He here?" Yao Xing replied with a slight grimace, hoping that he could console Lin Yue. Chapter 41. It's okay to cry. "I'll help you clean up." As the office door closed behind Lin Yue, her tears began to flow uncontrollably onto the floor. Unlike her usual sobbing, this time she remained silent, biting her lip in an effort to contain herself. "This is a workplace. This is a workplace," she repeated in her mind, trying to convince herself not to cry. Yet He Yuan halted in front of her, turning to gently inquire, "Secretary Lin, are you crying?" Lin Yue quickly shook her head, fearing that speaking would betray her composure. Even her simple denial seemed to convey a sense of injustice, stirring discomfort in He Yuan's heart. He stepped closer, nearly touching her toes with his, prompting Lin Yue to instinctively step back until her back met the office door. He Yuan raised his hand, brushing his fingers against her chin, feeling the warmth of her tears. He lifted her chin gently, using his other hand to softly wipe away the tears on her face. "It's all right to cry. I will help you clean up." Lin Yue couldn't hold back any longer, and her sobs broke free, the tears flowing more freely than before. He Yuan, unable to keep up with her tears, took hold of her shoulders with one hand while the other cradled her head, drawing her into his embrace. Her tears quickly soaked into his suit. "Woo-woo, what have I done? Why am I being scolded like this? It's so hard, so hurtful. Woo-woo, I don't want to cry, but I just can't help it. Woo-woo." He Yuan felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. How could Secretary Lin be so endearing? As Lin Yue continued to speak through her sobs, He Yuan held her for as long as she cried. He gently patted her back, whispering soothing words. "All right, stop crying. I will handle this matter. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell." After a bout of tears, Lin Yue slowly regained her composure. She cautiously extricated herself from He Yuan's embrace, raising her hand to wipe her tears. "Go wash your face in the lounge. If you go out like this, everyone will know you've been crying." Lin Yue nodded and entered He Yuan's lounge. She turned on the faucet, splashing water onto her face, occasionally stifling sobs. Gazing at her reddened eyes in a mirror, she recalled the warmth of the earlier embrace, a sweetness bubbling within her. Yet, the harsh words she had encountered swiftly extinguished that sweetness. Upon re-emerging, she found He Yuan engaged in a discussion with several members of the Public Relations Department. "As for Su Ying's side, I will take care of it. You all manage the situation's direction. Regarding those who made derogatory comments, identify a few and take legal action against them in Secretary Lin's name." "Understood, President He. Have employee who posted on Weibo come to my office." "All right." After the others departed, Lin Yue finally stepped out from behind the screen. He Yuan gestured for her to return to her workstation. Lin Yue acknowledged him with a soft and made her way back. Before long, the employee arrived, knocking timidly at the door. Upon receiving permission, she entered He Yuan's office. This was her first time in the president's office, and upon seeing Lin Yue's tear-streaked face, she instinctively averted her gaze. He Yuan held the employee's file in his hand, glancing up to ask, "Fang Qin?" Fang Qin nodded, "Yes." He Yuan set the file down. "Don't be nervous. I have a few questions for you. How long have you been at the company?" "For years." "For years? Are you a fan of suing?" Fang Qin nodded, "Yes." "Very well." He Yuan picked up a printed sheet, asking, "Is this content something you posted using your secondary account?" The paper displayed a screenshot of her deleted post. Fang Qin quickly nodded, Yes, I posted it, but it was unintentional. I've already deleted it. He Yuan continued. Tell me, how did you know that the person in the underground parking garage photo wasn't Su Ying, but Secretary Lin? The reason Hengxing sued them wasn't just because they claimed I was Su Ying's boyfriend. It was because they knowingly misrepresented Secretary Lin as Su Ying to create sensationalism. Secretary Lin wore Su Ying's clothes to help her avoid the paparazzi, a fact we haven't disclosed to anyone. How did you find out? I heard them talking about it. He Yuan frowned. Who are they? It was during the afternoon break in the pantry. I overheard our supervisor gossiping. I accidentally caught wind of it, but our supervisor must have heard it from someone else. He Yuan nodded. All right, you can go. Please ask your supervisor to come in. Fang Qin acknowledged and exited the room. Moments later, the supervisor entered with a similar trepidation. When questioned by He Yuan, she confirmed Fang Qin's account, admitting she had also overheard the gossip, but had no idea who originated it, having merely caught snippets during lunch. When she turned to see who had spoken, the person was already gone. He Yuan waved her off, pondering whether this entire affair was merely a misunderstanding. Were Hengxing's employees merely discussing a pairing they fancied, inadvertently drawing the attention of marketing accounts? Given the matter's connection to Su Ying, it was no surprise that it was shared widely. Nonetheless, Fang Qin's behavior was puzzling. Did she not fear confrontation with her supervisor? Even if her supervisor was the source, as a subordinate, she would hardly dare to disclose that. Would she still have a place in the department afterward? Unless she had already plotted her escape. He Yuan pulled out his phone to call Su Ying. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to clarify the situation for Lin Yue. He had heard that Su Ying and Zhong Mu had reconciled, but He Yuan had little interest in their affairs. He wondered if Su Ying was currently filming, hoping that this call would reach her. Indeed, the phone was unreachable. But fortunately, in the afternoon, Su Ying's agent called, expressing a willingness to collaborate on clarifying matters, stating that the updates were also disseminated by the agent. Su Ying's clarification outlined the origins of the controversial photograph, explaining why Lin Yue was seen in her attire alongside He Yuan. It was all a ruse to evade paparazzi. Furthermore, she conveyed her fondness for Secretary Lin, emphasizing that comparisons were unnecessary and urged fans and netizens to approach the situation with rationality. Upon Su Ying's announcement, the fervor among her followers subdued considerably. However, some individuals with malicious intent began to stir discord, labeling her as merely a benefactor-supported individual whose standing was inferior to that of a secretary within the Jiang and He families. The demand for her to publicly clarify only incited further backlash from Su Ying supporters. Ultimately, it seemed that whether one clarified or not was deemed erroneous. Chapter 42. Accompany me upstairs. As He Yuan concluded his workday, he personally escorted Lin Yue back to number 3 courtyard. Before parting, he offered her words of comfort. Rest assured, once other trending topics emerge, this matter will fade. Do not engage with the comments tonight. Lin Yue nodded, wished He Yuan a good night, and ascended the stairs. Upon entering her room, she received a phone call from Qin Yin, who expressed concern. After a brief conversation, Lin Yue hung up, realizing that her family was not particularly anxious. Her parents did not use smartphones, her younger brother was still in school, and her aunt occasionally ventured online. Her thoughts were consumed by the words exchanged between Fang Qin and her supervisor. The fact that this incident had circulated within the company indicated that someone had recognized her, and given He Yuan's prominent status, Lin Yue was aware that many employees relished gossiping about their superiors. However, the photograph did not possess the clarity of a sunlit shot, suggesting that anyone able to recognize her must have been quite familiar. In the next moment, Lin Yue's mind conjured the image of Qing Jing. In this company, it was likely that Qing Jing knew her best. But what could be her motive? To ensnare her in rumors, forcing her to prove her innocence and resign? Lin Yue scoffed. She had done nothing wrong and had no reason to resign. The following day, the trajectory of the CP hype grew increasingly convoluted, with various factions inciting discord between Lin Yue and Su Ying. It appeared as though someone was targeting Su Ying, yet Lin Yue bore the brunt of the consequences. She was not a celebrity, merely an ordinary individual, incapable of disregarding the comments. Nevertheless, she refrained from checking her phone during work hours. As her phone vibrated incessantly, Lin Yue answered, "Hello, are you Secretary Lin? How despicable. Have you truly become the president's mistress? Your father even left someone in a vegetative state. Truly like father, like daughter. It's revolting. May your entire family perish." With a resounding click, Lin Yue terminated the call, slamming her phone onto the table. He Yuan, alerted by the commotion, glanced over. Secretary Lin? Lin Yue snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. I need to step out for a moment. Without waiting for He Yuan's response, she hastily retreated to the restroom. Meanwhile, the public relations department knocked on He Yuan's door, and Lin Yue's computer buzzed incessantly, as though bombarded by an onslaught of messages. Trembling, she attempted to call her family, but no one answered. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, her father's call finally came through. Hello, Dad. Is anyone causing trouble at home? No, we're at the wonton shop. Why are you calling? Listen to me. Close the shop for the next few days and buy extra groceries. If anyone comes to cause a scene, call the police. Have Annie pick up the kids from school and tell her it's my instruction. I might be in trouble. They've unearthed your information. And now there are people indiscriminately accusing you of the accident. They don't know the victim ran a red light. I'm concerned someone might create a disturbance. Just wait until I resolve this before reopening. And you? What will you do? Don't worry about me. I'm at the office and they can't get in. Just focus on your safety. As long as you don't worry me, I will resolve this swiftly. Call Annie now. Okay, I'll follow your instructions. It's not even noon yet and the crowd is sparse. I'll head home now. After hanging up, her phone rang again, this time from an unknown number. Lin Yue abruptly rejected the call, her phone continuing to ring incessantly. She logged into her Weibo account, only to discover that her name had been dragged into the trending topics alongside Hengxing, and her father's accident was being discussed widely. Her personal information had been exposed. Lin Yue sank to the floor, overwhelmed. Who could it be? Just last night, she suspected Qin Jing, but it was evident that Qin Jing lacked the capability for such an act. As she read the venomous curses online, the derogatory remarks echoed those of the elderly women in her family, nearly pushing her to the brink of despair. She pounded her forehead with her fist, urging herself to remain calm. It was evident that this turmoil was directed at her. Yet Lin Yue could not fathom why she was being targeted when she had wronged no one. Why involve her family? Who could it be? When Yao Xing entered, she found Lin Yue seated on the tiled floor. Approaching her, Yao Xing said, Secretary Lin, the president is looking for you. All right. Lin Yue inhaled deeply and returned to the office. The room was filled with familiar faces, and she felt a wave of shame for disrupting their work, knowing they were likely aware of the situation. President He Yuan acknowledged her with a nod, gesturing for her to take a seat. Secretary Lin, are you all right? Inquired the PR director with concern. Lin Yue shook her head, I'm fine. He Yuan regarded her thoughtfully, stating, now Hengxing has also trended due to this incident. Secretary Lin, was your excursion home to address this matter? Yes, but my father did not violate any laws. It was Ms. Wu who ran the red light first. He Yuan replied. Indeed, to avoid disrupting the company's daily operations, we must clarify this matter swiftly. I believe it would be prudent to seek assistance from local law enforcement to release evidence, as it is the most effective means to quell the rumors. Lin Yue nodded, I understand. I happen to have the contact information for the officer handling my father's case. I will reach out shortly. Just then, Zhou Yunkai barged into He Yuan's office, his expression grave as he approached the desk. Rumors are rampant online, compounded by Secretary Lin's father's incident. Our official website is on the verge of being overwhelmed with calls for Secretary Lin's dismissal. Claiming her presence in the company will only bring harm to Hengxing. With a sharp clap, He Yuan slammed a folder onto the desk, the sound startling everyone. His face darkened with fury. Absurd. Since when did Hengxing allow a mob of trolls to dictate our actions? However, this has already captured the attention of the board. Even Chairman, he has arrived. They are convening an emergency vote in meeting room 1, and I was sent to summon you, along with Secretary Lin. He Yuan clenched his fists, then released them after a moment. The office fell silent as everyone refrained from speaking. He glanced at Lin Yue and said, Come with me upstairs. Lin Yue nodded gently. Chapter 43. Join me for dinner tonight. The members of Hengxing's board include the chairman, vice chairman, independent directors, and the board secretary, with the chairman being He Yuan's father, He Hongtian. Before heading upstairs, He Yuan pulled Zhou Yunkai aside, saying, I believe I now understand the intention behind this entire affair. Please investigate whether Chu Nanhua's associates have had any contact with our company, particularly focusing on the individual who first posted on Weibo, Fong Qin. Do you suspect Chu Nanhua is behind this? He Yuan nodded slightly. Was it truly necessary to target Lin Yue to such an extent, given that she was merely a secretary? The recent actions of the board made it clear to me. He intended to force Lin Yue out, avenging the favor I once did for the Wen family when I helped them send Wen Ro away. Zhou Yunkai cast him a reassuring glance. All right, I will investigate this matter immediately. Also, weren't we collaborating with the local government on a project in H City? Please make a call to see if they can issue a clarification statement or provide evidence proving that Lin Yue's father did not violate any traffic laws. This is our primary concern at the moment. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. He Yuan patted Zhou Yunkai on the shoulder. Zhou Yunkai managed a faint smile before turning to delve into the tasks He Yuan had assigned. He Yuan turned to Lin Yue, offering a comforting smile. Don't be anxious. I am here. Once they arrived in the conference room, Lin Yue felt her inexperience acutely. The powerful figures looked at her with such intensity that she lacked the courage to meet their gaze. One of the board members glanced at Lin Yue and proceeded bluntly. A mere secretary has caused turmoil on the Hengxing official website and unrest among shareholders. Perhaps, President, he should take a closer look. At this rate, do you think Hengxing's stock will remain unaffected? I recommend dismissing her outright to make a statement before the situation escalates. Others echoed this sentiment. Indeed, the issues surrounding the secretary's family are a significant liability. She is just a secretary. Sometimes sacrifices must be made. He Yuan cast a glance at He Hongtian, tapping his fingers quietly on the table. All right, everyone has had their say. Now let me speak. First, the nature of online discourse is inherently deceptive and misleading. Regarding Secretary Lin's father's incident, the local police will soon provide clarification. He did not violate any traffic regulations, and everything was conducted within the bounds of normalcy. Second, as a colossal conglomerate, Hengxing operates both domestically and internationally. It cannot simply disregard the unjust treatment of its employees nor dismiss someone without ascertaining the truth. I ask, who would dare to apply for a position at Hengxing in the future? Who would be willing to strive and contribute to this company? Thirdly, the peculiarities surrounding the incident involving Secretary Lin have thrust her and Hengxing into the spotlight. I need not remind you all of the implications. Dismissing Secretary Lin would be tantamount to slapping my own face. Hence, I am opposed to this course of action. How eloquent. The rumor mill suggests you share an intimate relationship with this secretary. How can we be sure you are not shielding her? Upon hearing this, Lin Yue was about to retort, but He Yuan swiftly restrained her hand, smirking coldly. The rumor mill? Does Chairman he owe his current stature solely to gossip? Are we to accept everything the public claims as truth? Is President He willing to sacrifice the company for personal gain? Personal gain? He Yuan scoffed. If we're to discuss personal gain, that term suits you perfectly, Chairman He. After all, you shielded your subordinate, resulting in Hengxing incurring losses of nearly 100 billion. Perhaps age has dulled your memory. In any case, Secretary Lin is under my protection. No one has the authority to dismiss her, or it would be akin to striking my own face. If these reasons do not sway you, I shall resign from my position, and you may seek someone more suitable. His words rendered the meeting room utterly silent. Resign? Speaking without consequence. Does he not realize his father remains at the highest echelons? Who would dare challenge that? Not to mention, He Yuan's capabilities are evident. No one could replace him. Witnessing his son stand firm against these elder statesmen left He Hongtian inexplicably pleased. Clearing his throat, he said, Well, your points hold merit. You shall manage your own affairs, but this matter must be resolved swiftly to prevent unnecessary losses. Understood. He Yuan smirked, guiding Lin Yue out of the conference room. Upon returning to the office, He Yuan summoned a group for an impromptu meeting, gathering personnel from human resources, public relations, and legal affairs. Leaning back in his chair, he exuded an air of authority. I just emerged from the board meeting with Secretary Lin. This situation has transcended a mere personal issue. The trending topic has implicated Hengxing. Someone is leveraging Secretary Lin to exert pressure on Hengxing. If we dismiss her, it would dishearten our employees. The cohesion of an enterprise relies on such solidarity. However, if we do not dismiss her, Hengxing will face daily harassment, which could adversely affect our stock. Therefore, I expect each of you to devise the best solution promptly. First, ascertain the facts. Second, restore Secretary Lin's and Hengxing's reputations. Third, ideally, turn this situation into an opportunity for vindication. Vindication? That's a tall order, the public relations director remarked. Assistant Zhou has already contacted the local police. A clarification is inevitable. The current uproar stems from this very issue. However, I suggest you create a personal account where the company can publish a clarification. You can then repost it, expressing your outrage at the board's decisions. It would not only serve to demonstrate that Hengxing is not a company indifferent to its employees, but also enhance your personal image, which reflects Hengxing's image. This could undoubtedly turn public opinion around. Of course, to save face for our board members, we should avoid directly stating the board's actions and instead respond specifically to the calls for Secretary Lin's dismissal. He Yuan nodded thoughtfully. That is feasible. After dismissing everyone, he approached Lin Yue. I apologize. This situation has inadvertently implicated you. Lin Yue looked at He Yuan, puzzled by his words. If my guess is correct, I should know who is behind this. If you wish to find out, join me for dinner tonight. Lin Yue's eyes widened in surprise, staring at He Yuan without blinking. Was he now abandoning all pretense? He Yuan, noticing her astonished expression, felt an urge to laugh. He playfully lifted her chin. So, do you wish to know? Lin Yue grasped his hand, instinctively retreating slightly. He Yuan suddenly lunged forward, startling Lin Yue into gripping his hand tightly. Realizing his amusement, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger and swiftly released his hand. How could she be deceived when there was a backrest right behind her? Yet, she had clung to him like a lifeline. He Yuan watched Lin Yue's flustered retreat with a smile as he exited the conference room. Chapter 44. The Timeless Rose After Work. Lin Yue accompanied He Yuan to dinner. They arrived at a highly regarded private Chinese restaurant, where He Yuan seemed to have an acquaintance with the owner. They were ushered into a cozy private room. This was Lin Yue's first time having dinner alone with He Yuan, akin to a date, which made her feel somewhat awkward as she tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Unbeknownst to her, He Yuan's gaze was filled with tender warmth as he observed her. Without a menu, the restaurant served whatever was prepared that day. When the dishes arrived, Lin Yue instinctively glanced at the offerings and spotted a dish of eggplant. Limp and unappetizing, she hesitated and looked at He Yuan. President, heat this dish. He Yuan chuckled lightly. Just eat. Okay. Lin Yue complied obediently. He Yuan used serving chopsticks to offer her a plump shrimp ball. Try this. Lin Yue tightened her grip on her chopsticks and murmured, Thank you. He Yuan rested his chin on his hand, unabashedly fixated on Lin Yue, observing the flush on her cheeks, her slightly parted lips, and her bright, expressive eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yue, sensing his gaze, found herself stalling with her food, turning one shrimp ball into 18 bites. President, didn't you have something to discuss with me? He Yuan replied, There's no rush. Let's talk after the meal. Try this next. Reluctantly, Lin Yue accepted his offer, and throughout the dinner, it felt as though the roles had reversed. He Yuan played the attentive host while she simply dined. Refusal proved futile. He Yuan always found a way to articulate his thoughts. After more than an hour, the dinner reached its conclusion. The private room, though modest, featured a floor-to-ceiling window, allowing the two of them on the second floor to lean back on the sofa and gaze upon the garden below. Lin Yue was entranced by the view. Noticing her fascination, He Yuan plucked a rose from a nearby vase and presented it to her. Secretary Lin, do you fancy these flowers? His demeanor was so relaxed, and his gesture appeared so casual that, perhaps accustomed to delivering documents for her boss, Lin Yue instinctively accepted the rose. It was a Shangri-La rose which, if it were to symbolize love, would signify an eternal glance, a once-in-a-lifetime deep affection, thoughts consumed by the beloved, vision wavering, emotion stirred by that initial encounter. Resonating in the depths of the soul, Lin Yue gazed at the layers of petals, her eyes inadvertently meeting He Yuan's. She felt as if she had forgotten to breathe. Was this rose casually chosen, or was it deliberately selected with an awareness of its significance? Yet, she felt no match for He Yuan. In her moment of intense contemplation, she was the first to avert her gaze. Did he truly understand the romantic connotation of this rose? Lin Yue's heart raced with anxiety. It wasn't until they departed the restaurant that she realized she had been deceived, for He Yuan had not discussed the matters he was supposed to. It felt as if she had been lured into a meeting under false pretenses. Once in the car, unable to contain herself any longer, she inquired, Mr. He, you mentioned knowing who was responsible for this matter. May I ask who it is? He Yuan, gripping the steering wheel, turned his head to glance at Lin Yue during the maneuver. If my guess is correct, it should be Chu Nanhua. Gu Nanhua? Lin Yue murmured softly. The owner of Ruifeng? Why would he do this? Is it because I rejected him last time? He Yuan chuckled lightly. What do you think the purpose of this matter is? To make me leave Hengxing. Clever. But why? Because of me, He Yuan replied softly, his eyes flickering, his demeanor inexplicably somber. Chu Nanhua and I attended the same university. As we pursued our studies abroad, our relationship naturally grew close. Another heir of the Wen family. When Lin, met with a tragic shooting incident during our graduation year. He pushed me away, took the bullet himself, and before leaving, he entrusted me with the care of his sister, Wenro. I could never repay that life-saving grace. Over the years, I have complied with every request from the Wen family, but Chu Nanhua fell for Wenro at first sight. My mother once joked about me marrying her, but there was no spark between us. We remained friends. To love someone requires exhausting efforts to bring them joy, and Chu Nanhua did just that, employing every means to win Wenro's heart. I was pleased to see it, yet I did not foresee his overwhelming possessiveness and control. After marrying her, he confined Wenro to their home, forbidding her from seeing friends. Whenever she ventured out, he accompanied her, portraying himself as the ideal husband. We privately teased him, but everything changed when Wenro reached out to me alone. She was seeking help, yet he perceived it as emotional betrayal, leading him to intensify his controlling behavior. Wenro loved him but could not endure that life. She yearned to escape. Fearing for her safety, I advised her to feign compliance, a charade that lasted nearly 6 months, allowing Chu Nanhua to lower his guard. However, during her attempt to flee, he discovered her plan, committing acts of marital violence. Humiliated, Wenro took her own life by cutting her wrist when he was unprepared. Chu Nanhua, in a frenzied state, rushed her to the hospital. I felt guilty for not safeguarding Wenro after Lin's death and, along with the Wen family, exerted pressure on the Chu family, ultimately securing a divorce agreement for Wenro and arranging for her to leave the country. Yet, I knew the pressure I applied was not the catalyst for her escape. It was Wenro's tragic demise that shattered Chu Nanhua. From that moment on, I became Chu Nanhua's adversary. This kind of love is... Lin Yue hesitated. Too insane. He Yuan interjected. Chu Nanhua is the illegitimate son of the Chu family, having suffered disdain in his youth. Were it not for the ineptitude of the Chu family's legitimate heirs, he would never have inherited Ruifeng. According to him, nothing in this world belongs to him. Only Wenro is his. Once he possesses something he covets, he wishes to hide it away, allowing no one to intrude. Do you think he would not resent me for aiding Wenro in her escape? Thus, he behaves like a rabid dog, attacking me indiscriminately. Lin Yue still found it perplexing. But why target me? What benefit does my departure from Hengqin bring him? He Yuan chuckled incredulously. After all this time, did you not catch the crux of the matter? Chu Nanhua has a mind more minuscule than a needle's eye. Why do you think he wants you to leave Hengqin? Lin Yue froze, reluctant to overestimate her significance. Could it be that Chu Nanhua believed her influence over He Yuan had reached such heights? When I helped Wenro escape, he now retaliates by attempting to drive you away. Secretary Lin, you are astute enough to deduce the underlying reason, are you not? Lin Yue met He Yuan's gaze, realizing she could not voice her thoughts. She felt like a turtle retreating into its shell. As He Yuan advanced, she retreated 100 steps, observing her hesitation. He Yuan did not press further, merely offering a gentle smile. All right, stop overthinking. Go on up. Finally, Lin Yue opened the car door, still clutching the rose. It was only after her figure vanished into the hallway that He Yuan turned the car around and departed. Chapter 45. A person hard to resist upon returning home. Lin Yue casually placed the rose into a slender vase. The rose, evidently fresh from the restaurant, retained its vibrant allure. Staring blankly at her phone for a while, she suddenly retrieved it and, after some scrolling, found the WeChat contact of a flower shop owner from nearly a year ago. During her university years, she had worked part-time at that flower shop during summer break. Though busy, it had been a fulfilling experience, a cherished chapter of her student life. Perhaps due to her innate talent in floral arrangements, the shop owner had once encouraged her to pursue it, but she had declined. After much contemplation, Lin Yue decided to message the shop owner, whom she had not contacted in almost a year. To her surprise, she received a prompt reply, albeit in voice form. Sure, I can make it into an everlasting flower. Where do you live now? I'll come to pick it up. Feeling a bit shy, Lin Yue sent her address. What a coincidence. I just finished hanging out with a friend. Wait for me. I could be there in 10 minutes. Lin Yue could hardly contain her joy as she grasped the flower and rushed downstairs, waiting at the entrance for about 10 minutes. The flower shop owner, Tian Xinyu, spotted Lin Yue from her car and greeted her warmly. Sister Xinyu, you look even more beautiful. Tian Xinyu beamed, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Look at you. Still so sweet-toned. Business is booming for me. I even opened 2 more shops. With a good mood and profits, naturally, I'm happy. Lin Yue smiled and handed her the rose. Tian Xinyu exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yue. A Shangri-La rose, just one? Who gave it to you? Lin Yue chuckled lightly. Someone hard to resist. Someone you like? Is that why you want it made into an everlasting flower, to keep as a memento? To me, it symbolizes a flower of infatuation and a flower of regret. Lin Yue refrained from directly answering her question. Tian Xinyu accepted the flower, saying, "Got it. I'll have it ready for you in a week." "No need, Sister Xinyu. I'll come to pick it up to spare you the trip. Let us see when you're free. If you're busy, I'll deliver it." "All right. Thank you, Sister Xinyu. Don't mention it. I'll be off now." Lin Yue waved goodbye, and as Tian Xinyu's car turned onto the main road, she made her way back upstairs. The following day, the police clarified matters regarding Lin Yue's father, providing video evidence that quelled much of the online outrage, though some remained skeptical. It is quite commonplace for certain individuals to harbor dark thoughts, perceiving all that transpires as fictitious. The Public Relations Department responded swiftly, issuing a statement and registering a new account to share it under the name of He Yuan. They urged the vast online community to demand the dismissal of the presidential secretary, Lin Yue, with the following clarifications. First, regarding the incident where Secretary Lin's father caused injury to another, our company has confirmed with local authorities that Mr. Lin committed no violations. All actions taken were in accordance with legal protocols. Second, as a major corporation, dismissing an employee without ascertaining the truth of the matter would reflect a lack of trust. Hence, after deliberation, we have decided against termination. Third, we implore the online community to refrain from believing or spreading rumors, and to maintain a healthy digital environment. Starting with ourselves. This statement was issued following the police's clarification in H City, thus it carries significant credibility. Moreover, He Yuan's new account gained tens of thousands of followers overnight. Of course, He Yuan remained oblivious to this surge, as it was entirely orchestrated by the PR department. The director of public relations even speculated that if general manager he could make an appearance, it would likely yield even better results. However, she was met with a disapproving glare from He Yuan as soon as she broached the idea. In the afternoon, Zhou Yunce entered He Yuan's office. Bearing the results of the inquiry, Lin Yue approached as well. "Zhou, Secretary Lin, perfect timing. I wish to discuss the matter that general manager he tasked me with investigating." He Yuan gestured for them to sit and turned his attention to Zhou Yunce. "Any leads?" Zhou Yunce nodded slightly. Current investigations reveal that Fang Qin had threatened to resign 6 months ago, citing issues with her superior. However, due to familial circumstances, she retracted her resignation. The grievances concerning her superior are unfounded and stem from her own misinterpretation, as she is quite sensitive. Colleagues from her department have mentioned that while she is generally frugal, she recently flaunted a handbag worth over 100,000, which inevitably raised eyebrows. Although the initial post appeared innocuous, its subsequent sharing by marketing accounts intensified the controversy, suggesting that someone was deliberately inciting the situation. He Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The crux of the matter lies in an unclear photograph. This individual could only be recognized by someone familiar with Secretary Lin, which casts suspicion on the person lurking in the shadows. Zhou Yunce then turned his gaze to Lin Yue. "Secretary Lin, you have not been with the company long. Typically, you accompany General Manager He, unlike others who are more settled in their roles. Do you have acquaintances within the company?" Lin Yue nodded. "Yes, initially I had my suspicions about her, but as the situation escalated, I began to doubt it was her. However, after General Manager He informed me of the matter concerning Chu Ninhua last night, my suspicion of her has increased." "Who is she?" "Zheng's assistant, Qing Jing. We were roommates in graduate school and later shared an apartment. We both interviewed for the position of General Manager He's secretary, but this incident has turned us into adversaries." Zhou Yunce and He Yuan exchanged glances. If it truly is her, then she has colluded with Chu Ninhua to frame a colleague. Such a person cannot be tolerated. He Yuan nodded in agreement. But just as he did, there was a knock at the office door. It was Wei Jia. "General Manager, the administrative department just received an anonymous tip-off email detailing the entire plot to frame Secretary Lin, along with the involved parties." He Yuan was taken aback. "And this has not yet been investigated? Let me see." Wei Jia presented her tablet, and He Yuan quickly scanned the information before gesturing for Lin Yue to take a look. The email indeed named Fang Qin and Qing Jing as the culprits. Fang Qin, with familial responsibilities, was initially reluctant but succumbed to Qing Jing's persuasion. She had deliberately leaked this information to Fang Qin's supervisor, suggesting that Fang Qin had heard it from them. What is more, it was merely a post about a shipper. She was easily swayed by a handbag. unaware that a single post could unravel so much. Terrified by the unfolding events, she sought to return the bag to Qing Jing, but Qing Jing, having crossed the bridge, claimed she did not know her. The handbag was not purchased by Qing Jing, as she could not afford it. It was a gift from Chunan Hua. Thus, when the company's disciplinary committee confronted her in the president's office, she was left dumbfounded. Who had sent the anonymous email? Chapter 46. Another dinner invitation. The anonymous tip-off email was remarkably detailed, even including screenshots of their WeChat conversations. Qing Jing's expression soured. She had intended to resign through proper channels before joining Rui Feng to prove herself alongside Chunan Hua and thus undermine Lin Yue and Zheng Yu. She never anticipated such a turn of events. If she were dismissed today and the entire company announced it, her career in this industry would be over. Zheng Yu's face turned particularly grim, utterly humiliated. He looked at Qing Jing in disbelief. Qing Jing, although I have been stern with you, I have genuinely invested in your development. Why would you resort to this? Qing Jing scoffed. So you want me to play the subordinate? Zheng Yu was momentarily speechless. He had tried explaining this to her, but to no avail. Should he, as a superior, endure such indignities from an employee? Disinterested in the ensuing proceedings, he rose and exited. He Yuan glanced at Zhou Yunce. Proceed as necessary. Let them all leave. Once everyone had departed, Lin Yue turned to He Yuan. General Manager, may I request a brief half-hour leave? I need to attend to something. Go ahead. Lin Yue swiftly pursued Qing Jing. They headed to a CAF downstairs. Rather than mock Qing Jing as she had in the past, Lin Yue directly asked, I am genuinely curious. What drives you to do this? Qing Jing sneered. Resentment. Lin Yue continued. In your eyes, I am merely a child from a remote county, unlike your urban upbringing, which places you above me in your estimation. But what of the present? It merely indicates my defeat. Lin Yue pressed on. Have you not considered who might have sent that anonymous email? It must be that person behind you, Chunan Hua. Qing Jing was taken aback. How do you know? It matters not how I know. The situation is as it stands. Be mindful in the future. With that, Lin Yue departed. Fuming, Qing Jing trembled with anger. It took Lin Yue's words for her to realize that Chunan Hua might be behind this. She immediately placed a call. But it was not Chunan Hua who answered. It was his assistant. Mr. Chu has stated that you hold no further value. Hello, hello. Qing Jing's frustration boiled over as she shouted into the phone, but the call had already been disconnected. Little did she know how ruthless Chunan Hua could be, severing ties without a second thought. In a fit of rage, she threw her phone, startling the patrons in the CAF. As Lin Yue ascended the stairs, she encountered Zhou Yunce, who was grinning at his phone. Zhou, what has you so amused? Zhou Yunce quickly hid his phone. Was I smiling? Lin Yue chuckled. You are still smiling. Ask Yao Xing if you do not believe me. Yao Xing happened to approach and nodded. Zhou, are you in a relationship? I noticed your constant smiling with your phone last week. Zhou Yunce hastily suppressed his smile. No, don't spread rumors. If I were in a relationship, our company's single ladies would be heartbroken. Lin Yue couldn't help but laugh at his response. When He Yuan emerged, he found them idling in the break room. Clearing his throat, Yao Xing stiffened and made a face at Lin Yue before retreating to her desk. Lin Yue assumed He Yuan was looking for Zhou Yunce and promptly slipped away. He Yuan glanced back at them, bemused. Am I a monster? Zhou Yunce shrugged innocently and returned to the office. He Yuan sighed, returning to his own office, and approached Lin Yue's desk, tapping gently. Secretary Lin, would you care to join me for dinner this evening? Lin Yue looked up at him. Another meal? She shook her head vacantly, saying, I have an appointment. He Yuan frowned. A blind date? Lin Yue hurriedly shook her head. No, it's a friend. She saw what happened online and is worried about me. So I'm having dinner with her tonight. Teacher Qin? Lin Yue nodded in affirmation. Just right. I also need to inquire about He Lin's recent academic performance from Teacher Qin. My parents hardly pay attention to him. He just plays games all day. Lin Yue looked puzzled. I've heard of teachers visiting students' homes, but I've never heard of parents showing up uninvited. What's wrong? Am I not welcome? No. Lin Yue laughed awkwardly. It's just that my place is so small. It might not accommodate someone of your stature. It's fine, I don't mind small spaces. Lin Yue blinked, unable to find any more reasons to refuse. He Yuan cheerfully returned to his desk and openly took out his phone to call Qin Yan. Hello, Teacher Qin, this is He Yuan. I heard that you are friends with Secretary Lin. I finished work early today. Could you please bring He Lin home after school? I want to discuss his recent studies with you. Yes, my parents are not in the country. All right, let's meet at Secretary Lin's house. Lin Yue looked at He Yuan speechlessly. Mr. He, I saw your wife at your home yesterday morning. He Yuan looked puzzled. Really? I must have remembered wrong. I'll call home later. Secretary Lin, are you planning to cook for your friend at home? Lin Yue nodded yes. He Yuan glanced at his watch. Does that mean you need to buy groceries? Lin Yue replied, yes, I can stop by the market after work. He Yuan said, how long will it take to prepare the meal? 1 to 2 hours, perhaps. He Yuan frowned. He Lin finishes school at 4:30, and it's already 4. So, he waved his hand. Secretary Lin, let's leave work early today. Lin Yue responded, leave work early? But you still need to go to the market. Just go now. With his superior already standing up, Lin Yue followed suit, and they both inexplicably headed to a nearby supermarket. Lin Yue looked at the supermarket entrance. Mr. He, are we buying groceries here? Yes. Lin Yue responded, but Mr. He, a bunch of grapes here cost 500 or 600. Do you think I have that kind of financial power? I do. He Yuan replied confidently. I'll buy the groceries, and you can cook. It's perfectly reasonable. But I'm the one treating. How can I let you pay? He Yuan chuckled lightly. No worries. He Lin eats a lot. I'll cover the bill. Besides, going to the market you mentioned is a bit far now and would waste time. Relenting, Lin Yue thought, as long as the boss pays, it's fine. If He Yuan knew her thoughts, he would find it amusing, as if she feared he wouldn't pay. Although He Yuan was a wealthy heir, he was not someone who lived in a bubble. While studying abroad, he was raised by He Yuan to be self-sufficient, so he had done his share of shopping, albeit less frequently. As they strolled through the supermarket, Lin Yue realized she could afford nothing. Watching He Yuan continuously add items to the cart, disbelief filled her eyes as she noted the prices. Unable to resist, He Yuan playfully pinched her cheek. Secretary Lin, what kind of gaze is that? Do you harbor some resentment towards the wealthy? Lin Yue disregarded her appearance and tugged on his arm, whispering beside the shelf. What kind of beef costs over 700? And that drink, does it contain gold? He Yuan chuckled quietly. I think so too. Does it promise longevity? Lin Yue muttered softly. What should we do then? Not buy anything? She quickly shook her head. Suit yourself. It's not my money anyway. Just remember to take the groceries back, as I fear my pots and pans won't do justice to such fine ingredients. Why are you so adorable? He Yuan couldn't help but laugh again. Just then, Qin Yan called, saying she had encountered a parent wanting to discuss a child's academic situation, and she and He Lin might arrive a little later. Lin Yue quickly replied, no problem, take your time. Great. Now we have time for the market, right? Thankfully, He Yuan hadn't purchased much, and after paying, he tossed the items into the car. When Lin Yue saw him about to follow her, she quickly stopped him. Mr. He, the market here is quite chaotic. You should wait in the car. No worries. I'll help you carry the items. Lin Yue felt uncomfortable seeing He Lin's expensive suit and shoes. What could he possibly like about her? Even grocery shopping felt worlds apart. Is there anything that could blend the clouds above with the mud below? Lin Yue understood that He Yuan was a man who never gave up once he set his sights on something. Mere words of refusal wouldn't sway him. Perhaps, if he stepped into her world, he would perceive the disparity, and everything might change. There was no need for her to sink into oblivion, nor for him to hastily leap into a pit of fire. Indeed, Lin Yue described her situation as a pit of fire. He Yuan remained unaware of Lin Yue's thoughts, feeling pleased to help her carry groceries. Upon arriving at the market, Lin Yue clearly thrived in her environment. Seeing her happy made He Yuan's mood soar. In fact, watching her expertly select vegetables and haggle over prices was quite entertaining. Was this really the meticulous Secretary Lin from the office? Lin Yue discreetly observed He Yuan's every move, noticing he mimicked her, picking up vegetables to examine them, embodying the curiosity of a child. In truth, He Yuan was comparing the produce from the supermarket with that from a market, trying to discern the differences. Perhaps the supermarket's prices were inflated due to organic imports. Just as they were enjoying their shopping, a vendor suddenly fixated on Lin Yue. As she was about to leave, he shouted, Hey, aren't you that secretary from the news a few days ago? The one whose father caused someone to become disabled? Is this your boss beside you? Lin Yue halted, and He Yuan's expression darkened. He subtly moved forward to shield her from the prying eyes. What do you mean by disabled? That person is in a vegetative state. It's all the same. Someone got hit. I've heard that they won't pay any compensation. Isn't that sinful? Has their conscience been eaten by dogs? Let's go. I won't sell you any vegetables. Exactly. Such bad luck. Both the vendor and passers-by pointed and gossiped, and with the crowd's scrutiny, Lin Yue seethed with anger. Just as she was about to take a step forward, a bucket of water was suddenly splashed over, causing gasps from the surrounding onlookers, inadvertently soaking some of them too. He Yuan acted quickly, shielding her from the majority of the splash, but a bit still landed on her hair. Uncertain of the water's origin, Lin Yue, who had a cleanliness obsession, felt an unbearable itch all over. Yet when she noticed the water dripping from He Yuan's shoulder, her fury surged uncontrollably. She threw the vegetables she was holding onto the ground and scanned the area until her eyes landed on a short man holding a blue bucket. As she looked at him, he instinctively took a step back, his resentment unmistakable. Upon closer inspection, it appeared he was missing a leg. Lin Yue marched over without hesitation. They were near the mouth of an alley, behind a row of storefronts where many conducted business. She noticed a small tank behind him with a bucket inside. Without a word, she scooped up a bucket of water and doused the man. You have time to read the news, but not to hear clarifications, huh? My father was driving normally, without any violations, and it was the person who was hit that ran a red light, leading to this incident. In your eyes, she may be perceived as the weaker party, but in mine, if it weren't for her actions, our family would not have had to sell our car to bear this 10% of the responsibility. Until you find yourselves in a similar situation, it is easy to speak freely. Is there no justice left? Even buying groceries can lead to such misfortunes. I have no interest in returning to that dreadful market. After Lin Yue finished speaking, she pushed through the crowd and pulled He Yuan away, picking up the vegetables from the ground as they left. After all, they were bought with money, and it wouldn't be due to have a falling out with it. Lin Yue remained furious until they reached the intersection outside. She stood on her tiptoes to glance at He Yuan's suit, which seemed ruined. It's nothing, He Yuan replied, just a suit. However, Secretary Lin, your anger is quite beautiful. Though lovely, it is best to refrain from such emotions, as they are detrimental to your health. Lin Yue was momentarily taken aback, then boldly shot him a glare. What are you joking about at a time like this? I am quite serious, he said. Lin Yue hastily averted her gaze from his gentle eyes. You should change your clothes first. All right, He Yuan replied. Why don't you have Teacher Qin go directly to Yuan Yunting? After this ordeal, do you still have a heart to cook? Since He Lin is present, he knows the way. Lin Yue looked at him, uncertain. He Yuan, noticing her hesitation, suggested, then how about you accompany me to change first? And then we can take these vegetables to your home? After that, you can never mind. Let us just go to Yuan Yunting. He Yuan opened the car door for her, and they got in. Lin Yue couldn't bring herself to place the vegetables in He Yuan's car. Not even in the trunk. On the way, she called Qin Yin and instructed her to detour to Yuan Yunting. Qin Yin, who was just exiting the school with He Lin, was momentarily bewildered. Where? After Lin Yue described the location again, Qin Yin exclaimed, Yuan Yunting? Really? Where is it? He Lin, lounging against the taxi seat, chimed in, Teacher, I know. Qin Yin felt a bit embarrassed. How could she forget? This was his brother's place, of course. He would know. Lin Yue and He Yuan arrived before Qin Yin and the others. Upon reaching home, He Yuan changed his clothes and took a shower. When he emerged dressed in casual attire, he found Aunt Xian and Aunt Luo busy in the kitchen. Lin Yue, somewhat disdainful, tied her hair up and approached Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian, let me help you. It's all right, you should rest. How can we have a guest cook? It's fine. I just bought a sea base at the market. Teacher Qin loves my steamed sea base. I'll make that. Okay? All right, then you can take over. He Yuan's kitchen was spacious enough to accommodate 3 more people. When He Yuan came out, Lin Yue had just finished cleaning and marinating the sea base, ready to steam it in about 10 minutes. Upon seeing He Yuan, Aunt Xian nudged Lin Yue, saying, Secretary Lin, you can leave the steaming task to me. Sure, I'll step out then. Lin Yue quickly exited the kitchen. As she did, she heard the sound of a door unlocking and walked over, locking eyes with He Lin as he entered. Goodness, is this 12-year-old really that tall? Lin Yue thought to herself, but was nearly startled out of her wits when He Lin called out, sister-in-law. Qin Yin, who had just entered and was changing her shoes, plopped down on the floor. In the living room, He Yuan, sipping tea, nearly spat it back into his cup. He Lin approached, and He Yuan stood up. If He Lin weren't so concerned about maintaining his cool image, he might have rolled his eyes. It was all his mother's fault for incessantly referring to Lin Yue as sister-in-law. I'm sorry, He Lin awkwardly chuckled. My mom talks about finding me a sister-in-law every day, so it slipped out? It's fine, Lin Yue replied, her cheeks flushed. Just then, Qin Yin stood up, realizing it was a misunderstanding and feeling relieved. Lin Yue smiled as she greeted her friend, finding her to be just as silly as she was when she first arrived. He Yuan politely extended his hand to Qin Yin, saying, Teacher Qin, welcome. Qin Yin nodded slightly, feeling somewhat shy. Lin Yue playfully nudged her, thinking she was acting just like her own first visit. He Yuan encouraged everyone to sit down, and Aunt Qian swiftly served tea. Qin Yin felt a bit awkward, but He Yuan, being considerate, engaged her in conversation about He Lin's performance at school. He Lin wanted to take out his gaming console, feared his brother's reaction, and stealthily slipped into the guest room. He Yuan was quite skilled in conversation. His voice was warm and low, bringing a sense of comfort. Although Qin Yin was still a bit uneasy, with Lin Yue beside her, she felt much more at ease. After about half an hour, the dishes were ready. Lin Yue drizzled hot oil over the food and announced that it was time to eat. He Lin, being in a growth spurt, had an enormous appetite, especially when it came to the steamed sea bass, which he praised Aunt Qian for with a thumbs up. Aunt Qian, your culinary skills have improved again. It's such a waste to serve it to my brother. He has to maintain his figure. Why don't you come back to the villa with me? My mom made steamed sea bass once, and I nearly couldn't stand the smell. Aunt Qian laughed, her eyes squinting with joy. This isn't my cooking. It's Secretary Lin's. He Lin's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Lin Yue, thinking how lucky he would be if she were to become his sister-in-law, giving him endless opportunities to eat her cooking. Lin Yue, initially perceiving He Lin as a cold child, was pleasantly surprised by his humor, which brought them closer together. If you like it, you can come over to eat with Teacher Qin. She also enjoys this dish. Or I can write down the recipe for you. He Lin shook his head. No need to write it down. Everyone's cooking differs based on the same steps. He Yuan glanced at his younger brother. You seem to have grown taller again. Of course. I'll definitely be taller than you when I grow up. He Yuan snorted dismissively. We'll see when you actually grow taller. He Lin, frustrated, took another few bites of his meal. After dinner, He Yuan asked He Lin for his opinion, and He Lin decided to stay the night. Thus, He Yuan offered to drive Lin Yue and Qin Yin home, but Lin Yue declined. It's all right. Teacher Qin is staying with me tonight. It's close to Sanhao Garden. We can go back ourselves. Since they had eaten early, it was still before 8 o'clock, and He Yuan couldn't use it as an excuse to linger, especially since the two friends might want to explore nearby. Reluctantly, He Yuan agreed to let them go. He Lin, noticing his brother's reluctant expression, teased, Are you fond of her? He Yuan shot him a glare. Stop talking nonsense. Where are you going, brother? To the study. Don't follow me. Then for the sake of my steamed sea bass, you'd better work hard. He Yuan chuckled coldly. As long as you don't hold me back. I'm not holding you back. Next time you want to see your secretary Lin, you can bring me along. I'm thick-skinned and want to enjoy her steamed sea bass. He Yuan paused, then turned to look at He Lin, suddenly finding him quite agreeable. At 12 years old, he was still a child. Why should he care about appearances? He Yuan thought of He Lin and found him increasingly likable. Is there anything you want lately? Upon hearing this, He Lin jumped up from the sofa. Brother, will you buy it for me? He Yuan nodded. He Lin eagerly followed, listing off his usual, often ignored requests. Meanwhile, Lin Yue and Qin Yin headed straight to a barbecue stall since Qin Yin was still hungry, laughing heartily. Lin Yue was nearly in stitches. Why are you acting all prim and proper? The way you eat is just awkward to watch. You have a nerve to say that? Look at you, acting all shy in front of Mr. He. I bet He Lin enjoyed his meal the most at the table. Lin Yue nodded, laughing. Mr. He is indeed serious everywhere. Even while eating, he is so refined. You would believe what I was thinking at that time. I feel unworthy of being human. Ha ha. Lin Yue laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. I too am unworthy. He always eats like this. I was timid at first, afraid to speak while dining with him. Qin Yin picked up a skewer of meat and took a bite, saying, If there are activities like this next time, dear sister, please don't call me. Today, your president, he insisted I bring He Lin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come even if you paid me. Lin Yue clinked her beer can with hers, swallowing the bitterness in her heart with that sip of alcohol. They laughed heartily, seemingly carefree, oblivious to the disparity between them. As the drink flowed down, Lin Yue's gaze turned distant, her mind replaying the image of He Yuan, drenched in water, his suit soiled at the market that afternoon. If it weren't for her, would he have ever encountered such an incident? Shouldn't he be above it all, looking down on others? Why would he have feelings for her? Lin Yue shook her head, unable to comprehend. Chapter 49. The evening breeze was cool, and Lin Yue drained her beer can rapidly. Qin Yin looked surprised. Aren't you working tomorrow? You never touch alcohol. What's going on today? Lin Yue shook her head, her expression betraying her despondency. It's nothing. Qin Yin scoffed. Oh, come on, look at your face. It's like a scene from a tragic drama. Have you suffered a heartbreak? Lin Yue suddenly smiled brightly. Yinzi, let me ask you, if two people with vastly different statuses fall in love, does their ending resemble that of the protagonists in Roman Holiday? After a day of madness, heart fluttering, and beauty, they returned to reality. And Zhou's choices left each other with the most beautiful aspect of love, creating the most classic romance. Qin Yin took a moment to grasp Lin Yue's implications, then nodded. That's somewhat accurate. Their love is beautiful in its purity, a love born from genuine intentions that uplifted each other. Ultimately, and chose to fulfill her responsibilities. And Zhou abandoned the idea of selling and photograph to a newspaper for profit. Thus, this love, rooted in innocence, is what stirs the heart. But the disparity of reality is too great, destined to be unfulfilled. In retrospect, having experienced it is not without its regrets. Lin Yue remained silent, finishing her last sip of beer, and stood up, patting Qin Yin on the shoulder. Let's go. We have to work hard tomorrow. Qin Yin finished her drink and followed Lin Yue, but felt something was amiss. She suddenly grasped Lin Yue's arm. Lin Yue, something's off with you. Why did you ask that question? Just a casual inquiry. Oh, just a casual inquiry? Vast disparity, destined to be unfulfilled. Qin Yin abruptly halted, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Lin Yue. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yin couldn't find her words. Overwhelmed by shock. No wonder Lin's little rascal calls you sister-in-law. Lin Yue. Yuezi, you're about to marry into a wealthy family. Lin Yue. In wealth and honor, do not forget the past. Lin Yue. Shut up. Even upon reaching the dormitory, Qin Yin remained relentless in her pursuit of gossip. Lin Yue playfully slapped her face. Go wash up and sleep. Qin Yin clutched her heart. But I'm curious. You've piqued my interest. Why are you like this? Lin Yue disdainfully glanced at her. Then go shower first. After that, we can talk. Qin Yin promptly scampered off to the shower. Meanwhile, Lin Yue called home to assure them of her safety and informed them that the wonton shop was open before hanging up. After they both showered, Lin Yue shared a brief overview of recent events. Qin Yin shook her head in disbelief. Oh my heaven. I swear I was just joking last time. I never thought He Yuan truly liked you. It seems he has been plotting for a while. But how did you realize he liked you? Lin Yue cleared her throat. I just noticed. Or did you realize it after a kiss? Why are you blushing? It's hot. Qin Yin clicked her tongue. I can't believe you. Lin Yue kicked her. Quick, what do we do now? What else can we do? Qin Yin rolled her eyes. We can either resist fiercely, yield, and lie flat. Or resign. Those are our options. Resign? No way. Lin Yue shook her head. I just got settled. Do you think jobs are easy to find now? Qin Yin grinned and poked her in the waist. Then just yield and lie flat. Lin Yue dodged her playful assault. Have you no shame? Qin Yin suddenly sat up, implying, so you both like each other but can't be together because you think the disparity is too great. Is that it? Lin Yue sat up as well, nodding dully. Then what can we do? This disparity isn't just going to disappear. If he likes you, then go for it. A person like President He, even if it doesn't work out, there's no regret. If I can laugh about it, why are you struggling? It's simply because you've developed genuine feelings and want to be with him for a lifetime, yet you lack confidence in yourself and in him. But how can one know unless they try? Lin Yue gazed at her, her brow furrowed. I find what you said makes a surprising amount of sense. Qin Yin wrapped her arm around her shoulder, wittily suggesting, perhaps you'll endure long enough to marry him, even if you divorce. You could still walk away with a few billion in assets. What is there to lose? Ha ha ha. Lin Yue pressed a fingertip to her forehead, pushing her down onto the bed. Do you not know about prenuptial agreements? Qin Yin lay on the bed, pretending to be dead. Rich people's troubles. We common folks find it unnecessary as we are all poor. But prenuptial agreements, while meant to prevent unnecessary troubles, I believe they are not conducive to a relationship. Lin Yue lay back on the bed, pondering what she was thinking. She had no boyfriend, yet was already contemplating prenuptial agreements. Was she writing a novel? It was getting late, and the two quietly conversed until they drifted off to sleep. The next morning, they both rose at around the same time. Lin Yue habitually checked the weather and told Qin Yin, there will be thunderstorms this afternoon. Did you bring an umbrella? Qin Yin nodded. I have one in my office. That's good. They tidied up and left together. Lin Yue could never have anticipated that due to the day's weather, she would experience one of her most embarrassing moments in life. There was an important professional meeting scheduled for 3 in the afternoon, primarily to address issues encountered in the company's overall operations. About an hour into the meeting, a violent storm swept in, with strong winds and thunderclaps. Lin Yue stiffened, instinctively locking eyes with He Yuan. He Yuan concluded the meeting in a swift 10 minutes. Upon returning to the office, Lin Yue followed He Yuan closely. He Yuan moved the chair in front of his desk beside him and gestured for Lin Yue to sit, saying, work here. He Yuan, tall and imposing, nearly blocked Lin Yue's entire figure, as she quickly sat down. They worked side by side, reminiscent of old-school desk partners. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, and Lin Yue clamped her hands over her ears, waiting for the thunder that never came. Believing it was just distant rumbling, she lowered her arms, only to be startled by a deafening clap that made her crouch down immediately. He Yuan turned around unexpectedly, only to find her crouched by his feet. Another thunderous roar made Lin Yue instinctively grab something tightly and cling to it. When He Tian and Jiang Nanji entered, they found their boss tilting his head back, mumbling indistinctly. In the fleeting moment after the thunder faded, they could almost hear the sound of a girl's muffled sobs. Jiang Nanji's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at He Tian, grabbing his arm in shock. He Tian let out a startled yelp, awakening the two seated at the desk. Chapter 50. He Yuan's office was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. He Yuan remained seated, and when he noticed his parents, he looked surprised. "What brings you here?" Jiang Nanji felt a bit embarrassed and pointed at the ground beside him. "Are you busy?" "No." He Yuan replied, "What kind of behavior is this?" Before He Yuan could finish his explanation, He Tian interrupted sternly. This is simply outrageous. This is an office. Your reckless actions place both yourself and others in an awkward position. You are usually so composed, yet here you are engaging in such nonsense." Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, feeling that no matter how deep she submerged herself in the Yellow River, she could never clear this misunderstanding. "Dad," He Yuan raised his hand, revealing the marks from where Lin Yue had pinched him. It was her doing. He then extended his hand towards Lin Yue. "Please, stand up." Lin Yue hesitated, feeling both fear and embarrassment as she glanced at He Yuan, wishing she could remain seated, her shame overwhelming. Receiving a reassuring look from He Yuan, she finally took his arm and slowly rose, though her legs felt numb from squatting for too long. Thankfully, He Yuan supported her, allowing her to stand somewhat steadily. "Mr. Madam," Lin Yue bowed slightly, exuding a demeanor of respect and humility, despite her internal turmoil. He Tian and Jiang Nanji exchanged glances, realizing their misunderstanding, and an awkward silence ensued. "Well, He Tian cleared his throat. Your mother insisted on coming to see you, and your grandmother mentioned she misses you. They would like to have dinner at the Jiang family's old residence tonight." He Yuan nodded, acknowledging the message. He Tian did not linger for tea and left with Jiang Nanji. Lin Yue sighed in relief as the vast space was once again reduced to just the two of them. Their eyes met, and even He Yuan felt a tinge of awkwardness. Lin Yue, even more so. She glanced at He Yuan's hand. "Mr. He, your hand." "I'm so sorry." "It's all right. It doesn't hurt anymore." Outside, the thunder had ceased, giving way to a torrential downpour. Lin Yue slightly inclined her body back to her desk. During this time, she received a call from Aunt Wong, yet she chose not to answer it, waiting until after work to return the call. Aunt Wong, ever the diligent matchmaker, insisted on not allowing Lin Yue a moment's respite, but Lin Yue declined. "Oh dear, just take a look for Annie's sake. You asked for my help last time, and I didn't refuse." Lin Yue recalled how she had chosen to go on a blind date downstairs at the company to prove her innocence regarding He Yuan. However, her heart was now committed elsewhere, and she held little interest in blind dates. Yet, with Aunt Wong pressing her, Lin Yue took a deep breath and replied, "All right, Aunt Wong, but this is the last time, okay? If there are any more of these matters in the future, please don't call me. My work is my priority. The company has regulations, and otherwise my boss might just fire me. All right, just this once. We'll agree on that." Feeling drained, Lin Yue hung up the phone. She nestled into her lazy sofa by the bed, occupied with her phone, when suddenly, a trending topic on Weibo caught her attention. Su Ying's mysterious boyfriend's identity exposed. At first, Lin Yue thought it was just another media ploy to attract attention, but upon clicking, she found the details to be quite credible, even mentioning the name Zhong Mu as a Yuan's secretary with a sharp memory. Lin Yue recalled that Zhong Mu was indeed Su Ying's boyfriend when she had accompanied He Yuan to meet Su Ying at a hotel. As she scrolled further, she found no further responses. This matter seemed unrelated to her, and she brushed it off. Little did she know that 2 days later, she would witness firsthand how, in the face of disparity, love could be rendered utterly valueless. At that time, she was seated in the car with He Yuan, en route to discuss a project with the Chuan. Halfway through, she received a call from Jiang Nanji, informing her that the matriarch of the Zhong family had arrived at the He family with Zhong Mu, only to find that Su Ying was not present at the He family residence. He Yuan immediately instructed Yu Zhao to turn back. apologizing to General Zhao from Dechuang over the phone. This was Lin Yue's first visit to the He family villa, and she had not anticipated such a scenario. The matriarch of the Zhong family was escorted to a seat of honor, while He Hongtian and Jiang Nanji sat below. Zhong Mu stood beside his grandmother, unable to meet He Yuan's gaze. Jiang Nanji looked at her son, her eyes pleading for guidance. What could they do? After all, this was a respected elder, and it would be inappropriate to confront her directly. If Zhong Mu's mother were present, she might have been able to speak her mind. He Yuan respectfully addressed the old lady, but she barely acknowledged him, prompting Jiang Nanji to roll her eyes. He Yuan then turned to Zhong Mu. Are you certain you wish for Suing to come? Aye. He could not make a decision. The old lady interjected. Very well, since that is the case. Let's be straightforward. I can surmise the purpose of your visit today. Although Su Ying is merely a student sponsored by my grandparents, our two families have always regarded her as kin. Su Ying has chosen to pursue acting, which involves neither theft nor deceit. In my personal opinion, profession does not determine worth. Since the Zhong family holds our family in such disregard, we would not want to hinder Zhong Mu's future. If Su Ying comes, we can clarify our positions and part ways amicably. The matriarch hesitated momentarily, for she had not anticipated severing ties with the He family. Yet, for Zhong Mu's bright future and the Zhong family's reputation, she remained silent, implicitly accepting He Yuan's proposal. He Yuan was taken aback by Zhong Mu's weakness. He had always perceived him as somewhat immature, but capable of shouldering his responsibilities. Yet, he had not risen to the occasion, leaving He Yuan quite disappointed. In front of everyone, He Yuan directly called Su Ying. The call connected swiftly, and there was a hint of background noise suggesting she was at work. Why did you call? Su Ying asked, sounding cheerful. He Yuan, wishing to spare her embarrassment, replied, Are you able to talk now? It's a bit noisy. Give me a moment. The call was on speaker, and everyone could hear the commotion on Su Ying's end as she sought a quieter place. After about a minute, her voice came through. All right, you can speak now. Her cheerful tone tugged at He Yuan's heart, but he knew he had to be decisive. Otherwise, Su Ying would always bear the brunt of the pain. He took a deep breath and said, The matriarch of the Zhong family and Zhong Mu are currently here at the He residence. You should come back. Silence enveloped the line for a long moment before Su Ying finally found her voice. Okay, I'll come right over. Originally thrilled about her relationship being exposed, the lack of response from Zhong Mu had kept her from clarifying things. Regardless of whether through calls or video chats, Zhong Mu had acted normally. And Su Ying never anticipated that he was waiting for her at the He residence. Chapter 51. Someone is mindful of his cabbage. Su Ying arrived at the He family villa an hour later, having driven herself. Upon seeing her, Zhong Mu's face displayed a mix of guilt and regret. Jiang Nanji looked at Su Ying with concern. What a wonderful child she was, yet how unfortunate that she had fallen for Zhong Mu. She had only learned of this from the matriarch's visit. Had she known earlier, she would have done everything to prevent it. Zhong Mu had been raised by his grandmother, who was the head of the Zhong family. It was strange for him to go against her wishes. Furthermore, the Zhong family prided themselves on being a noble lineage, looking down upon Su Ying's profession. For these two to find happiness together would be no small feat. The matriarch scrutinized Su Ying from head to toe. So you're Su Ying? Su Ying nodded. Yes, ma'am. The matriarch replied, You are indeed quite attractive. However, in the Zhong family, we do not prioritize looks when selecting a daughter-in-law. We focus on family background and character. Miss Su, I speak plainly, so please do not take offense. Our family, from top to bottom, believes that you're not suitable for Zhong Mu. In front of both families today, I hope you and Zhong Mu can part ways. Ma'am. Jiang Nanji rose to her feet, exclaiming that had you not come today, she would have remained oblivious to the romance blossoming between Ying and Zhong Mu. Zhong Mu was even a few months younger than He Yuan. However, since the children have chosen to be together, why should we interfere with their happiness? Mrs. He, not long ago, I heard the rumors surrounding the eldest son and his secretary. The He family may not care about such matters, but it does not mean the Zhong family is indifferent to reputation. Miss Su, while associated with your He family, belongs to a noble lineage, and her profession, if I may be blunt, has historically been viewed as that of a lowly entertainer, unworthy of entering the doors of the Zhong family. This statement implicitly criticized the He family as well. Old lady, she continued, were it not for your status as an elder, would you still occupy the esteemed position in the household? If you possess the ability, summon Zhong Mu's mother, and I would gladly engage in a proper discussion with her. What era are we in? Do you expect the Zhong family to still traverse corridors for a greeting? Such self-righteous individuals do not deserve our Ying. Impudent. The old lady rapped her cane sharply. Is this how you converse with your elders? Jiang Nanji, feeling a surge of anger, found it intolerable. However, aware of the old lady's frail health, she suppressed her fury, knowing that if the lady were to fall ill from anger, the blame would lie with the He family. Jiang Nanji decided to retreat. Suing, observing Jiang Nanji's restrained temper, nodded decisively without a word. Very well, how shall we sever ties? Whether by cutting off our ties or by severing our hair as a testament, it need not be so complicated. Zhong Mu is present. A mere word from him suffices. Am I to shamelessly cling to your family? Do you truly believe that I, Su Ying, am unwanted? If I were to declare my intention to marry, a convoy would be waiting. Let us not waste each other's time. I have work, and every minute wasted incurs a cost. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone. Old lady, take note. I will erase every means of contact with Zhong Mu right now. Ying. Zhong Mu suddenly looked up, disbelief etched on his face. In their relationship, Su Ying had always been the pursuer. He never expected her to let go so decisively. Don't call me that. In her life, no one could bully Jiang Nanji, for this individual was both her sister and her mother. The old lady tapped her cane again, and Zhong Mu immediately fell silent. Jiang Nanji, filled with indignation, stood up. Take your time leaving. The old lady snorted and led Zhong Mu, who kept glancing back, away from the He household. Once they departed, Su Ying could no longer maintain her composure and collapsed on the sofa, weeping. Jiang Nanji, witnessing her tears, could not help but join her in sorrow. Lin Yue, feeling a pang of sympathy, observed that even someone of Su Ying's caliber was looked down upon, despite having the He family as support. Especially earlier, that scathing old lady had outmaneuvered the He family in their criticisms. It appeared that her relationship with He Yuan had become common knowledge. Jiang Nanji embraced Su Ying gently, offering comfort while He Yuan sighed, saying if it is truly over, then do not look back. Su Ying's heart felt as if it were being cleaved in two. Why did fate align her path with Zhong Mu? She had not been the one to fall for him initially, yet he could relinquish her so easily. He Yuan was of little help in this situation, opting to return to his work, while Lin Yue seemed somewhat absent-minded. This state of affairs persisted for 3 days. When evening came after work, He Yuan intended to discuss matters with Lin Yue, but she stammered that she had plans. His brow furrowed. A blind date? A wave of guilt washed over Lin Yue, and she avoided meeting He Yuan's gaze. She did not wish for it to be this way. It was merely the last time, just a chance to clarify things with the other party, and she had already made her stance clear to Aunt Wang. He Yuan was genuinely upset this time, mentally tallying how many blind dates Lin Yue had attended. Previously, to prove her innocence, she had gone on one each day for 2 days, and adding today's, that made 6, didn't he it? Lin Yue herself was uncertain of the count, yet he remembered it vividly. After Lin Yue left, He Yuan's phone rang. It was a call from Monroe. He Yuan answered it, and, in the next moment, donned his suit jacket and exited the company. When Lin Yue arrived at the restaurant for her blind date, her counterpart was already waiting. He worked in investment banking and held a supervisory position. Although he initially dismissed Lin Yue's profession, upon seeing her photograph, he was captivated and insisted Aunt Wang provide it to him. Lin Yue did not want to create an awkward situation before they had even ordered, so she thought it best to at least share this meal as an apology. Feeling guilty, she hardly touched her food throughout the meal. Noticing that her date seemed satisfied, she steeled herself to speak, but the gentleman spoke first. Miss Lin, I find myself quite pleased with you. May I inquire if you have ever had a boyfriend? I do regard this matter with some significance. Of course, if you have, it is not an issue. I merely ask casually. You are 165 centimeters tall, correct? Is that your true height? I have heard you have a younger brother. Mr. Liu, Lin Yue abruptly interrupted, her previously apologetic smile vanishing. I apologize, but I do not intend to marry at this time. I will cover this meal. Her clear refusal caused his expression to shift, a hint of anger surfacing. Yet he seemed to suppress it, maintaining his composed demeanor. Lin Yue remained unperturbed, aware of the decorum of the restaurant. After enduring a lengthy silence, Mr. Liu finally rose and left in a huff. Lin Yue gazed at the table laden with dishes, yet felt no appetite whatsoever. She called the waiter to settle the bill, and upon hearing the total, her composure faltered. How much? 1,300? Is this madness? Lin Yue glanced once more at the dishes, recognizing none that warranted such a price. With her heart bleeding from the pain, she reluctantly produced a third of her monthly rent. Exiting the restaurant, she couldn't even afford a cab. This hidden gem of a restaurant was bustling inside, yet desolate outside. Just as she contemplated crossing the street, she was suddenly intercepted by Mr. Liu, who had earlier stormed off in anger. "What do you want?" Lin Yue stepped back, eyeing him warily. "Miss Lin, you had no intention of a blind date, did you? I could tell the moment you sat down." Lin Yue sighed in relief, then allowed a slight smirk to grace her lips. "I apologize, Mr. Liu." His expression darkened momentarily. "If you weren't interested in a blind date, why come at all? You are wasting both our time." Mr. Liu had conveniently forgotten that had it not been for his relentless pursuit of Aunt Wong, he would not have had the opportunity to meet Lin Yue today. "Mr. Liu, I've already paid for the meal. How about this? Where do you live? I can reimburse your cab fare or gas money." The man sneered, "I don't need money." "Then what do you want?" Lin Yue, lacking the patience to engage further, attempted to walk past him. He seized her wrist, declaring, "You can compensate for my loss today by spending the night with me." Lin Yue instinctively pulled away, retreating. "Are you insane? Let go of me." She wished fervently to pry open his mind. Just then, a couple exited the restaurant, and Lin Yue dashed towards them, crossing the street alongside them. Mr. Liu followed closely behind, and in a moment of chaos, someone honked a horn, startling Lin Yue, causing her to twist her ankle and fall to the ground. Unable to contain her frustration, she cursed. Turning, she saw Mr. Liu had caught up with her, and despite the pain in her foot, she stood to leave, only to be pursued once more. "Let go of me, you creep." In a sudden turn of events, she witnessed Mr. Liu being kicked in the shoulder by someone, rolling onto the curb. Taken aback, Lin Yue looked up, ready to express her gratitude, only to be met with a pair of furious eyes. "He Yuan." A soft, melodious voice emerged from behind He Yuan, and in that instant, Lin Yue felt as though she had encountered a celestial being. The woman behind He Yuan wore a gentle beige gown, her long hair cascading elegantly, exuding an ethereal grace. Her features were immaculate, marred only by a hint of sorrow, yet she appeared almost otherworldly, illuminated by the evening lights that cast a divine glow around her. In stark contrast, Lin Yue felt a wave of inferiority wash over her. Ashamed to be embroiled in such a sordid scene in front of them, she lowered her gaze, feeling utterly humiliated. He Yuan reached out, as if to assist her. But Lin Yue choked out, "Don't touch me." He Yuan halted, his hands suspended in midair. Lin Yue steadied herself against the railing, noticing Mr. Liu had vanished. She limped away, disregarding the pain in her foot, yearning to disappear from He Yuan and the enchanting woman's sight. He Yuan clenched his fists, turning to the woman beside him. "Wenro, I'll have Yu Zhao take you home." "All right, you go ahead. It seems she has injured her foot." He Yuan sprinted off, and Wenro smiled gently before entering her vehicle. As they traveled partway, He Yuan suddenly ordered the driver to stop, thinking something was amiss, only to realize he was rushing to rescue Lin Yue. She turned to Yu Zhao, inquiring, "Is that the secretary Mr. Ge has been mentioning all night?" "Indeed, Miss One. She is truly stunning, and her temperament is delightful. No wonder He Yuan is fond of her." Yu Zhao was at a loss for words. In such a short span, how could she discern Lin Yue's good nature? Though it was undeniable that Lin Yue was indeed amiable. Their conversation continued, oblivious to the black car that stealthily followed behind. Lin Yue's limping figure radiated defiance, serving only to evoke He Yuan's concern, amplifying her own discomfort. "Lin Yue, stop right there." Startled by his sudden approach, Lin Yue stumbled, realizing she didn't want him to witness her current disheveled state. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace, but her unsteady gait caused He Yuan's heart to race. He took 2 strides forward and seized her wrist, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. Lin Yue gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Chapter 53. "Then I shall teach you to understand both with your ears and your eyes." Lin Yue had never been lifted in public before. The gazes of passers-by fell upon them, igniting a wave of embarrassment. "Put me down," she murmured. "We're still in the street." He Yuan feigned indifference, holding her firmly as he awaited a taxi. "Do you want to keep your foot?" His expression turned serious, his voice tinged with a hint of sternness, evidently upset by her reckless disregard for her well-being. As her superior, Lin Yue felt compelled to comply. "Extend your hand to hail a cab." "I can't do that while carrying you." She longed to retort, "Use your feet then," yet she kept silent as he refused to release her. Compliantly, Lin Yue stretched out her arm, and soon a taxi pulled up before them. He Yuan placed her in the back seat and joined her. "Driver, take us to the nearest hospital." "I'm not going," Lin Yue protested, her voice rising. "I'm fine. Going to the hospital means registration and all that hassle. I want to go home." He Yuan remained silent for a moment, then sighed. "Driver, to Yuan Yunting." Lin Yue turned her head abruptly, feeling a pang of grievance. "I want to go home." He Yuan's brow twitched as he glanced at her ankle, noting it was neither swollen nor red. The driver, losing patience, asked, "So where to then?" "To the Stellar Employee Dormitory, Unit 3, Lin Yue interjected, shifting towards the door, creating a gulf between herself and He Yuan. The ride was filled with an uncomfortable silence, exacerbated by Lin Yue's avoidance. Until they reached the entrance of Unit 3, neither spoke a word. Moreover, she insisted on paying the fare. He Yuan followed her out, and Lin Yue quickly intervened. "I've arrived. You may return now." He Yuan frowned, questioning. "Does your foot not hurt?" "I can manage. It's not a problem." "I'll walk slowly," she insisted, turning to leave. As she ambled away, He Yuan had no choice but to follow her quietly. Lin Yue, sensing his presence, turned to him. "Mr. Ge, why are you following me?" He Yuan replied earnestly, "I'm here to inspect the living conditions of the employees." Lin Yue was left speechless, unable to refute him without appearing self-important. She silently prayed for no one to be around, wishing fervently that solitude would accompany her, whether by divine intervention or mere luck. They encountered no one as they ascended the elevator to the 11th floor. He Yuan trailed behind her as she fumbled with her keys to open the door, reflecting, "I must be the first subject of his inspection." So focused was she on He Yuan's movements that she nearly tripped over a small step at the threshold. In a moment of exasperation, He Yuan, unable to bear it any longer, scooped her up the moment the door clicked open. Lin Yue clung to his neck once again, just as she had on the street. The modest space was laid bare before them, and He Yuan carried her straight to the bed, then surveyed the room for a first aid kit. "Do you not have any medicine at home?" Lin Yue shook her head innocently. He Yuan sighed. Concern for her injury etched across his face. Without a word, he turned to leave, forgetting to bid her farewell. When Lin Yue glanced back, he was already far away, and she pouted, leaving the door ajar. She was too lazy to move, sitting on the bed with discomfort in her feet. Lin Yue slid down to the carpet by the bed, her gaze falling upon the eternal flower on the nightstand. She reached out to take it and placed it on the carpet, staring at it intently. "An everlasting love," Lin Yue murmured. "Does it truly exist?" She couldn't help but recall the woman she had encountered earlier. Was she not the same woman that He Yuan personally escorted out of the company last time? Their figures bore a striking resemblance. Lin Yue had always believed she was capable. Yet the grace cultivated in a woman from a prominent family was something she could never compare to. If He Yuan were to be with someone of her own standing, he certainly would not tread into a chaotic market in expensive handmade leather shoes, nor would he be seated in a foul-smelling taxi, carrying a woman with a sprained ankle. They shared similar backgrounds and statuses. They would not wince at the thought of a 1,300 yuan dinner, nor would they regard the meat in the supermarket as if it were gold. Lin Yue sniffled, her heart aching painfully. Did she truly intend to draw him into her world, only to face the disapproving gazes of others? When He Yuan entered, he found Lin Yue with disheveled hair, her face resting against her bent knees. A round glass dome containing the eternal flower sat on the carpet, and she traced her finger over the glass, her eyes glistening with tears, her expression forlorn. He Yuan crouched before her, gently asking, "Why are you crying? Did you think I left?" Lin Yue suddenly lifted her gaze, a tear flinging onto the carpet with her movement. He Yuan reached out, tenderly wiping away the remnants of her tears. "You crybaby." Lin Yue stared at him blankly, unable to comprehend his unexpected return. He Yuan took the medicine he had bought and sprayed it on her ankle, assuring her that it was merely a minor soft tissue injury, which would likely heal in 3 days. "Tomorrow, I will have Yu Zhao come to pick you up." "No need," Lin Yue replied, retracting her foot and turning her head to look at the carpet. "I will go to the office myself. It wouldn't be good for others to see." Her tone was somewhat cold, her refusal rational. He Yuan's warm expression darkened instantly as he observed Lin Yue's evasion, unable to tolerate her attitude. "Are you trying to draw a line between us?" He Yuan asked in a low voice. "President He, are you joking? What boundaries do we need to establish? It has always been just a typical superior-subordinate relationship." She still lacked the courage, with Lin Yue's example vividly before her eyes. They had once believed that he was a worthy partner for life, but the vast disparity between them ultimately rendered them strangers. Lin Yue had paid an exceptionally heavy price. She could never forget the pain of her aunt losing a child, a period marked by an existence devoid of life, lost in a haze of despair. He Yuan nearly laughed in frustration, glancing at the eternal flower by Lin Yue's feet. I didn't realize that Secretary Lin enjoyed transforming roses gifted by ordinary superiors into eternal flowers. A devastating blow. It's just pretty, Lin Yue retorted defensively. He Yuan, however, seized her cheeks, compelling her to meet his gaze. Do you know the meaning of love in Shangri-La? A glance lasts 1,000 years. It is no different for me. Secretary Lin, are you still pretending not to understand? No, I don't know, and I can't comprehend what you're saying. Really? He Yuan leaned closer, his eyes narrowing, a tempest brewing within them. Then allow me to teach you how to understand. The last word was unexpectedly caught between their lips, and Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 54. You are clearly being petty. She had been kissed again by the same person. Once she regained her senses, Lin Yue immediately pushed back in resistance. She placed her hands on He Yuan's shoulders, exerting all her strength, yet he remained unmoved. Let go. He Yuan's anger was evidently channeled into that kiss. One hand cradled her back, while the other held her head captive, claiming the lips he had long desired. He exuded a delightful woody aroma, filling Lin Yue's senses and intertwining with a forceful kiss. For the first time, He Yuan displayed such dominance in front of her, and despite her initial panic, Lin Yue gradually succumbed to the moment. Her hands grew weak in resistance, nervously clutching his shirt. Sensing her submission, He Yuan pulled her closer, their heartbeats resonating in tandem, one steady and strong, the other racing. With her eyes slightly closed, she surrendered completely. Words could deceive, glances could evade. Only a kiss could penetrate the depths of the heart. From anger to affection, He Yuan's actions softened considerably, their warm breaths mingling. Lin Yue felt a tingling sensation on her lips, letting out a muffled hum, her mouth parting slightly. He Yuan instantly seized the opportunity to taste her purest sweetness. Lin Yue's heart fluttered as He Yuan's overwhelming presence enveloped her, rendering her momentarily breathless. After a while, He Yuan chuckled softly, his lips drawing back slightly, reminding her to breathe. Instinctively, Lin Yue followed his lead. Exhale. She continued to comply. He Yuan leaned in for another gentle kiss. Good girl. Lin Yue's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. With He Yuan taking the initiative, retreat was no longer an option. He cradled her face in his hands, locking eyes with her. Do you understand now? Lin Yue blinked, hesitant to speak. She feared that if she admitted ignorance, he would kiss her again until she confessed. No words? He Yuan inquired gently. Then, Lin Yue hurriedly nodded, signaling her understanding. Understanding what? He Yuan pressed on. Lin Yue mumbled the dishwashing pit. He Yuan feigned intent to kiss her again, insisting, clarify. I didn't hear you clearly. You like me? Lin Yue blurted, throwing caution to the wind. Fine. I know you like me. He Yuan chuckled lightly, teasing her, but you haven't shown any response. None. Contradictory. Lin Yue huffed, muttering softly, there's nothing. He Yuan pinched her nose playfully. Let us see when you'll admit it. Lin Yue was unaccustomed to his affectionate gestures, feigning annoyance as she brushed his hand aside. You're so annoying. Annoying? He Yuan's eyes glinted mischievously as he released his hold on her. Secretary Lin, I haven't even held you accountable for your blind date yet. Why should you hold me accountable? Lin Yue murmured. Just because you pretend not to have any feelings for me. You like me, yet you still go on blind dates. Don't you think you deserve some lessons? When have I ever liked you? He Yuan felt his anger reignite, grasping Lin Yue's chin as he said, that kiss earlier made it clear that I like you. I want to ask, is one kiss enough for you to know that you like me? Lin Yue's gaze involuntarily drifted toward He Yuan's lips. Secretary Lin, think carefully. If you deny it once, I will kiss you again until you admit it. Lin Yue felt like crying. You're clearly being unreasonable. I have found that only being unreasonable works on you. Lin Yue, having pushed her to the edge, He Yuan softened slightly, gently caressing her cheek with his thumb, coaxing, let's not go on blind dates, shall we? Lin Yue instinctively nodded. She hadn't planned on going on a blind date anyway. She looked too obedient in that moment, prompting He Yuan to suggest, how about marrying me instead? Lin Yue pushed him away. What nonsense are you talking? He Yuan clicked his tongue inwardly, realizing the challenges still lay ahead in winning her over, despite Lin Yue's reservations. He spoke earnestly. It's not nonsense. It's from the heart. If you agree, I can take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. Lin Yue opened her mouth to respond, wanting to point out that the Civil Affairs Bureau was closed at this late hour, but she thought better of it. He Yuan resembled a love-struck youth, ready to undertake any wild endeavor. Lin Yue glanced at her phone and said, "It's getting late. I have work tomorrow." This is a blatant expulsion. He Yuan found himself at a loss for words. He had never been treated this way before. Just as he was about to speak, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a call from Yu Zhao, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. He furrowed his brow as he listened to Yu Zhao's report, his heart sinking. "Hadn't I instructed you to escort Wenro back gently? Why is she with Chu Nanhua?" "Fine, I understand. Come pick me up and inform Fu Han to bring 2 people to wait for me at the entrance of Chu Nanhua's villa." After hanging up, He Yuan made to leave, but was abruptly halted by Lin Yu's grip. "It's fine." He Yuan could not help but pull her closer, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. "Wenro has been taken by Chu Nanhua. I need to go over there now. Stay at home obediently, and I'll pick you up for work tomorrow morning." Lin Yue stared at him wide-eyed. "Be careful." "I know. I'm leaving now. Make sure to lock the door." Lin Yue watched He Yuan's figure disappear into the elevator before returning to her room to close the door. It turned out that the woman they encountered tonight was indeed Wenro. He Yuan had not driven when he came to pursue her. And considering what he had just said about having Yu Zhao take Wenro back, it was easy to deduce her identity. After hearing about the 2 of them, Lin Yue couldn't help but worry for Wenro. When He Yuan arrived at Chu Nanhua's residence, Fu Han was already waiting there. He Yuan attempted to call Wenro, but the line was busy. He stared at the dark villa and commanded, "Breach the door." Fu Han, a man of few words but fierce disposition, wasted no time and accelerated the car. In the next moment, the luxury vehicle shot forth like an arrow. With a thunderous crash, the exquisite iron gate of the villa was smashed open, immediately followed by the sharp blare of an alarm. Ignoring the cacophony, He Yuan instructed Fu Han and Yu Zhao to drive straight to the main house. At that moment, the villa lights flared to life, illuminating the scene as if it were day. Chu Nanhua seemed to have anticipated He Yuan's arrival, standing on the 2nd floor with Wenro gazing down at him. "He Yuan, are you not afraid I will report you for trespassing?" He Yuan scoffed, tilting his head slightly to look up. "I possess evidence of your illegal detention. You are welcome to do so at any time." Chu Nanhua, unfazed, merely smirked, playfully brushing a lock of Wenro's hair, inhaling her scent. It was a longing that penetrated to the bone. Chapter 55. Yes, I'm insomniac. Wenro clenched her fists, having recovered from the shock of seeing Chu Nanhua. She had anticipated that merely a year apart would render him so gaunt. He Yuan ascended to the 2nd floor, seated himself opposite them, and questioned, "Are you done with your madness? What do you truly want?" Chu Nanhua replied with a sardonic smile, "He Yuan, you have the beauty in your arms. Why covet my possessions? Wenro is a person, not an object. I have no desire for your things. If you possess any sense of reason, let her return with me." "Return?" Chu Nanhua's eyes darkened. "Where's there to return to? This is our home after marriage." He Yuan clenched his brow, refraining from stating that they were already divorced, fearing it would provoke this lunatic. But when Ro interjected, "We are divorced," Chu Nanhua's expression twisted momentarily. He clenched his fists, seemingly struggling for control. Yet upon meeting Wenro's calm gaze, the thread of his rationality snapped. He seized Wenro by the neck and pinned her against the railing on the 2nd floor. She gasped for air, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. Chu Nanhua, He Yuan erupted, "Stop it. She is Wenro. Open your eyes and see clearly." Chu Nanhua loosened his grip, allowing Wenro to take a deep breath. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Han, who had stealthily climbed to the 2nd floor, delivered a swift kick to Chu Nanhua's shoulder, while He Yuan quickly pulled Wenro away. Yu Zhao, escort Miss went to the car. Positioned downstairs, Yu Zhao swiftly ascended to take Wenro from He Yuan's grasp. It hadn't been easy to secure her. Chu Nanhua detested having anyone else present in the villa and had not arranged for any bodyguards. Ironically, when Wenro had been in the villa, it had been filled with guards. Now that she had left, he refused to allow anyone inside. He Yuan glared at Chu Nanhua, who was subdued on the ground by Fu Han, and angrily punched him in the face. "For heaven's sake, can't you go see a doctor about your ghastly appearance? Wenro has finally escaped this prison, and you pull her back. This isn't love, it's harm. If you wish for her demise, then go find her." Chu Nanhua wiped the blood from his mouth, unable to bear the thought of Wenro wanting to leave him. It was a death sentence. To tolerate the departure of someone he loved was not love at all. Back in the car, He Yuan felt a lingering dread. Had anything happened to Wenro, he truly would not know how to face her parents. Meanwhile, Wenro remained unfazed by Chu Nanhua's actions, calm yet enveloped in an inescapable sorrow. Am I truly so useless? She murmured, gazing out the window, unable to forget the devil. He Yuan replied, You still yearn for and love the Chu Nanhua of the past. I cannot discern if it is love or not. But seeing him in his current state evokes a sense of pity within me. You have always been kind, but while pity is acceptable, do not dance with him. I understand. After dropping Wenro off at her parents' home, He Yuan departed. Seeing their daughter, Wen's parents cautiously inquired, Where is He Yuan? Didn't He come in with you? Wenro shook her head. It's late. How was your conversation today? Mom, Wenro replied, I simply stayed at home, feeling restless and wanting to go for a walk. Please don't call He Yuan to pick me up next time. His girlfriend saw us today, and it nearly caused a misunderstanding. She was aware of her mother's intentions, yet she simply could not bring herself to marry again, even if it were someone as familiar as He Yuan. Wenro's mother paused. He Yuan has a girlfriend now? Yes, Wenro confirmed. He truly likes her. I saw it myself. She seems quite nice. With a sigh, her mother lamented, What a pity. Wenro disregarded her mother's disappointment, bidding her farewell as she ascended the stairs. Upon returning to Yulanyan Court, He Yuan initially intended to call Secretary Lin to wish her good night, but fearing it was too late and she might be asleep, he hesitated and ultimately refrained from calling. To his surprise, after showering, he noticed his phone vibrating twice on the bedside table. He approached, picked it up, and a smile instinctively crept onto his face. It was a message from Lin Yue. He immediately dialed her number, one hand still drying his hair. Lin Yue nearly jumped from the ringtone, swiftly answering the call. Not asleep yet? He Yuan's warm, deep voice resonated through the phone, causing her to instinctively lean away slightly. I just fell asleep. He Yuan chuckled softly. I know you're not concerned about me losing sleep. Yes, I'm insomniac. Should I sing you a lullaby? He Yuan teased. Lin Yue promptly hung up the call. He Yuan was taken aback, shaking his head at the abrupt end of the conversation. Little turtle, you've grown bolder. Lin Yue herself had not anticipated being the first to end the call with her superior. The following morning, her foot had improved considerably, yet it still hurt when she stood. He Yuan was already downstairs when Lin Yue instinctively reached for the front passenger door, only to find it unyielding. She knocked on the window, and Yu Zhao gestured for her to glance at the back seat where He Yuan sat. He Yuan beckoned Lin Yue with a finger, indicating for her to sit in the back. So childish. Reluctantly, Lin Yue opened a rear door, which swung open effortlessly. Once the car began to move smoothly, He Yuan glanced at Lin Yue's foot and inquired with concern, How is your foot? Thank you for your concern, Mr. He. It is perfectly fine now. He Yuan clicked his tongue, while Yu Zhao discreetly elevated the partition once more. Kiss up. Lin Yue glanced at Yu Zhao through the final slender crack of the board that had risen. He Yuan suddenly chuckled, casting an innocent look towards Lin Yue, as if to say it wasn't his call. Lin Yue pursed her lips in silence and began to report today's itinerary. He Yuan observed her, realizing that merely breaking through the veil of ambiguity last night was insufficient. If he truly wished to win her heart, he would need to devise a clever strategy. He understood that persuading Lin Yue to take that step was no simple task. Being a pragmatic and clear-headed individual, it was entirely natural for her to feel uncertain about a love fraught with disparity. Therefore, the crux of the matter rested upon him. He needed to instill in Lin Yue the belief that he was just an ordinary man, yearning for love and a family just like her. His infatuation was neither a fleeting whim nor a passing fancy. Upon reaching the office, while Lin Yue busied herself with printing documents, He Yuan seized the opportunity to call Qin Yan. Observing Lin Yue's delicate figure, He Yuan felt that his true aim was to ensure that, even after the fervor of romance had waned, he would still wish to ardently love Lin Yue. Chapter 56. Do not push me due to an ankle injury. Lin Yue had been kept from moving around by He Yuan for the past few days. It was only after 2 or 3 days that she could finally place her foot on the ground without pain, nearly healed. During this time, He Yuan had met with several executives seeking collaboration on a project in Dalian Star City, and finally found a moment to inquire about Lin Yue's previous blind date. Lin Yue was taken aback and asked why he was interested. To deal with a scoundrel, He Yuan replied. Lin Yue then provided him with Mr. Lu's basic information, explaining that knowing the company and name sufficed. After Yu Zhao spent 2 days digging up Mr. Lu's background, He Yuan discovered that the man had been cheated on by his ex-girlfriend. It seemed he also had a sworn enemy at work. He Yuan promptly arranged for the detrimental information about Mr. Liu that Yu Zhao had uncovered to be sent to the man's email. With the matter that had long weighed on his mind resolved, He Yuan felt elated. He tapped his fingers on the desk, stealing glances at Lin Yu's profile for some time. With a bit of free time on his hands, he thought of finding an excuse to have dinner with her. Unconsciously, He Lin's face crossed his mind. "Secretary Lin," He Yuan called out. Lin Yu assumed he needed something and promptly walked over. "Mr. He, I'm leaving soon. My mother mentioned that He Lin wanted to eat fish. Could you possibly make again? This time, could you share the steps with me so I can guide the Anna home?" Lin Yu couldn't refuse, especially since it was for He Lin. She nodded. "Then I'll go to the market after work to buy a fish." "I'll join you," He Yuan replied. After work, He Yuan drove while Lin Yu directed, and they headed to another market. As soon as they entered the market, Lin Yu was called by a young man. "Lin Yu, is that really you?" Lin Yu paused, her good memory kicking in as she smiled and replied, "Yuan Chuan? What a coincidence." Yuan Chuan sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and said, "I heard from a boss's wife that you twisted your ankle. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lin Yu laughed. "Are you here to buy groceries?" "Not exactly." Yuan Chuan suddenly seemed to remember something. "Lin Yu, wait for me a moment. I'll be right back." Lin Yu watched him dash away, feeling somewhat helpless. For the CEO, who had been entirely overlooked, it appeared that this young man had a fondness for his secretary. He Yuan felt a twinge of jealousy as he looked at Lin Yu and wondered, "Who is he? How does he know about your injury?" Lin Yu found it amusing, explaining, "His name is Yuan Chuan. I've only met him twice, but he is quite familiar. He works with flowers. The last time I went to the flower shop to pick up some preserved flowers, he happened to be there too. I used to work part-time at that shop. I had planned to invite the boss's wife to dinner, but I couldn't go because of my injury. I suppose she mentioned it to him." He Yuan's jealousy remained unabated. Why would the boss's wife share the news of Lin Yu's injury with someone she had only met once? Clearly, this Yuan Chuan had inquired about it. He Yuan scoffed inwardly, realizing that Yuan Chuan had his sights set on Lin Yu. Notably, Lin Yu spoke of Yuan Chuan, the flower enthusiast, with an air of admiration. Before long, Yuan Chuan returned, beaming and holding a few red roses. "Here, I picked these for you. They're not wrapped, but they're all I have left." "I can't take this," Lin Yu began, but he insisted. "Take them. I heard you like flowers. I delivered all day and only have this left. Are you complaining about the lack of packaging?" "Not at all." "Then it's settled. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." Lin Yu glanced at the roses in her hand and then back at Yuan Chuan, who had already dashed away. He Yuan's gaze fixated on the flowers, nearly burning holes into the petals with his stare. After purchasing some groceries and a fish, Lin Yu returned home, neglecting the roses to wash and marinate the fish. "Could you help me find a vase and fill it with fresh water for the flowers?" she asked. He Yuan initially hesitated, but upon seeing the preserved flowers on her bedside table, he stood up again. One was submerged in water, while the other was encased in glass. One had a lifespan of 3 to 5 days, the other 3 to 5 years, which held greater significance was quite apparent. He Yuan kindly trimmed the stems for her. Lin Yu's apartment was quite small. She could easily see what he was doing with just a turn. Glancing at He Yuan, she smirked before bending down to slice ginger. After arranging the flowers, He Yuan approached Lin Yu from behind, watching her with her hair tied up and an apron on, embodying the essence of a devoted wife. Stirred something within him, and the truth slipped from his lips. "Secretary Lin, about the marriage proposal I mentioned earlier, are you truly not considering it?" Lin Yu's movements faltered, nearly causing her to cut her finger. She expertly resumed chopping scallions to mask her flustered heart, casually offering an excuse. "I want to ensure I can lead a stable life." He Yuan raised an eyebrow, thoughtfully stroking his chin before leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Why? Does my face not seem like one you'd want to build a life with?" Lin Yu instinctively recoiled, avoiding his gaze. "Please don't talk to me so closely." He Yuan embraced her waist, his eyes softening. "You've even prepared preserved flowers. When will you admit that you're moved?" Lin Yu instinctively turned her head away, lips pressed together in silence. Being moved by him was one thing. Marriage was an entirely different matter. Marriage inevitably involved two families, and aside from the elderly matriarch, no one in her family would support her marrying He Yuan. The matriarch's support stemmed from financial reasons, while the rest of the Lin family held deep-seated distrust of such mismatched unions due to Lin Yu's experiences. Lin Yu herself harbored similar sentiments. The phrase marriage between families existed for a reason. Yet, she was acutely aware that she could not withstand He Yuan's advances for long. For instance, at that moment, his hand firmly clasped around her waist, and only she knew how fast her heart raced. Simultaneously, her inner turmoil and insecurity surged forth. "Please don't push me." Lin Yue lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes glistening. A hint of moisture welled up, causing He Yuan's heart to tremble. He immediately released her, cupping her face with his hands, gently coaxing, all right, don't cry. "I won't pressure you, I promise." Lin Yue sniffled, pushing him away. "Step back. I still have to slice some red peppers." He Yuan took a step back, clearing his throat. "I forgot to mention, Lin is going to art class today, so he probably won't get a chance to eat the fish. But I could take care of that for him." Lin Yue responded with a look of disbelief. Did Lin even know about this? Perhaps he was unaware that he wanted steam base. She marveled at how the gentle and refined boss had transformed into this current version of himself. Chapter 57. I truly regret it. Lin Yue's mental defenses had crumbled to their last layer, and He Yuan was fully aware of this. Outside of work hours, he devoted all his attention to Lin Yue, though his desire for fish remained unfulfilled. Since the last time Lin deceived her into believing he craved steamed base, that excuse had lost its efficacy. He Yuan rose and lightly tapped Lin Yue's desk. "Secretary Lin, Yu Zhao has been assigned to other tasks these past few days. I have a private dinner tonight. Would you accompany me? I require someone to drive back." Lin Yue had no choice but to nod in agreement. With November approaching, the evening air was markedly cooler than before. After work, Lin Yue donned her cardigan and accompanied He Yuan to the garage. As it was a private gathering, she assumed it would consist solely of He Yuan's acquaintances, which made her inexplicably anxious. However, upon arriving at the restaurant, she realized her apprehensions were unfounded, as it was merely herself, He Yuan, Zhou Yunce, and Guan Ziqing in attendance. Lin Yue was well acquainted with Zhou Yunce, and although she had met Guan Ziqing before and had interacted with her professionally, she found her to be a spirited and amusing woman. The moment Lin Yue saw familiar faces, her tension evaporated. "Old He, you should rein in your assistant, Zhou. He has been glued to his phone, grinning like a fool since we sat down. I suspect he's in an online romance," Lin Yue remarked. He Yuan chuckled, pulling out a chair for her. "In a year or so, he won't even be my assistant anymore. The Daeong Xingqing project has just commenced, and we have yet to find suitable partners. Once the project is completed and the shareholders' meeting is held, marking the official transformation of Hengqing, he will be capable of standing on his own. For now, although still my assistant, he is merely a tier below me. Zheng Yu and the others must afford him some respect." Guan Ziqing jested. "Oh, Zhou, how rude." Zhou Yunce turned to her, Brian Ellison. At the mention of the name, Guan Ziqing's expression shifted from playful to earnest. Lin Yue found it intriguing. He Yuan poured Lin Yue a drink and leaned in to elucidate. He asked Guan's nemesis. Noticing that Guan Ziqing and Zhou Yunce were oblivious to their conversation, Lin Yue discreetly raised her hand to cover her mouth and whispered, "Why does his name sound foreign? He's of mixed heritage. His father is foreign, and his mother is the head of the Li family in Chengdu." Lin Yue nearly dropped her jaw. She might not know much, but she was aware that the head of the Li family was wedded to someone from the illustrious Ellison family in a country. Why would the heirs of these two families be Guan Ziqing's nemesis? Lin Yue felt as if she had stumbled upon an international scoop. However, Guan Ziqing clearly was not keen on discussing the topic, and so they let it rest. Halfway through dinner, as the atmosphere was pleasant, the door to the private room suddenly swung open, surprising Lin Yue, who was taken aback to find Zhong Mu standing there. Zhou Yunce and Guan Ziqing exchanged glances before turning their attention to He Yuan. He Yuan, seemingly unperturbed, continued to serve Lin Yue a piece of fish with his chopsticks. "Old He." Zhong Mu gazed at He Yuan with a pleading expression. He Yuan ignored him, his silence palpable. "Zhong Mu." Guan Ziqing questioned, "What happened to you? You look utterly wretched. Didn't your family disown? Suing? Why do you now appear as though you've been wronged?" Zhong Mu plopped down, confessing, "I regret it. I can't live without Ying, but she's ignore me now." "You brought this upon yourself," Guan Ziqing retorted. "My grandmother threatened me. What could I do? She raised me." "Fool," Guan Ziqing muttered under her breath. "You really think your grandmother wouldn't take care?" Zhong Mu paused, reflecting on her words. "Zhong Mu, you should never have let your grandmother confront the He family. The connection between Su Ying and the He family is delicate. You've slapped the He family in the face. It's fortunate that He Yuan is your brother. While your playful nature is forgivable, your lack of responsibility in this crucial moment is disappointing. Don't think I'm unaware. While you may love Su Ying, you love yourself even more. You're not ready for marriage. You'd rather be in a lifelong romance with her. But have you ever asked her why she desires marriage? She has had a hard life. Her parents passed away when she was young, and her grandmother raised her. Though the He family treats her well, it's not her true family. She wishes to create a home with you. Having known Zhongmu for over a decade, Guan Ziqing was well aware of his character. He had always yearned for freedom, likely due to being overprotected in his youth. Lin Yue observed Guan Ziqing, thinking to herself, she was merely He Yuan's mouthpiece. I truly regret it. I realize my mistakes. Ying has been pressuring me to marry, and I didn't want to. But after these past few days, I've come to understand that I cannot live without her. I came to apologize to old He and ask for another chance. He Yuan slowly set down his chopsticks, his gaze exuding a palpable pressure. The matter between their families had been clarified. There was no need for further discussion. You're not child. Apologies cannot erase the hurt. If I may be frank, your apology should be directed at Su Ying, the one you've wronged. However, it's best you do not disturb her further. Zhongmu pressed his lips tightly together, having anticipated that Su Ying would be the first to walk away from their relationship. Instead, it was he who had turned back. Initially, he felt a whirlwind of confusion, which soon morphed into agitation, leading him to destroy everything in his room that could be smashed. When Su Ying had not contacted him for 3 days, his agitation shifted to dread. Would she never speak to him again? After 7 days apart, he reached the peak of regret and tried to call Su Ying, only to find himself blocked from all means of contact. He turned to alcohol, yet the weight of his remorse continued to hammer at his heart. I truly regret it. The truth spoken in drunkenness weighed heavily upon him, and he turned to He Yuan. I genuinely regret it. I want to find her. He Yuan clenched his fists, his anger unmistakable. Lin Yue placed her hand over his, prompting him to relax his grip. This was a public setting, unsuitable for a display of violence. He Yuan had lost his appetite, excusing himself with a glance at Zhou Yunce and Guan Ziqing. Apologies. Please continue your meal. I must take my leave before I lose control. With that, he took Lin Yue's hand and led her out of the restaurant, leaving Zhongmu in despair. Zhou Yunce rapped the table, saying, "Come on, let me keep you company with some drinks, you spineless coward." Zhongmu slumped into a seat. Guan Ziqing poured herself a drink, asserting, "After this, reflect on where you went wrong. As for He Yuan, we are of no help to him. Whether he still considers you a friend is up to you." Zhongmu downed the drink Zhou Yunce had poured him. Chapter 58. Truly my son He Yuan exuded a hint of alcohol, and Lin Yue walked beside him, acutely aware of it. He was angry, and Lin Yue understood. Yet, even in his agitation, he remained attentive to her, matching her pace rather than striding ahead. Lin Yue was surprised to find that at some point He Yuan, who had been walking ahead, had unconsciously fallen in his step beside her. The evening breeze swept through, and He Yuan felt a flicker of clarity. "Secretary Lin." He Yuan turned and asked, "Are you full?" Before she could respond, he continued, "I'm still hungry." Lin Yue puffed her cheeks, suppressing a laugh. "What would you like to eat? I'll take you." The evening lights were soft and radiant, casting an inexplicable warmth upon Lin Yue. He Yuan suddenly recalled that, following the incident involving her father that had gained attention online, he had inadvertently learned that Secretary Lin's family owned a wonton shop. "I want wontons." Lin Yue paused, "Sure, but I know a place famous for them. It's a bit far, across from my old university, where I often went with Qin Yin and the others." "No worries." He Yuan replied, "We'll drive there. It won't take long." Lin Yue took his car keys, intending to open the rear door for him. But He Yuan had already opened the passenger side and climbed in. She had no choice but to close the back door and walk around the front to the driver's seat. Noticing that He Yuan had not fastened his seatbelt, she reminded him, "Mr. He, your seatbelt." He Yuan, thinking there was an issue with her seatbelt, leaned over to reach for it. Lin Yue's breath caught, and her body instinctively stiffened against the seat back. After fastening her seatbelt and adjusting it for her, He Yuan looked at her with an expression that sought approval, saying, "All set." Lin Yue, gazing at the proximity of He Yuan, smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you, but I was referring to your own seatbelt." The silence that followed was palpable. He Yuan stared at Lin Yue for a moment, then straightened up to fasten his own seatbelt. Unable to suppress a laugh, Lin Yue quietly pressed the accelerator. The wonton shop was located just behind Lin Yue's university, and when they arrived, it was packed with nearby students. At first glance, their attire, particularly He Yuan's, seemed rather out of place. Some female students, noticing He Yuan's handsome appearance, exchanged glances and giggled. Lin Yue found a table in the corner and gestured for He Yuan to sit down, while she took out some wet wipes from her bag to clean the surface. He Yuan curiously surveyed the long, narrow shop. It appeared crowded, yet perhaps due to recent renovations, it seemed relatively clean. Lin Yue ordered 2 small bowls of wontons, one regular and the other without shrimp, as He Yuan did not eat them. The wontons were quickly prepared and served. And seeing the green cilantro floating on the broth stirred Lin Yue's appetite. He Yuan chuckled lightly. "Don't rush, it's hot." Nodding, Lin Yue blew on a wonton before bringing it to her lips. He Yuan imitated her, but upon tasting, his mouth puffed slightly, and he froze. Lin Yue promptly stood to buy a bottle of mineral water. "Did you burn yourself?" He Yuan nodded innocently. Lin Yue, concerned, asked, "Then why didn't you spit it out?" "It was unappetizing," He Yuan replied, shaking his head as he took a sip from the open water bottle. "I'm fine." Lin Yue resumed her seat, her concern evident as she said, "Eat slowly. I wonder who's in such a hurry." He Yuan softly acknowledged her. Their pace noticeably slowed after that. At that moment, a couple at the neighboring table seemed to be having a disagreement. The boy was cautiously trying to appease the girl, keeping his voice low to avoid disturbing Lin Yue and He Yuan. He Yuan's voice was deep yet gentle, and after Lin Yue finished her meal, he asked if it was enough. She quickly shook her head, indicating that it was more than sufficient. Just then, a girl at the adjacent table pointed at He Yuan, saying, "Look at him. He speaks so gently and is so kind to his girlfriend. Men like him are truly the best." Lin Yue and He Yuan exchanged glances. The boy also glanced at He Yuan and then at his girlfriend, seemingly confused. The girl, blushing upon seeing He Yuan, stammered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." "It's fine," He Yuan replied. Lin Yue struggled to contain her laughter, quickly running to pay the bill before exiting the wonton shop. By the time He Yuan followed her out, she had managed to suppress her amused expression. To cover her embarrassment, she waved her fingers in the air and remarked, "You know, today's youth have quite a way with words." He Yuan looked at Lin Yue with an amused expression. "They called me an uncle, and you seem so pleased by it?" "Not all," Lin Yue retorted. "Besides, being called an uncle is actually a compliment. It suggests you are mature, composed, and affluent." He Yuan sighed. "It's a pity. With so many good qualities, I'm still single." Lin Yue took the car keys from his hand and began to walk away. He Yuan followed her, possibly intrigued by what Lin Yue's university life was like. "Secretary Lin," he said, settling into the passenger seat. "Have you ever been in a relationship during university?" Lin Yue shook her head, replying no. "Then, have you ever liked anyone?" He Yuan asked, his tone somewhat sly and probing. He had initially inquired about her dating history during university, but had not limited his second question. Lin Yue recognized the subtlety in his inquiry, but hesitated to respond, ultimately choosing silence. He Yuan, smiling as he focused on the road ahead, interpreted her silence as acquiescence. He Yuan felt that the favor he had asked Qin Yan for could now be pursued. Just then, his phone rang, breaking the silence. "Hello, Mom," he answered. "Xiao Yuan. I met Wenro's mother today. She mentioned that in a month it will be Wenro's birthday, and she wants to host a party at the Wen residence, aiming to introduce Wenro to some young talents. Do you think that is obvious? What if her ex-husband finds out? Is there a risk?" He Yuan frowned slightly. "I understand, Mom. Wenro Shunti agreed to it anyway. I feel sorry for her mother. Wenro is still young and can't be stuck in one place forever, right? Mom, don't worry about it. I'll ask Wenro what her thoughts are." After reassuring her, Jiang Nanji hung up, only to call back immediately. He Yuan, caught off guard, answered on speakerphone. "Oh, by the way, big baby, I have another question. Wenro's mother mentioned that you have a girlfriend now and that you've won over Secretary Lin. You're amazing. You truly are my son." Had the steering wheel not been securely welded, Lin Yue might have thrown it in surprise. Chapter 59. Accidentally on speakerphone, the car interior was small and quiet, with Lin Yue tightly closing her mouth and staring straight ahead. He Yuan had anticipated Jiang Nanji's sudden remark, but it was inconsequential. The veil of ambiguity between them had long been lifted. He Yuan wore a look of resignation, saying, "Mom, be careful not to scare her." Jiang Nanji gasped softly. "Secretary Lin is with you?" He Yuan chuckled softly. "Yes, I accidentally put the call on speaker." The next moment, Jiang Nanji abruptly ended the call. Her composed and gentle mother-in-law image had crumbled. After turning a corner, they arrived at Yuan Yunting. He Yuan did not exit the car, but leaned closer to Lin Yue with a playful smile, teasing, "Secretary Lin, how do you think I should have responded just now? Why don't you come home for dinner in the next few days? From the phone call, it's clear my mom likes you. Stop it." As she noticed him leaning closer, Lin Yue instinctively raised her hand to press against his chest. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and although He Yuan wanted to lean in for a kiss, he hesitated. He tousled Lin Yu's hair and said, "You drive back, otherwise, I'll have Aunt Qian come down to take you." Lin Yue nodded in agreement. He Yuan then unfastened his seatbelt, waved goodbye, and Lin Yue turned the steering wheel, driving away. The next day, upon arriving at the office, Lin Yue noticed a message on the OA system. It pertained to the need for everyone to verify their household registration to ensure eligibility for certain company benefits, such as transportation expenses for returning home during the new year. Fortunately, she had retained her original household registration documents from her job search after graduation. Her family had reprinted another copy, but she kept the original with her, anticipating the need. With 3 months until the new year, verification was indeed necessary. The annual company meeting had already been scheduled by the administrative department. The day after submitting her household registration, Lin Yue accompanied He Yuan on a short business trip to a neighboring city that lasted 2 or 3 days, primarily concerning an investment project, which required the attendance of various leaders from both sides. He Yuan felt he had to attend, even though he disliked business trips, as they often involved socializing and excessive dining. He found it tolerable if he encountered normal people, but dreaded those who always tried to set him up with others. Before Lin Yue, there was a secretary who, despite her considerable capabilities, made a grave miscalculation at a dinner attended with He Yuan. Ignoring the lewd advances and even playing along, she naively believed that such behavior would facilitate business dealings for her boss and earn his favor. He Yuan promptly intervened, escorting her away, and the very next day, she was dismissed. The culture of drinking fosters such sordid conduct. He Yuan found it distasteful, and over time, his reputation for maintaining integrity became well known. Each year, many local socialites would inquire about him. Whenever He Hongtian and Jiang Nan appeared at gatherings, it was evident that many were eager to ally with the He family. The family's strength and He Yuan's esteemed character made him a desirable son-in-law. Yet, there were always those who dared to challenge the norms, like in this instance. During dinner that night, nothing unusual transpired. The real trouble began in the hotel. The accommodation had been arranged by the other party, with Lin Yue residing next to He Yuan. As it grew late, He Yuan advised her to return to her room, unaware that a naked, alluring woman awaited him in his bed as he headed to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Lin Yue was barefoot, searching for disposable slippers when a knock echoed at her door. She, cautious, inquired who was there. The man, with a chuckle, proclaimed his identity, causing Lin Yue to gasp. Recognizing him as a certain executive from the dinner. "Do you need something?" she asked, but he merely grinned and said, "What could there be at this hour?" "Don't play coy, Secretary Lin. We both understand the rules. Your boss next door is having a fine time. If he has slept with my woman, it's only fair I have a turn with his." Panicked, Lin Yue rushed back to her room to call He Yuan, but to her dismay, he did not answer. Her heart sank. She could not fathom He Yuan engaging in such behavior. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach him, she forced herself to remain calm, scanning the room for anything to defend herself with, yet found nothing. She felt compelled to confront the situation. It seemed the arrangement of the hotel was orchestrated for this very moment, as her room was of the same caliber as He Yuan's. When she attempted to switch to a different room, He Yuan obstructed her. Gripping the doorknob, she opened the door and concealed herself behind it. The lecherous man entered, calling for her in a lascivious manner. The carpet muffled her bare feet as she dashed out, closing the door behind her. The man, realizing her absence, stumbled after her. With her phone in hand, Lin Yue reached He Yuan's door and knocked forcefully. The sound of running water drowned out her efforts. But the woman in the bedroom heard her first. She got out of bed and approached the door, asking who it was. The moment Lin Yue heard her voice, fury ignited within her. "I am Secretary He," she replied coldly. The woman, dismissive of her status, opened the door. Clad in a sheer, lace nightgown that barely covered her, she was caught off guard when the sound of water ceased. Lin Yue pushed her aside and entered He Yuan's room, colliding with him as he emerged from the bathroom. Wrapped in a robe, He Yuan was taken aback, questioning how she had arrived there, especially barefoot. But as his gaze fell upon the woman behind Lin Yue, his expression darkened. Before Lin Yue could respond, the lecherous man staggered in, still calling for her. He Yuan's demeanor chilled as he began to grasp the unfolding situation. Lin Yue coolly explained, "He came to my door, claiming that if you have slept with his woman, then he deserves to sleep with yours." He Yuan's visage turned ominously pale, his eyes sharp as daggers. He moved to lock the door, then found some slippers for Lin Yue to wear, before dragging the lecherous man into the bathroom. The sound of rushing water was accompanied by choking cries. The woman, stunned, hurried back to her bedroom to dress, realizing she had unwittingly walked into a precarious situation. As the commotion continued, He Yuan's voice emerged, icy and deliberate. "Who do you intend to sleep with?" The man, nearly paralyzed with fear, pleaded for mercy, even slapping himself in desperation. He Yuan kicked him out of the bathroom, warning him to leave immediately. If any word of this incident reached the outside world, the consequences would be dire for him. These individuals played dirty, often sharing tales of their conquests amongst themselves. The man scuttled out, and the beauty meant for He Yuan quickly followed suit, fearing the repercussions. Chapter 60. Stiff-necked He Yuan could no longer remain in the room, particularly knowing that the bed had been occupied by another. Even with fresh linens, he found it repulsive. They temporarily relocated to Lin Yue's room. Having changed clothes, He Yuan glanced at the bed and instructed Secretary Lin, "Please call the front desk to inquire about available rooms." Lin Yue complied, but the response was disheartening. The hotel was fully booked. They exchanged glances, their attention eventually drawn to the sofa. Unlike their previous accommodations in Z City, this suite offered only a large bed. "I'll take the sofa, Mr. He," she insisted. "You are too tall. The sofa will be uncomfortable," he countered without argument. Lin Yue assumed his silence indicated agreement, feeling relieved. "Then you go ahead and rest. I still need a shower." He Yuan, noticing the inviting glass bathroom, politely stated, "I'll step out to make a call regarding Wenrou's birthday celebration. It may take a while." Grateful for his thoughtfulness, Lin Yue hurried to the bathroom. He Yuan did not stray far, taking a position by the window at the end of the hallway to call Wenrou. Lin Yue rushed through her shower. Yet dry her hair took time. When she finally emerged, He Yuan leaned against the wall, waiting patiently. "Are you done?" he inquired, tilting his head slightly. She nodded and stepped aside to let him in. He Yuan plopped down onto the sofa, prompting Lin Yue to ask, "What did Wenrou say?" He patted the seat beside him, inviting her to join him. Wenrou, not wishing to disappoint her parents, had agreed. He Yuan's expression grew serious. "Will Chu Nanhua know?" Lin Yue asked, concerned. He Yuan met her gaze, affirming that he certainly would. His thoughts were consumed by Wenrou, and her parents' desire to rekindle her spirit made sense. Once the birthday celebration commenced, Chu Nanhua would undoubtedly catch wind of it. "He's so reckless." Lin Yue hesitated, unsure how to finish her thought. He Yuan chuckled lightly. "No need to worry. I'm here. Secretary Lin, you should accompany me." "Me?" Lin Yue exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, you heard my mother on the phone. Yet you didn't inquire further. You must have had your doubts. Wenrou's parents have been trying to set us up, but that could never happen. When you were on your blind date, Wenrou merely took a walk, and her parents called me. She didn't want them meddling, so she claimed you were my girlfriend, which is why my mother spoke that way." Understanding dawned on Lin Yue, illuminating why Mrs. He had reacted as she did. "Wenrou seems fragile. When I first saw her, it was evident she was unhappy." He Yuan sighed. She still harbors a flicker of affection for Chu Nanhua. Despite her delicate exterior, her feelings run deep. If Chu Nanhua weren't so unhinged, he would be considered among the finest young talents in Sea City. Lin Yue pondered, yet, despite his treatment of her, why does she still love him? Such is the nature of character. Have you heard the saying that character determines destiny? If this situation were to befall you, you would undoubtedly resist with unwavering resolve, even to the point of death, in order to escape the clutches of such a person. Even in the presence of affection, you would force yourself to sever ties with cold detachment. If it were Guan Ziqing encountering such circumstances, it would be the other party for whom one ought to pray. Yet, Wenrou is gentle. Perhaps she has been sheltered too well by her family, maintaining a certain kindness toward human nature. Even when Chu Nanhua treated her somewhat abnormally after marriage, she accepted it. Initially, he merely urged her to go out less, but eventually forbade her from leaving altogether. Her attempts at resistance bore no fruit, and in order to pacify her beloved, she coerced herself into submission. Were it not for Chu Nanhua's ultimate act of marital violence, Wenrou might still be languishing in the agony of self-imposed repression. Chu Nanhua's current demeanor is, in part, a product of Wenrou's indulgence. Such complex emotions, Lin Yue truly cannot comprehend. If the one she loved treated her thus, she would be unable to bear it, let alone force herself into compliance. He Yuan glanced at his phone and remarked, "All right, it's getting late. I'll sleep on the sofa. You go to bed." Lin Yue looked at the sofa, which, while spacious, would leave her with aches and pains after a night's sleep. She shook her head resolutely and stated, "What sense is there in a boss sleeping on the sofa?" Besides, that sofa is indeed a bit cramped for you, but just right for me. Having grown up in poverty, she had even slept on a long bench. How could He Yuan, born with a silver spoon, have ever slept on a sofa? For someone as busy as he, sleep was of utmost importance. The bed at Yuan Yunting must be worth at least several $100,000. Unable to withstand her insistence, He Yuan rose and headed to the bedroom. Observing this, Lin Yue retrieved her folding blanket and draped it over herself. As night deepened, she quickly fell into a peaceful slumber, entirely unaware that after she had drifted off, He Yuan emerged barefoot. He gently lifted her and placed her on the bed, leaning on the edge to gaze at her serene and graceful sleeping visage. Lin Yue's beauty leaned toward the sweet and approachable side, her smile exuding warmth. Aside from her private moments of vulnerability, others perceived Secretary Lin as strong, independent, straightforward, and diligent in her work. What a treasure she is! He Yuan smirked, unable to resist leaning down to plant a fleeting kiss on her forehead. Good night, Secretary Lin. After whispering a heartfelt good night, he turned and closed the bedroom door, settling onto the sofa. As dawn broke, Lin Yue awakened feeling refreshed, while He Yuan had awoken with a stiff neck. Lin Yue found the situation both amusing and exasperating. She hurriedly soaked a towel in hot water and, once it reached a suitable temperature, began to apply heat to his neck, alleviating spasms and promoting the reduction of swelling. I told you I could sleep on the sofa. Why did you? She sighed. Never mind. Let me give you a neck massage to improve your blood circulation. Indeed, a stiff neck is quite uncomfortable, and He Yuan was left to endure her ministrations. Secretary Lin, how do you know how to massage? Since high school, I've lived with my aunt, who was ill for 2 years, so I often gave her massages. I've picked up a bit along the way. Yet, her technique and pressure indicated far more than just a passing familiarity. However, these methods merely alleviated symptoms. They could not provide an immediate cure. The amusing part was that He Yuan had to tilt his head slightly to the left for his neck to feel any relief. Consequently, Lin Yue felt as though He Yuan's gaze was fixed upon her while she drove. And indeed, he was, but now he had a legitimate reason to do so. Chapter 61. When rode 2 days after returning from his business trip, Lin Yue took a day off. Early in the morning, He Yuan called her, but Lin Yue mentioned she had an appointment. He Yuan, sounding somewhat anxious, said, "Did you not say you were done with blind dates?" Lin Yue replied, exasperated, "I'm not on a blind date. I'm meeting a friend for dinner." He Yuan assumed it was Teacher Qin, someone he needed help from, and thus relinquished the thought of trying to persuade Lin Yue to come with him. After hanging up, Lin Yue promptly called Tian Xinyu to treat her to the meal she owed. Tian Xinyu was busy and straightforwardly asked Lin Yue to help her for a day, to which Lin Yue gladly agreed. The shop was the same as before, though it had doubled in size, with many new employees, yet familiar faces remained. Lin Yue greeted Tian Xinyu, who pointed out 2 or 3 of the new staff members in the corner, saying, "I can't manage. Could you help me guide them?" The reason Tian Xinyu held Lin Yue in such high regard was due to her evident talent in floral arrangement. Once, she had hoped Lin Yue would pursue formal studies in the art, for her ambitions extended beyond merely running a flower shop. However, she herself lacked artistic skills, and Lin Yue filled that void excellently. Yet running a flower shop also required profitability. Thus, she sought a balance between commerce and art. Unfortunately, Lin Yue had gone to work as a secretary in a large company. Lin Yue noticed the new girls practicing the art of bouquet, wrapping, and approached them, asking, "Are you all new here?" The shy young lady nodded. Lin Yue took some wrapping paper and swiftly demonstrated a dozen folding techniques, from vertical and horizontal folds to the shepherd's crook, effortlessly executing the basics. Yet, despite the same folding methods, each girl produced different results. Their attempts were either unappealing or riddled with creases. What seemed simple turned out to be quite challenging once it came to wrapping the flowers. Lin Yue smiled gently and explained, "There is an artistry to origami, but many flower buyers do not understand this. Their only requirement is for it to look beautiful. When wrapping, one must consider both sides. Picture this. When someone holds a bouquet, it should look lovely from above, and the front and back must also be visually appealing. Packaging also varies in price. Lower-end options focus on decoration, while higher-end ones consider aesthetics and protection. The front wrapping paper should be lower than the flower heads, while the back should be higher. Start wrapping from the center, then work from the back to the front, which protects the flowers while adding depth to the bouquet." Using the bouquets they practiced with, Lin Yue provided a demonstration. The young girls looked at her enviously, one exclaiming, Why does it seem that everything, whether paper or flowers, behaves so well in your hands? Practice makes perfect. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Yue encouraged, observing their eager expressions. She then walked over to Tian Xinyu, who was busy, and glanced at the floral materials. Imported roses? Tian Xinyu confirmed. The Hermes of roses. I have to do it myself. Lin Yue chuckled. To those who can do more. In truth, Tian Xinyu did not genuinely require Lin Yue's assistance. She simply knew Lin Yue adored flowers and would relish being in such an environment. Since she had a day off, it was better to be surrounded by blossoms. Additionally, she was somewhat overwhelmed by the persistent attentions of Yuan Chuan. By the way, Lin Yue, do you remember Yuan Chuan? The one who grows flowers? Of course. I saw him at the market last time. He even gifted me a few roses. Tian Xinyu looked surprised. You accepted them? Lin Yue chuckled. I was forced to. He kept pestering me for your contact information. What could I do? Lin Yue exclaimed. My contact information? Why? Are you daft? For dating, of course. Lin Yue froze. And once she regained her composure, she quickly rejected. No way. That's not happening. Not happening? Is it because of that preserved flower? Lin Yue felt a wave of embarrassment. Sister Xinyu, yet still ask. Tian Xinyu burst into laughter, but just then, her phone vibrated, prompting her to dash to the counter while instructing Lin Yue, help me revive the flowers. Lin Yue found the situation amusing. The Hermes of roses? Doing it yourself? She begrudgingly began her tasks, while Tian Xinyu, without needing to pay her, was laughing at her phone, occasionally biting her finger, utterly absorbed in her device, which made Lin Yue feel a sense of déjà vu. The scene felt oddly familiar to Lin Yue, though she couldn't quite place it at the moment. At noon, she invited Tian Xinyu to dine out, and in the afternoon, with nothing pressing to attend to, she accompanied her back to the shop. As evening approached, they were graced by the arrival of a particularly special guest. Ethereal and carefree, Tian Xinyu was hesitant to speak loudly in her presence. Lin Yue, too, was momentarily taken aback, surprised to encounter Secretary Wenro here. Lin's secretary, Wenro greeted with a smile, prompting Lin Yue to wonder if she had forgotten her. Miss Wen, Lin Yue replied. Wenro was not surprised that Lin Yue remembered her. After all, despite their brief acquaintance, as He Yuan's secretary, she possessed a keen sense of observation. Are you working part-time here? Lin Yue asked playfully, to which she shook her head, explaining, I used to work here part-time. I'm friends with the owner, just here to lend a hand. Wenro smirked. Looks like my flowers have found a home today. Noticing their familiarity, Tian Xinyu discreetly stepped aside, trusting Lin Yue's judgment. Lin Yue smiled and inquired, May I ask where you wish to place them? In the studio, Wenro replied. Could I see your artwork? Lin Yue asked. Wenro presented her latest piece, and Lin Yue, inspired, selected a woven flower basket with a closed top, along with a myriad of floral materials from the shop. Curiously, Wenro followed her. Snowberries were in season, and since Wenro was not financially constrained, Lin Yue opted for imported flowers, artfully inserting pink bridal flowers into the floral foam, complemented by jade beads and lace flowers, creating a layered and harmonious arrangement that culminated in a focus on dahlias. Thus, a vibrant floral masterpiece was born. Wenro's artwork, much like her persona, radiated an enchanting quality. Lin Yue, lacking understanding of art, could only express her initial feelings. The snowberries were pure as snow, and with winter approaching, she hoped for a heavy snowfall to embrace the joy of anticipation. Wenro expressed her appreciation. Thank you, Lin's secretary. I truly love it. You must come to my birthday party next month. Lin Yue nodded, and after settling the payment, Wenro left with a smile. Lin Yue gazed after the woman, pure as the first snow of winter, her heart swelling with empathy. May fortune favor her. Chapter 62, Mr. He is so gentle. Wenro's birthday celebration was scheduled for late December, during which the weather had turned frigid. The event was set to commence at 7 in the evening at the Wen family's mountaintop villa. As news spread that He Yuan would also be in attendance, the guest list expanded to include not only young elites, but also prominent socialites. The birthday party bore a hint of matchmaking, attracting many elder relatives, including Jiang Nanji and He Hongtian. Upon learning of this, Lin Yue felt a pang of anxiety. She was to attend as He Yuan's girlfriend. Thus, her attire needed to reflect that status rather than her role as a secretary. Jiang Nanji had arranged for a styling team, which had already arrived at Yuanyunting. Lin Yue anxiously glanced at her reflection in the mirror, sensing something was amiss. Though Wenro had fabricated a story to appease her parents regarding marriage, today, in the presence of the He Hongtian couple, The authenticity of her role could be questioned. At that moment, she felt as if she were being thrust into an uncomfortable situation akin to being sold out. A knock on the bathroom door interrupted her thoughts, and she was ushered to the makeup mirror by the stylist while donned in her robe. Lin Yue typically did her own makeup, preferring a look that was elegant yet understated for work. Tonight's banquet, however, called for a different approach. Lin Yue began observing the eyeliner and eyeshadow. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Not all, the stylist reassured her. For a banquet, the lighting is quite intense, and facial features can be accentuated. A daily look may appear too plain and fail to complement the gown. Yet, your natural elegance suits a more subtle enhancement rather than a heavy application. I'm focused on highlighting your facial structure and features. Trust me. All right then, Lin Yue conceded, though the stylist's professional jargon left her somewhat bewildered. In the mirror, she caught sight of the gown hanging behind her, a pink sequined mermaid dress with a deep V neckline. She glanced at the straps, internally questioning in this cold. Must I expose so much? Seemingly nonchalant, she inquired. Is that pink gown prepared by you? The stylist and makeup artist exchanged amused glances. It's for Mr. He. He has great taste, doesn't he? I believe it perfectly suits you, evoking a sense of first love. Lin Yue was taken aback, isn't it? Too revealing? Are you sure it was chosen by He Yuan? The stylist chuckled, taken aback by Lin Yue's modesty. There's a shawl to wear over it, so you'll be fine. Sighing in relief, Lin Yue remarked, as long as it's not cold. On the makeup table lay an entire set of jewelry, and Lin Yue, intrigued, asked, Did you prepare these? Are they real? The stylist paused. They're fake, just for decoration. Lin Yue visibly relaxed. If they had been real, she feared she wouldn't dare move. Your neck is truly exquisite, with beautiful lines. You should consider styling your hair up. Thank you. After nearly 2 hours of styling, Lin Yue felt her patience wearing thin, but at last, her makeup and hair were complete. He Yuan knocked on the door of the makeshift dressing room. Lin, secretary. Are you ready? Almost. Just need to put on the gown. Take your time. I'll wait outside. The stylist chimed in. Wow, Mr. He is so gentle. Lin Yue could only smile in response. In the mirror, she appeared fresh and radiant, her figure accentuating her curves beautifully. The stylist, a plump and cheerful girl, looked on enviously as she dressed Lin Yue in the attire. The shawl was adorned with diamond tassels and feathers, and once draped over her, Lin Yue felt an immediate transformation, exuding dignity. The stylist adorned her with jewelry and then opened the door. He Yuan stood before her, clad in a deep gray suit with a patterned bow tie in muted pink that perfectly complemented her gown, creating an impression of a couple in harmony. Although accustomed to seeing He Yuan in suits, she was captivated by the tall, elegant man before her. His brows were like ink strokes, his eyes bright and clear, and his sharply defined features bore an air of noble grace. As their gazes met, He Yuan was momentarily entranced, his pupils dilating as he recognized the ethereal figure before him, reminiscent of their initial encounter at sunset. Despite her elaborate attire, he could still envision her unadorned beauty. He harbored a personal fondness. During their first meeting, Lin Yue had worn a soft pink sweater, a color he had never favored until that moment. Since then, he found himself drawn to pink, though sadly, Lin Yue had not worn it since starting her job, a color that had captured his heart at first sight. He Yuan approached her, offering a gentle smile. You look beautiful. Thank you. He Yuan extended his hand. Shall we? Lin Yue's fingers curled slightly, then unfurled as she placed her hand into his palm. Around 6:50 in the evening, they arrived at the mountaintop villa. Coincidentally, they encountered He Yuan, Jiang Nanji, and He Lin at the entrance. He Lin, a young boy clad in a black velvet suit and matching bow tie, appeared impeccably groomed, exuding the air of a princely figure. At 12, his facial contours were beginning to take shape, unlike He Yuan's gentle demeanor. He Lin bore a striking resemblance to He Yuan, with sharp, soaring features that suggested he too would grow into a remarkable-looking man. The He family's arrival commanded attention, with Jiang Nanji and He Yuan being a celebrated couple in their circle. It was said that among their contemporaries in the business world, aside from their wives, most had a few flings. However, He Yuan was an exception. He had been serious and dedicated to his career before marriage, with his union to Jiang Nanji being a classic case of love after marriage. Their 2 sons were equally outstanding. If one were to ask who was the envy of Sea City, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Nanji. Madame, when approached eagerly, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Lin Yue, who stood beside He Yuan. Indeed, she carried herself well, showing no signs of trepidation even in such a gathering, maintaining a graceful smile throughout. It was only natural to assume that a capable secretary would possess such charm. Lin Yue learned later that she was indeed He Yuan's secretary. With Madame Wen's remarks and the He family's lack of discretion, the news of the eldest son of the He family having a romantic interest swiftly circulated throughout the banquet hall within mere minutes. Even without spoken words, the discerning eyes of the guests noted the exquisite diamond jewelry adorning Lin Yue's neck and ears, a set procured years ago by Jiang Nanji at an auction, valued comparably to He Yuan's residence, Yulan Yunting. Although Madame Wen was not one to be swayed by material wealth, it did not imply that others shared her sentiments. To many, Lin Yue, the modest secretary, had achieved a remarkable feat by associating with the He family. As the evening unfolded, the true star of the event made her entrance. Wen Rou, clad in a stunning red satin off-the-shoulder pearl gown, radiated elegance and poise, transforming the perception of her previously delicate demeanor, akin to a blooming Rhodes rose. Lin Yue gazed at Wen Rou on stage, captivated, and couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." He Yuan turned his head slightly towards Lin Yue, amused by her innocence, seemingly unaware of her own allure. Following Wen Rou's speech, she performed a piano piece that concluded with a resounding applause. The hall sparkled with lights, and Wen Rou was soon swept into socializing with her parents, with seating arrangements meticulously planned. Notably, He Tian and Jiang Nanji were kept apart, and even He Yuan was drawn away for conversation. Recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity, many seized the moment to introduce themselves. He Lin and Lin Yue exchanged glances before both lowered their heads to their meals. It was Lin Yue's first attendance at such a banquet, and she encountered dishes she had never seen before. He Lin, seated beside her, rambled on about each cuisine. Lin Yue felt both touched and amused. "You don't have to thank me." He Lin, tilting his head slightly, continued, "Teacher Qin mentioned you all would go for skewers together. Can I join next time? These banquets are unbearable. I barely eat enough and return only to be mocked for looking like a starving ghost." His words were blunt yet humorous. Lin Yue chuckled and replied, "Did Teacher Qin mention that to you? I overheard her talking to you when I was called to the office." Lin Yue was at a loss for words, thinking how misleading it could be. Just then, her shoulder was gently nudged. Lin. Startled, she stood up to see young Master Zhao Yijie. She also nodded politely at Madame Zhao, who stood behind him. "Madame Zhao." Lin Yue, Madame Zhao smiled. "Yijie couldn't help but come find you. He simply couldn't be restrained any longer. Please forgive us." Lin Yue shook her head. "It's all right." She then offered her seat to Zhao Yijie. Though he was the eldest son of the Zhao family, due to illness, his intellect remained at that of a 6-year-old, yet he was nearly 30. His eyes sparkled with innocence, and his smile was pure. Lin Yue had previously won his favor by offering him a small piece of cake at his younger brother's birthday celebration. They conversed animatedly, and Zhao Yijie affectionately nicknamed her Lin, claiming her as his friend. Zhao Yijie shyly gave Lin Yue a thumbs up, exclaiming, Lin, you're so pretty." "Thank you." Lin Yue regarded him as a child, playfully responding, "Young Master Yijie looks quite handsome today, too. Would you like something to eat? I can get it for you." Zhao Yijie shook his head. "I want to play with you." Lin Yue smiled gently. "What shall we play?" "House. You be the bride, and I'll be the groom." Lin Yue was taken aback. He Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes and interject between them, defiantly stating, "Hey, Zhao Yijie, she's my sister-in-law. Who plays house with you?" Zhao Yijie looked perplexed, retreating slightly behind Madame Zhao, clearly intimidated by He Lin's stern expression. Lin Yue felt a pang of guilt as she glanced at Madame Zhao, who shook her head, saying, "It's all right." He Lin treats Yijie like a normal person. If it were anyone else, harsh words would have already been uttered. Yijie isn't afraid of He Lin. He fears being scolded. They played together as children and even fought over a toy. He Lin still enjoys his company. Lin Yue sighed with relief, only to turn and find He Lin folding a napkin into the shape of a frog. "Zhao Yijie, I'll teach you how to make a frog, but you mustn't cling to my sister-in-law." Zhao Yijie nodded in confusion. "Okay, let's go play outside." "Fine, there's nothing worth eating here anyway," He Lin grumbled, inwardly lamenting, "Brother, I sacrificed so much for you, even playing with this tall kid." Madame Zhao chuckled, her wrinkles deepening. "Lin Yue, please sit. I'll keep an eye on them. They want to run off." Lin Yue glanced at her attire, realizing it was indeed unsuitable for playing with children, and reluctantly sat back down. As she settled, Wen Rou approached her with a smile, naturally drawing attention as the event's host. A crowd surrounded Wenro, who had long been curious about Lin Yue, but had found it difficult to approach, especially with He Lin always by her side. After exchanging pleasantries, Wenro took a seat to discuss floral arrangements for her upcoming spring art exhibition, seeking Lin Yue's advice and insights. Next spring, I have an exhibition that requires fresh flowers for decoration. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Lin Yue, taken aback, pointed to herself. Me? I'm not qualified. I'm not a professional. The flower shop you visited previously is well known and quite skilled. I can provide you with the owner's contact information. Wenro nodded. That sounds good, but you are too humble. Lin Yue could only smile. Are you truly He Yuan's girlfriend? One girl inquired. Lin Yue found it challenging to lie. Yet she had come as He Yuan's girlfriend today, so she merely smiled, which others interpreted as affirmation. I heard you are his secretary? Lin Yue nodded. The He family is quite progressive. If this were any other family, the elders would never have consented. Madam, he is indeed open-minded. She has a wonderful disposition. Alas, He Yuan is already taken, and He Lin is still too young. Are you really considering He Lin? You are quite the devil. It was merely a jest. Lin Yue struggled to interject, her smile becoming strained. Perhaps sensing her lack of engagement, the group soon dispersed. Wenro grasped Lin Yue's hand, apologizing. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Initially, only my mother knew, but now everyone is aware. You and He Yuan aren't together yet, are you? Lin Yue nodded. I can sense your concerns. I've heard about Su Ying and Zhongmu. Please don't let their circumstances affect your view of He Yuan. The He family isn't like the Zhong family. Madam, he would never interfere in matters of the heart. They will always respect He Yuan's choices. I understand that taking the first step is daunting, but I assure you, missing out on He Yuan would be a regret that lingers for a lifetime. Lin Yue felt profoundly grateful for Wenro's words. She was acutely aware of the truth in them. Yet, standing before such an immense chasm, she needed to concoct an excuse or find an opportunity. You're different from Su Ying, she. How could I miss the Wen family's birthday banquet? Wenro's voice faltered as she suddenly stood, turning towards the entrance of the hall, where Chu Nanhua had arrived uninvited. Clad in a black suit and wearing silver-rimmed glasses, his gaze swept the crowd, locking onto Wenro with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the gathering. He Yuan gently patted her hand, reassuring her that there were many prominent figures present and that Chu Nanhua would not lose his mind. He was indeed correct. Chu Nanhua remained composed, his jet-black eyes deeply gazing at Wenro, landing on her exposed, porcelain skin. Though he fought the urge to gouge out the eyes of those around her, he maintained his composure. Chu Nanhua's notorious madness was well known, and his presence cast a subtle tension over the gathering. Wenro's parents made it clear that he was unwelcome, yet he showed no sign of anger and chose not to leave, calmly stating, I will depart after presenting the birthday gift. Everyone frowned at him. Chu Nanhua slightly tilted his head, signaling to his assistant, who soon returned with 5 or 6 workers carrying a grand crystal piano into the hall. Wenro froze, instinctively clenching her fists. This piano was a lavish gift from Chu Nanhua on their wedding day, a vessel of their happiest memories. What did he mean by bringing it here? Before she could ponder further, Chu Nanhua departed, leaving behind a brooding, obsessive gaze that sent shivers down Lin Yue's spine. She glanced at Wenro, who merely exuded a profound sorrow. Chu Nanhua's disruption led to the premature conclusion of the banquet. His mere presence served as a deterrent to those who harbored intentions toward Wenro, though the Chu family lacked the power of the He family. He Yuan understood that no one would dare engage in a conflict with a madman. Wenro's mother was in tears nearby, while Jiang Nanji offered comfort. After the guests dispersed, He Yuan arranged for Wenro's parents to be taken back to their city villa, as the mountaintop residence was merely one of the Wen family's properties, and they did not usually reside there. Wenro wished to converse further with Lin Yue and followed He Yuan's car. However, as they reached the foot of the mountain, 3 black sedans blocked their path. He Yuan pressed the accelerator, recognizing the familiar license plate of the car in the middle, and slightly turned his head, stating, I will check it out. You two stay in the car. Lin Yue rose from the back seat and grasped his hand, insisting, no, there are too many of them. If you go out, you won't stand a chance. But staying in the car was also unwise. Chu Nanhua could very well vandalize it. Wenro sighed deeply, saying, He Yuan, open the door. No, please listen to me. He won't harm me. And to put it another way, I am the one controlling his emotions. After a moment's hesitation, He Yuan finally opened the car door. Lin Yue, you stay in the car. I will go with Wenro. Lin Yue nodded, wishing to avoid complicating matters further. Chu Nanhua's face brightened upon seeing Wenro. What do you want, Chu Nanhua? She demanded. He nonchalantly glanced at He Yuan. You should be grateful today is Xiao Rou's birthday. Otherwise, with the people I brought, neither you nor your little lover would leave this mountain. Enough, Wenro replied. What do you intend to do? Come with me to a place. I will return you in an hour. No, He Yuan rejected. Your words lack credibility. Gu Nanhua smirked. Credibility is irrelevant. What matters is whether Xiao Rou agrees. Your car can follow, but if you attempt to stop me, my men are not to be trifled with. As a villain, if your little lover gets hurt, do not blame me. He Yuan felt the pressure of his weak points tightening his fists. He cannot disregard Lin Yu's safety. Wenro turned to He Yuan, saying, I had anticipated he would act this way, which is why I made the excuse to talk with Lin Yue. Otherwise, if I were in my parents' car, they might be frightened. If you are still concerned, just follow us. It will be all right. With no other option, He Yuan allowed Wenro to enter Chu Nanhua's car. Lin Yue looked at He Yuan, puzzled as to why he would let Wenro get in. An hour. He said he only needs Wenro for an hour. My car can follow. Lin Yue furrowed her brow, confused about Chu Nanhua's intentions. Approximately 20 minutes later, He Yuan's car arrived at a riverside restaurant, and he suddenly realized that this was the place where Chu Nanhua had first met Wenro. Once friends, their relationship had since soured. For reasons unknown, He Yuan chose not to enter the restaurant. Instead, he opened the car door and said to Lin Yue, Secretary Lin, let us take a walk. By now, it was nearly midnight, and the riverside was deserted. Lin Yue felt no chill as she stepped out of the car, but shivered instinctively as they approached the water. The light, feathery shawl she wore was inadequate against the cold wind. He Yuan removed his suit jacket and wrapped it around her tightly. Lin Yue looked up, locking eyes with He Yuan's gentle, profound gaze. Secretary Lin, he began, captivated by her sparkling eyes. This is my first time falling for someone. I hope you will seriously consider our future together. I had not planned to confess tonight. Perhaps it is the riverside breeze or the sight of you in this suit that ignited my impulse. My feelings for you have been long held, and I sincerely hope you will respond. Lin Yue experienced a moment of ringing in her ears, gazing at He Yuan in stunned silence, unsure of how to reply. He gently brushed aside the wind-tossed strands of hair from her face. Do not rush. You have an hour to think it over. But forgive my anxious heart for only allowing you this brief window. It was only when Wenro emerged from the restaurant and He Yuan escorted her back that Lin Yue understood why she had just an hour to decide. He Yuan dropped her off at the entrance of the number 3 courtyard, precisely 1 hour later. A discreet black luxury car idled at the corner of the courtyard, and Lin Yue sat in the passenger seat, subconsciously fidgeting with her gown. He Yuan turned off the engine, unbuckled his seatbelt, and turned to her, asking gently, Secretary Lin, have you made your decision? To be honest, not really, Lin Yue replied, turning to face him. 1 hour is too short. I have too many questions to consider, such as the future of office romance, but those belong to the realm of reason. Right now, it feels as if I have lost my rationality. He Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then his expression brightened as he gazed at her. Leaning forward, he softly asked, does that mean you are agreeing? Lin Yue found herself smiling in response to his enthusiasm, nodding slightly while murmuring affirmative sounds. For now, she wished to set everything else aside. On this enchanting night, she only wanted to linger in the evening breeze, surrendering to love. Chapter 65. Reluctance to let go. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, at the entrance of the No. 3 courtyard, Lin Yue had accepted He Yuan's confession, yet being scrutinized by him felt undeniably embarrassing. As it was growing late, Lin Yue unfastened her seatbelt, attempting to exit the vehicle, but He Yuan halted her with a firm hand. The intensity of his gaze made her heart race. Wait, Lin Yue said, touching the jewelry around her neck. What should I do about this? It belongs to the makeup artist. He Yuan chuckled lightly. Who told you it was from the makeup artist? She replied. She said it was fake, and the earrings are merely decorative. Didn't Tishi bring them? No. My mother brought them. Lin Yu's mind reeled. Jiang Nanji brought them? Who didn't T know her love for jewelry? How could she have brought something fake? Did you have a makeup artist confirm they were fake? Lin Yue finally realized the truth. He Yuan gently caressed her cheek. I assure you it is real. Will you wear it? How much? A set from Yuan Yunting. Oh my, I'm wearing an entire apartment. Lin Yue immediately removed the jewelry and offered it to him. Here, take it back. Fortunately, I brought the box along. It's in the back seat. He Yuan chuckled. Since my mother gave it to you, it is undoubtedly yours. I refuse, Lin Yue exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. This is too outrageous. Okay, don't panic. He Yuan gently brushed her hair aside, whispering in her ear, I understand your thoughts. Let us first return to you Lin. Can we conclude this topic now? Lin Yue looked at him, her heart tightening as she nodded absent-mindedly. All right. He Yuan leaned closer, their noses almost touching, a sense of urgency in his voice. May I kiss you now? As Lin Yue gazed into He Yuan's eyes, she saw a depth of tenderness that captivated her. In the warmth of the car, her palms grew clammy, her heart racing uncontrollably, as if it had leapt into her throat before sinking heavily back down, sending a slight current coursing through her. She instinctively shut her eyes tight. He Yuan's thumb caressed her fluttering eyelids, and perhaps it was his patient tenderness that allowed Lin Yue to relax. She slowly opened her eyes again. He Yuan chuckled softly and pressed his lips gently against hers. As their breaths intertwined, Lin Yue felt a spark travel through her body, causing a slight shiver. This was merely a tentative exploration. The sweetness of their lips meeting was exquisite, and He Yuan was cautious yet eager. Unlike their previous encounters, Lin Yue did not resist, for their hearts were now in sync. Feeling a weight settle on her shoulders, she was enveloped in his warm embrace. He Yuan's lips parted slightly as he kissed her again, tenderly exploring. His large hand found the nape of her delicate neck, gently kneading it, prompting a soft sigh to escape her lips. In an instant, he seized the opportunity to deepen the kiss. Outside, the cold wind howled, but within the car, warmth enveloped them. He Yuan's kisses evolved from tentative to passionate. He resembled a parched traveler in a desert, and Lin Yue was the oasis he had long sought. After a while, he gently released her, yet Lin Yue, still basking in the aftermath of their kiss, felt his irresistible pull as he leaned in for another. She obediently closed her eyes, surrendering herself to him. He Yuan sensed something distinctive about Lin Yue's fragrance. Even amidst the scent of her perfume, he could detect her unique essence, an intoxicating allure that drew him in. Aware of his own growing desire, he concluded their lingering kiss before losing himself entirely. At that moment, Lin Yue trusted him completely, nestled against his chest. He Yuan tenderly lifted her chin, nudging her nose with his, saying, I will walk you to the door. They reached the corner, and to get to the entrance of number 3 courtyard, they would need to walk a bit further. It was late at night, and the guard was likely asleep. Lin Yue felt no need to be coy. He Yuan draped his suit jacket over her shoulders and, upon exiting the car, took her hand firmly in his own. Lin Yue cast her gaze downward, her eyes following the dimly lit path. He Yuan occasionally caressed her hand, and although the fervor of their earlier kiss began to wane, this small gesture made her feel cherished. Outside, the air was frigid, yet her heart and body radiated warmth. She had often envisioned what it would be like to fall in love, but never had she anticipated this exhilarating blend of excitement and longing. She wished for dawn to arrive swiftly, so she need not wait 5 more hours to see him again. Though they walked slowly, their destination was ever closer. Lin Yue glanced over. The guard's light had dimmed, and the occupants inside were sprawled in slumber. She turned slightly to He Yuan, saying, I'm going in now. He Yuan stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her waist. Aren't you going to say goodnight? Lin Yue looked up, a hint of shyness in her voice. Good night. He Yuan tightened his embrace, urging her to tiptoe closer to him. Secretary Lin, you're being rather dismissive. Lin Yue, no longer the naive girl she once was, understood the implication. Typically, she would not dare to act so boldly, but under the cover of night, when everyone was deep in slumber, she tugged at He Yuan's shirt collar and leaned in for a kiss. He Yuan, aware of his height, bent slightly to meet her for the goodnight kiss. Once their lips met, he held her close, and as Lin Yue gently struggled, she said, Let me go. I have work tomorrow. Reluctantly, He Yuan released her, but not without first knocking on the guard's door. Awakened abruptly, the guard blinked in confusion at He Yuan. Open the door. The guard, still dazed, eventually registered who he was and opened it. This was the employee dormitory of Hangxing, where the guard typically would not see He Yuan, but since Lin Yue was his secretary and given He Yuan's ulterior motives, the guard had long become familiar with his face. Secretary Lin attended an event with me tonight. We encountered a minor situation on our way back. The guard nodded sleepily, and Lin Yue turned to wave goodbye to He Yuan before entering the complex. He Yuan did not immediately return to the car. Instead, his gaze lingered on the 11th floor to the left. Approximately 5 minutes later, the furthest room illuminated, prompting a satisfied smile to grace his lips as he returned to the car. Lin Yue took over an hour to remove her makeup and bathe, but felt no fatigue. As she lay in bed, thoughts of He Yuan flooded her mind, the memories of their time together playing vividly before her. A gentle smile graced her lips as she tenderly brushed the glass dome covering the preserved flower, unknowingly drifting into a sweet dream. Chapter 66. The lipstick is gone the next day. After only 4 hours of sleep, Lin Yue struggled to rise from her bed. As she opened her wardrobe, she stared blankly at the array of light-colored garments. Due to a mild obsession with cleanliness, she predominantly purchased white clothing, or at the very least, light hues. Thus, her wardrobe appeared somewhat stark without any vibrant colors. However, her choice of attire suited her current position well, simple, elegant, and clean. Lin Yue understood well the adage that one's appearance matters, as during her school days, comfort was her priority. She had never been one to compare herself with others, content with clothing that was reasonably priced. Yet, entering the workforce was a different matter. Overly cheap attire could come across as petty, particularly standing next to He Yuan, who exuded sophistication. Originally possessing savings of 60,000, she had spent 10,000 on clothing and accessories upon receiving her interview with Hengxing, most of it on spring and summer collections. She had purchased fewer than 5 accessories, each priced in the thousands. The clothing she selected was from light luxury brands, often on sale, allowing her to save significantly on her wardrobe. As for handbags, she indeed owned a few worth several thousand, yet she had never used them, as they had been gifted by her aunt, Lin Yue. She had initially thought to save them for significant occasions, but He Yuan always provided for such events. Lin Yue had even suggested gifting her jewelry, which alarmed Lin Yue, who quickly declined. After all, which of Lin Yue's pieces was under 100,000? You, a mere secretary, shouldn't outshine your superior, she had said. Checking her phone, she sighed the stagnant balance of 50,000. It was such a beautifully neat figure, and she was reluctant to touch it. After completing her morning routine, she chose a minimalist white cashmere dress and, upon trying it on, smiled with satisfaction. It was clean, elegant, and exuded a sense of understated luxury, akin to a moonbeam. Suddenly, she chuckled softly to herself, thinking, "Am I overthinking this?" She slightly adjusted her hair, slipped on her ankle boots, grabbed her coat from the door, and stepped outside. The subway was just around the corner from number 3 Courtyard, and 2 stops later, she would arrive at Ulnying. It was the usual time, yet the absence of Annie Qian's warm smile was notable. Upon entering, Lin Yue paused at the sight of Annie Luo, but greeted her politely nonetheless. "Has Mr. He risen?" she inquired. "Yes, he is changing clothes," Auntie Luo replied, adding, "Annie Qian has returned to the countryside for a few days." Lin Yue acknowledged this and proceeded to He Yuan's wardrobe, where she found him already dressed in a shirt and trousers, his watch in place. Upon hearing a sound at the door, He Yuan turned his head and was greeted by the sight of his newly appointed girlfriend. He waved at her, and Lin Yue felt an inexplicable shyness, though they had only been apart for a single evening. Rather than approaching him directly, she retrieved a blue checkered tie from a nearby accessory cabinet. He Yuan dutifully bent down, while Lin Yue modestly tied the tie for him. Some, however, were less reserved, as He Yuan playfully wrapped his arms around her waist. Lin Yue shifted uncomfortably, admonishing him, "Don't move, it's crooked." In high spirits, He Yuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Every time you solemnly tie my tie, I wish to hold your waist like this and have you kiss me." Lin Yue playfully slapped his chest. Her cheeks flushed. "Stop it. This is hardly serious." He Yuan brushed a strand of hair from her face, insisting, "I'm not joking, really." Catching a glimpse of the coat room door, Lin Yue quickly tiptoed and planted a kiss on his lips, whispering, "Is this all right, Her boldness was met with his passionate response, as he pinned her against the island counter, enveloping her in a fervent kiss. He had perhaps just brushed his teeth, and their lips mingled with a refreshing hint of mint. Due to their height difference, Lin Yue had to wrap her arms around his neck. The mirror behind them reflected only He Yuan's arms crossing over her, as he completely enveloped her. His kiss felt like an endless spring breeze, gentle yet consuming, drawing her deeper into a state of bliss. Retaining a shred of composure, Lin Yue gently patted his back, prompting He Yuan to pause. Though his lips lingered teasingly on hers, neither fully retreating nor advancing. With her cheeks flushed from the kiss, she looked enchantingly captivating. He Yuan lightly traced her lips with his fingers, chuckling, "Your lipstick is gone." Lin Yue shot him an annoyed glare before heading to the restroom to retouch her makeup. He Yuan followed, embracing her from behind and whispering, "I suggest you skip the lipstick in the mornings from now on." Understanding his implication, Lin Yu's hand trembled, causing her lipstick to smudge. Frowning, she felt He Yuan turn her around, producing a tissue to gently wipe away the excess. "By the way, there's something I wish to discuss." As Lin Yue capped her lipstick, she expressed, "Concerning our relationship, I prefer it to remain confidential for now. I've only been at the company for a little over 6 months during my internship, and if our private relationship becomes public, it would undoubtedly create a stir, which I wish to avoid." "All right," He Yuan replied with a hint of resignation. "It shall be as you wish. Do as you please." Satisfied with his response, Lin Yue knew he was not one to blur the lines between personal and professional life. At that moment, Aunt Luo called He Yuan for breakfast, causing Lin Yue to stiffen and hurriedly push him out. She adjusted her outfit and followed suit. He Yuan, eyeing the breakfast prepared by Aunt Luo, inquired, "Is this just one serving?" Aunt Luo, taken aback, nodded yes. He Yuan frowned, about to speak when Lin Yue approached from behind. "Mr. He," Assistant Zhou called, "instructing you to arrive at the company before 9. He Yuan glanced at his watch, noting it was already 8:50. He looked at Aunt Luo, saying, "You may step out for now. Your presence isn't required here." When He Yuan made such statements, it meant no one should be in his sight before he left home. And Aunt Luo understood this. He then turned to Lin Yue, beckoning her closer. She complied, and He Yuan placed a shrimp dumpling near her lips, encouraging her to eat. Lin Yue felt a bit awkward as he pulled her onto his lap, and she quickly stood up, exclaiming, "I can eat by myself. Please don't do that. There are others here. Why the rush? Zhou Yun's can take over 10 minutes for breakfast." "We have time," he replied. Reluctantly, Lin Yue stayed to finish the meal with him. After breakfast, they headed to the office, unaware that a woman carrying a suitcase had arrived at He Yuan's residence. Greeted by Aunt Luo. Chapter 67. Lost 100 yuan upon her arrival at the office, Lin Yue immediately activated all electronic devices. After checking the cleanliness of the space, she brewed a cup of coffee for He Yuan. Subsequently, she sat at her computer to check emails, faxes, and sort them accordingly. About 15 minutes later, Lin Yue approached He Yuan's office to report the contents of the emails and handed him the documents that required his attention. Without lifting his gaze, He Yuan pushed a file towards her, instructing, "Translate this document. It's needed by 3 this afternoon." "Understood," she replied. "I'll be in a meeting with Assistant Zhou shortly, likely until noon. You can have lunch on your own and just bring me back a portion." "All right. The foreign clients are arriving at 3. You'll accompany me. Ensure everything is well arranged to avoid any mistakes." "Yes, that will be all. You may go." As soon as Lin Yue sat down to send the finalized documents to He Yuan, Zhou Yun entered without knocking. "The meeting in conference room 2 has been waiting for you for 5 minutes. Only then did He Yuan rise and follow Zhou Yun to the meeting room. He Yuan possessed foresight, clearly recognizing that the real estate industry was entering a new era, fundamentally becoming a financial sector. Clinging to outdated practices would undoubtedly lead to obsolescence. The ambitious project, Daegu Xingxing, was set in City A, aiming to collaborate with local small enterprises to establish a vast commercial ecosystem that would invigorate surrounding real estate. After all, real estate companies fundamentally need to sell houses, but they must diversify and develop in multiple dimensions. This meeting extended until the end of the workday, and Lin Yue, along with Yao Xing and Xiao Yun, proceeded to the cafeteria. Secretary Lin. Yao Xing lightly bumped into her shoulder, her expression curious. "Did you hear about Vice President Wei and her subordinate?" Lin Yue was taken aback. "No, I didn't tea." "Oh my goodness, you haven't tea heard? This news is all the rage." Shaking her head, Lin Yue replied, "I genuinely don't know. I heard they were caught kissing in the break room and were summoned by their superior." Lin Yue was silent. In truth, office romances were commonplace. Every company had a few couples. However, she believed that one's career should take precedence. Biting her fingers subconsciously, her heart raced with anxiety. After all, she was also part of an office romance, and with the heir of a prominent company no less. If their relationship were to be exposed one day, Lin Yue shuddered at the thought. She dared not imagine the potential fallout. As a result of this incident, Lin Yue kept her distance from He Yuan after returning to the office. When He Yuan inquired, she simply claimed it was to avoid suspicion. He Yuan's gaze shifted. "Come closer, standing so far away, you can't hear me speak." Hesitantly, Lin Yue stepped forward. He Yuan then grabbed her wrist, pulling her onto his lap. "Secretary Lin, it's after work hours. You can manage your own time." Most choose to stay at the office for lunch or a break, so why bother avoiding suspicion? Lin Yue retorted. After all, we are still in the office. It doesn't hurt to be cautious. My office is one where no one dares to enter without knocking. Oldie. This afternoon, the Stevens. Before He Yuan could finish his sentence, Zhou Yun's barged in, startling Lin Yue, who immediately stood up straight. Zhou Yun's paused, exclaiming, "Damn! I lost 100 yuan. Only Guozuching understands old he. This speed is unmatched by rockets." He Yuan appeared unfazed, slightly turning to face Zhou Yun's. "What's the matter?" "Nothing. Nothing." Zhou Yun's waved him off. "You should rest. You didn't seem well this morning." Ignoring Lin Yue entirely, which inadvertently alleviated her embarrassment, He Yuan rose, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and leading her to the lounge. "Don't worry, Zhou Yun's is one of us." He Yuan speak out of turn. Lin Yue was still immersed in the shock of being discovered when, in the next moment, she found herself in the lounge. Upon seeing the moderately sized bed in the center, she was taken aback. "What are you bringing me here for?" He Yuan pinched her cheek and replied, "What do you think? You didn't sleep well last night, did you?" Set an alarm for 1 hour and 50 minutes. With that, he lay down on the bed, casually pulling Lin Yue along with him. She struggled, but He Yuan firmly pressed her against his chest. "Stay still, just rest for a bit. Otherwise, we'll both have panda eyes when we meet the clients this afternoon. I only slept for 3 hours last night." Instantly, Lin Yue ceased her struggles, her hand holding the phone slightly raised as she adjusted the alarm through the gap between He Yuan's arm. Perhaps it was true that they had both stayed up late the previous night. Within 5 minutes, they had both fallen asleep. Lin Yue had initially thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but to her surprise, she was soon fast asleep. About an hour later, the alarm rang. He Yuan furrowed his brows, reaching for the phone on the bed sheet to turn it off. Lin Yue was also stirred awake, responding with a soft, sleepy murmur. He Yuan lifted his leg and embraced her closer to his chest, gently running his fingers through her medium-length hair. "Time to get up." Lin Yue slowly opened her eyes, sitting up with a dazed expression. The alarm rang again, and it took nearly 30 seconds for her mind to fully awaken. Only then did she realize that she had been resting on He Yuan's lap for an hour. She hurriedly rolled off the bed, causing He Yuan to stare in surprise before chuckling and shaking his head. Lin Yue switched off the alarm and went to the bathroom to wash her face. When she emerged, He Yuan was adjusting his tie, and she instinctively approached to help him. He Yuan ruffled her hair, preparing for the client meeting. Lin Yue nodded eagerly. Just as she was about to leave the lounge, He Yuan unexpectedly extended his arm, gently cradling her neck and supporting the back of her head with his hand. As he raised his palm, Lin Yue instinctively looked up, and their lips met in a soft kiss. Lin Yue's eyes widened in disbelief as she shot him a helpless glare. "Go on." He Yuan nudged her lightly at the waist. Lin Yue hurried back to her workstation. When He Yuan stepped out, he went directly to Zhou Yunkai's office, where he was met with a wave of teasing and congratulations. "You're impressive. The speed is remarkable." He Yuan merely smiled, signaling for them to finish what they were saying before he took a break. He and Lin Yue were not teenagers. He liked her sincerely, and everything he did stemmed from that genuine affection, without the need for a timeline of milestones. There was no 3 months of acquaintance, 6 months of holding hands, and a year of kissing. He had not imposed such frameworks on them. He simply expressed himself openly to her. He Yuan believed everything unfolded naturally. They happened to be by the riverside. He happened to say those words, and Lin Yue happened to be in an emotional state. Everything occurred at just the right moment. He felt capable of bearing the consequences of his declarations. At 2:30 p.m., Lin Yue took the translated documents to print. At 3:00 p.m., the clients arrived at Hengqin punctually. Unlike previous clients, this couple had brought their child along due to their tight schedule, needing to leave after discussing the project. The couple approached He Yuan, shaking his hand and apologizing. He Yuan glanced at the 5- or 6-year-old mixed-race boy and turned to Lin Yue, gesturing for her to come over. "Their assistant, Zhou, for the meeting. You help keep an eye on the child. I'm not too comfortable with anyone else." Lin Yue nodded and handed the translated materials to Yao Xing. She spoke fluently in English with the boy for a minute before he agreed to follow her. Time was of the essence, and she didn't have the chance to ask if the child had any allergies, so she refrained from offering him any snacks from the break room. The boy clearly had mixed heritage, with his mother being local. As Lin Yue held his hand and led him to the office, she marveled at how cool and tall he was, especially how handsome he appeared. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the little boy suddenly let go of her hand and threw all the documents from her desk onto the floor. Lin Yue was taken aback and rushed to stop him, but the child was agile. After tossing the papers, he dashed over to He Yuan's desk, knocking those documents to the ground one by one. Lin Yue repeatedly exclaimed no, but it was futile. Just as the boy was about to reach for the decorative items behind the sofa, Lin Yue sprinted over, saying no this ornament. Bang! The child had cleverly distracted her, causing the decorative piece beside the sofa to topple over. Lin Yue felt her heart sink. That item cost several thousand. Yet she had to endure, as both parties were currently negotiating the project, and a signing might happen today. However, she was genuinely angry and attempted to use a stern tone to intimidate him. Here, Lin Yue pointed to the floor, not your playground. The little boy smirked and pushed her aside, running out while shouting that he was going to tell his parents. Lin Yue broke into a cold sweat, fearing that if he did, she might not have to come the next day. She chased him down the corridor, but the child was exceptionally strong. Lin Yue tried to coax him softly, yet he managed to escape, only to stop right in front of the meeting room door. Lin Yue sighed in relief and reached out her hand. However, the boy kicked over the trash can at the meeting room's entrance. Lin Yue clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with anger. Suddenly, the child mimicked a transformation move from an animated show, stepping back on one leg, bending down, and delivering a punch to Lin Yue's abdomen. Cold sweat immediately dripped down her back. Secretary Lin. The loud noise from the trash can drew Zhou Yunsai's attention, prompting him to send Yao Xing out to investigate. When the door opened, they found Lin Yue clutching her stomach after being struck by the mixed-race boy. Yao Xing's scream instantly attracted everyone's attention in the meeting room. He Yuan tossed aside the pen he was about to sign with and hurried out. Seeing Lin Yue doubled over, he took her arm, concern etched on his face. What happened? Yao Xing pointed at the boy. He hit Secretary Lin. He Yuan's brow furrowed as he glanced at the child, his gaze sending shivers down the boy's spine. The child clung tightly to his parents, unable to meet He Yuan's eyes. With so many people around, Lin Yue subtly pushed He Yuan away, taking a step back until her back met the wall, trying to catch her breath. Just then, the boy began to wail, claiming that Lin Yue had been pulling him and not allowing him to play. He Yuan exchanged glances with Zhou Yunkai, who nodded and called the monitoring room. The meeting was paused, and everyone returned to the conference room. The foreign couple was still comforting their child, while He Yuan signaled for Zhou Yunkai to manage the situation and motioned for Lin Yue to step outside, revealing that he also had a child to pacify. However, upon returning to the office, the disarray left him momentarily stunned. He turned slightly to Lin Yue. Did the child do all this? Lin Yue nodded. Yes, but I share some responsibility as well. Children are unpredictable. I shouldn't have brought him into the office. Don't worry, I'll handle these documents right away. Who said anything about that? He Yuan frowned. Are you still in pain? Lin Yue honestly nodded. He is quite strong. He Yuan embraced her, placing his large hand on her abdomen. Lin Yue was startled and protested. Let go of me. We're still at the office. He Yuan sighed. I'm not a saint. Even in this moment, I can't separate public from private matters. I wish He Lin were here right now. Every family has children, and I would certainly give him a thorough beating. Lin Yue couldn't help but laugh. He Yuan raised his hand to stroke her face. You rest here for a moment. I'll go deal with this matter. Lin Yue nodded, and once He Yuan left, she slowly crouched down. These documents were all crucial. She needed to pick them up and reorganize them properly. The only thing she felt grateful for was that the child had merely scattered them around rather than tearing them apart. He Yuan's approach to handling matters was merely perceived by Lin Yue as an apology on the other party's part. The contract still needed to be signed. She remained oblivious to the fact that He Yuan was seething with rage. Were it not for his position, he might have been tempted to roll up his sleeves and physically confront someone. In the conference room, after reviewing the surveillance footage, He Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. I'm terminating the partnership. The couple froze, exchanging glances before addressing He Yuan. I apologize. It's my fault for not properly educating my children. I can apologize to her. He Yuan rose, his gaze icy as he replied indifferently. He disrespected my secretary. Whose fault do you think that is? Zhou Yuns. Witnessing the couple's bewilderment, interjected Mr. Stephen. There's an old Chinese saying, if a son does not teach, it is the father's fault. Your wife must be familiar with the meaning of this proverb. He Yuan patted Zhou Yuns on the back, instructing him to handle the aftermath. And regarding the damaged items, he insisted they should be compensated for at their full value. After stating this, he exited the conference room. Secretary Lin did not need his apology. It would be morally binding if she did not forgive him later. Yao Xingxing gazed at He Yuan with starry eyes, utterly captivated by his charm. Who wouldn't he want to follow such a boss? If it had been someone else today, what would a mere secretary matter? Zhou was also impressive. She felt fortunate to have aligned herself with the right person. She was destined to be with someone stellar in life and in death. Upon returning to his office, He Yuan found it neatly organized. The cleaner was tidying up the broken decorations, while Lin Yue was seated at her desk, sorting through documents. Given the presence of the cleaner, He Yuan went directly to his desk. Chapter 69. I have something to discuss with you. He Yuan's phone vibrated twice. He picked it up to check the message, a smile creeping onto his face as he replied, "Thank you, Teacher Qin. You work hard." He also sent a red envelope as a gesture of gratitude. Qin Yin responded with a sticker expressing her thanks to the boss. Just 2 minutes after work, Lin Yue's phone rang. Qin Yin? Lin Yue was startled. They hadn't seen each other recently, so she presumed it was an invitation to dinner. Without hesitation, she answered the call. Emergency, emergency. Lin Yue chuckled. What emergency? One of my colleagues introduced me to someone, but I can't step away right now. Can you help me handle it for a bit? Me? What if he likes me? Lin Yue exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Yin laughed heartily. Then you can consider it a blind date. Stop joking. I'm serious. We had a great chat, but he hasn't sent me a picture. I suspect he might be unattractive. Can you check him out for me? Just half an hour, and I'll be over. Lin Yue frowned, but I already have a boyfriend. Even if it's just checking someone out for a friend, He Yuan might get upset. She was also genuinely concerned that the other party might take an interest in her. Lin Yue found it amusing yet troubling. It would be awkward if it affected their friendship. Qin Yin continued her plea. Please, please, he is a doctor. I adore doctors. It's a perfect match for my profession. Just help me see if he has a receding hairline. Unable to withstand Qin Yan's persistence, Lin Yue relented. Where's the address? It's at the end of Central Road, the garden restaurant you always wanted to visit. Lin Yue acknowledged and hung up. She stood up and brought the documents to He Yuan's desk. Mr. He, I've organized the files. Here are the ones that need your signature. All right, you can leave for the day. Lin Yue replied affirmatively, noticing that he showed no signs of leaving. She inquired, are you planning to finish signing before you leave? He Yuan paused his signing, lifted his gaze with a smile. What? Does Secretary Lin wish to invite me out? No. Lin Yue hesitated for a moment before saying, I have something to discuss with you. Go on. Qin Yin just called me. She has a blind date, but she has tied up and needed to check on him. She doesn't want to leave him hanging. She said it will only take half an hour. Lin Yue spoke nervously, watching He Yuan's reaction. He Yuan regarded her silently. If you don't want to go, then don't. I initially thought it was inappropriate. I understand now. It's fine, He Yuan replied. You're not going on a blind date. You're merely screening for her. If you don't go, and our relationship becomes public, she will undoubtedly have an opinion about me. Then I'll go. It's at the garden restaurant at the end of Central Road. He Yuan nodded. All right. As Lin Yue walked away, glancing back 3 times, she found it peculiar that on her first day of dating, He Yuan had not suggested a date. Perhaps he was genuinely busy. She reassured herself, grabbing her bag and coat before leaving the office. It would be nice to check out some clothes at the mall later. Lin Yue took the subway directly across from the company and arrived at the garden restaurant mentioned by Qin Yin after about half an hour. Upon entering, she was surprised to find the place completely empty. A finely dressed woman approached from the front desk, appearing to be the owner. Miss Lin? Lin Yue nodded, slightly bewildered. Please follow me. As she followed the woman, Lin Yue wondered how she knew her surname. Did Qin Yin mention it during the call? The woman led her to a sunken room on the first floor. It was not quite right to call it a room. The entire space had transparent glass walls adorned with a plethora of flowers, with lush greenery tastefully arranged in the corners. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a dazzling light over a long French dining table set with exquisite embossed tableware. Lin Yue glanced at the owner, surprised that Qin Yin's date had yet to arrive. Then she considered that, being a doctor, it was normal for him not to have a fixed schedule. Taking a seat inside, she looked around as the owner departed and couldn't help but admire the space, like a miniature Monet garden. The doctor seemed rather romantic. Lin Yue mused. Checking her phone, she noted that it would be another half hour before Qin Yin arrived, and perhaps by then, the doctor would also be there, rendering her presence unnecessary. Besides, in such a romantic setting, it would be awkward for her to face her friend's date. However, before she could dwell on her discomfort for long, her phone rang. Hello, Mom. Lin Yue's mother, Yu Feng, inquired about her well-being, but soon began to sob. Mom, what is wrong? Why are you crying again? Did that old lady bully you? Lin Yue asked urgently. If only she would bully me, Yu Feng lamented. A couple of days ago, she mentioned that your third aunt had found you a match, and when I casually asked, it turned out he was divorced. I ended up arguing with her. Today, she insisted that just because he's divorced, he is doing well in the big city, with a house and a car. I think my daughter is exceptional in every way. Why should she marry a divorced man? It's not as if you can't find someone else. How can I not be angry? Your father was so upset he didn't eat dinner, and your aunt has suffered enough at her hands. She doesn't even recognize her own daughter. She finally had a son and lost him, living a life full of regret. Lin Yue remained silent, accustomed to the peculiarities of the elderly lady's actions. All right, mother, stop crying. It's not as if she insisted on marrying me. If she brings it up again, simply retort that she should marry herself and say it was her unfilial granddaughter who suggested it. Yu Feng's tears subsided into laughter. Oh, your sharp tongue. After a few more comforting words, Lin Yue finally ended the call. Instinctively, she placed her hand on her abdomen, recalling the mischievous child she had encountered today, a reflection of her own childhood experiences when her hometown favored sons over daughters, regardless of whether she quarreled with the neighborhood boys or her own brother. The elderly lady would intervene, and on occasions, she would wield a broom to discipline her. That pitiful state felt akin to water poured out of a basin. A buzzing sound jolted her back to the present. It was a video from Yao Xing, which piqued her curiosity. As she clicked on it, the image of He Yuan halting a collaboration to defend her flashed before her eyes, leaving Lin Yue momentarily stunned. She then opened Yao Xing's voice message. Oh my goodness. Secretary Lin, did you see? Our president is so handsome. I took a sneaky video, but don't share it. Just keep it for your own enjoyment. His protective stance was absolutely dashing. Lin Yue tightened her grip on her phone, astonished that he hadn't signed the contract. Was his action motivated by her, or some other reason? Chapter 70. The wind stops at the autumn water. I stop at you as the sound of bell chimed. A commotion arose at the restaurant entrance. Lin Yue snapped back to reality. Was it Qin Yan's blind date? Please come in, the owner's wife called, prompting Lin Yue to sit up straight. However, as the footsteps drew nearer, she felt an overwhelming regret for Qin Yan's ill-conceived idea. Such a romantic and dreamy setting was hardly suitable for strangers to share. She wondered how the doctor had chosen such a venue for a blind date. The footsteps halted abruptly, and in the next moment, Lin Yue found herself frozen in regret. A refined and elegant man entered, his gaze unwavering. He approached her and gently brushed his fingers against her cheek. Are you dazed? Lin Yue lowered her eyes to the bouquet he had placed in her hands. Still in shock, He Yuan chuckled softly. Are you really that dazed? Why are you here? Lin Yue stammered. He Yuan smiled. It was always meant to be me. Lin Yue was genuinely taken aback. She gazed into He Yuan's eyes, realizing that Qin Yan had orchestrated this. Teacher Qin was helping me out. I had approached her a long time ago, hoping she would find a reason to bring you out, using the pretense of introducing you to someone else. The truth is, I simply couldn't bear the thought of you on a blind date. So today is our own little blind date. Regrettably, He Yuan had been too forthright, and the moment the atmosphere shifted, he had confessed his feelings. The crucial part was that Lin Yue had actually agreed. Despite the reservation at the restaurant, He Yuan chose not to cancel, but merely advance the time, as he had initially intended to confess on New Year's Day while introducing her to someone. I wanted to surprise you, so I stuck to the original plan. I just picked up the flowers from a florist. Lin Yue's gaze lingered on the bouquet he gifted her. 15 manta roses in a soft, low-saturation gray pink, gentle yet sophisticated. They did not compete for attention, but exuded elegance instead, appearing more pink in the warm yellow light surrounding them. The language of manta roses is the place where dreams begin. It was also Lin Yue's favorite type of rose, as if this understated, elegant, and vintage flower carried her hidden dreams within. Lin Yue looked up, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Did Qin Yan tell you? He Yuan nodded, wrapping his arm around her as they sat down, while he positioned himself across from her. The owner's wife personally arranged exquisite Western dishes on the long table, and it dawned on Lin Yue that He Yuan had booked the entire restaurant. Once the owner left, the vast space transformed into their private garden, enveloped by flowers and greenery. Now, allow me to introduce myself, He Yuan began, lifting his gaze. My surname is He, and my given name is Yuan, derived from the phrase the road ahead is long and arduous. I have no vices, my appearance is decent, my character is agreeable, my family is open-minded, and I have achieved a modest level of success. Miss Lin, are you interested in getting to know me better? Lin Yue chuckled at his playful demeanor. Her previously somber mood instantly brightened. She nodded earnestly. I sincerely seek a beloved companion, willing to share my heart. I find Miss Lin's beauty and cheerfulness delightful, and hope you will cherish my sincere affection. Lin Yue couldn't help but laugh. Goodness, did you eat a dictionary before coming here? He Yuan replied, while there's a humorous element to it. These are indeed my genuine feelings. Lin Yue nodded. I understand. I heard you terminated the collaboration with the Steven couple this afternoon. I'd like to know why. He Yuan initially thought Lin Yue was reproaching him for mixing personal and professional matters, causing him to frown. You must understand that I am just an ordinary man. If it were someone else in my position today, I cannot guarantee I would have acted differently, as I'm still a businessman. However, that person is you. I apologize. I cannot stand by and allow you to accept an apology from the other party while I remained nonchalant in the conference room, signing contracts. I simply cannot bear it. He Yuan reached across the table to take her hand and continued, You are my girlfriend, and I do not wish to merely date you. You must know this clearly. I pursue you with the intention of marriage. Even the smallest emotional turmoil is within my capacity to bear. If I allow you to feel wronged on our first day of dating, will you find solace in excuses or prioritize business, creating 180 reasons for both of us? That is not a healthy habit. To me, you are my one and only. No one else can compare. In this moment, Lin Yue, who had endured countless grievances in her childhood, felt unprecedented importance from He Yuan. After the encounter with the mischievous child and a phone call, she could no longer hold back her tears, which fell onto the table. He Yuan, startled, immediately moved closer to her. What's wrong? He enveloped her in his arms. Why are you crying? Have you been wronged? Lin Yue, resting her head on his shoulder, shook her head and nodded, crying as she explained, My mother called. She said my grandmother found a match for me. Someone who has divorced. Sob. She favors boys over girls. When I was young, she locked me in. Sob. In a very, very dark place. That day it thundered. Her fragmented lamentations pierced He Yuan's heart. So, this was the origin of her fear of thunder? She dislikes me because I'm a girl. Sob. And there's so much more. He Yuan gently stroked her back, exuding a tenderness that felt overwhelming. Darling, I adore you. Will you marry me? He Yuan blurted out. And upon realizing the gravity of his words, he paused, his hand stilling on Lin Yue's back. Lin Yue trembled slightly, her eyes red, questioning. What did you just say? He Yuan, momentarily taken aback. Lin Yue assumed it was merely a casual remark. I'm not. That. I'm hungry. I want to eat. We shall marry. He Yuan interjected, earnest as he wiped away her tears. The words that slip out unintentionally often reflect the deepest truths. We will marry. I will not allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance. I wish to maintain a state of residency for a lifetime. After uttering these words, He Yuan felt a surge of excitement. From the first moment he met Lin Yue, he had an impulse to marry her, yet he understood that she also deserved to relish the pursuit. Lin Yue, at her core, possessed a wild side, and surprisingly, she felt a strong attraction to his proposal. She inexplicably believed in He Yuan. Consider this. We want to sign a prenuptial agreement. Even if our marriage were to falter, you would still receive half of my fortune. Of course, I would give you that opportunity, as I have no intention of divorcing you. To protect my wealth, I must treat you well for the rest of my life. Wouldn't you agree? Most importantly, the wind stops at the autumn water, I stop at you. Will you marry me? The wind stops at the autumn water, I stop at you. Lin Yue gazed into He Yuan's profound eyes, unable to resist nodding her head. Chapter 71. I will be angry. Lin Yue had not anticipated that before even finishing her meal, she would be proposed to. Most importantly, she had accepted. He Yuan gently wiped her tears away and asked, Are you hungry? Lin Yue sniffed and nodded. Then let's eat first and discuss afterward. Lin Yue obediently responded. The meal took nearly an hour, during which He Yuan actively attended to his girlfriend while Lin Yue focused on eating. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she said, You should eat too. I don't need you to take care of me. He Yuan chuckled softly. In our home, only my wife enjoys such treatment. Lin Yue's cheeks flushed, and she fell silent. Once He Yuan noticed she had eaten enough, he said, You already accepted my proposal. We should go register tomorrow morning. Your household registration should be with you, right? Regarding the wedding. Wait, Lin Yue interrupted. Can we keep our marriage secret for now? Secret marriage? He Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lin Yue nodded. You know we aren't in a position to make our relationship public yet, primarily due to my family. I need to approach them gradually. Besides, Our relationship has just begun, and we don't even know how it will develop. Let's give a year as a trial marriage. If it doesn't work out, no one will know, and neither of us will lose anything." He Yuan's mouth parted in surprise, his tongue briefly touching his cheek. The last statement was the most significant, and, at that moment, Lin Yue was remarkably lucid. "But you're right." He Yuan shook his head, chuckling softly as he gently ruffled her hair. "All right, I'll follow your lead. However, I will definitely fulfill what I promised. But, yeah, after we register, shouldn't you move in with me?" Lin Yue paused, suddenly recalling this detail. "So, does that mean I have to fulfill my duties as a wife?" she thought, feeling overwhelmed by the weight of this significant matter. "What am I thinking?" He Yuan lightly touched her cheek, teasing, "Why is your face so red?" "I'm not," Lin Yue retorted, her cheeks flushed from his touch, revealing her flustered demeanor. He Yuan took out a handkerchief, lifting her chin to help wipe her mouth. "Living together is a way to nurture our relationship. Since we're getting married, why not do it sooner rather than later? Even after we register, we can still remain in a romantic phase. It's fine if you don't sleep with me right away. I'm eager to marry you because it gives me a strong sense of belonging, but I also want you to enjoy the process of falling in love." Lin Yue cleared her throat and said defiantly, "This way, I can save on rent." "It doesn't seem like a bad idea." Teachable child," He Yuan remarked. "I just worry you might expect me to pay your rent, and then I'll be in trouble with your mother." "How can my mother be so fierce?" Lin Yue instinctively countered. He Yuan smiled gently, not directly addressing her response, but looking at her tenderly. "Don't worry, we haven't crossed that threshold yet. But, during the time I've liked you, I sense your reluctance. I understand that taking this step is challenging for you. You might feel there's an insurmountable gap between us. However, there is nothing messy in our family. My mom wouldn't allow it, and you don't need to prove yourself by creating financial boundaries between us. My father spends all his earnings on my mother, who has never worked a day in her life. According to her, if a man earns money and doesn't spend it on his wife, it must be going to someone else. So, when I earn, it will naturally go to my family. I must clarify beforehand. If we register and you still insist on keeping things separate, I will be angry." Lin Yue truly suspected He Yuan was reading her mind, as she had initially intended to maintain some distance. Yet, his reasoning held merit. If a couple were to keep their finances separate, what would be the essence of their marriage? Merely obtaining a certificate and living coldly together? He Yuan disapproved. He preferred Lin Yue to be a bit more like his mother, playfully coaxing him into buying her bags and diamonds. However, Lin Yue wasn't quite ready for that yet. That was all right. She could gradually acclimate him to such indulgences. He Yuan's last statement, "I will be angry," was delivered with utmost seriousness, prompting Lin Yue to envision him seated in an office chair, arms crossed. She couldn't help but chuckle, wrapping her arms around He Yuan's and tilting her head to look at him. "If you're not angry, will you accompany me to buy clothes later? You'll pay." It was still not even 8 o'clock. They had a couple of hours to browse. He Yuan laughed heartily. "You agreed so quickly." Lin Yue raised her arms to wrap them around his neck, teasing, "Is it that you've grown tired of seeing me in the same 2 outfits every day?" He Yuan, with half a cherry tomato in his mouth, chewed elegantly before using his handkerchief to wipe his lips. He leaned forward and pressed a kiss to Lin Yue's lips, saying, "I could never tire of it." At that moment, Lin Yue was playfully nestled against his side, and He Yuan's slight till allowed their lips to meet seamlessly. Lin Yue felt undeniably charmed by him. This man had her completely captivated. Whether through his words or actions, she found herself unable to refute or resist him. She felt as if she had boarded a ship and could not disembark. Lin Yue stood up, clutching the bouquet of manda roses, and decided to explore the nearby shopping mall. He Yuan, draping an arm around Lin Yue's shoulders, patiently accompanied her. Apart from hotel inspections, it seemed he had rarely ventured into a mall. Even He Tian, who doted on his wife, would tremble upon hearing Jiang Nanji request his company for shopping. After all, a simple phone call would suffice for deliveries. Jiang Nanji insisted on going herself, a quirk Lin Yue often teased He Tian about. He Yuan, perhaps due to his formal attire, attracted significant attention as they walked, which made Lin Yue feel slightly embarrassed. She nudged He Yuan's waist, suggesting, "Why not buy a set of sportswear and change out of that suit?" He Yuan, ever attentive to his wife's desires, acquiesced to her every word. Lin Yue led him into a branded clothing store, where He Yuan could effortlessly pull off any outfit. Her aim was simply to find 2 or 3 work-appropriate ensembles, which together would hardly match the cost of one of He Yuan's suits. Yet, He Yuan remained silent, content with her happiness. This was already a notable improvement. Lin Yue shopped swiftly, with clear intentions. Once finished, she opted not to browse further. Knowing she had work the next day, she only asked He Yuan to drop her off at the corner, mindful of the crowds. He Yuan turned on the high beams, illuminating Lin Yue's figure until she waved goodbye as she turned to enter her residence. He Yuan smiled, continuing to watch her until she disappeared into the courtyard before driving away. Chapter 72. Have you missed me? Upon returning home and placing the roses in a vase, Lin Yue received a video call from Qin Yan. As soon as she answered, Qin Yan's excited shriek resonated through the receiver. Ah, Lin Yue, you've hidden things so well. Did President He confess to you? Did you accept? Lin Yue smiled and nodded, thinking to herself, I've already accepted his proposal. Qin Yan erupted in another wave of excitement. You're making progress. Remember what I said before. In wealth and honor, do not forget your friends. Lin Yue chuckled. Look at your own progress. You tried to set me up with a doctor. When I walked in, I thought it felt odd. This isn't the atmosphere for a blind date. Who set you up? President, he genuinely connected me with a doctor on WeChat. And we've been chatting. Lin Yue replied. It seems you two have conspired together. Qin Yan scoffed. What conspiracy? We were merely discussing He Lin's academic performance while casually touching on your lifelong affair. He looks so sincere and mature. He really likes you. So I thought I'd help you out. Lin Yue was speechless. The two continued to chat for nearly half an hour before hanging up. When He Yuan returned, he carried 5 or 6 shopping bags in his hands. Aunt Luo hurriedly approached. Sir, these items are. Noticing they were not from He Yuan's usual brand, and were mostly women's clothing. He Yuan replied, these belong to Secretary Lin. She left them in my car. Please organize them. In truth, they were not merely forgotten. He Yuan had not allowed her to take them upstairs, as they were already living together after obtaining their marriage certificate. The only thing Lin Yue had taken was a bouquet of manta roses. Aunt Luo quickly acknowledged him. He Yuan changed into casual attire and went directly to the study. He had a considerable amount of work each day, typically sleeping around midnight and, during busy periods, as late as 2 in the morning. Upon seeing He Yuan disappear through the study door, Aunt Luo nervously made her way to the workers' quarters. Yuan, didn't I tell you? You cannot come out when the sir is home. Luo Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. Aunt, Mr. He didn't see me. Even if he didn't, that's not acceptable. Do you want to make me lose this job? Besides Mr. He's kindness, who else would keep your uncle employed? If it weren't for Qian Fangying returning to her hometown, you wouldn't have even gotten in. Luo Yuan pouted, eyeing the bag in Aunt Luo's hands, reaching out to snatch it. She then clicked her tongue in disdain. What a bunch of no-name brands, barely over 1,000 yuan. Aunt Luo, busy reminding her, hadn't yet put the clothes away. She swatted her niece's hand away. Don't mess with these. They belong to Secretary Lin. She has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Secretary Lin? Luo Yuan's interest peaked. Is she Mr. He's secretary? Why are clothes here? He said they were left in his car, and he brought them back. Secretary Lin comes by every morning to go to work with him. Luo Yuan's eyes flickered, sensing something amiss. From her aunt's words, it seemed this Secretary Lin was more of an administrative assistant, generally not involved in business management. The title of secretary sounded pleasant, but in reality, it was merely a high-ranking errand runner dealing with trivial matters. Such a meticulous person wouldn't accidentally leave belongings in her boss's car unless it was intentional. Luo Yuan gazed at the ridiculously large house, filled with envy. Even a small worker's room was more luxurious than her own bedroom. If it weren't for her pride, she might have considered staying on as a maid. Later that night, around 10 o'clock, Aunt Luo brought He Yuan a late-night snack. He Yuan looked up from his notebook and said, please reorganize the largest guest bedroom with a balcony. Never mind, it's fine, you can go. Aunt Luo exited the study. He Yuan pondered for a moment before calling Jiang Nanji. After all, his mother was always idle. It would be better for her to come help him prepare the room for Lin Yue. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanji felt a surge of joy. What did this signify? Her son had pursued Secretary Lin. But wait, you rascal, did you just get her to move in with you right after pursuing her? What are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person. We'll get the certificate tomorrow. Jiang Nanji was taken aback. What did you say? Getting the certificate. He Yuan's tone carried a hint of pride. Although Jiang Nanji knew he couldn't see, she couldn't help but give a thumbs up. But Mom, just the family needs to know about this. We've decided to keep our marriage hidden for a year. After all, apart from our private relationship, there's also a hierarchical relationship between us, and we need to handle matters with Ye's family. Will Ye's parents be okay with this? Won't they break your legs? He Yuan chuckled lightly. If they want it, then so be it. I'll marry her first. Just the other day at the market, I saw someone fawning over her. In the past 6 months, she has been set up on 6 blind dates. Just think about it. Jiang Nanji burst into laughter. You little rascal. Looking all serious while scheming. Of course, I trust you. Remember our family motto. Treat her well and don't bully her. Understood. After hanging up, He Yuan couldn't help but smile. The little white rabbit he had taken a liking to was finally stepping into his domain. He picked up his phone and sent Lin Yue a good night message before leaving the study. Hearing the door open, Luo Yuan quickly hid to the side. When she caught a glimpse of He Yuan's handsome face, her pupils dilated in surprise. This was Mr. He? After entering his bedroom, He Yuan video called Lin Yue for about 10 minutes. After exchanging goodnights, he headed straight to the bathroom. The following day, Lin Yue arrived at Yuan Yunting as usual. However, today felt slightly different, as it was their marriage certificate day, so she made a bit of an effort to dress up. He Yuan, dressed and on the phone with Zhou Yunkai, informed him that he and Secretary Lin had a last-minute matter to attend to, so he would host the morning meeting himself. Zhou Yunkai, thinking they had official business, readily agreed. When Lin Yue entered, He Yuan was just about to put on his coat. Seeing his collar unfastened, she instinctively moved to help him. He Yuan seized her hand, his gaze teasing. Was that intentional? What do you mean by intentional? She replied innocently. Today is a significant day. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, you'll need to unfasten it anyway. I did some research last night. People generally wear white shirts without ties for the registration photo. Lin Yue dropped her hand, saying, then I'll keep this tie in my bag for now. After we get the certificate, I'll put on you again, as we still have to go to work. This afternoon, General Zhao from Dachuang and General Li from Huayin will come to discuss a new collaboration. All right. He Yuan wrapped his arms around Lin Yue's waist, teasing. Did you miss me? Lin Yue nodded. She hadn't slept well the previous night, her emotions tangled. She hadn't expected to invest so much just for a job. Yet He Yuan's sincerity was irresistible to any woman. Chapter 73. We got the certificate. Lin Yue pressed her hands against He Yuan's chest, accepting his gentle kiss akin to a spring breeze. Luo Yuan, peering through the door crack, gaped in astonishment. Aunt Luo rushed over, nearly fainting, quickly covering Luo Yuan's mouth and dragging her to the workers' quarters. Are you out of your mind? If you keep this up, I'll call your parents to take you home. Aunt, did you see? Aunt Luo frowned. See what? Mr. He and his secretary are kissing. That woman in the white shirt and knitted vest is his secretary, right? Aunt Luo froze, realizing it was indeed Secretary Lin. They had exchanged greetings earlier. Are you serious? If I'm lying, may the heavens strike me down. Aunt Luo furrowed her brow. I understand. Stay here and don't make a sound. Mr. He will be dining soon. You must not come out. Luo Yuan nodded, but couldn't shake the image of He Yuan's adoring gaze and his tender demeanor toward his secretary from her mind. Prompted by her niece's observation, Aunt Luo decided to keep a closer watch, carefully monitoring the two during breakfast. It was undeniable that the atmosphere between them was peculiar. Aunt Luo kept her distance, noticing He Yuan teasing Secretary Lin with his milk cup, insisting she take a sip. After she shot him a glance, looking around, Aunt Luo quickly hid. Clutching her heart, she thought, Mr. He is with his secretary. Memories of his secretary attempting to seduce He Yuan and the severe consequences she faced at Jiang Nanji's hands flooded back to her. An idea began to form in her mind. If she were to inform Jiang Nanji, Secretary Lin would surely be dismissed, allowing her to introduce Luo Yuan as Mr. He's new secretary. With a background in finance from abroad, she would surely be more qualified than Secretary Lin. Oblivious to the scheming of his servant while enjoying a sweet breakfast with Lin Yue, He Yuan took his time. As the Civil Affairs Bureau would open until 9 o'clock, the two engaged in their respective work at the dining table without interruption. At 8:30, a call from Yu Zhao prompted them to head to the garage. Upon seeing Yu Zhao, who had prepared a pile of wedding candies in the passenger seat after a long absence, Lin Yue was taken aback. What is this? Last night, I explored the process of obtaining a marriage certificate online. One of the steps involved presenting the staff with celebratory candies to share in the joy. However, since we have tentatively decided on a private marriage, my colleague couldn't partake in this custom. Nonetheless, the Civil Affairs Bureau staff could still bask in the happiness. Lin Yue smiled, acknowledging the thoroughness of my preparations. Yu Zhao silently pressed down on the accelerator, pondering how one could possibly lack in such matters when he had gone to great lengths to procure everything overnight, including the household registration book. which he had retrieved early that morning from the He family villa. The procedure for obtaining the marriage certificate was straightforward. He Yuan and Lin Yue opted to forego the premarital health check, as He Yuan underwent a physical examination annually, and so did the employees of Hengqin. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, they found that it was just beginning to fill with people. After collecting the marriage registration application form in the hall, the number was called promptly. They completed the registration, signing and stamping their fingerprints without omission. With their striking appearances, they even took their registration photos right there. Unlike others who had come prepared, once they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Yue felt a sense of disbelief. Is this what being married feels like? He Yuan snatched Lin Yue's red booklet from her grasp, declaring, "I will keep this safe for you." Lin Yue experienced a fleeting sensation that she might never see that red booklet again. He Yuan extended his hand toward Lin Yue, saying, "As your husband on our first day of marital identity, I look forward to your guidance." Lin Yue returned the gesture with a smile, thanking him for allowing her to join a prominent family. Yu Zhao couldn't suppress a laugh. He Yuan shot him a glance, but decided to let it slide. Considering it a day of celebration, Lin Yue retrieved her phone to check the calendar. December 22nd, the day they obtained their certificate. He Yuan smiled as he carefully stored the marriage certificate, then took Lin Yue's hand into his palm, though he usually would have used this time to check emails. Instead, he simply enjoyed holding her hand. By the way, regarding the move, our schedule is quite packed for the next few days. Let us wait until New Year's. It coincides with the holiday. Lin Yue had no objections. She even contemplated renting out the house in number 1 courtyard. But she hesitated at the thought of parting with that 3,000 yuan rent. A monthly rent of 3,000 amounts to 36,000 a year, which is no small sum. Before the car arrived at the company, Lin Yue withdrew her hand, creating distance between herself and He Yuan. He Yuan sighed, foreseeing how Lin Yue would avoid him at work. Sure enough, even handing over documents became an exercise in keeping a wide berth. He Yuan shook his head, dismissing any notions of how to manage the situation. At 3 o'clock, General Manager Zhao and General Manager Li arrived at Hengqin's reception room. He Yuan, accompanied by Zhou Yunce, engaged in conversation for nearly 2 hours. General Manager Li had other matters to attend to, so Zhou Yunce personally escorted him downstairs. He Yuan raised an eyebrow, glancing at General Manager Zhao. "Do you have something else to discuss?" General Manager Zhao nodded somewhat sheepishly. "Where's your secretary?" He Yuan's expression darkened. "Not in the office. You see, I've heard rumors about you and your secretary. Surely that's not true? You're not the type to get involved with someone so close, especially with a subordinate." He Yuan retorted, "What exactly are you trying to imply?" General Manager Zhao sighed. "It's just that my debt collector, Ejia, keeps calling out for Lin Lin. And when I asked my wife, I discovered it's your secretary. I thought perhaps I could poach her." He Yuan finally grasped his intent. "Don't frown at me. I'm not trying to steal your wife, am I?" He Yuan scoffed, pulling the red booklet from his pocket and tossing it onto the table. "You can see for yourself." General Manager Zhao stopped drinking his tea, eyes widening as he unfolded the booklet, and was momentarily stunned by the sweet photo of He Yuan and Lin Yue. Looking incredulously at He Yuan. You, what about me? Are you seeing clearly now?" He Yuan cut him off, silencing his stammering. The relationship between the two was indeed intriguing. General Manager Zhao was younger than He Tian, but older than He Yuan, with most of his business interactions being with He Yuan. However, he was not a stern individual, and, thus, there was a sense of camaraderie when dealing with He Yuan, allowing for the occasional jest. "You really are." General Manager Zhao struggled to find the words. He Yuan reclaimed his marriage certificate, advising him to keep it confidential. General Manager Zhao nodded. "Son, it's not that I won't help you, but it's difficult for me to ask the young lady of the He family to soothe you." Meanwhile, Lin Yue was still in her office, sending emails, blissfully unaware that someone had already discovered her marital status. At the same time, Aunt Luo from Yuan Yunting was on the phone with Jiang Nanji, while Luo Yuansher in the servants' quarters remained oblivious to her aunt's actions, still daydreaming about how to entice He Yuan, believing that Lin Yue was merely average. The two women were consumed by their own thoughts, entirely unaware that a storm was about to descend upon them. Chapter 74. You need to come back immediately at the He family villa. Jiang Nanji pondered quietly after receiving Aunt Luo's call. This Aunt Luo worked for her son and reported on his situation, unlike those mothers with possessive tendencies. Judging by her tone, she seemed to regard Lin Yue as He Yuan's mistress. Upon reflection, Jiang Nanji speculated that perhaps Aunt Luo had been traumatized by the incident involving the secretary who had attempted to seduce He Tian, leading to her current concerns. What if she discovered this matter herself? Would she blame the servants? No, that wouldn't he do. Jiang Nanji stood up, resolving to warn everyone. Since He Yuan had obtained a marriage certificate, even if they were in a private marriage, their attitude was equally crucial. At the very least, within her household, she needed to ensure that those with shallow perceptions recognized Lin Yue's status. With determination, she set out to Yuan Yunting, as He Tian was not home, driving herself there. At that moment, He Yuan and Lin Yue were just finishing work. Jiang Nanji entered the house by inputting her password and fingerprint, finding the living room eerily quiet. Checking her watch, she noted He Yuan had yet to return home. As she walked further in, she paused upon noticing Luo Yuan, dressed in provocative sleepwear, standing in the corridor. Who are you? Jiang Nanji frowned, her eyes revealing her disdain. I. Luo Yuan jumped in surprise. Her aunt had gone downstairs to take out the trash, and she had hoped to sneak into He Yuan's bedroom during this brief moment alone, only to be caught. Gazing at Jiang Nanji's regal demeanor and resemblance to He Yuan, Luo Yuan's heart stirred, and tears began to flow. Madam, do you know me? Jiang Nanji inquired. I am Mr. He S. Luo Yuan began, but only half of her thought escaped her lips, knowing Jiang Nanji would understand. Indeed, upon hearing this, Jiang Nanji's anger flared. She pointed at Luo Yuan, her voice rising. Be quiet. I know what kind of person my son is. You have no need to meddle. You trespass in a private residence dressed like that. What do you intend? If you don't clarify your intentions today, I will ensure you regret it. I truly am Mr. He's person. My aunt is Luo Wan. She can vouch for me. I have always lived in the servant quarters. Jiang Nanji nearly choked on her words, and just then, she heard a noise at the entrance. Turning her head, she saw Aunt Luo approaching. Aunt Luo paused momentarily, then rushed over, nearly fainting upon seeing her niece in such scant attire. Yuan, you. Aunt, you must testify for me. I said I belong to Mr. He. The madam doesn't he believe me. Please help me explain. I beg you. Luo Yuan, with her charming looks and tear-streaked face, would soften anyone as heart. Quick-witted, she decided that since she had been caught, she might as well embrace the situation. Aunt Luo dared not meet Jiang Nanji's gaze. Aunt Luo, tell me, is this true? Though not as assertive as Aunt Qian, Aunt Luo was fundamentally an honest person and had no intention of deceiving the family. Watching her niece's pitiful demeanor, Aunt Luo felt a mix of disappointment and concern. The He family had always held disdain for affairs of the heart. After all, He Hongtian's father had been a notorious philanderer, nearly jeopardizing Hengxing due to his reckless indulgence. If He Hongtian had not been born of a legitimate wife, Hengxing would not have been under his command. Despite this, the multiple dangers faced by He Hongtian were orchestrated by the old man's mistresses and illegitimate children. He Hongtian's mother, who lived in sorrow during her early years, eventually succumbed to illness, which instilled in him a profound disdain for extramarital affairs. Fortunately, He Hongtian possessed remarkable acumen and allied himself through marriage with the Jiang family of Nansheng, thereby managing to deal with those troublesome individuals one by one. Jiang Nanji, a pampered heiress who received a fine education, could not tolerate her husband emulating wealthy merchants who indulge in multiple affairs. Thankfully, their values aligned, and their relationship remained sweet without such distressing issues. The two sons raised by Jiang Nanji were also honorable and straightforward. Little did she expect that her niece harbored lofty ambitions and dared to covet He Yuan's bed. What should she do now? Aunt, please say something. Aunt Luo sighed and addressed Jiang Nanji. Madam, I apologize for not educating my child properly. She does have some connection with your husband, but it was not intentional. It was merely a drunken indiscretion. That is why we have allowed Yuan to stay in the workers' quarters. We are aware that we do not deserve your husband. I will take her away from the He family immediately, and we will ensure that we do not trouble you again. As Aunt Luo spoke, she attempted to pull Luo Yuan away. Jiang Nanji's expression turned icy, and a chill ran through her. Her son, at 27, had never been in a relationship. Could he have actually acted inappropriately while intoxicated? Jiang Nanji initially wanted to refute this, but was haunted by the memory of He Yuan's drunken state. She found herself wavering. Jiang Nanji took out her phone and dialed He Yuan. The call was answered quickly. Hello, Mom. Where are you now? Jiang Nanji inquired. He Yuan's light laughter came through the phone. I'm taking my wife out for dinner. Jiang Nanji's anger surged. You need to come back immediately and see the mess you created. He Yuan frowned. What mess? Just come back and I'll explain. Jiang Nanji hung up with a decisive snap. Aunt Luo panicked at this confrontation. She and Luo Yuan would surely be exposed. Summoning her resolve, she knelt. Madam, I implore you, our Yuan is still a shelter girl. Your husband has always been disciplined. He cannot tolerate being controlled by alcohol. He has kept this matter private. If we confront this, it will be embarrassing for us. As servants, do we not deserve any dignity? Please allow us to leave. At that moment, Luo Yuan, realizing the gravity of the situation, hid behind Aunt Luo, crying uncontrollably. Jiang Nanji pointed at Luo Yuan, saying, if you are so self-respecting, then why is she dressed like this, as if to entice someone? Do not think that mere words can intimidate me. Madam, I have been with the He family for 5 years. Though I may not be as clever and smooth as Aunt Xian, I am diligent and sincere in my work. I have always been grateful for the kindness shown to us by your family. Yuan is Navi, and your husband is charming. I can understand her infatuation. I have repeatedly discouraged her from coveting what does not belong to her, yet she attempted to seduce him in my absence. I beg you to spare her this once for my sake. Jiang Nanji fell silent, pondering. Aunt Luo was not particularly articulate. Could there be truth in her words? Aunt Luo cautiously glanced at Jiang Nanji, who did not outright deny that Luo Yuan had attempted to seduce He Yuan, especially given her current attire. Sometimes, half-truths are more convincing. Chapter 75. Who is she? Jiang Nanji sat on the sofa, rubbing her temples, while Aunt Luo knelt at her feet, looking pitiful. Madam, I beg you. Jiang Nanji, feeling weary, replied, then what did you mean when you called me? Hinting at He Yuan and Lin Yue? I merely wanted to remind you of the incident with Mr. He's secretary from 2 years ago. I thought it prudent to alert you. Jiang Nanji waved her hand. First, find her something to wear. Aunt Luo, tearfully and with a runny nose, fetched a coat from the workers' quarters for Luo Yuan to wear. Jiang Nanji struggled to find a flaw in Aunt Luo's words, her anger festering inside. If what Aunt Luo claimed were true, it would mean her son had erred. Yet, she could not bring herself to like Luo Yuan. Jiang Nanji asked Aunt Luo, after this incident, did she take any emergency contraception? Luo Yuan quickly shook her head. No. Jiang Nanji's gaze turned icy, her fists clenching as she prepared to confront Aunt Luo. But then she heard a sound at the door. Aunt Luo stiffened. Could it be him? Why is he back so soon? Unbeknownst to her, He Yuan had indeed planned to take Lin Yue out on a date and was passing by the Yuan court when Jiang Nanji called. Upon hearing her furious voice, he promptly turned back. Jiang Nanji stood up, her demeanor fierce, reaching out as if to strike He Yuan. Lin Yue gasped and stepped in front of He Yuan. Madam, He Yuan wrapped his arm around Lin Yue's waist, blocking Jiang Nanji's hand. Mom, what are you doing? What am I doing? Jiang Nanji panted. You are driving me to my wit's end. Look at what you've done, He Yuan. You've disgraced yourself while drunk. And now you're hiding someone in the workers' quarters? Do you even regard me anymore? What do you think of Lin Yue? You've inherited none of your father's good qualities. Are you trying to emulate your late grandfather? Lin Yue pushed He Yuan away. Drunken indiscretion? He Yuan looked innocent. Me? Jiang Nanji pointed to the living room. Go see for yourself. He Yuan, still in his shoes, walked to the living room and halted upon seeing Aunt Luo kneeling on the carpet. His gaze turned to the woman behind her, then back at Jiang Nanji. Mom, who is she? Jiang Nanji was taken aback. You don't know? She is the one involved in the drunken indiscretion. Mom, don't joke around. I just got married this morning. Aunt Luo's eyes widened. Married? Mr. He is married? To whom? She lifted her gaze and spotted Secretary Lin standing beside He Yuan. Mr. He. Lin Yue's face was a mixture of shock and indignation. This was the first time she had addressed him by his name. He Yuan quickly embraced her, reassuringly saying, there is nothing to worry about. You and Mom sit aside and wait for me. I don't even know the details yet. Hearing her son's words, Jiang Nanji calmed down. She beckoned Lin Yue, saying, yeah, come here and sit beside me. As a daughter-in-law, Lin Yue dared not refuse. He Yuan observed the two women closely for a moment before asking, Aunt Luo, who is she? I'm her aunt. He Yuan's gaze sharpened. Is she the overseas finance PhD you often mention? Upon hearing this title, Luo Yuan felt a pang of anxiety. She had learned little while abroad and was not actually a finance PhD. She had fabricated a fake certificate online, and Aunt Luo and her parents had been easily deceived. However, facing He Yuan, She knew there was no chance of success in lying, as he was genuinely a dual-degree holder in finance and computer science. Aunt Luo nodded absently. Very well, then please tell me how she came to be in Yuan court. Aunt Luo trembled, unable to speak. He Yuan, now thoroughly amused, turned to Jiang Nanji in disbelief. Are you lying? Did you not say He Yuan had a drunken affair with your niece? You pretended to be high and mighty, leaving Yuan court because you feared He Yuan would return and confront you. You, madam. Lin Yue quickly placed a comforting hand on Jiang Nanji's chest. Please don't be angry. It's not good for your health. Jiang Nanji slowly exhaled, taking deep breaths repeatedly until she felt somewhat better. You took it upon yourself to bring someone into my home, spouting lies, all for the sake of vanity. You may think my mother is formidable, but she is truly simple-minded. You cannot manipulate her with mere words. He Yuan's eyes glinted coldly. You, a mere servant, are not welcome anywhere. I have shown you enough leniency by not calling the authorities. As of today, I am terminating your contract. You will no longer remain in Sea City. Pack your things and leave. Jiang Nanji pondered whether it might be too lenient towards them, when suddenly, unusual sounds came from the doorway. Lin Yue turned to investigate the commotion, only to discover Aunt Qian had returned. Aunt Qian surveyed the living room, where people were seated and kneeling in a chaotic manner. Her heart tightening, she hastily tossed her luggage aside and rushed over. Madam, sir, what on earth is happening here? Finally, a familiar face had arrived. Jiang Nanji swiftly recounted the events in succinct terms. Aunt Luo, in tears, clutched He Yuan's pant leg, pleading, Sir, please spare me. At the very least, allow me to stay in Sea City, our family. A frown creased Jiang Nanji's brow as she glanced at Aunt Qian. With a swift motion, Aunt Qian slapped Aunt Luo across the face. Shut your mouth, you shameless old hag. Have you no shame, flaunting your niece's disgraceful behavior before the madam? It seems you not only wish to ruin your own life, but also have the audacity to dream beyond your station. You should leave this place immediately. You are nothing but a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan lunged forward, intent on attacking Aunt Qian. Unlike others, she had no fear of this servant. However, Aunt Qian, seasoned in her duties, delivered a blow that sent her crashing to the ground. You, young and able, living off your aunt like a parasite, with your lips to the sky and your backside to the ground. Have you no dignity? The master has shown you mercy by allowing you to leave now, yet you cling on shamelessly. Hurry up and go. He Yuan raised a hand, prompting Aunt Qian to step aside. I present you with two choices. First, pack your belongings and depart immediately, never to darken my doorstep again. Second, I shall call the police and report your niece for trespassing. Choose wisely. Aunt Luo's face turned ashen. Aunt Qian added, leave now. Cease this pathetic display. With a venomous glare directed at Aunt Qian, Aunt Luo turned and headed towards the workers' quarters. Her husband, a deaf-mute, tended to the gardens of Yuan Yunting, completely unaware of the turmoil outside. When he saw his wife and niece carrying luggage out of Yuan Yunting, he was left bewildered, following Aunt Luo with confused murmurs. He Yuan addressed Aunt Qian. Have the workers' quarters cleaned thoroughly. Let us convert it into a storage room. Aunt Qian nodded in agreement. Chapter 76. Happy marriage with the mishap resolved. Jiang Nanji's phone began to ring incessantly. He Tian, having returned to the villa and found no one, called immediately. Jiang Nanji offered vague reassurances before hanging up. Grasping Lin Yue's hand, she confessed, I was momentarily blinded by anger and believed that scheming maid's words. But upon reflection, Xiao Yuan has never behaved in such an outrageous manner. Rest assured, Lin Yue nodded, smiling in agreement. You young people can handle your matters. However, since you are officially married now, you are a member of the He family. It's getting late. I shall take my leave. Tomorrow, I will redecorate the largest guest room for you, or you could simply send him to the guest room. That's unnecessary, madam. The room with the study wouldn't suit me. Jiang Nanji laughed. You still refer to him as President He? Suddenly, Lin Yue appeared somewhat bashful. Mom, He Yuan interjected, if you don't return soon, Dad will start a worry. Understood, I will leave now. Bring Iya home for dinner tomorrow night. He Yuan nodded, wrapping his arm around Lin Yue's shoulders as he escorted Jiang Nanji to the elevator before returning. On their first day of marriage, things had unfolded in such an unexpected manner, leaving He Yuan feeling somewhat perturbed. Aunt Qian, upon learning that the couple had officially tied the knot, was astonished, though she concealed her surprise. Noticing He Yuan's somber expression, She quickly retreated to the kitchen, suspecting they had not yet dined. He Yuan gently embraced Lin Yue, soothing her back as he murmured, "I apologize. Our first day of marriage was meant for a date." Lin Yue nestled against him, shaking her head. "It's quite unique." He Yuan placed a tender kiss atop her head. "Come, let me show you your room." They entered the guest room, situated in the southwest corner. As Lin Yue opened the door, she was momentarily taken aback by its sheer size, complete with a bathroom and an L-shaped balcony. The bathroom alone was larger than many living rooms in ordinary households. He Yuan guided her gently. "There's another guest room across from yours, though it's smaller. I'll have my mother convert it into a walk-in closet. It should be ready in about a month if all goes well." "That's unnecessary. This room already has a wardrobe. I don't possess that many clothes." He Yuan twirled a strand of her hair around his finger. "I have a hobby. Would you like to know what it is?" "What?" "I enjoy buying clothes for my wife." Lin Yue playfully pressed herself against He Yuan's chest. "Don't say such things. I suspect you intend to shower me with money." He Yuan leaned against the doorframe, chuckling. "Can you even be overwhelmed by riches? If not, I could wager my entire fortune." Lin Yue pointed at his heart. "For me, it has always been your sincerity that moves me. In the realm of love, that is your only currency." Uncertain if her decision to marry hastily was correct, she recognized that her emotions had simply propelled her into this choice. Perhaps it wasn't a matter of a hasty marriage, but rather a choice of He Yuan himself. "I understand." He Yuan kissed her forehead. "I will spend my life proving to you that while I may not be the most handsome or wealthy, no one can match my sincerity towards you." Lin Yue smiled brightly. "You are quite the narcissist." "Is that narcissism?" "It is merely a fact." Lin Yue nestled against him. "I believe in you." He Yuan brushed her hair from her cheek, gently kissing her lips. "Let me show you the night view." He whispered this as if sealing the words with a kiss. As the master bedroom, He Yuan's room boasted the largest balcony, connected to the living room. However, he intended to take Lin Yue to the smaller balcony outside his study, where they could gaze upon the river view of Sea City, adorned with shimmering neon lights resembling a celestial river. He Yuan embraced her waist from behind, occasionally narrating the various architectural wonders across the way. After an hour of tender closeness, Aunt Qian signaled that dinner was ready. At the end of the kitchen was an expansive curved dining area, where large glass windows offered a view of the nightscape, adorned with candles, red wine, and roses, creating a romantic atmosphere. Lin Yue stared in awe, then glanced at Aunt Qian, wondering how she had managed such a feat in such a short time. He Yuan personally pulled out a chair for Lin Yue, smiling. "It seems this household cannot function without Aunt Qian." Lin Yue admired Aunt Qian's efficiency, realizing that with enough resources, anything could be accomplished. Aunt Qian was indeed remarkably thoughtful. He Yuan raised his glass of red wine towards Lin Yue, declaring, "Happy marriage, Mrs. He." "Mr. He," Lin Yue replied, clinking her glass with his happy marriage. Their eyes locked, brimming with affection. The atmosphere was warm and inviting, and before long, Lin Yue found herself slightly tipsy. He Yuan rose, urging her to wash up and rest. Lin Yue languidly draped her arm over the chair's back, murmuring, "I'm a bit tired." Without hesitation, He Yuan lifted her effortlessly into his arms, and Lin Yue wrapped her arms around his neck in silence. He carried her into the guest room, gently patting her cheek, saying, "Rest for a while, then you can shower." She obediently replied with a soft He Yuan intended to stay with her, but a call from Zhou Yunce interrupted him. Informing Lin Yue of his departure, he stepped out of the guest room. Upon finishing the call, he was surprised to see Aunt Qian standing before him, her expression filled with confusion. "What is the matter?" "Sir, didn't you just marry Secretary Lin? Why are you sleeping in separate rooms?" Though they were now officially wed, their relationship still felt akin to that of lovers. Aunt Qian nodded, seemingly understanding, as He Yuan entered the guest room again. Lin Yue had already fallen asleep, so he turned to the study to attend to the emails sent by Zhou Yunce. Approximately 2 hours later, Lin Yue was awakened by the notification sound of her phone. She opened the door barefoot, finding the outside cloaked in darkness, assuming that He Yuan had already retired for the night. Lin Yue then made her way to the bathroom. Emerging half an hour later, a polite knock echoed at the guest room door, and Lin Yue, with her damp hair, opened it. "Aunt Qian?" "Young madam, here is a midnight snack to help you ease the effects of the wine. I thought you were asleep, but your door was ajar, and I saw the light on, so I brought you some." Lin Yue raised her hand, momentarily at a loss for how to address He Yuan. "He doesn't want any. Perhaps you could deliver it to him?" Lin Yue nodded, "All right." Aunt Qian then left, no longer disturbing them, carrying the midnight snack. Lin Yue approached He Yuan's study and gently knocked on the door. Gumin. As Lin Yue opened the door, she found He Yuan still engrossed in his work, his brow furrowed and his expression serious. After a moment of silence, He Yuan sensed something was amiss. He lifted his head and beheld his newlywed wife in a white nightgown, holding the snack and gazing at him with eyes as shimmering as water. Chapter 77. I am willing the study was dimmer than the living room, casting a unique softness upon Lin Yue. Noting what she held, He Yuan set his work aside. Why are you here? I thought you would be asleep until dawn. Lin Yue felt inexplicably shy, perhaps because she perceived herself as a little wife caring for her husband who worked late into the night. Aunt Qian mentioned you were still working, so I brought you some midnight snacks. He Yuan beckoned her closer. Come here. Lin Yue approached and gently placed the tremella soup on his desk. Her long-sleeved, long-panted nightgown enveloped her snugly, yet her well-defined figure remained accentuated beneath the fabric. He Yuan wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her to sit on his lap. Taken by surprise, Lin Yue felt unsteady, her hands instinctively pressing against his chest as she faced him directly. Perhaps feeling the posture too shameful, she attempted to rise. But He Yuan held her tightly, rendering her immobile. Their gazes locked. He Yuan's eyes sparkled with amusement, and Lin Yue eventually relaxed, reminding herself that this was entirely lawful. He Yuan chuckled. Aunt Qian truly knows how to deal with me. Didn't you say yourself that Aunt Qian is indispensable at home? He Yuan nodded. Indeed. Since I brought it to you, you should eat a little. It's not easy for her to prepare. He Yuan sighed, knowing she was aware of his aversion to such soft, mushy foods. Still, considering it was their wedding night, he felt he ought to heed his wife's request. With a hint of reluctance, he scooped a spoonful of tremella soup and offered it to Lin Yue. Lin Yue turned her head. "Isn't this for you?" He Yuan silently persisted, moving the spoon closer until Lin Yue, yielding, accepted the spoon and took a bite. Seeing this, He Yuan reluctantly took a spoonful for himself. The small bowl of tremella soup was swiftly consumed by the two of them. Beside the tray, Aunt Qian had thoughtfully prepared a napkin, which He Yuan used to wipe Lin Yue's mouth before casually wiping his own. He then relaxed in his chair, embracing Lin Yue gently, and inquired, "I saw you asleep earlier. I assume the wine has hit you hard. How do you feel now?" "Quite well." He Yuan brushed his fingers through her hair. "Why haven't you dried your hair? What if you catch a cold?" "It's fine. Only the ends are still damp," Lin Yue replied. "Earlier, I noticed your furrowed brow. What troubles you?" "Work matters." He Yuan's brow instinctively knitted tighter. The project in Dayun Star City was facing clandestine opposition, a crucial endeavor for their company's transition. Lin Yue couldn't assist him, but her heart ached for him as she gently caressed his brow and temples. His tense expression gradually softened under her touch, akin to the gentle spring breeze of April that dispels the last traces of winter's chill. Observing her concern, He Yuan gazed tenderly at Lin Yue, tightening his embrace and burying his face in her neck. "So fragrant." He Yuan inhaled deeply, unable to restrain himself from planting a restrained kiss on her fair, elongated neck. Lin Yue felt a warmth envelop her neck, followed by a wave of heat that made her instinctively retract her neck, causing her to tremble slightly and stifle a soft moan. He Yuan was taken aback, surprised by the sensitivity of Lin Yue's neck. Their eyes met, and he leaned in for a kiss. The kiss in the study at night carried an undercurrent of unspoken desires, marking a departure from their previous encounters. Lin Yue sensed He Yuan's heightened intensity, his hands around her waist growing warmer. Though seated, she was hardly taller than He Yuan. With her eyes half closed, she tilted her neck to welcome the kiss. Resembling an elegant swan, He Yuan's palm brushed her neck intentionally, sending electric shivers through Lin Yue. As she trembled lightly, He Yuan, not being a saint, found all his reactions thoroughly predictable in the face of his beloved. Before losing control, he eased his hold on Lin Yue, creating a slight distance between them. Lin Yue could clearly perceive the restraint in his gaze. "It's late. Let us go to bed." He Yuan's voice was low and husky, laced with a hint of suppressed desire. Lin Yue paused for a moment, not moving away from his lap. Instead, she wrapped her delicate arms around his neck. "I'm willing." Upon hearing Lin Yue's response, though softly spoken, He Yuan grasped its significance. His pupils dilated. "What did you say?" He was gazing intently at Lin Yue, the fire in his eyes seemingly capable of igniting her. Lin Yue felt a twinge of fear at his intense gaze, instinctively biting her lip and turning away. "I am willing." They were already married. Such matters were merely a matter of time. Lin Yue was certain of her feelings for He Yuan, far surpassing her previous understanding of them. He Yuan lifted her effortlessly, leaving Lin Yue startled into silence, her arms instinctively tightening around his neck. She nestled into his neck like a timid snail. He Yuan was fully ignited by her allure. He swiftly opened the study door and entered his bedroom. His master bedroom, designed without overhead lighting, appeared even darker in its cool gray tones. However, the linear lights on the headboard illuminated Lin Yue distinctly. Gently, he laid her on the bed and positioned himself beside her. Here's your chance. Lin Yue regarded him wordlessly. Their eyes intertwined for nearly a minute before He Yuan began kissing her, starting from her forehead and moving to her lips. You cannot escape. Returning without changing clothes. He Yuan kissed her while roughly loosening his tie. He restrained his eager movements, then withdrew slightly, nearly brushing his lips against hers, murmuring, I'll go take a shower. Wait for me. Only after He Yuan entered the bathroom did Lin Yue dare to take deep breaths. The sound of running water filled the air as she curled up into a ball. Anticipating what was about to transpire, Lin Yue instinctively tugged at her collar to inhale the lingering scent, remembering she had bathed earlier. However, having just eaten left her feeling concerned. Startled, Lin Yue leaped from the bed and hurried back to her room. She entered the bathroom and brushed her teeth thoroughly 3 times from start to finish. When He Yuan emerged from the bathroom, he found Lin Yue absent, only to spot a large lump under the covers of his bed. He chuckled softly as he approached and noticed a strand of hair peeking out. Gently, he lifted the covers and lay down beside her, feeling the movement beside her. Lin Yue instinctively curled her hands against her chest, her heart racing uncontrollably. He Yuan wrapped his arms around her from behind, turning her to face him. The fire in his gaze intensified, causing Lin Yue to feel a surge of panic, realizing she truly had nowhere to flee. Chapter 78. Release me in the dimly lit bedroom. Lin Yue curled up on her side. Her body glowed with a tender pink, unmistakably having just emerged from the throes of passion. He Yuan frowned, tilting his head back, his demeanor both alluring and captivating. He took a moment to steady his breath before leaning down to lift Lin Yue into his arms. With a swift kick, he opened the bathroom door and began to fill the tub with water while holding her close. He gently stroked Lin Yue's damp hair and kissed her forehead, murmuring softly, How do you feel? Lin Yue, nestled in his embrace, whispered weakly, Not bad. Once the tub was full, He Yuan placed her in the water and exited the bathroom. Stripped of clothing, he made his way to the study and retrieved his phone to call Aunt Qian, instructing her to come and tidy the sheets. After hanging up, he tossed the phone onto the bedside table and returned to the bathroom. When Aunt Qian arrived, she dared not glance around. Lin Yue had been inside for quite some time, and she knew she had other matters to attend to. After swiftly changing the sheets and duvet cover, Aunt Qian quietly left the bedroom. However, 2 hours passed without anyone emerging from the bathroom, the sound of running water faintly audible. Eventually, the bathroom door swung open, and He Yuan entered, cradling his nearly unconscious wife and bringing her to the bedside. Lin Yue let out a soft hum, her eyes closed in a drowsy haze. The sheets had long since shifted from gray to a muted green, and Lin Yue remained oblivious, her skin appearing as fair as snow against the backdrop. He Yuan gently kissed her shoulder, turning her to nestle within his embrace. Unable to sleep, He Yuan was consumed by a feeling of contentment and affection. He gazed at Lin Yue's defenseless, sleeping face, tenderly brushing his fingertips across her cheek. Checking his phone, he was surprised to find it was already past 3 in the morning. Their playful antics in the bathroom had indeed worn her out. After a moment's thought, he sent a message to Zhou Yunce with one hand. Tomorrow, Lin's secretary and I will be on a business trip. Please handle all meetings, big and small. Zhou Yunce, perhaps out of sheer boredom, replied almost immediately with a voice message. He Yuan lowered the volume and pressed play. I don't recall you having a business trip scheduled for tomorrow. He Yuan responded. You're not responsible for my schedule right now. This is a last-minute arrangement. Just do it. No need for unnecessary chatter. Keeping his voice low to avoid waking Lin Yue. He Yuan received another reply. What S with that seductive tone? Sounds like you're trying to suppress something. It's 3:25 a.m., huh? He Yuan chuckled, incredulous. Is your hearing that acute? I have a cold. But on another note, why aren't you sleeping at this hour? You might not believe it, but I've been busy every night. Last night, I fell asleep on the couch and only woke up at 3. Just finished dinner when you called. After a few more exchanges, He Yuan noticed his phone battery was running low. He tossed it onto the nightstand and turned back to gaze at his wife, who remained blissfully unaware. The following day, Lin Yue stirred, groaning softly, her body feeling weak and devoid of strength. She buried her face in her pillow and rubbed against it. Her movements caught He Yuan's attention. Although his eyes were closed, he instinctively pulled her closer. Feeling the warmth in front of her, Lin Yue opened her eyes to see his strong chest. Memories of the previous night flooded back, and she let out a mortified hum, snuggling against him. He Yuan gently patted her smooth back, asking awake. "MHM," she replied. He Yuan kept his eyes shut, resting his chin atop her head. "Let's sleep a bit longer." Just as Lin Yue was about to respond, she felt something amiss. It wasn't until her stomach growled that she bolted upright. "What time is it?" He Yuan, now awake, replied, "I'm not sure. We're definitely going to be late for work." He Yuan, noticing her bare shoulder, pulled her closer under the covers, stating, "No worries. I spoke with Assistant Zhou last night. We both have the day off." Lin Yue sighed in relief. "That's good." He Yuan checked his watch and realized it was already noon. He tucked her in before getting out of bed, throwing on a robe before exiting the room. Shortly after, he returned with a pink robe and a set of toiletries for her. Lin Yue sat up, allowing He Yuan to help her dress. He Yuan scooped her into his arms and carried her into the bathroom. As she wrapped her arms around his neck, she chuckled. "I feel like a useless person." He Yuan grinned mischievously. "Who asked the real slacker? It was only 3 times last night, and some people fell asleep right after." "You, be quiet." Lin Yue playfully pushed him away and stood by the sink, squeezing toothpaste for both their brushes. She noticed their toiletries were identical, save for the colors. One black, one white. Meanwhile, Aunt Qian and a group of uniformed staff transformed He Yuan's wardrobe into a shared space. Lin Yue, spotting the bathtub in the bathroom, felt a rush of embarrassment. Clearing her throat, she attempted to leave, but was pulled back by He Yuan. "Release me." Instead of letting go, he tightened his grip. After rinsing his mouth, he captured Lin Yue in a kiss against the sink. Caught off guard, she heard Aunt Qian's voice in the distance. Lost in the moment, He Yuan intensified the kiss, and Lin Yue, aware of his domineering nature from the night before, surrendered willingly. She tugged at his robe as they shared an ardent kiss. Realizing Lin Yue needed nourishment, He Yuan reluctantly distanced himself and led her into the dressing room. Lin Yue was momentarily stunned by the vibrant array of women's clothing filling half the space. Clearly, Aunt Qian's handiwork. Wouldn't this be too considerate? Her belongings remained at the third courtyard, so she had no change of clothes here. "Go change. From now on, these clothes will be on a schedule. You can wear your own at work, but on holidays or privately, wear these," he instructed. Lin Yue nodded, realizing she had no choice in the matter. She reached for a camel-colored outfit, but was halted by He Yuan. "It's our first day as a married couple. We're dining at the villa tonight. Choose something vibrant." Taking his suggestion, she selected a red-fitted sweater paired with a black skirt. Since it was a day off, He Yuan, for once, was not in a suit. He smirked. "Lin's secretary, help me pick an outfit as well." Lin Yue set her clothes aside and began selecting attire for him. Chapter 79. Our third child. As Lin Yue stepped into the dining room, she felt a flush of embarrassment upon seeing Aunt Qian. Delivering supper had turned into a personal outing. While buried in her meal, she accidentally choked, hastily dropping her chopsticks to cover her mouth as she coughed. He Yuan, noticing, gently patted her back. "Can't you eat more slowly?" Lin Yue shot him a glare, recalling how he hadn't slowed down the previous night, especially during their last encounter, which had left her doubting her own resilience. Perhaps due to the blossoms being nurtured, her glance held a captivating allure, laced with a hint of seduction. He Yuan quickly averted his gaze. By the time they finished their meal, it was afternoon. He Yuan received a call from Zhou Yunce, summoning him to the study for a video conference. As Lin Yue entered the bedroom, He Yuan listened intently to a series of reports. The study door left ajar, allowing her to overhear. Zhou Yunce's voice echoed. "For some unknown reason, the large construction material companies we previously contacted have all backed out. When I called them again, they seemed evasive about the Dayun Star City project. I later discovered that Ruifeng has been in talks with the local leading enterprise." He Yuan smirked. "It's Chu Nanhua again. Since it has come to this, don't blame me for being impolite. The project in Dayun Star City does not necessarily require these enterprises. Investigate some quality medium-sized local businesses. You will find they are not inferior to these large corporations. Each of them desires profit, yet they attempt to play the local game with me. My politeness towards them is merely courtesy. Do they truly believe my temperament is so forgiving?" Zhou Yunce's words became indistinct to Lin Yue as she sat quietly on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. A scroll through her social media revealed her father had posted Lin Chang's report card and honor certificates. Lin Yue's lips curled slightly, torn between whether to call her family. With the new year just over a month away, she felt compelled to discuss He Yuan's situation upon returning home. Though she couldn't reveal her marriage, at most, she could admit to having a boyfriend. Her parents, still haunted by Lin Yue's past, held a certain disdain for individuals of He Yuan's background. Although generalizing would be unjust, having spent their lives in a small county town, they had been influenced by modern dramas portraying wealthy men as inherently untrustworthy. However, she retained some confidence in her ability to persuade them, with Lin Yue being the most troublesome factor. Lin Yue could be considered akin to her biological parents. Lin Yue wished to avoid provoking her, thus she deemed it prudent to first gauge her family's sentiments. After nearly 2 hours of meetings, He Yuan emerged to find Lin Yue sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a video. Approaching her, he discovered she had fallen asleep. He leaned down to pick her up, intending to carry her to bed, but she woke abruptly. "Did you finish your meeting?" Her voice, still thick with sleep, melted He Yuan's heart, prompting him to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. "I intended to carry you to bed, but since you're awake, let's tidy up. It's time to visit my parents." Lin Yue immediately became alert. Her anxiety about meeting He Yuan surpassed her feelings about Jiang Nanji. At 6 o'clock that evening, at the He family villa, He Yuan personally drove them there. As he turned off the engine in the garage, a golden retriever bounded over, nuzzling against his pant leg. He Yuan bent down to pet its head. Lin Yue observed, "Isn't that the dog in your WeChat profile picture?" He Yuan replied, "Yes, it's my mother's. Our family's third dog, for years younger than Lin. What is its name?" "Biscuit," He Yuan responded. Lin named it when he was 4, claiming its color resembled the biscuits he ate. Lin Yue could easily picture Lin as a little boy and couldn't help but smile, so adorable. He Yuan chuckled lightly. "It's not cute at all now." As if on cue, Lin rolled his eyes at them. "Sister-in-law." Lin Yue smiled back, "Hello." He Yuan wrapped an arm around her shoulder, saying, "Come on, let's go inside." Lin led Biscuit into the main house. In the grand hall, He Tian and Jiang Nanji were seated together, engaged in conversation. Upon hearing Lin, they both turned to look, with Jiang Nanji standing up enthusiastically to greet them. "Madam." "Mr. He." He Tian furrowed his brow, causing Lin Yue to tense up. Before she could spiral into her thoughts, Jiang Nanji pulled her onto the sofa and admonished He Tian. "Why the frown? Did you pay the renaming fee? You expect them to call you dad just like that?" He Tian, having prepared a red envelope on a nearby tray, handed it over. Lin Yue glanced at He Yuan, who took it and passed it to her. The envelope was thin, yet Lin Yue felt its weight. It likely contained a card. Jiang Nanji also presented her with a jade bracelet, stating, as He Yuan's wife, "We have no particular demands of you. However, you will inevitably need to engage in social interactions, and these items symbolize your status. Your relationship may not yet be public, but since you're already married, we consider you family, and we hope you feel the same." "Thank you, Mom and Dad," Lin Yue responded gratefully, touched by their kindness. To her surprise, Lin also presented her with a gift, a small, delicately crafted pink castle Lego set he had assembled himself. "Thank you, I love it," Lin Yue exclaimed, unable to take her eyes off it. Jiang Nanji and He Tian exchanged satisfied glances, recognizing how rare it was for a family like He Yuan's to accept a daughter-in-law from a humble background. Yet, Lin Yue pondered her past insistence on marrying someone ordinary and wondered if it would truly fulfill her desires. The dinner was warm and familiar, and afterward, He Yuan was pulled aside by his parents for a conversation. On the drive home, Lin Yue could no longer contain her curiosity and turned to He Yuan, asking, "What did your parents say to you?" With one hand on the wheel and the other intertwined with hers, He Yuan replied, "Mom asked if I had prepared a ring for the proposal, and I told her it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and I hadn't gotten around to it." Lin Yue laughed. "Oh dear, I am so easily deceived. A bouquet of flowers and a few sweet words led me right into your trap." He Yuan chuckled. "Then you should accept your fate as the thief's wife." "What did Dad say?" He Yuan's smile faded slightly as he replied, "This is something I need to think through more carefully before discussing it with you." His mind wandered back to He Tian's words, which he found reasonable. However, he struggled to determine Lin Yue's future within the company. Lin Yue looked at He Yuan in surprise. What exactly did he say? Chapter 80. I have already obtained it the following day. He Yuan rose early for his morning run, as usual. Upon his return, he found Lin Yue already awake and had switched into her secretary mode. He couldn't help but chuckle at the neatly squeezed toothpaste in the bathroom. Lin Yue wore the same outfit she had arrived in, musing, I need to return to number 3 courtyard before New Year's. Otherwise, I won't have clothes for work. If I wear He Yuan's clothes to the office, it won't be long before the gossip brigade springs into action. After breakfast, they arrived at the office, where they encountered He Yuan, who was holding a cup of coffee. He Yuan's gaze shifted from Lin Yue to He Yuan, a smirk playing on his lips. Lin Yue subtly distanced herself from He Yuan. He Yuan said, let's go to your office. I need to discuss something with you. He Yuan raised an eyebrow. All right. He Yuan glanced back at Lin Yue, who nodded slightly before stepping into the CEO's office. He Yuan assumed He Yuan wanted to discuss the Dayun Star City project. But upon entering, He Yuan sat down, his brow furrowed, an expression of inner turmoil on his face. What's wrong? You seem troubled, He Yuan remarked. He Yuan looked up. I want to discuss Lin Yue's work arrangements. What do you mean? He Yuan asked, puzzled. My father mentioned something yesterday. It's really not suitable for a couple to work together. He Yuan choked on his coffee, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Who are you talking about? Oh, He Yuan replied calmly. I forgot to tell you. I'm married. He Yuan coughed violently, completely shocked as he glanced toward the office's sliding door. Married? To whom? Lin Yue? He Yuan shot him a look filled with exasperation. He Yuan was still somewhat dazed. So tonight, you two are legal? Get lost. Wow, He Yuan. I must admire your speed. Lin Yue works in the CEO's office, interacting with senior management daily. If this were in another department, she would be the object of affection for most men. How did you manage to catch her? He Yuan's gaze deepened. I've already obtained it. Don't look at me like that. It's terrifying. But does Lin Yue know about your possessive nature? He Yuan lifted his gaze and cast a calm glance at He Yuan. If I exhibit no possessiveness towards her, then she is right to harbor doubts about me. He Yuan chuckled. Could it be that Secretary Lin, like many other women, occasionally asks if you love her? Whether I love her has little to do with you. We are discussing serious matters now. All right, serious matters it is. Let's talk. He Yuan continued. You know that couples are not ideally suited to work together. This is not merely a small food stall. Both Secretary Lin and I are ordinary individuals with our own emotions and desires. If she were to make a mistake at work, I cannot assure you of my actions. And I might even shield her. This would fundamentally compromise the fairness expected of a leader. Once we are publicly acknowledged, everyone who has collaborated with Secretary Lin will likely believe I am supporting her from behind. Moreover, living as a couple inevitably leads to conflicts, which could easily spill over into our professional environment. As the president of Xingxing, this will be detrimental to the company's stable development in the long run. He Yuan concurred. Indeed, this is one of the primary reasons many companies prohibit workplace romances. However, it is impossible to eliminate entirely. Secretary Lin is applying for a secretary position, with minimal exposure to business matters. What do you intend to transfer her? He Yuan frowned, grappling with the dilemma. Wei Jia had a difficult temperament, and her subordinates were often apprehensive. Zheng Yu was known for his infidelity. Although he refrained from pursuing his employees, he still required assistance in managing various chaotic situations. Vice President Lei had his own capable subordinates, making Lin Yue's presence there somewhat redundant. At that moment, there was a knock at the office door. Guomin, Xiao Yun entered, holding a stack of documents. Assistant Zhou, this is, hello, General Manager He. Are you in a meeting? If so, I can come back later. Zhou Yun's eyes brightened. Wait a moment. My suit is dirty. Could you fetch a set of clothes from my home? Just leave the documents here, and I will handle them. All right. He Yuan, being astute, understood Zhou Yun's intent with just a simple gesture. Zhou Yun nodded at him. Xiao Yun and Yao Xing are both my secretaries. Xiao Yun is steady, and, despite joining later than Yao Xing, she has certainly kept pace with my demands over the past 2 years. You can rest assured about Lin Yue under my supervision. He Yuan replied. Do you think I haven't considered this? However, once the Dayangxing City project is completed, you will be transferred to City A. Will Lin Yue accompany you then? But this project will take at least another 2 years, and by then, she might have returned home to become a housewife. He Yuan frowned. Whether she chooses to become a housewife is entirely her decision. At least, from my perspective, she would not prefer that. Zhou Yun responded, yet, looking at the company as a whole, apart from my department, there are no suitable options for her. Switching her with Xiao Yun would not significantly alter the current situation, as both would still be involved in projects and the overall operations decided by us. Lin Yue has spent too little time in your department and has had minimal business interaction. I can mentor her, but to be frank, I doubt she will last long at Xingxing. He Yuan remained silent, clearly acknowledging Zhou Yun's perspective. His marriage to Lin Yue could be concealed for a maximum of 2 years. When the time came for Xingxing to transform as a decision-maker, his married status could provide a foundation of trust for the public. Once revealed, Lin Yue would find it challenging to navigate her role within the company. Regardless of her past position or personality, office matters would inevitably be handled by others. He Yuan was convinced that Lin Yue would not desire such an outcome. But the reality was inescapable. In her position, she must fulfill her role. If she were merely a decorative figure, she would only face ridicule. Old He, you need to have a serious conversation with her about this matter. She risks losing both her marriage and her job. He Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. It's still early. I'll handle everything. Look, Zhou Yun's gestured towards the transparent glass. From here, you can clearly see what is happening outside. Your office can observe our entire presidential office. Just remove your office workstation and set up another beside Yao Xing's. A simple swap between Xiao Yun and Lin Yue will suffice. He Yuan pondered for a moment and found Zhou Yun's suggestion quite reasonable. This way, she would still be under his watchful eye, preventing her from facing undue hardships in other departments without recourse. I will discuss this with her. If she agrees, I will then arrange a meeting with Xiao Yun. An internal announcement can be made thereafter. With that, He Yuan rose and returned to his office. Chapter 81. What is the truth after work? He Yuan did not hasten to leave. Lin Yue remained as well, just in time to send out the last batch of emails He Yuan had processed. Secretary Lin, could you come here for a moment? Lin Yue stood and approached his desk. General Manager. He Yuan gestured for her to take a seat on the sofa. I need to discuss your position change. Position change? Lin Yue asked, puzzled as she settled onto the black leather sofa, with He Yuan taking a seat opposite her. Last night, Director, he spoke to me about the inconveniences of our working relationship. I want to relay this to you and offer a new position. If you accept, we can proceed. If not, we can discuss alternatives. Please go on. Noticing her calm demeanor, He Yuan shared the details of his earlier conversation with Zhou Yun. After he finished, Lin Yue remained silent for a moment. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Not at all, Lin Yue replied, gazing into his eyes. I believe you have considered this thoroughly. I have thought about it as well, but with the past few days being so hectic, I didn't have the chance to discuss it with you. It is indeed detrimental for two individuals in a close relationship to work together, so I agree. He Yuan looked at her, momentarily at a loss for words. He could only smile and say, let us go. It's time to clock out. Wait a moment. When will I switch positions with Xiao Yun? He Yuan replied. I merely wanted to give you a heads up. Zhou Yun will need to discuss this with Xiao Yun. Even if she agrees, you both will need to hand over your respective duties. The work is largely similar. However, Xiao Yun may need to handle some project materials. So transitioning might be a bit demanding for you. With the annual meeting about a month away, the position change will likely take effect after the new year. At least there is time, Lin Yue mused. Xiao Yun is a business secretary in Zhou Yun's department. Would she be willing to become your personal secretary? What are you thinking? He Yuan chuckled. A personal secretary? Are you suggesting she should come to my home every morning to help me tie my tie? How silly. You will also eventually engage in business here, as Zhou Yun will leave the headquarters sooner or later. Having Xiao Yun involved in business will be more convenient for me, eliminating the need for hands-on training like with you. She is essentially being promoted one level. Why would she refuse? Once Zhou Yun departs, if she performs well, she will become his successor. After all, I still require an executive assistant here. It ultimately depends on her capabilities. In the eyes of others, you are the most likely candidate to succeed Zhou Yun, but given our current relationship, wouldn't you agree? I understand. As long as Xiao Yun has no objections, I have no issues. With this, He Yuan felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Given the implications for Lin Yue, he always feared overlooking some detail. The two took the exclusive elevator down to the underground parking lot. Once outside the company, He Yuan relaxed, leaning back in his seat. As Yu Zhao's car started, he reached across the center console to take Lin Yue's hand. Lin Yue glanced at Yu Zhao in the front seat, then extended her hand. Yu Zhao, take me to Sanhao Garden. Wait, take me to Yuan Yunting instead. Just drop me off at the subway entrance across the street. At this hour, it's crowded with people getting off work. I'll go upstairs to grab a couple of outfits before getting back in your car. Anyone who sees us will start to speculate. He Yuan gently squeezed her hand and said, I'll take you to the intersection. Lin Yue replied, there are more people at the intersection. After much persuasion, He Yuan ultimately agreed to let her return alone. Originally, Lin Yue intended to stay at No. 3 Courtyard for a few more days, but since she had already submitted her application to vacate and He Yuan insisted, she refrained from further argument. After fetching 2 sets of clothes, she returned to Yuan, yunting alone. Upon seeing her, Aunt Qian quickly gestured towards the bedroom, asking, "What happened to the sir?" He seemed a bit upset. Lin Yue was taken aback. "Upset? You should go check," she suggested. "All right." Lin Yue hurried towards the bedroom, tossing her clothes aside as she searched for He Yuan, but he was nowhere to be found. Where could he have gone? She ventured outside again, still unable to locate him. Asking Aunt Qian once more, she learned that if he wasn't in the bedroom, he was likely in the study. Lin Yue, feeling doubtful, retraced her steps. She had already checked the study, but she decided to look again since Aunt Qian mentioned it. Just as she stepped inside, she suddenly recalled the balcony where He Yuan had previously taken her to view the river. Striding over, she indeed found He Yuan standing there, framed by the wind. His tall, upright figure and broad shoulders exuded an undeniable charm, and Lin Yu's gaze betrayed her admiration and infatuation. In this relationship, while it seemed He Yuan was the one taking the initiative, she too was gradually falling deeper. Battling her internal pressures, she walked toward him, transcending class divides and biases, concealing her own insecurities and ultimately standing by his side. Yet even so, she remained as ordinary as ever. "What are you standing there for?" He Yuan's sudden voice interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts, and she snapped back to reality, noticing his outstretched hand. "Come here." Lin Yue approached, and he enveloped her in his embrace. "What are you doing just standing there?" she murmured against his chest. He Yuan replied softly, "I wanted to see if I could catch a glimpse of you from here." Lin Yue was taken aback. "It's so high up. How could you possibly see me?" Aunt Qian mentioned you were upset. Lin Yue toyed with his tie, asking, "Do you want the truth or a lie?" She looked up into his eyes. "What is the truth?" He replied, "The truth is I'm not angry, but you mustn't make me wait. I feel a bit uneasy, yet this unease is my own, as I wonder if directly marrying you would be a sign of irresponsibility, especially since I haven't even met your family. If I told others, they might think I was deceiving you into marriage. We are married, yet still so cautious, though that is due to work and your family's concerns. Nonetheless, I still feel somewhat guilty for you." Lin Yue tightened her grip on his tie, halting his words. Meeting his gaze, she said, "You have done nothing wrong to me. The decision to marry is not solely yours. If I told others, they would merely scold me for being infatuated. Everything between us does not require others to validate. I know it myself." Because she tugged on his tie, He Yuan leaned slightly and said, "This year's new year felt rushed. Next May Day, take me home to meet your parents." His words were somewhat direct and commanding. Yet Lin Yue found herself inexplicably fond of it. She stood on her tiptoes and pecked him on the lips, smiling. "All right. May is a pleasant month." After dinner, Yuan yunting sank into tranquility. Lin Yue emerged from the shower to find He Yuan already seated at the computer, engrossed in work. "Yeah, come here for a moment." Perhaps hearing her movements, He Yuan called out from the study. Lin Yue thought he needed something and hurried over, only for him to pull her into his arms as if she were a cherished pet while he continued to work. Noticing her sleepwear, He Yuan frowned. "Did Aunt Qian not prepare sleepwear for you? Why are you still wearing this? It looks clean, but must be several years old. There is no one else here. Why be concerned about what others think?" Lin Yue stiffened, replying, "You can check for yourself." He Yuan paused, puzzled. Lin Yue scrutinized his expression and asked, "Are you pretending not to know? Are you and Aunt Qian conspiring to bully me? How am I bullying you? Do you truly not know?" He shook his head innocently. Lin Yue, without any defenses, confided, "She prepared an entire cabinet of sleepwear. After my shower, I found it utterly unsightly. There are styles for all seasons, yet none that are normal, so I had no choice but to wear my own. Is there really a distinction between normal and not?" Lin Yue scoffed. "You'll see for yourself." He Yuan's curiosity was piqued, and just as he was about to stand to accompany her to see, the materials for Zhou Yun's arrived. He suppressed his curiosity and began reviewing the documents. As he held her in his embrace, Lin Yue was also compelled to examine the materials. These are some of the better performing Chinese enterprises in a city in recent years. "Why are you looking at this?" He Yuan rested his chin on her shoulder, explaining, "The Dian Star City project has been seeking local partners. This is different from previous collaborations where everything was handled by Hengxing. Now, I hope to find a reliable company to undertake the project as construction while we handle the design and later promotional efforts. Initially, it was supposed to be with the richest family in a city, but negotiations fell through for other reasons. Those people are insatiable, and I don't wish to indulge them, so I'm looking for some dependable mid-sized enterprises to partner with." Look, the company ranked first in overall data, Yaoyong, and the fifth, Qixing, are quite impressive. Especially Qixing. The owners started from scratch. Should we go meet them? Lin Yue turned to him. Are you going on a business trip again? Yes, during the time leading up to the annual meeting. Please plan a 1-week business trip to a city according to my schedule. Zhou and Xiao will go, and you and Yao Xing can take a break. All right. He Yuan lifted her chin. You agreed so readily. It seems family can accompany on business trips. Stop joking. You're going for work. All right. He Yuan lowered his head to plant a brief kiss on her lips, yet it felt insufficient. Cradling the back of Lin Yu's head, he entwined his fingers in her hair, kissing her deeply. Lin Yue felt the urgent need to escape that moment. After the kiss, she hurriedly ran away, fearing the consequences of lingering. However, she did not anticipate that He Yuan's work for the evening was nearly finished. As she reached the study door, he lifted her from behind. Lin Yue gasped, nearly losing her breath. What are you doing, scaring me? She protested, lightly hitting his chest. Instead of taking her to the bedroom, He Yuan carried her straight to the cloakroom, placing her on the island countertop and turning to fetch her sleepwear. Where is it? Lin Yue, seeing him rummage through 2 closets without success, kindly pointed out where it was. He Yuan opened the closet she indicated, but his hand froze mid-air. Ha ha! Lin Yue thought He Yuan was equally startled by Aunt Qian and couldn't help but laugh. Little did she know, He Yuan had pulled out a pink lace-trimmed sleepwear. The laughter faded from Lin Yu's face as she quickly climbed onto the countertop, looking at him warily. What do you intend to do? He Yuan feigned innocence. Isn't this quite normal? It's summer. Everyone wears tank tops. He Yuan, open your eyes and see clearly. That is a tank top. What you have is different. The back is laced, exposing half your backside, and the front is cut so low that the hem barely reaches the thigh, made of sheer fabric. What do you call that normal? He Yuan turned around to grab another piece. This one had a cardigan layered over it, reaching down to the ankles. Shouldn't that be appropriate? Lin Yue felt a strong urge to retort. That's utter nonsense. The outer layer was virtually inconsequential, only adding an ethereal quality. However, why did he always choose pink clothes for her? Did he have a penchant for that color? It was hard to believe that this domineering CEO harbored a delicate princess within. He Yuan leaned against the kitchen island, speaking earnestly. Wife, clothes are meant to be worn. He deliberately lowered his voice, infusing a hint of seduction into his tone. I want to wear it. Lin Yue, feeling a flush of embarrassment, instinctively tried to retreat. He Yuan swiftly grasped her ankle. I admit I have ulterior motives, but I genuinely don't know why Aunt Qian prepared these nightgowns. Since she has gone through the trouble, we shouldn't waste her efforts. Otherwise, she might think you dislike them. That's utterly ridiculous, Lin Yue protested, blocking his handsome face with her hand. Fine, fine, if you don't want to wear it, then I'll carry you back to the bedroom to sleep. Lin Yue huffed and jumped down from the kitchen island, leaving him behind. He Yuan neatly hung the nightgown back in the wardrobe. Although he was quite eager to see her in it, he understood there was no point in forcing her. Besides, perhaps it was better this way. As Lin Yue entered the bedroom, she stumbled over the carpet. Slow down. He Yuan reminded her from behind. Lin Yue threw back the covers and lay down, declaring, I'm going to sleep. He Yuan said nothing, turning toward the bathroom, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips, which Lin Yue failed to notice. Approximately 15 minutes later, the bed began to tremble slightly, prompting Lin Yue to shut her eyes and feign sleep. Yet, her quivering eyelashes betrayed her. He Yuan suddenly illuminated the entire room with bright lights. What are you doing? Lin Yue could no longer maintain her facade, although the bedroom lacked a primary light source. Various other lights now illuminated the space more brightly than usual. He Yuan swiftly pinned her beneath him. Are we not pretending anymore? Lin Yue remained still, gazing into his eyes, which were filled with desire. Suddenly feeling parched, she instinctively pursed her lips, and He Yuan leaned in to kiss her. Chapter 83. Legal cohabitation. The following day, at the Xingxing group, Lin Yue completed her office cleaning before heading to the secretary's area. Yao Xing, could you provide me with a recent itinerary for Assistant Zhou? Before the annual meeting, President He and Assistant Zhou will be traveling to City A, and I need a draft of travel schedule. Oh sure, just a moment. Yao Xing responded as she busily made a copy of Zhou Yun's itinerary. At that moment, Wei Jia and the head of the administrative department knocked on He Yuan's office door. Yao Xing pulled Lin Yue aside. Did you see? They're probably discussing the details of this year's annual meeting with President He. Annual meeting? Oh, Secretary Lin, is this your first time attending? Newcomers are expected to perform. Yao Xing chimed in. Every year, our presidential office showcases a performance, and last year, it was Assistant Zhou's turn. This year, it should be yours. Me? Lin Yue pointed to herself. But I don't know how to perform anything. It doesn't matter, just have fun. You're so beautiful. Even telling a corny joke would earn you applause. Lin Yue glanced at Xiao Yun, seeking confirmation of this claim. To her surprise, Xiao Yun nodded and said, yes, yesterday. President Wei approached Assistant Zhou, hoping he would host the annual meeting. I suspect he will agree. A week before the meeting, all performance lists will be finalized. And we'll know then. Lin Yue opened her mouth, but fell silent, taking the copied documents. It had been years since she performed. Her last memory was of the freshman welcome party in college, recalling that embarrassing dance and wondering how she had the audacity to do it. Wei Jia noticed Lin Yue and smiled. Secretary Lin, it looks like it's your turn to perform this year in the presidential office. Lin Yue glanced at He Yuan, who wore a smile but offered no assistance. She hesitated. Just have fun. It's no big deal. Singing or dancing is fine. Even telling a joke counts. Lin Yue, why is everyone saying the same thing? After Wei Jia and her colleague left, Lin Yue could no longer contain herself. Looking at He Yuan and asking, do I really have to perform? He Yuan nodded with a smile. However, you could bribe me. Lin Yue suppressed the urge to roll her eyes as she returned to her desk. Bribe him? Dancing seemed more feasible. He Yuan thought to himself. This little secretary has grown bolder. She dares to ignore me now. Indeed, the entire building seemed restless today as the New Year's holiday was just around the corner. With a 3-day statutory break starting tomorrow, Lin Yue needed to clear out the apartment in Building 3, but there was a conundrum. He Yuan couldn't go over. Many employees were staying back to enjoy the rare holiday, and if He Yuan helped her move, it would cause quite a stir. After much contemplation at home, Lin Yue eventually called Qin Yan. When Qin Yan arrived at Building 3, she spotted Lin Yue waiting at the entrance. What's going on? Moving? Didn't you just move in? Lin Yue linked her arm with Qin Yan's. This isn't the place to talk. Let us go upstairs. Qin Yan followed Lin Yue into the room, where most of the items were already packed, leaving only a suitcase and 2 large bags. Wow, how did you accumulate so much? Lin Yue replied, I thought this would be my base, but plans changed unexpectedly. So where are you moving to now? Yuan Yunting. Qin Yan paused. Where? Yuan Yunting. Qin Yan placed her bag on a nearby shelf, then shook Lin Yue's shoulders. Lin Yue, you've really made it. Are you living together with someone? This was President He's request? Lin Yue shook her head. It's legal. Qin Yan tilted her head, confused. Lin Yue didn't explain further, just smiling faintly, allowing her to digest the information. After a moment, Qin Yan finally grasped it, staring at Lin Yue in disbelief. Legal cohabitation? Have you two registered your marriage? Lin Yue nodded. Qin Yan slapped her own face, then rubbed it, exclaiming, wow, just like President He, efficiency at its finest. When feelings run deep, they naturally reveal themselves, Lin Yue replied, turning to look at her. Yes, that's the gist of it. And his family. Lin Yue seemed to sense her concern and reassured, for now, I should be the one worried about my family. So, you're fully accepted by his family? No domineering mother-in-law making things difficult for you? Lin Yue couldn't help but chuckle. No, his family is quite nice, different from typical wealthy families. They are a bit more down-to-earth. That's good to hear. I didn't expect you to rush into marriage. Lin Yue laughed lightly. Perhaps I truly met the right person. Unable to refuse, I'm trying to accept it, and it's going quite well. However, I anticipate changes in my job next year. Given our relationship, it wouldn't be suitable to work in the same office. Qin Yan understood this. After helping Lin Yue carry the suitcase and bags downstairs, the two made their way left. As they attempted to cross the street, a low-key luxury car stopped by the roadside. In the next moment, He Yuan emerged from a vehicle. Lin Yue froze. What are you doing here? He Yuan took the luggage from her hands and nodded slightly to Qin Yan. Teacher Qin, thank you for your help. It was nothing, Qin Yan replied. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she had only walked a short distance. He Yuan then addressed Lin Yue. It's inconvenient to take a car with so much luggage. So I came. I had Yu Zhao drive another car separately. He can take care of your belongings. Lin Yue then noticed a second car behind He Yuan's. Yu Zhao promptly took all of Lin Yue's items. Teacher Qin, dinner has been prepared at home. If you don't mind, you're welcome to join us. Qin Yan politely remarked. Not at all. Not at all. How could I possibly mind? He Yuan opened the car doors for them, and Lin Yue gently pulled Qin Yan, guiding them both to the back seat. Qin Yan marveled at the absurdity of the world. During her last visit to Yuan Yunting, Lin Yue was merely Secretary Lin. Yet this time, she had transformed into Mrs. He. At dinner, He Yuan instructed Lin Yue to sit next to Qin Yan, while he himself quietly enjoyed his meal. A stark contrast to his usual habit of wanting to cradle Lin Yue in his lap while dining at home. The two women exhibited no overly affectionate gestures that might embarrass Qin Yan, nor did they make her feel neglected. Lin Yue consistently engaged Qin Yan in conversation, and only after everyone had set down their chopsticks did He Yuan retreat to his study, permitting Lin Yue to spend time with her dear friend. His demeanor was marked by thoughtfulness and grace. He Yuan did not adopt an aloof attitude, nor did he feign indifference. Instead, he placed himself on equal footing with them, showing profound respect for his wife's friend. This left Qin Yan marveling at Lin Yue's deep affection for him. Under Qin Yan's strong insistence, Lin Yue took her on a tour of Yuan Yunting, except for the bedroom and study. They arrived at the spacious balcony of the living room, where Aunt Qian swiftly presented a variety of fruits. Afterward, she brought a serving to He Yuan. Once Aunt Qian had departed, Qin Yan turned to Lin Yue and inquired, "You mentioned that Mr. He's family has accepted you. What about yours? Are they aware of your marriage?" Lin Yue shook her head, revealing her intention to broach the subject during the upcoming new year. Qin Yan frowned, aware of some difficulties concerning Lin Yue's aunt, and felt that Mr. He's path ahead might be fraught with challenges. Observing Qin Yan's troubled expression, Lin Yue suddenly smiled, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I can handle my family. What truly concerns me is my future career." Qin Yan, intrigued, pressed, "Why so? With Mr. He by your side, what have you to fear? Didn't he mention a position change for you post-New Year? Just focus on your work." Lin Yue gently shook her head. "It's not that. Given the nature of my relationship with He Yuan, how long do you think we can keep his secret? A year or two, perhaps. But 3 to 5 years is implausible. By then, I should be leaving Xingxing. Where will I go afterward? This is a question I must contemplate thoroughly." Qin Yan nodded in agreement, saying, "Having known you for many years, I understand your perspective. Mr. He stands at the pinnacle. Thus, while you may not seek to grasp it all, at the very least, you must have the confidence to support yourself." Lin Yue's eyes brightened with a smile, affirming Qin Yan's words. The leisurely moments spent chatting with a friend had become a rarity since graduation, and as the afternoon slipped away, Lin Yue's spirits noticeably lifted. He Yuan instructed Yu Zhao to escort Qin Yan home before returning to the He family villa with Lin Yue. "You shall stay here for the next few days. The villa is spacious, and the scenery is delightful. Once the holiday concludes, I'll be off on a business trip, so you can keep my mother company," he said. Lin Yue nodded understandingly, well aware that the villa contained He Yuan's room. After dinner, while Lin Yue took a shower, He Yuan descended to knock on Jiang Nanji's door. It was still early, and Jiang Nanji had not yet retired, making her way directly to the living room. "What is the matter? Speak up," she urged. He Yuan nodded, explaining, "I have a business trip to City A in 2 days, and I'd like Ye to stay here. She has a fondness for floral art. I hope you'll assist her." "Really?" Jiang Nanji replied. "She must truly enjoy it. She possesses talent." He Yuan handed his phone to Jiang Nanji, showing her Lin Yue's recent floral creation, which was vibrant and full of life. "Quite impressive," Jiang Nanji remarked. "Most would design in accordance with her temperament, favoring soft hues. However, in this piece, the colors are subtle yet sophisticated, and while it may seem simple to many masters, the rarity lies in her understanding of her subject's true essence. Since her return from abroad, she has appeared somewhat detached, akin to a nun who has left the secular world. This arrangement carries a touch of rustic wildness. Perhaps it might fortify her spirit a little." He Yuan, though not versed in these matters, grasped Jiang Nanji's sentiment. Lin Yue was indeed someone with potential. When Lin Yue emerged from the bathroom, He Yuan was propped against the headboard, engrossed in a book. As she approached, she noticed it was a book about floral design. "What are you reading?" she inquired. "I'm not sure, just something I picked up," he replied. Lin Yue leaned closer, her damp hair wrapped in a towel, releasing a delicate fragrance that wafted towards him. He Yuan playfully poked her hair wrap, asking, "Why haven't you dried your hair?" "Just a moment," Lin Yue replied absently, her thoughts still on the book. He Yuan chuckled, handing it to her. "Here, take this. I'll fetch the hairdryer." Gratefully, Lin Yue accepted the book and began perusing it. When He Yuan returned, he found her sprawled on the bed in a short bathrobe, her pale, slender legs swinging back and forth as she remained engrossed in her reading. He Yuan plugged in the hairdryer and playfully smacked her backside, telling her to lie down. Lin Yue quickly complied as he supported her head and settled onto the carpet, gently drying her hair. The book discussed floral design principles, captivating her until her hair was completely dry. As the night deepened, He Yuan lifted the covers, only to find her still absorbed in the book. He casually took it from her, stating, "I'm heading on a business trip, and you're on holiday. You have plenty of time to read." Lin Yue reached out to reclaim it, but He Yuan held it high above her head, one arm wrapped around her waist. "Give it back," she insisted, kneeling on his lap to retrieve the book. However, He Yuan's long limbs kept her from succeeding, and, as she tried to rise, he pulled her back down. His hand moved to cradle the back of her head, drawing her closer, and their lips met, silencing any words of protest that lingered between them. Lin Yue, determinedly keeping her mouth shut, felt He Yuan's hand pinch her waist, causing her to involuntarily part her lips. He seized the moment, deepening the kiss. After a long while, Lin Yue sensed a shift in his demeanor and struggled to break free, panting slightly. "No, this isn't well on yunting," she protested. He Yuan wrapped her in his embrace, pulling the covers over them, firmly stating, "Sleep." "But you," Lin Yue blushed, casting a shy glance at a particular spot beneath the covers. "Just for a moment." He Yuan gently reassured her. "You must be joking," Lin Yue thought, believing it would hardly be just a moment. After a prolonged struggle, she leaned in and whispered a secret into his ear. He Yuan's eyes narrowed, internally conflicted, as he was reluctant to let her go. Yet, Lin Yue was like a slippery fish, swiftly diving under the covers. The bathroom light flickered back on, accompanied by the sound of running water and the rhythm of brushing teeth. He Yuan stood behind Lin Yue, noticing her flushed cheeks, and asked, "Are you all right?" "Yes." Lin Yue began, but as she noticed the unusual pitch of her voice, she promptly fell silent. He Yuan tenderly stroked her long hair, promising, "I guarantee next time." Lin Yue turned with excitement. "There won't be a next time." She sprayed mouthwash all over his face, quickly cleaning her mouth before storming back to the bedroom. He Yuan followed closely, soothingly saying, "It's fine. If your voice isn't better by morning, I'll say you caught a cold from the air conditioning." Lin Yue retorted, "It's winter." He Yuan, scratching his nose, fell silent. Though she was annoyed, Lin Yue turned and nestled into He Yuan's embrace. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, whispering good night. All she could muster in response was a soft grunt. Chapter 85. I want to find my brother after the holiday concluded. He Yuan and Zhou Yunce bypassed the office entirely and headed straight on a business trip, leaving Yao Xing in charge of the office. Jiang Nanji observed Lin Yue, who was engrossed in a book on floral art, and decided to gather all the related books from their home. Lin Yue was so absorbed in her reading that she scarcely noticed the passage of time. When the fresh flowers ordered by Jiang Nanji arrived early in the morning, she showcased her skills. Jiang Nanji was astonished to discover Lin Yue's adeptness with floral materials, color matching, techniques, and tools, only to learn that she had previously worked in a flower shop. That evening, when He Yuan sent a video, Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with joy. "What has made you so happy today?" she was asked. Lin Yue, rolling on her bed with her phone, replied, "Mom praised me today, saying I have a talent for floral art. She even mentioned taking me to a floral exchange meeting in a few days." He Yuan looked at her with fondness in the video, advising her to learn diligently. Lin Yue nodded earnestly. However, 2 days later, she returned to the villa with Jiang Nanji, feeling despondent. The exchange meeting was attended by numerous esteemed figures, with a significant number of foreign flower artists, including Lin Yue's favorite floral designer, leaving her feeling deflated, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. Jiang Nanji gently patted her head and inquired, "What troubles you? Are you feeling disheartened?" Lin Yue shook her head, expressing that she felt inadequate. Jiang Nanji disagreed, stating, "Who said that? Just knowing so many flowers is already impressive. You cannot compare yourself to those masters. You must progress step by step." They too started from humble beginnings. Lin Yue understood this truth, and Jiang Nanji's comforting words lifted her spirits. "You are still young, with a passion in your heart. That is the key to lasting success." Lin Yue was deeply moved, her eyes glistening as she looked at Jiang Nanji and said, "Thank you, Mom." "Oh dear, why thank me? I have always dreamed of having a daughter. I never expected Lin to be a son, but when you married into our family, my joy was immeasurable. I was surrounded by 3 men, and I could hardly converse with them about topics like dresses, jewelry, and flower arrangement. They would turn and walk away at the slightest mention." Lin Yue listened quietly to Jiang Nanji's ramblings, envious of the warm atmosphere within the He family. However, She soon realized that she too was now a part of this family, and a warm current flowed through her heart. From that day forward, Lin Yue set aside her negativity and devoted herself to her studies. Jiang Nanji had intended to hire a teacher for her, but with the year-end approaching, they decided to wait until spring's arrival. He Yuan had been on a business trip for 7 days, constantly thinking of his wife, though he refrained from expressing it. He eagerly packed his bags, but unexpectedly, the deal he had arranged fell through, forcing him to extend his stay with Zhou Yunkai. During this extended time, He Yuan's temper noticeably worsened, his previously gentle demeanor now often clouded with coldness. Observing this, Zhou Yunkai could no longer tolerate it and suggested an idea. On the 10th evening of He Yuan's trip, rather than video calling Lin Yue, he instead called his younger brother, He Lin. He Lin's room was filled with electronic gadgets, and he was in the midst of assembling Lego when he answered the video call. "Bro, why are you video calling me instead of my sister-in-law at this hour?" He Yuan cleared his throat and replied earnestly, "Today, I discussed a project, and the client mentioned that a city has opened the largest children's go-kart experience center in the country. Would you like to join?" He Lin responded with disinterest, "Go-karting? That's just for little kids. It's not interesting at all." He Yuan shot him a cold glance. "You're only 12. What do you know about off-road vehicles?" He Lin rolled his eyes. "I'm not going. Don't think I don't see through your ulterior motives." Unfazed by being exposed by a child, He Yuan decided to be candid. "He Lin, if you bring your sister-in-law along, you can make any request you desire. It's a deal? It's a deal. All right then, I'll bring my sister-in-law tomorrow." "Good." He Lin made a face before ending the call. Each school had varying vacation schedules, and it was fortuitous that He Lin was on break. The following morning, He Lin woke his parents, declaring he wanted to go to a city to see his brother. He Tian, irritated, raised his eyebrows. "Your brother is busy with work. What do you need to see him for? You don't seem particularly close, so why this sudden longing?" Jiang Nanji, awakened by her younger son's antics, felt her temples throb. However, she quickly realized that He Lin was not the type to act out without reason. Glancing at the ceiling, she suddenly understood. He Yuan, with his cunning nature, was clearly missing his wife, but was too indirect in expressing it. She intervened, stopping He Tian from scolding. "If he wants to go, let your sister-in-law take him." This was exactly what He Lin wanted, and he nodded eagerly. Lin Yue, groggy and waking up at 9, discovered He Lin standing at her door, impeccably dressed. Upon closer inspection, his hairstyle appeared meticulously arranged. Lin Yue gasped, then asked He Lin, "What brings you to my room?" "Sister-in-law, please take me to a city to see my brother." He Lin stated bluntly. Lin Yue was taken aback. "To see your brother?" "Yes." He said they opened the largest children's go-kart experience center there, and I want to go play. That's for kids aged 3 to 12, despite being 12. You shouldn't want to play with that. Lin Yue responded. "What about our parents? They said for you to take care of me during the trip. If I come back with even one less hair, they'll break my legs." Lin Yue struggled to suppress her laughter, finally nodding. "All right then, let us buy tickets." "No need for tickets. Uncle Fu Han will take us." Lin Yue could only agree, realizing everything was already arranged. "I'll call your brother to see how long we need to stay and prepare a few outfits." He Lin nodded coolly. Lin Yue retreated to her room to call He Yuan, receiving a response indicating that a stay of approximately 7 days would suffice. Truth be told, she was also yearning for He Yuan, and the prospect of accompanying He Lin to find him filled her with anticipation. After gathering a few outfits, she set out for a city under the protection of He family bodyguards. The highway journey took 3 hours, and they were expected to arrive around 1 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, He Yuan, even knowing that his wife was on her way, could not abandon his clients and was hastily speeding up the negotiations. His expression remained impassive, and his rapid speech made the business partners uneasy, wondering if he was growing impatient. Unbeknownst to them, He Yuan was simply longing for his wife. Chapter 86. My fault. He Yuan and Zhou Yunkai were staying at their own hotel, where the suite included a meeting room. Having informed the staff in advance, Lin Yue and He Lin were escorted to He Yuan's room. Just as they arrived, He Yuan was concluding his discussions. Lin Yue and He Lin unexpectedly encountered a crowd of people. Upon seeing Lin Yue, He Yuan momentarily paused, his expression transforming into a soft smile, like a gentle spring breeze dispersing the chill of winter. Zhou Yunkai cleared his throat and tactfully ushered the clients out. He Yuan approached the two, addressing He Lin. "Your brother Zhou Yunsai's room is next door. You can sleep there." He Lin rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Zhou Yunkai, witnessing He Lin's departure, teased. "Looks like the young master has been cast aside." He Lin dismissed him with indifference. Are we going or not? Let us go, Zhou Yunkai responded. You've grown taller since we last met. No one would believe you're still in elementary school. There are taller kids in my class. You're not short either. Why are you so obsessed with height? Planning to ascend? As long as I'm taller than my brother, that's all that matters. In a few years, that would likely be the case. As their voices faded, He Yuan turned to Lin Yue, helping her carry the luggage into the bedroom. Lin Yue followed closely behind. He Yuan sat at the foot of the bed and gently patted his thigh, beckoning her to come closer. Lin Yue, ever perceptive to the moment, complied and settled onto his lap. He Yuan wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered, You haven't eaten yet, have you? I grab a bite at the service area. She replied. His large hand slid from her coat to rest on her abdomen. Still hungry? Upon uttering these words, his gaze became fervent and profound. Lin Yu's fingers curled slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. He Lin hasn't eaten yet. She dismissed any concern for him. He was an adult, capable of managing his hunger. I was asking about you. The intensity of his stare made Lin Yu's cheeks flush. She trembled slightly, averting her gaze. I'm not hungry. He Yuan's eyes sparkled with warmth, and he leaned in, pressing his lips against hers. Then I am. Lin Yu's eyes shimmered, tinged with an unnatural shyness. He Yuan, maintaining his position, lifted her effortlessly, and she instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist. He took a few steps forward, closing the bedroom door behind them. In the silence of the hotel suite on the top floor, subtle movements could be heard from the bedroom. Moments later, Lin Yue furrowed her brow and opened her eyes. He Yuan, still holding her, kissed her gently awake. Lin Yue felt as though her body had fallen apart. She groaned softly, her voice hoarse. What time is it? He Yuan propped himself up slightly, glancing at his phone on the bedside table. It's 8. Are you hungry? I'll have something brought in. You stay here while I fetch your clothes. No. Lin Yue instinctively pouted. I want to shower first. I feel uncomfortable. He Yuan pulled back the covers and carried her to the bathroom. Lin yawned lazily. I can wash myself. You go out first. I'm really hungry. So asked them to hurry. All right. He placed a kiss on her forehead before stepping out to make the call. The hotel staff was prompt, delivering dinner swiftly. When Lin Yue emerged from the shower, she found the food was quite bland. She glanced at it with mild disdain. Is there nothing spicy? Eating something too spicy at night isn't good. I'll take you out for hot pot tomorrow. Lin Yu's eyes brightened as she tentatively suggested, How about hot pot? Hot pot. She nodded eagerly. It was winter, after all. Are we going or not? He Yuan hadn't indulged in such fare often, typically engaging in business meetings rather than dining in hot pot restaurants. Fine, but I expect to be busy with Assistant Joe tomorrow. You and He Lin should find a place to wait. Lin Yue nodded enthusiastically. Okay, go meet. She hurriedly sat down, and they conversed little throughout the meal. Afterward, Lin Yue felt somewhat better, as the emptiness in her stomach was alleviated. They had both slept for nearly 2 hours, yet neither felt drowsy. Lin Yue approached the floor-to-ceiling window to admire the night view, while He Yuan embraced her from behind, asking, Aren't you working? He buried his face in her neck. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Lin Yue chuckled lightly, reaching back to caress his short hair. Even the esteemed So has learned to be lazy? With such a beauty in my arms, how can I focus on work? He Yuan tightened his grip around her waist. I confess my weakness. My dear wife is simply too alluring. Lin Yue playfully swatted his hand. You're incorrigible. He Yuan chuckled softly, rubbing his cheek against hers, gazing quietly out at the night. Unfortunately, within 10 minutes, a call from Zhou Yun summoned He Yuan away. Given that Lin Yue was in his room, their meeting was relocated to Zhou Yun's quarters. Before departing, He Yuan gave Lin Yue 2 fervent kisses. It was still early, and as she contemplated picking up the book she had brought, messages began to flow in the presidential office group chat. Yao Xing and Xiao Yun were chatting. The presidential office consisted solely of the 3 of them. Yao Xing even nudged her about her unpreparedness for an upcoming performance. Lin Yue replied with an expression of distress. Yao Xing laughed heartlessly. Lin Yue then messaged Qin Yin. Yin Zi, if you're asked to perform at the annual meeting, what do you think would be suitable? After a long wait with no response, Lin Yue assumed Qin Yin was busy, having mentioned she was returning to her hometown that day. Just as she thought there would be no reply, Qin Yin sent a video. Lin Yue felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing the thumbnail. Upon opening it, she was greeted with footage from their freshman welcome party, accompanied by a fast-paced foreign song. Their dorm's upper halves were clad in tight-fitting tops, while the lower halves featured plaid miniskirts. They danced in sync with the music, and Lin Yue exclaimed in horror, Help! She flailed her arms in the air. Then message back, ah? Qinyan, you truly are harming others while damaging yourself. Qinyan shot back, fearless with thick skin. Lin Yue threw herself onto the bed, kicking her feet in the air to shake off the embarrassment. Breathing heavily, she replied, that was mortifying. I can't help but wonder if our dorm collectively lost its mind back then. Qinyan reassured her. Actually, you danced the best. With your figure. The boys below went wild. You could barely hear the music over their cheers. Lin Yue could only smile in disbelief. After that performance, she was often approached with confessions. She had indeed harbored feelings for a senior at the time and fantasized about a campus romance. But as she got to know him, she realized their values clashed. She was merely captivated by his handsome appearance. Chapter 87. This matter is my decision. He Yuan returned late, around 11 o'clock. Though the hour was neither late nor early. Lin Yue was still awake. He quietly showered before getting into bed. Seeing Lin Yue engrossed in a floral arrangement book, he chose not to disturb her. Though she soon set the book aside, acutely aware of her surroundings. The events at the He family's villa lingered vividly in her mind, and after the day's earlier intensity, she truly wished to avoid a repeat. He Yuan offered her a gentle smile, reminiscent of a harmless lion, yet his embrace carried an undeniable strength. Lin Yue obediently closed her eyes and soon drifted off to sleep. The next day, Lin Yue awoke to find that He Yuan and Zhou Yunce had already left the hotel. He had left a note on the bedside table, prompting a soft smile from her. She got up, tidied herself, and knocked on He Lin's door. Sister-in-law, what are you up to? Your brother asked me to check if you want to go out. Let me accompany you. He Lin frowned. I'm not keen. It's quite cold outside. Lin Yue inquired. Have you eaten? I have. After a moment's thought, Lin Yue asked, do you like hot pot? He Lin's eyes brightened. Are we going for hot pot tonight? Yes. But we need to find a decent place. Since you don't want to go out, I'll check for good eateries nearby. All right. Lin Yue found He Lin quite agreeable. More mature than typical children, yet still adorably childish at times. By 5 in the afternoon, He Yuan and the others had yet to return. Although He Yuan had sent Lin Yue a message indicating they would be back in about an hour, Lin Yue initially intended to wait for them. But then He Lin knocked on her door. Sister-in-law, I'm a bit hungry. Shall we go out? I just found a snack street nearby. Lin Yue blinked. Did your mother allow you to eat that? Not when I was younger, but it's fine now. My dad says boys can handle it. Lin Yue replied. All right, just wait for me while I grab my bag. As she collected her things, she texted He Yuan, and soon afterward, she and He Lin took the elevator down. To their surprise, they encountered Su Ying and Zhong Mu at the hotel entrance. Su Ying, flanked by staff, wore an indifferent expression, dismissive of Zhong Mu's eager attempts to please. However, upon spotting He Lin, she immediately brightened. I heard from my sister that you all came to the city, so I changed hotels right away. You. Lin Yue hesitated, unsure how to address her. Are you filming here? Su Jing nadi. Yes, I can temporary drama. We're almost done. He Lin once cherished playing with Zhong Mu the most. However, ever since his breakup with Su Ying, every time he sees Zhong Mu, He Lin relentlessly torments him, resulting in Zhong Mu trembling in fear at the sight of He Lin. He subtly shifts aside. He Lin glances at Su Ying and inquires, is your room ready? Su Ying nods in affirmation. He Lin then strides past her to the front desk, lightly tapping the surface, and addresses the staff. I am He Lin, the younger brother of He Yuan. Have you seen that individual? Add him to the hotel blacklist. Despite being the second young master of the He family, the staff timidly asks, should I call He Zone for confirmation? No need. I hold the final say in this matter. He Lin's gaze sharpens instantly. The staff member quickly nods, while Zhong Mu's expression darkens momentarily. He Lin, you're going too far. He Lin turns with a radiant smile, retorting sarcastically, how could I possibly compare to the esteemed young Master Zhong? Zhong Mu, feeling frustrated, finds himself at a loss for words. Admittedly, he bears some fault, and being a child, he cannot stoop to the level of quarreling with one. Lin Yue also feels the awkwardness in the air, directing her gaze towards Su Ying. Do you have any plans for tomorrow? We intend to go for hot pot. Would you like to join us? Of course, Su Ying readily agrees. Having filmed here for 2 months, I know just the place for delicious hot pot. I'll take you there. Lin Yue's eyes light up at this revelation, appreciating the convenience. The group departs without hesitation, with Su Ying opting to go without her assistant, donning a hat and wrapping a scarf around herself, leaving only her eyes visible. He Lin trails behind the two. At 12 years old, taller than both. Observing Su Ying exit the hotel, Zhong Mu follows suit, matching her pace. Su Ying, being quite sociable. Has heard whispers about He Yuan and Lin Yue's marriage certificate. She tilts her head slightly towards Lin Yue, saying, He Yuan's actions are remarkably swift. The last time my sister invited me for dinner, I was filming and couldn't make it. Nevertheless, I prepared a wedding gift for you both, which I'll present when we return to Sea City. Thank you. What is there to thank? I was already planning to find you. I attend the annual conference of Hengxing every year without exception. This year, however, due to a back injury from filming, I can't dance. This may disappoint some employees. How about this? You take the stage and dance. Lin Yue, perplexed, questions me. They'd be even more disappointed if I did. Suing chuckles. You're unaware. Aren't you? This year, Zhou Yunce is hosting. He can never outshine He Yuan, whether at work or in private. So he intends to seize this opportunity to embarrass him by making him my dance partner for a hot dance. Would you feel comfortable dancing closely with him? Lin Yue responds, I would not. In such a scenario, He Yuan would find it difficult to refuse, wouldn't he? You two are married. What is there to fear? There is no need to worry about disappointing others. Once He Yuan appears, the crowd will go wild. Every year, he merely delivers a few remarks before retreating. The employees of Hengxing eagerly anticipate seeing their boss in action, craning their necks in anticipation. Lin Yue feels utterly conflicted. She can't conceive of any performance, as her singing abilities are atrocious. However, she cannot allow He Yuan to dance intimately with another woman either. Suing winks at her reassuringly. Don't fret. There's still 10 days left. I have professionals who can teach you. I assure you'll learn quickly. But you must keep it a secret from He Yuan, as a surprise for him. Haha, once you're on stage, do you think he would allow you to choose another male colleague to dance with? Lin Yue steels herself, thinking, fine, I shall dance. After all, there's no program prepared, and now a professional will teach me. Just then, her phone rings. It's He Yuan inquiring about their whereabouts. Lin Yue responds, we ran into Suing and Zhongmu. Suing is taking us to a hot pot restaurant near the hotel. Lin and I decided to skip the street food, and we should arrive in about 10 minutes. The restaurant is called. Before she could finish, she hears Lin apologizing behind her. Both she and Suing turn to see Lin seemingly colliding with someone and apologizing. The other party consists of 4 individuals, led by a man covered in tattoos from his arms to his neck. Lin Yue notices the fierce glint in the man's eyes, sensing the group is trouble. She rushes forward to shield Lin. Chapter 88. The enraged lion Lin Yue observes the group merely staring at her and Lin, striving to maintain a calm voice. I apologize. The child wasn't paying attention. I apologize on his behalf. The man's expression softens slightly at her repeated apology, though his smile remains somewhat sinister. Yet, he understands they are in public, but still cannot resist teasing Lin Yue by playfully gripping her chin, as if toying with a cat. All right then, with a beauty like you apologizing, I might. Slap. Lin swiftly swats away the man's hand, proclaiming, you can leave now. The second young master is not without his temper, but it depends on the circumstances. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man's face darkens considerably as he lunges forward, grabbing Lin by the collar and cursing, what the hell do you have to do with this? Lin Yue is shoved aside, and both Zhongmu and Suing rush to intervene. Zhongmu grips the man's arm firmly, stating, I warn you, let him go immediately. The man's companions encircle them, but do not strike, merely blocking Lin Yue and the others. It seems they might have just come from the gym, as they exude a strong odor of sweat and are all quite muscular. Zhongmu is no match for them. Meanwhile, the commotion reaches He Yuan. Hearing the ruckus over the phone, urgently instructs Fu Han to accelerate. Neither of them had brought a driver. Fu Han had been reduced to He Yuan's chauffeur after dropping off Lin Yue and Lin. Lin Yue charges forward once more. But before she can discern who threw the first punch, Zhongmu has already engaged in a fight with the man. The man delivers a heavy kick to Zhongmu, cursing, you dare lay a hand on me? Suing rushes in, attempting to shield Zhongmu from a punch, but is firmly held back in Zhongmu's embrace. The sounds of punches and kicks attract the attention of onlookers, yet none step forward to intervene. The man's companions urge him to stop, saying it's getting crowded. However, the man seems oblivious to their advice, caught up in his rage. Though Lin disdains Zhongmu, he cannot bear to witness him being beaten, especially since he instigated this situation. He dashes forward, desperately trying to pull the man away, but is easily shaken off. Unwilling to back down, Lin charges again, provoking the man's wrath. Lin quickly covers his head, muttering to himself, a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. A gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. However, upon seeing He Lin being struck, Lin Yue's instincts kick in, and she instinctively interposes herself. Thud! Lin Yue's head is grazed by a fist. Yeah. He Yuan arrives, witnessing this scene, his heart plummeting. Sister-in-law. Lin Yue, feeling dizzy and nauseous, clings to He Lin. Spotting her condition, the assailant bolts. Fu Han's eyes flicker, and he swiftly pursues him. He Yuan strides forward, lifting Lin Yue from He Lin's grasp and cradling her in his arms. He helps Zhong Mu into the car, hurrying to the hospital. Zhou Yun's ensuing assist Zhong Mu into the vehicle. Zhou Yun's drives while He Lin occupies the passenger seat, relieved that the back seat is spacious enough. He Yuan sits in the back, holding Lin Yue on his lap, cradling her as if soothing a baby to sleep. How are you? Is it painful? His palm brushes against Lin Yue's cheek. Does it hurt? Lin Yue frowns. I feel nauseous. He Yuan is nearly terrified, fearing she may have sustained a head injury. Yet he remains composed, gently rubbing her face. It's all right. We'll reach the hospital shortly. Meanwhile, Zhong Mu winces, leaning against Su Ying for sympathy. While he tried to protect his vital areas during the scuffle, the winter layers cushion the blows. Though he feels pain, he should be fine. Seeing him still able to tease Su Ying, He Yuan feels a sense of relief. You deserve to be in pain. Who told you to provoke him first? Su Ying complains. Zhong Mu let out a hiss and remarked, 2 women and a child. If I do not draw the flames of war upon myself, what will happen when he strikes at you? The 3 of you combined are insufficient to contend with him. He Lin glanced toward the back seat, muttering, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Su Ying retorted, what does this have to do with you? Although you were the one who collided with someone first, it was unintentional, and you have already apologized. Yet he dares to attempt to harass Lin Yue with his lecherous hands. I think his claws ought to be severed. Zhong Mu nodded in agreement, adding, I believe Fu Han has gone after him. Upon hearing that someone intended to harass Lin Yue, He Yuan's eyes gleamed with fury. Suppressing the urge to strike, he first took Lin Yue to the hospital. Both Lin Yue and Zhong Mu underwent examinations, and Lin Yue had a CT scan of her head, the results of which indicated everything was normal. She merely needed to rest upon returning. He Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, as the situation with Zhong Mu was indeed, as he had suspected, painful but not severe. The hot pot was rendered useless, and after returning to the hotel, He Yuan instructed the staff to deliver the meal to their room. He Lin appeared remorseful, offering an apology to Lin Yue. He Yuan ruffled his hair, saying, It's not your fault. You stay with your sister-in-law and Su Ying for dinner. I have some matters to attend to and will return in half an hour. He Lin seemed to understand his intentions and obediently agreed. He Yuan kissed Lin Yue on the forehead, saying, Be good and eat. I'll be back shortly. Lin Yue nodded obediently. Once outside the hotel, He Yuan's gentle demeanor evaporated, replaced by a stern countenance. He dialed Fu Han, confirming the location, and pressed the accelerator. It was said that when Fu Han had chased after the man earlier, he cunningly darted into an alley, believing he could evade Fu Han by utilizing the terrain. However, Fu Han was no ordinary individual. He was the captain of the He family's bodyguards, a retired special forces operative. Within moments, he apprehended the man, cornering him in a dead-end alley. Only the entrance bore light, where he leaned against the wall, casually twirling a dagger with an indifferent expression, his eyes glimmering with a hint of bloodlust. Sensing the aura of death, the man knelt down. Brother, spare me. I'll give you whatever you want. Fu Han did not even glance his way, calmly stating, Someone will come to deal with you. They waited in silence for what felt like an eternity. The man, too fearful to move, until the sound of tires screeching against the pavement made him tremble. He Yuan pushed open the car door, without uttering a word. He removed his overcoat and tossed it to Fu Han, unbuttoning his suit as he walked. The alley soon echoed with muffled groans of pain, followed by incessant pleas for mercy. Such is the strange nature of the world. One moment a man is striking others, and the next he finds himself prostrate on the ground, being beaten. The elegant lion revealed its wrath in the depths of an unseen alley, the fire in his chest burning for He Lin, for Zhong Mu, for Lin Yue. Chapter 89. Do not change the subject at the mouth of the alley. The biting cold wind howled. He Yuan flexed his wrist and accepted the cigarette Fu Han offered, which he lit. It had been a long time since He Yuan had smoked. He had first learned to do so during his high school years abroad, and it had been a while since he had indulged in the haze of smoke. He only thought of smoking when overwhelmed by academic pressures. After taking over the Xingxing Corporation, he had ceased entirely. As the smoke filled his lungs, He Yuan exhaled slowly, casting a glance at the dark alley, saying, "It's been a long time since I've gotten my hands dirty. I'm almost ready to return what I've learned from you." Fuan chuckled lightly. "I see you hit quite hard." He Yuan laughed. If it were you, he did not finish the sentence. Fu Han lit a cigarette for himself, declaring, "I've adopted a child, 3 years old. I named him Fu Yusen." Fu Yusen, He Yuan murmured, "Bestow upon you a lifetime of affection. It's a fine name. If you bring him back, he can stay with the He family. I will cover all his educational expenses." Fuan remained silent. He Yuan patted his shoulder and returned to the hotel. Upon his return, he found Lin Yue alone in the room, the dining table laid with a fresh dinner. "You're back. I was just wondering if this would get cold, and you truly took half an hour." He Yuan removed his outerwear, and Lin Yue instinctively helped him hang it up. As she approached him, she caught a whiff of the lingering scent of smoke. Lin Yue wrapped her arms around his waist, looking up at him. "Did I make you worry?" He Yuan pinched her cheek, saying, "The next time we encounter such a situation, do not stand in front." His tone was somewhat severe, unlike his usual gentle demeanor with her. He Yuan, with a stern visage, still exuded an air of authority, and given Lin Yue's dual role as both his secretary and wife, she often found herself navigating between the two identities. "Isn't that he, Lin?" Lin Yue pouted. "How could I just watch him get beaten?" He Yuan could not help but smile. He Lin one T suffer. If he cannot fight back, he'll evade. If he cannot escape, he should protect himself, awaiting my return for vengeance. Who would act as foolishly as you, charging with your head into his fist? Is your head made of iron? Thankfully, it merely grazed by. Had it struck directly, the consequences would be dire. Lin Yue, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of fear. She shook him gently. "I understand. Let us eat." He Yuan then seated himself beside her for dinner. Lin Yue had already dined, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at him with starry eyes. Even the seasoned He Yuan found it difficult to withstand her gaze. He offered her a piece of fish, asking, "What are you looking at?" Lin Yue consumed the fish and remarked, "I vividly remember the scene from when I first met you. I never expected that just a few months later, I would be married to you." He Yuan paused, feigning indifference. "Oh? Then tell me about your first impression of me." "My first impression was that you were exceedingly handsome. I initially thought you were a department head, only to discover you were the president of Xingxing. To be honest, when you questioned me, I felt a bit nervous. What about you? What did you think upon first seeing me? Did you wonder what kind of person would dare to apply to be your secretary?" Lin Yue's self-deprecation did not elicit an immediate response from He Yuan. He smiled mysteriously. "I did not first see you at the company." "Huh?" This statement puzzled Lin Yue. "Not at the company? Then where?" "You're clever. Take a guess, but it certainly wasn't on the street." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yue deduced, since it wasn't on the street, it must have been somewhere in life, likely involving someone connected to us. Connected people? Is it Yin Zi? At school? He Yuan nodded. "Exactly. At that time, wait, don't tell me yet. Let me guess." Lin Yue quickly interrupted. "I only visited Qian Yin's workplace once. Shortly after the new semester began this year. I had forgotten my keys and went to retrieve them. You didn't happen to see me then, did you?" "Qian Yin, was he Lin's substitute teacher at the time, and you were there for him?" He Yuan nodded. "Yes. I happened to see you when you came to get your keys." Lin Yue nodded, but the more she thought about it, the more it seemed off. After starting at the company, He Yuan had treated her exceptionally well, though his temperament and upbringing played a part. Lin Yue unwittingly fell into reminiscence about their myriad moments together. He had come to her aid when she was evicted, defended her from online harassment, ensured her safety during business trips, even helping her navigate social gatherings and accompanying her to the market, wiping her tears, gifting her the Shangri-La that seemed to promise eternity. Lin Yue increasingly felt she was approaching the truth of the matter. She stared at He Yuan, momentarily dazed, and asked, "Could it be that you fell in love with me at first sight? Thus, everything that followed came to be? Could it be that my entry into the company was for this reason?" She was exceedingly confident that her merit alone had secured her position, and she hoped not to be proven wrong. He Yuan paused with his chopsticks, locking eyes with her. Lin Yue tilted her head slightly, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "I await your explanation." He Yuan cleared his throat twice, stating that he had finished his meal and had some matters to attend to, suggesting she should tidy up and rest after clearing away the leftovers. Lin Yue seized his arm, insisting he not change the subject. Reluctantly, He Yuan faced her again, saying, "Regarding the admissions process, it is not solely my decision. In fact, compared to Zheng Yu's previous assistant, Your qualifications are considerably lacking. However, with Zhou Yun's on my side, an additional assistant isn't necessary. You fit the bill perfectly. Your emotional intelligence is commendable, your attitude is positive, and your foreign language skills add to your profile. All these factors were taken into consideration. If you were utterly incompetent, regardless of my personal feelings towards you, you would not have gained entry to Hongxing. Lin Yue pondered this, realizing He Yuan was not the type to blur the lines between personal and professional matters. Noticing her lingering contemplation, He Yuan turned to leave. But Lin Yue seemed to have anticipated this, gazing at him with a smile and teasingly asking, "President He, you haven't answered my other question. When exactly did you start to like me?" She was certain it was she who had succumbed to her feelings during their time together. What about He Yuan? He Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, stating he truly had matters to attend to and urged her to rest well in bed while he discussed the upcoming schedule with Zhou Yun. With that, he departed, his steps brisk. Lin Yue felt perplexed. Zhou could come over. Could it be true that He Yuan had indeed fallen for her at first sight? Chapter 90. The annual meeting. As for the notion of love at first sight, Lin Yue never managed to clarify this with He Yuan later on. He Yuan and Zhou Yun were preoccupied for 3 consecutive days. During this time, Lin Yu's relationship with Su Ying flourished, resembling that of close friends. He Lin spent his days gaming in the hotel until the last 2 days when Zhou Yun returned home early, and He Yuan took He Lin and Lin Yue on a 2-day excursion in a city. On the final evening, they went out for hot pot with Su Ying. Throughout the meal, Zhong Mu was excessively attentive to Su Ying, as if the former version of him had vanished. Seizing the moment when Zhong Mu excused himself to the restroom, He Yuan inquired of Su Ying, "What are your thoughts now?" Su Ying shook her head, admitting, honestly, "At first, I thought he was just not accustomed to being apart from me, but after these days, I realize he truly regrets it. However, his family continues to stand in our way. I doubt I will fall into the same trap again." He Yuan and Lin Yue exchanged glances, their eyes betraying concern. The toughest time for me was right after the breakup, but thankfully I was busy with work, leaving little time for wild thoughts. My sister mentioned that Zhong Mu had been kneeling before the elderly lady until he fainted, yet she never relented. Imagine if I had married him. How would that elderly lady have treated me? Thus, one must remain clear-headed in life. The others remained silent, while He Lin nodded persistently, agreeing. "I think you are absolutely right." He Yuan and Lin Yue shared a knowing smile, shaking their heads in resignation. As long as Su Ying found peace in her thoughts, that was sufficient. Outside the private room, Zhong Mu glanced up at the ceiling lights, lamenting his own foolishness. The next morning, as He Yuan and the others prepared to return, Su Ying had an early shoot and was already at the set. Curiously, Zhong Mu did not follow, but intended to accompany He Yuan and the others back to Sea City. Just as Lin Yue arrived downstairs, she realized she had forgotten her phone, prompting He Yuan to accompany her back to retrieve it. He Lin, observing from the hotel lobby, scoffed lightly, remarking how nauseating it was for those in love to be so attached over something as trivial as a phone. At that moment, a father and daughter entered. From a distance, He Lin could not hear their conversation, as his attention was captured by the frosty little girl. He stood idly by the service desk, spinning the basketball he had purchased the night before. The girl sat upright on the sofa in the lobby, her gaze fixed on the hotel entrance. It was only when He Yuan descended that He Lin noticed the girl's father was following his brother, seemingly with something to discuss. However, He Yuan politely declined, stating, "Mr. Su, I regret to inform you that regardless of your reasons, our contract is signed. I hope we can collaborate again in the future." After this, he casually wrapped an arm around Lin Yue, subtly signaling He Lin to follow. Unable to resist, He Lin stole one last glance at the girl, inadvertently meeting her gaze before quickly averting his eyes. The car started moving slowly, and 3 hours later, they returned to Sea City. Year-end was the busiest time, and He Yuan immediately immersed himself in work. With the annual meeting approaching, everyone felt restless. Despite numerous internal announcements, the anticipation for the year-end holiday was palpable. The most awaited aspect was the Hongxing Annual Meeting's lottery segment, renowned for its lavish prizes. From cars and cash to small items like drinks and masks, there was something for everyone, with even minor items being rewards in mini-games. Anyone participating in the events was guaranteed a gift, and outstanding employees were certainly recognized. Moreover, Su Ying's involvement had ignited considerable enthusiasm among the staff. As the end of the month approached, the Hongxing Annual Meeting was set to take place in the park, commencing at 6 in the evening. Prior to this, the administrative department needed to finalize all preparations. By 3 in the afternoon, personnel from various departments had arrived. After signing in, all the higher-ups were in place, with the last to appear being the He Yuan family. Each attendee received a number tag, since He Yuan was hosting. He Yuan and Lin were both handed one, while He Yuan and Jiang Nanji did not stay until the end, thus did not claim theirs. Upon entering, He began searching for Lin Yue, but could not spot her. Was she still preparing for her performance? He Yuan shook his head in exasperation, uncertain of what she was organizing. With the top boss present, the program officially commenced. He Yuan, as the host, skillfully invited He Yuan and He Yuan to the stage to deliver their speeches. He Yuan was known for his seriousness in the company, yet with Jiang Nanji present, others dared to jest. Without much preamble, he humorously remarked about his age and forgetfulness, passing the opening speech to He Yuan, who was left both amused and bewildered. His smile elicited wild applause and cheers from female colleagues below. Wow, He Yuan clapped, grinning. You all are truly something. I thought I was the most popular here. But with President He around, I must step back. Ah, Zhou, you're so handsome. President He is so charming. Two competing chants erupted from the audience, which remained fervent until He Yuan concluded his address. Don't worry, there's still a surprise later. Perhaps President He will take the stage again. As He Yuan's words hung in the air, excitement surged anew. He Yuan raised an eyebrow, not paying much heed, assuming it merely referred to his upcoming award presentation. The evening officially commenced with a classical dance performed by the administrative department's ladies, expected to conclude by 10 o'clock, with a lottery segment every hour. The evening's entertainment was diverse, and after 2 rounds of drawings, the third round commenced with Su Ying making her entrance. This marked the first peak of the night. A star is indeed a star, as her presence was unmatched. Due to a back injury, Su Ying sang 2 songs quite serenely, inviting a male fan to join her for a duet in the second song. The fan, overwhelmed with excitement, hit a wrong note, provoking laughter from the audience. Su Ying sweetly embraced the fan, who left the stage with a comical strut, contributing yet another wave of amusement. This was the second prize lottery session, co-hosted by Su Ying and He Yuan, featuring numerous notebooks and smartphones as prizes. The atmosphere intensified once again due to the lottery segment, and with He Yuan's assistance. Su Ying seized the moment to invite Lin Yue to join her. Thus, the events unfolded. Su Ying grasped the microphone and spoke. As you all know, I previously trended alongside Secretary Lin. She even helped me evade the paparazzi, thus forging a bond of revolutionary friendship. I had originally prepared a dance for you all, but alas, due to my back injury, I am unable to perform. However, I couldn't bear to let you down. Therefore, I specially invited Secretary Lin to present the dance that has been in preparation for quite some time. I hope you all will be generous in your understanding. Now, let us welcome Secretary Lin to the stage. Please give her a warm round of applause. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Chapter 91. The dance performance as Lin Yue stepped onto the stage. The applause intensified, now filled with a greater number of male voices. She donned a vibrant pink wig, a silver-gray sequined V-neck camisole, and a dark-toned ultra-short skirt, revealing a hint of her slim waist. Her makeup was slightly more pronounced than usual, yet not overly dramatic. Adorned with star-shaped embellishments at the corners of her eyes, sparkling with allure, she seemed to wear colored contact lenses, her every smile radiating sweetness and desire. He Yuan clutched the armrests, nearly losing his composure. How could she appear in such a manner? Zhou Yunkai quickly gestured for silence, chuckling. Secretary Lin is truly the star of the night. As this dance requires a partner, we now invite a gentleman to the stage for collaboration. I have a random selection system that will display names on the big screen. Since ladies will have even numbers and gentlemen odd, we will only draw from the odd numbers. I hope the gentleman whose number is drawn will come up to dance with Secretary Lin. He Yuan's fingers cracked as he tightened his grip, his eyes glinting with menace as he watched Zhou Yunkai. Lin Yue remained unfazed, knowing her partner had already been predetermined. However, she dared not glance at He Yuan, even though she was aware he was seated in the front row center. The big screen began to scroll, and all the single gentlemen were eager to participate. Many had never even seen Lin Yue, yet they were instantly captivated by her enchanting appearance. Just then, the screen halted, and the anticipation grew. He Lin cast a calm glance at his brother, pondering whether the gentleman dancing with his sister-in-law would still be able to return to work after the new year. If he did, he might find himself reassigned to Siberia. The number 27 appeared on the screen. Who is number 27? All the men promptly looked down at their number tags, sighing when they discovered it was not theirs. He Yuan tilted his head slightly, attempting to locate the gentleman with number 27. He Lin, ever quick-witted, instinctively checked his own number tag, and upon realizing it was not 27, immediately tugged at his brother's wrist. What are you doing? He Yuan snapped, irritated. He Lin's tone was no longer gentle. Upon seeing the number 27 on He Yuan's wrist, he lifted his brother's hand, exclaiming, "Here it is." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, including He Yuan himself. He quickly glanced at the number tag that had been thrust into his hands, and upon recognizing it, felt a surge of excitement within, though he maintained an impassive facade. When Zhou Yunkai announced that number 27 belonged to the esteemed He Yuan, the atmosphere of the event reached a new crescendo. Now let us invite Mr. He to the stage. He Yuan rose, cleared his throat, adjusted his suit, and calmly ascended the steps to the stage. The audience erupted into another wave of fervent cheers. Initially, it seemed He Yuan would respond to the cue with his usual nonchalance. Yet upon reaching the stage, he stood directly beside Lin Yue. Zhou Yunkai thrust the microphone towards him, prompting He Yuan to exclaim, "You all did a splendid job of keeping this from me. I had no idea the usually composed Secretary Lin had such a side to her." Zhou Yunkai inquired, "Mr. He, what are your thoughts on dancing with Secretary Lin?" His response was straightforward. "As long as I can remain still, I'm fine." This elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Zhou Yunkai turned to address the audience. "Today, Miss Su has arranged a special benefit for everyone. I hear this dance portrays the ambiguity between men and women during the courtship phase. Mr. He, you might need to loosen your tie a bit." The moment Zhou Yunkai's words left his lips, the female employees erupted into frenzied cheers. He Yuan cast a helpless glance at Zhou Yunkai, now on stage, his fate resting in the hands of the host. "How about this?" Su Ying raised her microphone. "To enhance the chemistry between Secretary Lin and Mr. He during the upcoming dance, let us have Secretary Lin assist in loosening this tie, shall we?" Zhou Yunkai nodded enthusiastically. "I think that's a splendid idea. What do you all think?" The audience responded with enthusiastic agreement. If it weren't for the open-air venue, the sound might have lifted the roof. Lin Yue was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. She hesitated, but Zhou Yunkai quickly pressed the microphone to her lips. "Are we really going to do this?" she asked, uncertainty evident in her voice. "Yes," came the enthusiastic reply from a female supervisor in the second row, followed by a chorus of "loosen it" from a crowd. Lin Yue cleared her throat, feigning unfamiliarity. "Well then, Mr. He, I must beg your pardon." He Yuan slightly turned and bent down, his cooperation prompting photographers and employees to raise their phones in eager anticipation. Lin Yu's fingers trembled as she gingerly loosened the tie, instinctively smoothing his collar. Upon realizing her actions were too familiar, she subtly stepped back. In the meantime, the stage had been prepared for the performance. Su Ying directed He Yuan to sit in the center of the stage, teasing, "Don't sit there like it's a meeting. This is a bar. You need to relax a bit." He Yuan accepted the rose handed to him by a staff member, nodding in acknowledgement. The stage lights dimmed momentarily, and when they brightened again, He Yuan appeared in a sleek black suit, his tie loosened just enough to reveal a hint of his alluring collarbone. One foot rested on a high stool, while the other remained planted on the ground. Holding the rose, his gaze followed Lin Yue, whose silhouette danced gracefully in the dim light. The typically refined and elegant man exuded a hint of rakish charm under the spotlight, igniting excitement among the audience. As the lights shifted again, moments later, Lin Yue was seen draping her arm over He Yuan's shoulder. With the infectious rhythm of the music, Lin Yue began to sway her hips around He Yuan. Despite having practiced extensively, facing He Yuan rendered her somewhat self-conscious, perhaps due to the female instructor she had practiced with. Yet, He Yuan's eyes remained fixated on her, and when Lin Yue playfully tugged at his tie, he couldn't help but place a hand on her waist. One seated, the other standing, the atmosphere was charged with palpable tension. The audience of women was nearly beside themselves, their voices hoarse from the evening's excitement. Considering Lin Yue's professionalism, the entire dance lasted only about 5 minutes. Yet it was a true challenge for her to maintain the facade of unfamiliarity while dancing with him. Her fair arms glided down He Yuan's shoulder, feigning an attempt to touch his chest, though her hands never truly made contact with his attire. He Yuan, in turn, deliberately swept the rose along her arm. A mischievous smile played on his lips, and the steamy, suggestive ambience ignited the entire venue, prompting even some men to rise and cheer. Lin Yue nearly stumbled due to his unexpected movements. Chapter 92. Fever. The stage lights flickered in a dazzling array as Lin Yue executed several more moves. As the music neared its conclusion, she grasped He Yuan's tie, rising on her toes to meet his gaze. Perhaps due to their desperate attempts to appear aloof, He Yuan could no longer contain himself, and before the dance concluded, broke into laughter. The crowd erupted in excitement. He laughed. Lin Yue too succumbed to the infectious atmosphere, and, just before the music faded, released him. Secretary Lin! Secretary Lin! The men in the audience shouted hoarsely, while He Yuan's smile faded into a knowing look directed at the crowd. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing Lin Yue to shiver. He Yuan did not wait for Zhou Yun's to speak, but directly took his microphone and said, "It's quite a challenge for the girls to wear so little in such cold weather. Everyone has worked hard." Zhou Yun understood that he was concerned for his wife and quickly spoke a few words before letting Lin Yue go backstage. Once Lin Yue donned her long down jacket, she felt a sense of life returning to her. After the third round of awards concluded, He Yuan quietly left his seat. As soon as he stepped off the stage, he sent Lin Yue a message, asking her to wait for him in the car. When he arrived at the vehicle, she was indeed already there. He Yuan opened the door, sat down, and immediately took her hand, inquiring, "Is it cold?" "Not anymore," Lin Yue replied. "It was a bit chilly on stage. But now it's fine." He Yuan pressed her hand to his lips and remarked, "Stay in the car. I'll come back to take you home once I finish the awards." Okay. It was nearly an hour before He Yuan returned. By that time, the event was winding down, and Lin Yue was about to wipe off her lipstick with a wet tissue when He Yuan stopped her, saying, "Do it when we get back." Lin Yue was puzzled. What was the difference between doing it now and later? He Yuan said nothing, but his foot pressed the accelerator a tad harder than usual. The car reached the underground garage, and He Yuan took her directly to the private elevator in the foyer. Before Lin Yue could react, he pressed her against the elevator wall and kissed her. With her neck craned uncomfortably, he lifted her effortlessly. Lin Yue wrapped her arms around his neck, surrendering to his kiss. Once the elevator arrived, He Yuan carried her into the bedroom and set her down. "Take off your coat." Lin Yue instinctively covered her down jacket, saying, "I'll go to the bathroom to change and remove my makeup." But to her surprise, He Yuan sat down on the sofa in the bedroom, watching her intently. "You're not allowed to take it off." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Yue nevertheless removed her jacket. "In the dead of winter, who told you to dress like that?" Noticing his slight irritation, Lin Yue knelt on the sofa, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said, "I've already worn it, so let us not dwell on the past." He Yuan's gaze roamed over her exposed collarbone, shoulders, waist, and thighs until he could no longer contain himself and playfully slapped her lower back, declaring from now on, "The annual meeting of the stars has nothing to do with you." Lin Yue scoffed, "Who cares? I didn't intend to dance anyway. I defreeze to death." Her last remark hinted at a touch of self-pity, and though He Yuan was well aware of her intention, he couldn't help but soften and pulled her into his embrace. Lin Yue smiled, as if she had discovered a way to deal with him. He Yuan's feigned anger, despite his jealousy, was oddly endearing. She playfully tugged at his tie, her fingers deliberately brushing against his collarbone. He Yuan captured her hand in his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. Yet, some people refused to back down and continued to gaze at him defiantly. Eventually, He Yuan could no longer hold back, pulling her close and kissing her deeply. She was set to return home early the next morning. Due to the nature of her work, she hardly ever took a break, and around the new year, she had a half-month's leave. He Yuan was unsure how many days he could withstand this absence, so it was destined to be a sleepless night. At 5 in the morning, after only 2 hours of sleep, He Yuan was jolted awake by the warmth beside him. Startled, he opened his eyes to find Lin Yue, who was afraid of the dark and thunder, had left a night light on. In the dim light, he noticed her furrowed brow. He reached out to touch her forehead, which felt alarmingly hot. He immediately half lifted her up and grabbed his phone from the bedside to call Aunt Qian. When Aunt Qian arrived, she carried a small medicine box. He Yuan held Lin Yue's head steady, tilting her face to one side as Aunt Qian inserted the ear thermometer 3 times to get an average reading. It was a concerning 39.5 degrees Celsius. "Quickly wake her up and give her fever-reducing medicine." He Yuan gently patted Lin Yue's cheek, calling out, "Yeah, wake up." "Yeah?" Lin Yue mumbled, struggling to open her eyes. "What's wrong?" Her voice was hoarse and weak. He Yuan supported her waist, helping her sit up. You have a fever. Lin Yue closed her eyes and leaned against him, murmuring, "It hurts." "What does it hurt?" He Yuan asked anxiously. "Your forehead? Or?" With Aunt Qian present, he stopped himself. It seemed likely that the fever was causing her joint pain. Understanding his concern, Aunt Qian suggested, "Let the young madam take some fever medicine, drink plenty of water, and once the fever subsides, she'll be fine. If you're worried, we could call the family doctor." He Yuan nodded. "Give me the fever medicine." Aunt Qian handed him the pills and went outside to fetch warm water. He felt guilty for having let her be exposed to the cold air and for their playful antics for so long. It was no wonder Lin Yue had fallen ill. She felt as if she were burning up in his arms. He Yuan tenderly caressed her cheek and coaxed, "Sweetheart, open your eyes, take the medicine, and then you can sleep." Lin Yue groaned softly, clearly wanting to sleep rather than take the medicine. "No, you must take the medicine. You're burning up at 39.5 degrees. You could become delirious." He Yuan lifted her from his embrace and took the warm water from Aunt Qian's hands, soothingly saying, "Be good, yeah?" Lin Yue opened her eyes to take the cup. He Yuan guided her hand, indicating that she should place the pill in her mouth. Lin Yue felt miserable all over, but knew she had a fever, so she struggled to swallow a large gulp of water with the pill. He Yuan brushed his fingers against her dry lips and asked, "Do you want more water?" Lin Yue nodded, "Yes." Aunt Qian took the cup from He Yuan and filled it again. Lin Yue drank from his hand, and He Yuan gently patted her back, saying, "Take your time. Don't rush." Lin Yue slowed her drinking. After finishing a cup, she felt her throat ease and then leaned back into He Yuan's embrace. Noticing this, Aunt Qian quickly exited the bedroom. He Yuan held Lin Yue, who was feeling weak, and said, "Let us sleep a little longer. It's still early." Lin Yue murmured in agreement. "It's been a long time since I've had a fever. It's uncomfortable." "I know, so I'll hold you while you sleep." "Okay. Once the fever breaks, you'll feel better. Are you hungry? Should I have Aunt Qian prepare something for you?" "I don't want to eat. I want to sleep." He Yuan cradled her back down, gently patting her. Before long, Lin Yue fell asleep again. Chapter 93. I will miss you. My husband at 9 in the morning. Lin Yue slowly awoke. She propped herself up on her arms, feeling uncomfortable as she tugged at her collar. She felt sticky all over and touched her forehead, which was no longer hot. It seemed she had sweated quite a bit during her fever. Lin Yue threw off the covers and got out of bed, but as soon as her feet hit the floor, she fell back onto the edge of the bed. He Yuan walked in and saw Lin Yue looking bewildered, clutching the bed. He hurried over and picked her up, saying, "Why didn't you call me when you woke up?" Lin Yue looked despondent, thinking, "It's just a fever. It's not like I can't stand." This thought made her unable to suppress her irritation. "Could you exercise a little restraint in the future?" He Yuan, feeling guilty, said nothing as he carried her into the bathroom. "You go out. I can shower myself. You just got over a fever. Can you handle it?" Lin Yue glared at him, and He Yuan quickly set her down, raising his hands in surrender. All right, you can wash yourself. I'll wait outside." Lin Yue huffed and closed the bathroom door. Just as she did, she opened it again. "Wait, I'm supposed to go home today, right?" He Yuan replied. "I've already changed your flight. How can you leave when you're sick? Let us go tomorrow. One day earlier or later doesn't make a difference," Lin Yue said, closing the door again. After a shower, she realized she was quite hungry, but thankfully Aunt Qian had prepared a light breakfast. Lin Yue had barely eaten a few bites when her family called, inquiring about her flight. She hastily made up an excuse and hung up. After breakfast, Lin Yue lay on the bed, playing on her phone, and He Yuan came in as well. They rarely had such leisure time together without anything pressing to attend to. Lin Yue rested on his lap and asked, "Are you going back to the He family villa tomorrow? How do wealthy people celebrate the new year?" He Yuan gently threaded his fingers through her hair and chuckled softly. "It's all the same. Last year, my parents went straight to the seaside for a holiday. Every year, someone comes knocking at our door to pay their New Year respects. My father finds it bothersome. This year, since I am getting married, it is a relief. Otherwise, I would have to visit my grandmother, and I would inevitably be pressured about marriage." Lin Yue suddenly sat up. "But we haven't made it public yet. What if someone pressures you this year? What can I do?" He Yuan lightly pinched her cheek. "My heart belongs to you. I shall marry no one else." Lin Yue broke into a smile. "Are you satisfied now?" She nodded repeatedly, content. He Yuan looked down at Lin Yue, who had once again rested her head on his lap, and said, "You must keep in touch with me every day when you return. Understood?" "I understand," she replied. Noticing her nonchalance, He Yuan frowned slightly. According to Lin Yue's previous words, she did not get along well with the elders in her family, who favored boys over girls, and he feared for her well-being. Unbeknownst to Lin Yue, who remained carefree as she played on her phone. The next day, she embarked on her journey home after a day of rest. He Yuan personally escorted her to the airport, helping her adjust her hair and hat as he said, "Don't compromise your happiness. If you feel unhappy, come back." Lin Yue nodded. In just a few months, her home had transformed from a house in City C to wherever He Yuan was. "Did you bring the card I gave you? Buy some things for your parents and aunt. I can't do it this year, but I will personally come shop next year." Unable to resist, Lin Yue wrapped her arms around his neck. "I will miss you, husband." He Yuan stood frozen, momentarily stunned by her address. When he regained his senses, she had already dashed away. Thanks to He Yuan, Lin Yue's travel time was noticeably reduced, and she spent the night at Lin Yue's place, thus celebrating the new year in advance with her. Upon arriving at the bus station, her brother Lin Chong was there to greet her. "You seem taller again?" Lin Chong paused, scratching his head sheepishly. "Maybe. I eat a lot." Lin Yue chuckled. "Come on, let's go home." The atmosphere of celebration was palpable at home, and on the way back to the wonton shop, they passed numerous stalls selling New Year's goods and couplets. In recent years, Lin Chong had taken it upon himself to write the couplets. Lin Anyang and Yu Feng were delighted by their daughter's return, preparing to butcher chickens and fish. Observing this, the elderly matriarch interjected, "That chicken is for Chong Chong. His studies are demanding. If you want to eat, just buy some. You can't find a proper free-range chicken at the market." These two were bought from the countryside, Lin Yue remarked. "I don't like milk. My sister works hard enough." Lin Yue rolled her eyes, initially intending to remain silent. However, recalling He Yuan's earlier encouragement not to endure grievances, she boldly stated, "Mom, I want to eat this free-range chicken." All right, I'll make it for you," Yu Feng said, disregarding the matriarch, and opened the refrigerator. Lin Anyang stayed silent, busying himself with caring for Lin Yue. The elderly matriarch sulked as she sat on the sofa. Not long after Lin Yue had arrived, and with mealtime approaching, she felt a bit hungry. After finishing a banana, she intended to rest before discarding the peel, but the matriarch couldn't help herself, criticizing her for being a lazy girl who would never find a husband. Lin Yue, forcing a smile, clutched a cushion and called into the house, "Lin Chong." Lin Chong rushed out to see what was wrong. "What is it, sister? Please throw away the banana peel for me." "Okay." Lin Chong obediently picked up the banana peel from the coffee table and tossed it into the trash. The matriarch was nearly incensed. She stood to point at Lin Yue. "How dare you order your brother around? If you behave like this at home, how will your husband tolerate it in your new family? Will your mother-in-law be pleased?" Lin Yue thought to herself, "My mother-in-law even collaborates with me in directing He Yuan. What are you doing?" Lin Chong, unable to bear it any longer, retorted, "Has it been this way every time sister comes home for years? Is she indebted to you? Can't we all get along peacefully? Must always be quarrels?" Lin Chong likely feared expressing even stronger defiance, turning in frustration to shut himself in his room. The matriarch fell silent. In this family, apart from Lin Chong, no one could rein her in. Lin Yue turned and knocked on Lin Chong's door. He opened it briefly before closing it again. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair and said, "Sister, if I told you I really dislike the way she acts, would you believe me?" Lin Yue gently adjusted his hair and nodded. "I believe you." Lin Chong plopped down into his chair. "She thinks she's doing what's best for me, but it's just her bias toward boys. If I were a girl, she probably wouldn't even glance my way. She brags about her grandson everywhere, in the community and at the wonton shop. Now, I avoid people." Lin Yue offered no consolation, but asked, "With the college entrance examination in June next year, do you have a school in mind?" Lin Chong glanced at her, his fists tightening briefly before he relaxed them, and finally murmured, "Police Academy." Lin Yue blinked in surprise. "Police Academy? But your personality doesn't seem suited for that." Chapter 94. A day apart feels like 3 seasons. Lin Chong's demeanor was rather gentle compared to other boys. Perhaps an inheritance from Yu Feng's character. Take the incident with Lin Anyang, for instance. He had cried while calling Lin Yue. Seeing him with his head bowed, Lin Yue softly asked, "What made you think of applying to the police academy?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chong replied, "I feel my character resembles Mom's a bit, and I am somewhat timid. My classmates laugh at me for being a cowardly boy, and I don't want to be like that." Lin Yue inquired, "Have you thought this through?" "I have. I've been thinking this way since my 2nd year of high school." "Then what else is there to say? Your future is your own, and no one else can be responsible for it but you. Mom and Dad may not understand, and the matriarch will only complicate things. I support you." "Thank you, sister." A newfound brightness illuminated Lin Chong's face, his eyes sparkling more than before. Lin Yue ruffled his hair affectionately before leaving the room. She suspected that Lin Chong's character stemmed from the matriarch's unbounded pampering during his childhood. Though he was a boy, they treated him delicately, fearing he would get hurt. Now that Lin Chong recognized his character flaws and contemplated his future, Lin Yue felt a sense of satisfaction. Although Yu Feng's disposition was gentle, her hands were swift, and soon 6 dishes and a soup were served at the table. Because Lin Yue had returned today, the wonton shop was closed, much to the matriarch's chagrin. Yu Feng was an excellent cook, and Lin Yue hadn't had her mother's cooking in a long time, especially since her last hurried visit to handle Lin Anyang's affairs. As lunch neared its conclusion, Yu Feng and Lin Anyang exchanged glances, unable to contain themselves any longer, and tentatively asked, "Yeah, the new year falls on the 26th this year, right? Do you remember the elderly lady who often came to eat wontons? The one dressed very luxuriously?" Lin Yue looked up. "I remember. What about her? She has returned from the city to retire, and said she wants to introduce her younger son to you. Mom has inquired, and he is." "Mom," Lin Yue interrupted, "I already have a boyfriend." At her declaration, everyone paused to stare at her. Yu Feng dropped her chopsticks. "You have a boyfriend? Is he someone you met at work? You mentioned before that your roommate's mother always sets you up, right? Is he one of those introductions?" Lin Yue shook her head. "No, we met on our own. We work at the same company." Lin Anyang wiped his mouth. "Where's he from?" "Local to City C," Lin Yue replied. "Local?" Yu Feng exclaimed. "Can someone from a big city find someone from our small county?" Yeah. Don't be deceived." "Mom, what can he possibly deceive me about? He has a house and a car here. What could he gain from deceiving me?" Lin Chong suddenly chimed in. "Maybe he asks after your beauty?" Lin Yue playfully swatted him. "What are you thinking? I have met his parents, and they seem quite nice." Lin Anyang asked, "You met his parents already?" "It was merely a chance encounter, not a deliberate visit." Yu Feng inquired, "Do you have a photo?" Lin Yue shook her head. "No, but he has a very pleasing appearance. Besides, I wouldn't be interested in someone unattractive." Lin Liang and Yu Feng exchanged glances, both filled with the same concern. They understood their daughter well. She was not one to toy with emotions. At 26, she was undoubtedly seeking marriage. However, the distance to Sea City was considerable, akin to a long-distance marriage. What if EF faced any hardships there, and her family could not reach her? Throughout the afternoon, Yu Feng appeared lost in thought. Before bedtime, she could no longer resist knocking on her daughter's door. In the past, to avoid the elderly matriarch, Lin Yue often stayed at Lin Anyu's place, but the family had kept a room for her. During the new year, it was inappropriate to stay at Lin Anyu's, especially since she was not in H City for the festivities. Lin Yue opened the door, and Yu Feng entered, sitting beside her on the bed. Lin Yue seemed to sense her mother's worries and pulled out her phone. "Mom, look at this photo I just had him take. Isn't he handsome?" Yu Feng peered at the screen, seeing a refined and attractive young man with a gentle smile, dressed in gray loungewear. "Is this your boyfriend?" Lin Yue nodded. "Isn't he quite dashing?" Yu Feng agreed. "He resembles a movie star. But yeah, don't tell me you're only attracted to his looks. Remember, appearance alone won't sustain you. You must remain vigilant." "Mom, that's not what I meant. While looks are important, character is paramount. He is wonderful, truly wonderful, and his family is equally kind." Seeing her daughter so assured, Yu Feng decided to change the subject. "What is his name, and who else is in his family?" "His name is He Yuan. His parents are loving, and he has a younger brother in elementary school. When you plan to bring him home to meet us?" Lin Yue replied with a smile. "He said after the new year, around May Day." "May Day? That's soon, just 3 months away." "Yes, when the time comes, you'll see for yourself. Trust me." "All right, get some rest. I'll leave you now." Once her mother exited, Lin Yue eagerly initiated a video call with He Yuan. She lay on her bed, her legs playfully swinging. Yu Feng, peering through the door, saw her daughter grinning like a blooming flower. He Yuan had just finished a shower, his hair slightly damp, and answered the call. "How does my mother feel about my looks?" Lin Yue chuckled. "She is satisfied. She said you look like a movie star." He Yuan smiled back. "You won't believe it, but when I was a child, I was approached by talent scouts while shopping with my mother. So if you hadn't become a CEO, would you have entered the entertainment industry?" "Not really. I have no interest in the spotlight." Lin Yue rested her chin on her hands, gazing at He Yuan's handsome face. Her eyes filled with affection, a smile gracing her lips. She swung her legs and said, "My parents know I have a boyfriend now." "It's clearly a husband," he retorted. "Who rushed you into that?" Lin Yue teased, "We just started dating, and you were to want to take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. If you had followed the normal pace, we wouldn't be in this predicament." "Normal pace?" Think about it. How many blind dates did you go on before me? If even one had been successful, I wouldn't be here today. I believe having a written agreement offers legal protection. Lin Yue scoffed at his flawed reasoning. He Yuan chuckled, then sighed as he looked at Lin Yue. What is wrong? Why the sigh? Lin Yue asked. It's only been 2 days. How will I endure the remaining days? I finally get a break for the new year, and it's still like this. My grandmother keeps pestering me about not bringing home my future wife. You're exaggerating. It's only been half a month. Darling, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. You do the math. Lin Yue shyly buried her face in her pillow. Why could he say sweet nothings so seriously? Chapter 95. No worries, my legs are long. The news of Lin Yue's new boyfriend spread like wildfire, reaching everyone from regulars at the wonton shop to neighbors nearby. This year, Lin Yue found herself more at peace. However, on New Year's Eve, while delivering gifts to Lin Yue with Lin Chong, a shocking incident unfolded. Lin Yue's home appeared to have been ransacked, with all her precious plants destroyed. Soil was scattered everywhere, and the front door stood ajar. Lin Yue and Lin Chong exchanged a knowing glance before entering. The house was filled with smoke, and Lin Yue, dressed lightly with a ghostly visage and disheveled hair, clearly had been crying. Lin Yue draped a coat over her shoulders and asked, Annie, what happened? Lin Yue shook her head, her voice hoarse and weak. What have you brought me this time? It was an obvious attempt to divert the conversation. Lin Yue had already deduced who was responsible and turned to Lin Chong. I'll take Annie upstairs. You clean this up? Lin Chong nodded. Lin Yue led Lin Yue to the bedroom upstairs, handing her a towel. What did Su Su do? Lin Yue shook her head. Stop shielding her. When you divorced Chun Jiran, even though Su Su was granted to him, you still had visiting rights. You were merely going to see her. Did she really need to destroy everything here? Lin Yue, weary, covered her face with the towel. He couldn't raise Su Su properly. Why didn't he let me take her away back then? Yeah, Su Su feels like a stranger to me now. I can't find a single redeeming quality in her. Lin Yue sighed. Su Su has no one to care for her. She doesn't even want your concern. Lin Yue pounded her chest. I am so angry, yeah. Auntie. Lin Yue stepped forward to embrace her. You still have me. Lin Yue patted her hand. Thank goodness for you. Lin Yue was the highest hope she had for Su Su. On New Year's Eve, Lin Yue couldn't bear to leave Lin Yue alone. But Lin Yue refused to accompany her back. Thus, Lin Yue sent Lin Chong ahead and stayed behind. Lin Liang and Yu Feng said nothing, perhaps feeling pity for Lin Yue being alone. While other families celebrated joyfully, Lin Yue and Lin Yue's home felt desolate. Before 9 o'clock, Lin Yue went to bed. Lin Yue stepped onto the balcony and scrolled through her phone, initially intending to call He Yuan, but realized he was likely enjoying a family reunion dinner. She put her phone away, resting her arms on the railing, gazing at the distant twinkling lights. When Lin Yue got married, she was still young, only recalling the grandeur of the wedding and how beautiful her aunt looked. She was the only university student from her village, supported by her late grandfather and father's frugal savings. Lin Yue also excelled. She did not waste her time in college and secured a position in a Fortune 500 company right after graduation. During a meeting, her outstanding performance and high emotional intelligence caught the attention of the chairman, who appointed her as his secretary. Everything was going smoothly until she encountered Chun Jiran. He was the chairman's only son, charming, humorous, and humble, quite unlike the typical wealthy heirs. Initially, Lin Yue resisted due to their differences in status, but eventually succumbed to his persistent and heartfelt advances. Having never been in love before, Lin Yue found herself deeply enchanted, believing Chun Jiran was her destined prince. He showered her with everything he had. After 6 years of marriage and 1 daughter, Chun Su Lin Yue was treated like royalty, yet that same year, she was cast into despair. Lin Yue was 10 at the time, and Lin Yue, pregnant with her second child, discovered Chun Jiran's infidelity. Chun Jiran, unrepentant, immediately renounced his previous vows to Lin Yue and swiftly fell into a new love. Lin Yue lost their unborn son due to the emotional turmoil. They divorced quickly, with custody of the child awarded to the father, primarily because Su Su did not want to stay with Lin Yue. At that time, Chen's family was experiencing a tumultuous period. Lin Yue seized the opportunity to secure the highest alimony, along with the right to visit her child annually. Why would she refuse such a sum? Especially when she witnessed the ashen face of Chun Jiran. A sense of satisfaction washed over her. Lin Yue indulged in this windfall, living a life of carefree abandon. Upon returning home, she became the envy of all. It was only when Lin Yue grew older that she understood this money was tainted with Lin Anyu's youth, love, children, and the capabilities of a lost partner. Lin Anyu was eager to spend this money in a single night. Now Lin Yue comprehended that Lin Anyu's resentment was not solely directed at Chun Jiaran's infidelity, but rather at his emotional betrayal. All the deep affections once bestowed upon one person were suddenly transferred to another woman without warning. Had Chun Jiaran merely strayed, Lin Anyu would not have been driven to the brink of despair. His affection for another woman led Lin Anyu to doubt the authenticity of their past. She began to hallucinate. Lin Yue always knew that without Su, Lin Anyu might no longer exist in this world. With a deep sigh, Lin Yue buried her face in her arms. Just then, her phone in her pocket rang. She answered hello. A gentle voice greeted her, Happy New Year. Lin Yue instinctively smiled. Happy New Year. He Yuan stood on the balcony of his villa, softly inquiring, What are you doing? Lin Yue feigned nonchalance. What else could I be doing? It's New Year's Eve, of course. I'm having a reunion dinner, watching the Spring Festival Gala. And while we can't set off firecrackers, fairy wands are still permissible. However, He Yuan fell silent. Lin Yue called his name with suspicion. Really? Then why can I only hear the howling cold wind and your feigned ease? Lin Yue felt deflated. How could he be so perceptive? Darling, have you been wronged? He Yuan asked tenderly. Even though He Yuan couldn't see her, Lin Yue shook her head. No, my aunt had a little incident. And I'm worried about her being alone at home, but I didn't want you to worry, so I lied. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. I was just thinking, if you have something on your mind and don't share it with me, who else do you expect to confide in? ISNT today, New Year's Eve? I didn't want to burden you with these matters. I just wanted to bring you some joy. That's evasive. Will you listen to my evasions? I will, He Yuan replied helplessly. Lin Yue laughed. That is more like it. Let us postpone everything until today. Have you set off fireworks yet? No, He Lin said it was childish. I would love to, but you're not here. If you were, it would surely be livelier. My mother complains about the three of us, mentioning you during dinner, urging me to hurry to your house, saying it's unfair for me to get the marriage certificate first. Lin Yue chuckled. It'll be soon. I hope President He Yuan be timid and be prepared for a broken leg. It's fine, my legs are long. Lin Yue burst into laughter at his words. What does having long legs have to do with broken ones? Chapter 96. Will you wait for me together? Before returning to Sea City, Lin Yue had been staying with Lin Anyu. She tended to Lin Anyu's flowers and plants, as if safeguarding Lin Anyu's hopes and her own dreams. Observing Lin Anyu's serene demeanor, she remarked, Auntie, spring is approaching. Lin Anyu responded, Yes, go to work, don't worry about me. Lin Yue complied, lying beside her to bask in the sun and admire the clear sky. The next morning, Lin Onliang brought Lin Yue's luggage over. Dad, my aunt wants Mom to visit often. Lin Onliang nodded, Don't worry, your mother and I will come once a month. But you need to take care of yourself out there. Even though you have a boyfriend, you should always be cautious. Got it. Let us go. I'll take you to the airport. Lin Yue nodded, relieved it was her mother sending her off, as she would undoubtedly ask a multitude of questions. Normally, they traveled by car. Why had she taken a plane these past 2 trips? Were the tickets expensive? Who bought them? Her father was a blessing in this regard. Before boarding the plane, Lin Yue messaged He Yuan, knowing he was aware since he had arranged for the tickets. At 1 p.m., the plane landed on time. Upon exiting the terminal, Lin Yue spotted the tall figure of He Yuan, clad in a dark gray coat, beaming at her. Her heart leapt with joy, and she rushed toward him, throwing herself into his arms. He Yuan embraced her tightly, gently nudging her ear with his lips. Welcome home. Lin Yue clung to He Yuan, reluctant to let go, biting her lip to suppress her smile, tinged with a long-lost shyness. He Yuan pushed her suitcase aside, affectionately smiling as he intertwined their fingers. Having not eaten well on the plane, He Yuan took her directly to the He family villa. When she saw everyone seated together, Lin Yue was astonished. Haven't you all eaten yet? He Yuan shook his head, smiling. I told them to start, but they insisted on waiting for you. Lin Yue was taken aback. Before she could feel touched, Jiang Nanji pulled her to sit down. Aren't you hungry? Hurry and sit down to eat. Flying can be tiring, can it? Lin Yue smiled at Jiang Nanji. Not at all. It's much easier than the long bus rides I used to take. Previously, she would endure over 10 hours on the bus to return home. Jiang Nanji ceased their chat, and the family enjoyed a meal together. Since they had to work the next day, He Yuan took Lin Yue back to Yuelon Yunting in the afternoon. He Yuan intended to steal a moment of intimacy, but Lin Yue immediately grabbed her laptop to start working. He Yuan, Lin Yue giggled. I'm just sorting out the materials for tomorrow's work. I have to hand over my tasks to He Yuan, right? I'll categorize them into completed, pending, and in progress. He Yuan wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, gently kissing her cheek. Just then, He Yuan's phone rang. Lin Yue nudged him. He kept one arm around her waist while answering the call. Hello. The Commercial Plaza project? Yes, it's the main project for Xingxing this year. The Chen family? Which Chen family? The Chen Bin father and son? All right, I understand. We'll discuss it at work. Lin Yue stiffened. The Chen family? As far as she knew, Chen Jiaran's father was indeed named Chen Bin, and Chen Jiaran was from our city. What's wrong? He Yuan noticed Lin Yue seemed distracted and reached out to touch her face. Lin Yue snapped back to reality, shaking her head. Nothing, just curious about the project you mentioned. It's a Commercial Plaza project from Xingxing that hasn't launched yet. The Chen father and son have already made connections through He Yuan's. But they released news before the new year about signing a strategic partnership with a local real estate group. Lin Yue realized that this Chen Bin was indeed the real estate mogul from our city and Lin Anyu's ex-husband's family. The world felt incredibly small. Typically, Lin Yue never inquired about his work. Noticing her contemplative expression, He Yuan furrowed his brows. What's on your mind? Nothing, Lin Yue insisted. I was just wondering if this project means you'll be traveling often for work. Traveling is inevitable, but I will definitely take you with me. Lin Yue scoffed. Starting tomorrow, I'm no longer your secretary. Her feisty demeanor amused He Yuan. Unable to resist, he pulled her in for a kiss. Their lips met, transforming longing into a tangible expression. Lin Yue reciprocated without hesitation, wrapping her arms around his neck. As the kiss ended, He Yuan tilted her chin, not a secretary, but a wife. Lin Yue smiled, teasing, who takes their wife on business trips? Only you, I suppose. And my dad, He Yuan added, but I can't compare to him. My mother doesn't work, so she goes wherever he goes. She is almost fed up with him. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with laughter, a reflection of her parents' strong bond. He Yuan lifted her onto his lap and asked, do you think our relationship is lacking? Lin Yue gazed at He Yuan's handsome face, hesitating to respond. For some reason, her mind was filled with the past entanglements of her aunt and Chen Jiaran. In this world, love that endures from the beginning to the end of life is exceedingly rare, as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Having experienced the events surrounding Lin Yue, she had always thought of love as overly idealistic, which is why she had no desire for romance in college. When a senior she had once liked withdrew after a period of acquaintance, her roommates remarked that with her clear-headedness, she was ill-suited for love. Following graduation, her approach to blind dates was grounded in mutual respect, aiming for a tranquil and stable life together. The absence of love did not matter, as it was not a necessity. Yet, everything changed upon meeting He Yuan. This mature and composed man, who had weathered many storms, held a fairy tale-like view of love. And indeed, he infused his own love with vibrant hues. Perhaps this was influenced by his family background, but even among the elite in the business world, He Tian represented a rare breed. Why the days? Are you lost in thought? Are you tired? Lin Yue snapped back to reality at He Yuan's prompting, tilting her head to meet his gaze, smiling as she replied, our relationship is wonderful now, and I hope it remains so. He Yuan detected a hint of uncertainty in her tone and drew her into his embrace, saying, you must think our relationship is good simply because it is new. I understand that few can love just one person for a lifetime. But yeah, I cannot prove anything right now. Let time bear witness. Will you wait with me? Lin Yue wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against his chest, nodding, I am willing, since embarking on the journey of marriage. She had silently affirmed her willingness countless times. Chapter 97. Lin's secretary, please come in. The following day, upon arriving at work, Lin Yue reported to He Yuan's. Before work commenced, He Yuan's had arranged her workstation and announced the personnel changes via the internal platform. From today onward, all tasks requiring Lin Yue's coordination will be transferred to He Yuan. Witnessing the professional dynamic between He Yuan and He Yuan made Lin Yue realize just how amiable He Yuan had been towards her. She had previously insisted it was not love at first sight, yet she felt it was undeniably so. Proudly clutching her files, Lin Yue turned and returned to the workstation that once belonged to He Yuan, now hers. Since Lin Yue's transfer, He Yuan's frown deepened, as his wife no longer accompanied him for meals. On the first day of work, the team had dined together, but thereafter, it became impossible to arrange another gathering. Even He Yuan's attempts were futile. Lin Yue's stance was clear, avoid suspicion. He Yuan finished the meal Xiao Yun had prepared for him with an impassive expression before dialing Zhou Yun's. Zhou Yun's nodded vigorously, nearly bursting with laughter. This usually composed He Yuan had grown increasingly childish since marrying, resembling He Hongtian more and more, and it seemed he would soon be scorned by Secretary Lin. Lin Yue chatted with Yao Xing for a while, and was about to rest her head for a midday nap when a business call interrupted her. She answered, and Zhou Yun's voice came through. "Lin's secretary, please come in." Lin Yue rose and knocked on Zhou Yun's office door before entering. Zhou Yun pointed with a smile towards He Yuan's office, saying, "President, he wants to see you." Lin Yue's face flushed instantly. Zhou Yun's office was mere inches from He Yuan's. Now that she was no longer his secretary, was this a roundabout way for him to summon her? She awkwardly smiled at Zhou Yun before stepping into He Yuan's office. He Yuan sat in his chair, a smile gracing his face as he regarded her. "What brings you here?" Lin Yue, a mix of embarrassment and irritation, retorted, "You summoned me during lunch break without considering that others might see." He Yuan grasped her wrist and pulled her to sit sideways on his lap. "Why didn't you join me for lunch?" "It was inappropriate," she replied. "Everyone else was present." "Why was it inappropriate?" Lin Yue countered, "It's not feasible to have lunch together every day, is it?" Even Yao Xing began to harbor doubts. He Yuan lamented, "As it stands, aside from the morning when you helped me with my tie, I've received no benefits whatsoever. We can't even share lunch breaks, nor can we leave together at the start or end of the day." His voice held a hint of sadness, causing Lin Yue to feel a pang of sympathy. Yet, she had come to understand He Yuan's nature. Sometimes he would retreat to advance, leaving her without recourse. Lin Yue cupped his face and kissed him gently. "What do we do? If I were to remain in Zhou Yun's office for too long, wouldn't that raise more suspicion? The suspicion would inevitably fall upon you." He Yuan's expression darkened, and he tapped her lower back, warning, "I advise you to keep your distance while working. You may speak, but do not lean in too closely. Also, I overheard Zhou Yun mention a male colleague who accompanied you from the elevator to the entrance yesterday." The acidity in his words prompted Lin Yue to quickly kiss him again, explaining, "He is a junior supervisor under Vice President Wei. We simply rode down together, and I replied to his greeting." He Yuan grunted, "Don't think I'm oblivious. They must have met you at the annual meeting. That chaos bringer Su Ying not only causes her own troubles, but drags other spouses into her antics. You'd best avoid her." "That may be challenging," Lin Yue replied. He Yuan frowned immediately. "What do you mean?" "Su Ying is about to join another production as a secretary and mentioned she would come to your company for advice. She asked if I could bring Yao Xing along, since she has been here the longest." Yao Xing is ecstatic. She is a fan of Su Ying. He Yuan rubbed his temples in exasperation. "So, you're telling me that after work tonight, I won't see you, we can't go home together, and we're certainly not having dinner?" Lin Yue playfully poked his face, but she has already agreed. He Yuan surrendered. "Darling, please don't speak to me in that tone, especially during lunch break with others around." Lin Yue widened her eyes slightly, playfully hitting his shoulder as she attempted to rise. "You rogue." He Yuan stood with her, pulling her back just before she reached the door, pinning her against the wall. His presence loomed over her, silencing her protests. If that were the case, he saw no harm in collecting a bit of interest ahead of time. Lin Yue felt she had lingered too long, hastily pecking him before trying to escape, only to find He Yuan holding her shoulder with one hand while the other cradled the back of her head, melding their lips together. Lin Yue squirmed slightly, and as He Yuan kissed her, he tightened his grip on her wrist and pushed her arm down, enveloping her waist and drawing her closer. It was only when Lin Yue ceased to resist that his touch softened. After spending time together, Lin Yue had come to realize that He Yuan's tenderness was genuine, but so was his fierceness. Especially in matters of intimacy, he permitted no hint of defiance. He Yuan claimed her as his own, allowing her the freedom to be herself, lavishing her with affection. Yet in these intimate moments, he preferred to take charge, asserting control. Thus, every encounter in their married life often left Lin Yue feeling exhausted. Their passionate kiss seemed to last an eternity, and when Lin Yue exited Zhou Yun's office, she kept her head down, utterly embarrassed. Yao Xing, having grown concerned about Lin Yue's prolonged absence, mistook her demeanor for one of reprimand. "What happened? Did Zhou Yun scold you?" Lin Yue shook her head. "No." "Then why do you look like you're on the verge of tears?" Lin Yue's face flushed crimson, and she quickly took a sip of water from a nearby cup. "Oh dear, what is wrong with your lips? They seem a bit swollen." Puff, cough, cough. Lin Yue accidentally sprayed water onto the table, quickly grabbing 2 tissues to dab at the mess. Yao Xing called out, offering her 2 more tissues. "Secretary Lin, did I say something? Why are you so agitated?" Lin Yue awkwardly shook her head. "It's nothing. I'm just a bit thirsty and drank too quickly. I choked. It has nothing to do with you." Yao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought it was my fault." Lin Yue could only respond with a smile. Stealing a glance at the door of He Yuan's office, she vowed to herself not to enter again during break time. Chapter 98. What do you want to do after work that evening? Lin Yue and Yao Xing headed straight to the restaurant reserved by Su Ying. As a public figure, Su Ying frequented places with good privacy. She also brought along 2 friends, 1 male and 1 female, causing Yao Xing to nearly leap with excitement upon seeing them. The woman was part of the behind-the-scenes crew, while the man was the newly crowned Best Actor, Zhou Yao. Yao Xing eagerly requested autographs and photos, and Lin Yue discreetly asked for one as well. During the new year at her aunt's house, she had accompanied Lin Yue to watch one of his films. Su Ying continually sought advice from Yao Xing and Lin Yue regarding workplace matters, while Zhou Yao quietly tended to her, offering tea and water in a manner that Lin Yue found strikingly familiar. It mirrored how He Yuan cared for her at the dining table. Seizing the moment when Yao Xing and Su Ying were engrossed in conversation, Lin Yue observed them for a long while, ultimately concluding that Zhou Yao harbored feelings for Su Ying. However, Su Ying was blissfully unaware. The meal progressed slowly as everyone got caught up in conversation. Being night owls, Su Ying and her friends insisted on going karaoke after dinner. Lin Yue was about to decline when she caught Yao Xing's pleading glance that seemed to say, "Please, Secretary Lin, I want to go." Su Ying wrapped her arm around Lin Yue's shoulder and whispered just loud enough for the 2 to hear, "It's fine. I'll call He Yuan to come pick you up." Reluctantly, Lin Yue nodded. Both Yao Xing and Zhou Yao had driven, so they split into 2 cars. However, barely 10 minutes into the drive, Zhou Yao's driver noticed they were being followed, identifying the pursuers as paparazzi. Zhou Yao frowned in disgust and called Su Ying, advising her to be cautious. At that moment, 2 black cars surged up on either side, paralleling Zhou Yao's vehicle. Su Ying's driver, alerted to the situation, also took note of the following cars. With traffic being quite heavy, Zhou Yao suggested Su Ying proceed while he stayed back to handle the matter. Lin Yue and Yao Xing exchanged worried glances, both startled by the unfolding situation. Su Ying, not one to shy away from loyalty, parked where there were fewer people after Zhou Yao chose a less crowded spot. As Su Ying lowered her window to look back, Lin Yue caught sight of a familiar figure. She instinctively leaned closer to the window for a better look. Indeed, it was Chun Xulin. The memory of her aunt's garden being vandalized ignited a surge of anger within Lin Yue. She tapped Su Ying and said, "Does your driver have any skills?" Su Ying nodded. "Yes, why?" "Tell him to let me out. I'll handle those paparazzi." "No way. If you get hurt, He Yuan will tear me apart." "I'll call him to come pick you up right now." "Don't call him." Lin Yue quickly held her back. "Don't panic. I'm not going to confront him head on. I know the girl in charge. Trust me, I will take care of it." Su Ying looked skeptical. "Really?" "Absolutely. She sees me like a mouse sees a cat." "You have my word." Reluctantly, Su Ying nodded and opened the car door, allowing her driver to follow Lin Yue out. Yao Xing stood in shock, realizing they seemed to have forgotten she was still in the car. He Yuan? Was it the He Yuan she was thinking of? After all, everyone knew Su Ying's connection to the He family. If something were to happen to Secretary Lin, He Yuan would surely wreak havoc on Su Ying. What a grudge that would be. When Su Ying glanced back and saw Yao Xing deep in thought, her body stiffened. Oh no, the secret was out. Lin Yue, accompanied by the driver, approached the chaotic scene surrounding Zhou Yao. The paparazzi were snapping photos vigorously, banging on the windows, but Zhou Yao remained inside, leaving his driver to negotiate, claiming he had already called the police. However, such words held no weight with the paparazzi. Lin Yue strode over, exuding an imposing presence. The girl in charge, Chun Xulin, halted mid-action, instinctively turning to face the face that haunted her nightmares. Lin Yue advanced, swatting the girl's phone away. "I was just contemplating where to find you for revenge, and here you are, presenting yourself. I warn you, if you don't want to be beaten, you better disappear from my sight with this crowd immediately. Otherwise, I will treat you just as I did when you were a child." You dare?" Chun Xulin retorted defiantly, yet the fear ingrained in her from childhood resurfaced as she faced Lin Yue, who had once nearly drowned her in a fit of anger for visiting her biological mother. Lin Yue stepped closer, locking eyes with her, issuing a warning. "Do you want to experience again what it feels like to be held underwater?" Chun Xulin instinctively stepped back, her eyes wide with fear. Recalling the time Lin Yue had truly seemed intent on ending her life. Realizing her intimidation had worked, Lin Yue felt a sense of relief. However, one of Chun Xulin's friends was not having it, pointing angrily at Lin Yue. Who the hell are you? Just some big sister trying to act tough? I've never seen you before. Are you Zhou Yao's staff? You're quite pretty, but does that mean Zhou Yao? With a sharp slap, Lin Yue struck the girl, sending her phone crashing to the ground, shattering it. Let me teach you a lesson today. You little brats should be in the classroom, not out here chasing after celebrities and causing harm under the guise of love. Did you eat something foul before coming out? This ugly demeanor is truly nauseating. Whoever brought you out will have to pay for that broken phone. Chun Xulin instinctively recoiled at Lin Yue's actions. The girl who had been slapped stepped forward defiantly, but was quickly restrained by Su Ying's driver. Lin Yue's true target was Chun Xulin, and she fixed her gaze on her, unblinking, making Chun Xulin feel increasingly uneasy. Chun Xulin, the wealthiest and leader of this little group, had no choice but to swallow her pride in silence. Chun Xulin, Lin Yue called, stopping her from leaving. If I see you engaging in such activities again, beware of your face. Perhaps having spent some time with He Yuan had influenced Lin Yue. She unconsciously mimicked his commanding demeanor. Chun Xulin, already intimidated, averted her gaze and hurriedly climbed into her car. Su Ying and Yao Xing were left dumbfounded, and even Zhou Yao was taken aback. How could a mere secretary exude such authority? As Yao Xing finally processed the situation, her eyes sparkled with admiration for Lin Yue. Could it be that He Yuan's presence had invigorated her? Chapter 99. Chat screenshots when He Yuan arrived. He coincidentally crossed paths with Chun Xulin's group as they passed each other on the road. Outside, only Lin Yue and the two drivers remained. He Yuan jumped out of the car, barely closing the door behind him, and rushed over. Yeah. Lin Yue was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing here? Su Ying called me. What were you thinking, confronting paparazzi alone? Are you itching for trouble? Lin Yue couldn't help but chuckle. So you know about paparazzi? He Yuan pulled her into a tight embrace. Be serious. He was initially familiar with the term paparazzi, but having seen Su Ying hounded multiple times, he had learned the word. Zhou Yao and Su Ying both exited the vehicle, while Lin Yue playfully pinched He Yuan's waist, reminding him of the numerous onlookers. Show me some respect. If you must scold me, do it later, and I will explain everything. He Yuan, of course, understood this sentiment. Zhou Yao expressed his gratitude to Lin Yue, while He Yuan shook hands with him on her behalf. Noticing He Yuan's displeasure, Su Ying quickly ushered Zhou Yao back into the car, also pulling away the onlooker, Yao Xing. It was only then that He Yuan helped Lin Yue into the vehicle, fastening her seatbelt with his own hands. Now, can we explain? Lin Yue nodded and began. That stalker I know. Her name is Chun Xulin, the daughter of my aunt and her ex-husband. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have dared to intervene like that, but Chun Xulin is different. She has always been cruel to my aunt, even resorting to physical violence at times. Once, my aunt and I attended her birthday party right after she had been discharged from the hospital, bringing a cake that Chun Xulin knocked to the ground, followed by insults. I was so enraged that I pushed her into a nearby fountain, nearly causing her demise. Since then, she has regarded me with the same fear as a mouse would a cat. At this moment, Lin Yue felt a strange kinship with Chun Xulin. In her own childhood, she had endured the torment of an old lady who favored males over females. Although she had grown indifferent to the old lady now, the sight of those eyes still instinctively made her flinch. The mere raising of a hand would cause her to subconsciously withdraw. This deep-seated fear had been ingrained in her since childhood. It was only after confronting Chun Xulin that Lin Yue realized she was not merely a victim. She understood very well the terror Chun Xulin felt towards her, which compelled her to step in and assist. Chun Xulin was the leader of that group. Although Lin Yue didn't strike her directly, taking down her henchman served as a warning. Moreover, that henchman had spoken in a particularly offensive manner. While He Yuan drove, he stole a glance at Lin Yue. Does your aunt not recognize you? Lin Yue shook her head. No, she was only 6 when her parents divorced. But she never wanted to let go of her status as a Chun family heiress. He Yuan fell silent for a moment before adding, if we have a daughter in the future, we must ensure she receives proper guidance. Lin Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you thinking so far ahead? It's not too far. I have contemplated this before, especially in light of Chu Nanhua and Wenrou's situation. Wenrou is a classic sheltered flower, overly protected by her parents and brothers. With children, there must be a balance. Neither spoiling them nor being excessively protective is a delicate equilibrium to maintain. Thinking of Wenrou, Lin Yue frowned slightly, uncertain about her relationship with Chu Nanhua. Previously, with the He family backing them, the Wen family dared to host a banquet to find a suitable match for Wenro. However, after Chu Nanhua's outburst, the elders abandoned that notion. As long as Wenro remained safe and sound, that is what truly matters. During the new year, the three of them had flown to the seaside, enjoying a peaceful holiday without disturbances. Upon returning to Yuelon Yunting, Lin Yue entered the bathroom first, but she felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness that she couldn't quite place. Even after drying her hair, she remained at a loss until, with a sudden exclamation, she realized what she had overlooked. He Yuan, hearing her call, hurriedly emerged to check. What's wrong? Lin Yue stared at him, bewildered. I forgot, Yao Xing. It's all right. Suing took her home. No, Lin Yue chuckled in disbelief. She must have seen me get into your car. Lin Yue had completely forgotten her conversation with Su Ying in the vehicle. It's fine, He Yuan reassured her. She will find out eventually. Although Yao Xing is lively, she is not one to spread gossip. Lin Yue playfully pushed him away, I know. Now go back to your work. He Yuan wrapped his arms around her waist. Aren't you going to keep me company? I will later. Right now, I have something to attend to. Su Ying messaged me, and I'm not sure what it's about. He Yuan felt that his little aunt was rather inconsiderate. Lin Yue smiled as she watched He Yuan reluctantly return to his work, then turned to lie on the bed and chat with Su Ying. Shortly thereafter, Su Ying brought Yao Xing into the conversation. Oh my gosh, I actually have Su Ying's WeChat. Attention, attention, I am about to explode. Lin Yue found Yao Xing's private persona utterly adorable. Soon, Yao Xing tagged her and sent a cheeky message. I'll keep it a secret. Lin Yue thought, no need for reminders. Her self-awareness was commendable. Secretary Lin, I have a little gossip I hope you can satisfy. Yao Xing inquired, and with such a direct approach, Lin Yue could only respond, go ahead and ask. You and President here are living together, right? How surprising. No wonder you vacated your dorm before the new year. I never imagined the CP I was shipping would become a reality. Did you know that since the annual meeting, more and more people are shipping you too? Huh. Let me grab a screenshot for you. Yao Xing rambled on, but Lin Yue focused on her last point. What screenshot? Moments later, Yao Xing sent 3 screenshots of a chat, with the avatars blurred out. Lin Yue could only discern the dialogue, which dated back to the annual meeting. Oh my gosh. President, he looked so handsome tonight. Who could disagree? He has been called out every year, but this year he finally took the stage. Secretary Lin is stunning. Ladies, what do you think? If you think I'm all right, push me towards Secretary Lin. No, Secretary Lin is President. He is Secretary. You're not worthy. Keep shipping. I'm going crazy. That man is too charming. Did anyone notice how his rose brushed against Secretary Lin's arm? Who caught that? I did. I was sitting on the side. It was so obvious. President, he even had a sly smile. The whole scene was so vivid. Huh. Secretary Lin nearly stumbled because of his move. I saw it with my own eyes. President, he must have thought, since I'm up here, let us give them a show. Damn. They were flirting on stage, igniting my eager heart. Daily question. Are President He and Secretary Lin together today? Haha, count me in. Chapter 100, Monday. Lin Yue read through each chat record, marveling at the absence of any comment suggesting that she and He Yuan were mismatched. She couldn't help but reply. Don't you think our backgrounds are too different? We're just shipping a CP. Why overthink it? Su Ying chimed in. They're married now. Yao Xing was momentarily stunned, sending an incredulous emoji. Madam, I'll be relying on you from now on. Lin Yue chuckled. Please don't call me that. All right, at the company, you're still Secretary Lin. I've discovered another reason you transferred under Assistant Zhou. Haven TI? Lin Yue quickly sent her a nodding emoji and chatted with Yao Xing for a bit before putting her phone down and heading to the study. He Yuan had just finished his work and reached out to her. Lin Yue effortlessly nestled into his embrace, her delicate fingers playing with the collar of his shirt. What did you think of Zhou Yao tonight? Upon hearing her question, He Yuan's expression darkened immediately. He knew there were few unattractive individuals in the entertainment industry. But what did it mean that she was sitting on his lap discussing another man at this hour? Lin Yue gasped, her brows furrowing, eyes ablaze as she glared at He Yuan. Why are you pinching me? Is it appropriate to talk about other men late at night? He Yuan's jealousy was inexplicable. I merely thought he might have feelings for Su Ying, so I was asking for your opinion. Lin Yue huffed and stood up from his lap. Dressed in a thin nightgown at home, she felt the sting from his grip, which had inadvertently tightened. He Yuan, realizing that his wife was upset, quickly followed her to console her. Before she could reach the edge of the bed, he embraced her from behind. Are you angry? He asked, nuzzling her cheek. Lin Yue remained silent. Are you truly upset? I'm sorry, all right? I should not indulge in jealousy, nor should I pinch you. Does it still hurt? He Yuan's soothing voice differed slightly from his usual tone, leaving Lin Yue at a loss for words, only aware of a delightful tickle in her ear. Please don't speak to me like that, Lin Yue murmured, shrinking her neck. Why not? He Yuan intentionally leaned closer to her ear. I was wrong. Please forgive me. My dear wife. Help. Lin Yue instantly faltered, laughing as she evaded him. I forgive you, but could you please keep your distance? Distance? He Yuan raised an eyebrow, then collapsed onto the bed, inadvertently pinning Lin Yue beneath him. Before she could protest, his cherry-red lips sealed over hers. The room was dimly lit, and Lin Yue's arms unconsciously crept around He Yuan's neck. He pulled back slightly, gazing at her dewy lips and dreamy eyes, reflecting his own image, so beautiful. Is it still far? As their gazes locked, Lin Yue discerned the fire in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaned down, kissing her from the center of her brow to the tip of her nose and from her nose to her lips. In that fleeting moment, she realized how he had coaxed her into bed after merely teasing her moments before. On a chilly March morning, Lin Yue quickened her pace, having been reassigned at work and no longer commuting with He Yuan. Upon arrival at the office, Yao Xing promptly handed her a cup of coffee. Good morning, Secretary Lin. Thank you, good morning. Just then, Xiao Yun entered, greeted the two, and headed straight for the president's office. Yao Xing clicked her tongue and remarked, I suddenly feel sympathy for Secretary Xiao. Lin Yue looked at her in confusion. Why? Because the CP I ship with her is now common knowledge throughout the entire president's office, except for her. Lin Yue. There were hardly any people in the president's office. Zhou Yunce entered shortly after, noticing their conversation, and called for everyone to gather in the office. Half an hour later, Lin Yue and Yao Xing emerged from Zhou Yunce's office. Yao Xing tugged at Lin Yue's sleeve with concern. Secretary Lin, are you all right? Not feeling well? Lin Yue shook her head. No, Yao Xing, I was just a bit distracted. Zhou assistant mentioned that Mr. Chun and his wife will visit next week. I was wondering which day they are coming. Monday. Lin Yue acknowledged, then sat down. The Chun couple is coming to Hongqing? How curious to bring their spouse for a business collaboration. However, she knew she could not refuse their visit. Firstly, the Our City Commercial Plaza project was Hongqing's key initiative this year. Secondly, whether as a secretary or He Yuan's wife, she could not hinder his career. At the very least, she must not be a liability. Lastly, her personal grievances with the Chun couple were irrelevant to her professional obligations. If Hongqing were hers, she could refuse to cooperate simply due to personal dislike, but it was not. Moreover, as the president, He Yuan was not the sole decision-maker. He answered to He Tian and several board members. Lin Yue clenched her fists tightly. In her city, who still remembered Lin Yue, Chun Jiaran was a well-known businessman. Elegant and humble, devoted to his wife, his reputation impeccable. Lin Yue felt a wave of disgust. If only Chun Jiaran had been forthright with her aunt, she would not have faced such a sudden abandonment, spiraling into self-doubt. Chun Jiaran was despicable, but his wife, Luo Mingzhu, was equally shameless. Knowing he was married with children, she still exploited her position to seduce him, ultimately replacing his spouse. Yet, Lin Yue never cast a glance at Luo Mingzhu, for her emotions were beyond the control of that woman. One word from Chun Jiaran could shatter her. Suddenly, Lin Yue's thoughts were interrupted. Her disdain and hatred not quickly reined in. He Yuan noticed her distress. What's wrong? Instinctively, Lin Yue stood, brushing off his concern. Nothing, just pondering some matters. Mister, do you need something? Xiao Yun had gone to another department, leaving only the three of them. He Yuan reached out to touch her forehead, but Lin Yue instinctively backed away. She cast a glance at Yao Xing, reminding him, there are others here. Yao Xing immediately covered her eyes. I'm not here. He Yuan chuckled lightly, then turned his gaze back to Lin Yue, worry etched on his face. Are you truly all right? You seemed lost in thought just now. I'm fine. Lin Yue replied. I was just thinking about next week's work and got a bit distracted. Secretary Lin is dedicated to her work. She sets a commendable example. He Yuan joked. Stop teasing me, Lin Yue said, playfully shoving him. You should get back to your tasks before someone sees us. With a resigned smile, He Yuan retreated to his office, and shortly after, Xiao Yun returned. Yao Xing covered her mouth, stifling laughter at He Yuan's retreating figure. This is too amusing. Chapter 101. Husband after work, Lin Yue still went to meet Su Ying. However, today was different. Besides Su Ying, she spotted Zhongmu, who left despondently within 3 minutes. Su Ying, losing her mood, took Lin Yue to a quiet bar. After calling He Yuan, she followed Su Ying. Arriving at the bar, Lin Yue marveled at Su Ying's treasure trove of knowledge about such places. Su Ying laughed. I often come here with friends. I love chatting in a serene environment while venting. Lin Yue had been to quieter bars during her university days, but none as upscale as this. After settling down, Su Ying ordered a low-alcohol cocktail for Lin Yue, while she stuck to her usual stronger drink. Lin Yue did not dissuade her from drinking, knowing He Yuan would arrive shortly. I just saw Zhong Mu. Are you feeling okay? Lin Yue asked. Suijin nodded. During the new year, he hurt me. I had begun to waver, but after meeting his grandmother, my resolve to reconcile vanished. I have completely ended things with him. That was the last time I clarified everything. Lin Yue nodded in understanding, refraining from commenting further. Su Ying, slightly tipsy, began to recount her years with Zhong Mu. You know, I really liked him. Zhong Mu is handsome and tall, and he knows how to make me happy. Even though he disappears during arguments, everyone has their quirks, right? Once I cool off, he brings me all sorts of little trinkets from around the world. You could say he is romantic in his own way. I console myself with that thought. Nobody is perfect. I've enjoyed his better qualities, so I can overlook the little flaws, especially since he knows to come home when it rains. But the most infuriating thing is that he knows I want to marry him, yet he lacks the courage to discuss it with his family. Now that I've broken up with him as they wished, he comes crawling back. What does he think this is? A player? Ugh, if it weren't for my sister, I would still be begging him to reconcile. I don't need anyone anymore. You and He Yuan should cherish each other. He is a good man whom I've seen grow up, truly genuine. Lin Yue chuckled softly, realizing Su Ying was tipsy. Her phone buzzed twice. It was a message from He Yuan, indicating he had arrived. Fortunately, He Yuan was self-aware enough to bring Yu Zhao along. He frowned at Yu Zhao, signaling him to carry Su Ying to the car. In his clumsy eagerness, Yu Zhao lifted Su Ying onto his shoulder. Seeing this, Lin Yue quickly intervened. They'll make her uncomfortable. Put her down and hold her properly. Yu Zhao complied, setting her down before lifting her into the car. He Yuan took Lin Yue's hand and asked, Did you see Zhong Mu? Yes, he looks vastly different. So lifeless, I barely recognized him. He Yuan, during the new year, I caught a glimpse of him. His demeanor had subdued significantly, lacking the playful spirit he once possessed. Nevertheless, as an adult, he ought to comprehend that no one can choose to forgive after being so deeply wounded by their family. Su Ying would not remain in stasis, waiting for him. If it were not for his grandmother, they would still be entangled in a state of mutual understanding while pretending to be oblivious. Lin Yue felt a twinge of sorrow. Indeed, despite their evident love, they had reached this juncture. For Zhong Mu, freedom held far greater importance than Su Ying, and by the time he realized this, Su Ying would have long departed from that place. He Yuan responded with a hum, gently holding her hand for a moment before speaking. Yeah, many men fail to grasp that transparency is crucial in love. Many disguise their avoidance of clinginess as a desire for personal space. However, in today's society, whether in school or at work, the time two people actually spend together is scant, as work and study consume most of our hours. If we must maintain our personal space during the little time we have to romance, I fail to see the point of being together. Hence, when at home, with no one watching, I relish holding you while managing my affairs. You may peruse my phone or computer at will. There are no secrets between us. Lin Yue was taken aback by He Yuan's insightful understanding of love. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at him, subtly leaning closer, whispering, I am so fortunate to have met you. He Yuan smiled tenderly, replying, That line belongs to me, Mrs. He. Lin Yue's face lit up with happiness as she playfully swung his hand and boarded the car. Fortunately, Su Ying owned a residence at Yulan Yunting, which, while infrequently occupied, proved convenient. Aunt Qian hurriedly served supper upon their return. He Yuan was not fond of late-night snacks, so Lin Yue waved her hand and took the supper to the study herself. What a fade! If he desired her company, he could simply express it, rather than meander around the subject. Sometimes, when busy until midnight, one ought to fill their stomach to stave off hunger. Lin Yue realized that since moving in, the responsibility of midnight snacks had naturally fallen to her. While He Yuan attended to emails, she took it upon herself to serve him a spoonful, coaxing, open wide. He Yuan patted her lower back, playfully admonishing, Don't tease, let me finish this email first. Husband, He Yuan felt a jolt, obediently opening his mouth. Aunt Qian favored preparing soft snacks that were easy to digest. The mushy red beans caused He Yuan to frown, and he glanced at Lin Yu's mischievous smile, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed he was destined to be completely taken in. He once failed to understand how Jiang Ninji could so easily call her husband and dear, rendering He Yuan akin to a foolish monarch. Now, he comprehended. Lin Yue treated him this way, and he too had become a foolish monarch. After a few bites, He Yuan could no longer continue, his brow furrowing in distress. Lin Yue ceased to pressure him and dutifully finished the remaining snack herself. Sitting before He Yuan made her appear diminutive, and he rested his chin on her shoulder, returning his gaze to the computer. With the warmth of her presence, He Yuan felt a profound sense of contentment, as though the work itself had gained vitality. The only regret was that such intimacy could not be shared at the office. Lin Yue had once suggested placing a desk for her in the study, but He Yuan had found an excuse to decline. Initially, Lin Yue was unaware of his ulterior motives, but later she understood his hidden intentions. After finishing their meal, Lin Yue attempted to rise and clear the dishes, but He Yuan swiftly embraced her waist, pulling her back down. Before Lin Yue could protest, Aunt Qian entered with a cheerful smile, feigning ignorance as she cleared the plates and departed, exuding an air of calmness that suggested she had weathered many storms. Chapter 102. You scared me to death. Days slipped by swiftly, and soon it was Monday. Zhou Yinkai and Yao Xing personally welcomed guests, leaving Lin Yue to hold down the fort, which suited her just fine, sparing her the sight of those loathsome two and the urge to douse them with tea. As the elevator arrived, a group of people passed Lin Yue, heading toward the meeting room. She glanced sideways and caught a glimpse of Chen Juran and Luo Mingzhu's profiles. One refined, the other strikingly beautiful, both well-preserved despite their middle age. Moreover, Luo Mingzhu was a decade younger than Chen Juran, and only a few years her senior. Lin Yue strove to rein in her emotions, and when Xiao Yun and He Yuan emerged from the office, she was irritably doodling on a blank page. He Yuan approached, inquiring, "What's wrong?" Lin Yue jumped in surprise, instinctively covering her notebook as she stood. Xiao Yun followed closely behind He Yuan, prompting Lin Yue to shake her head. He Yuan said nothing, merely casting a lingering glance her way before proceeding to the meeting room. As he departed, he casually glanced back and noticed the character Chun crossed out on her page. His fingers brushed lightly over it, as if lost in thought. Xiao Yun opened the meeting room door for him, and upon seeing He Yuan, Chen Juran displayed a fleeting look of disappointment, expecting to see He Yuan instead of his son. After all, he and He Yuan were contemporaries, yet now a younger generation was tasked with receiving him. Nevertheless, Chen Juran maintained his composure, as did He Yuan, whose status was not insignificant, being one of the heirs of Hongxing. Halfway through their discussion, Luo Mingzhu and Chen Juran excused themselves and exited the meeting room. The sound of high heels clicked closer, and Lin Yue instinctively raised her gaze, locking eyes with Luo Mingzhu's alluring gaze. It was undeniable that she possessed the allure to captivate. "Excuse me, could you direct me to the restroom?" Luo Mingzhu's smile faltered momentarily before returning, as if surprised to see Lin Yue. "You are Lin Yue?" Lin Yue ignored her question, responding coolly, "The restroom is straight ahead," then left. Luo Mingzhu feigned ignorance, her smile brightening. "Is it really you? It has been years since we last met. The last time I saw you, you were still a high school student. Now you are working, yet you remain just as beautiful as in your youth." Lin Yue regarded her, reiterating, "The restroom is straight ahead," then left. During office hours, Lin Yue preferred not to engage in lengthy conversations, treating her merely as a client, though her tone remained somewhat curt. Luo Mingzhu chuckled. "You must be busy, right? Coincidentally, Juran and I will be in C-City for a while longer. We can chat after work." With that, she turned and swayed away. Lin Yue could not suppress an eye roll, perceiving her as a quintessential, innocent beauty, adept at ensnaring Chen Juran while pretending to be exhausted. Truly a natural-born actress. Lin Yue could never forget Luo Mingzhu's smug expression during Su Su's birthday celebration, boasting, "Lin Yue, your daughter calls me mom every day. She does whatever I say. I don't even need to worry about her. I give her whatever she wants, and she brings me respect in front of the Chun family. Now, who in our city doesn't teen know that I, Luo Mingzhu, am a wonderful stepmother? When Su Su got into trouble, I felt guilty, but they all scolded her." At that moment, Lin Yue had nearly torn her apart. Su Su's current disposition could not be entirely divorced from Luo Mingzhu's influence. In fact, Lin Yue suspected that Luo Mingzhu had employed some means to ensure Su Su stayed with them during Lin Anyu's divorce, even making Su Su utter hurtful words against her mother. Once Luo Mingzhu departed, Lin Yue angrily pounded her fist on the table, resembling a furious little lion. The meeting continued for nearly 2 hours before Zhou Yunkai escorted Chun Jiran and his wife on a tour of the company's various departments. As He Yuan passed by Lin Yu's workstation, he discreetly glanced her way before returning to his office, followed closely by Xiao Yun. He Yuan raised his gaze, instructing, "Find an opportunity for Assistant Zhou to investigate Chun Jiran." Xiao Yun was taken aback, responding, "Understood. There's no need to delve into his professional accomplishments. I'm in his private life." Xiao Yun nodded, "All right." He Yuan slightly tilted his head, casting another glance at Lin Yue, while Xiao Yun followed his gaze. At lunchtime, Chun Jiran and his wife dined at Hengxing Canteen, where both Zhou Yunkai and He Yuan were present, along with Lin Yue and her 2 fellow secretaries. In the Star Canteen, there are private booths designed for meetings where a few individuals gather around table. Chun Jiran and He Yuan naturally sit together, with Zhou Yunce seated beside He Yuan, and by unfortunate coincidence, Lin Yue is paired with Luo Mingzhu. Chun Jiran occasionally glances at Lin Yue. He was genuinely startled to see her in the CEO's office earlier. Both He Yuan and Zhou Yunce notice Chun Jiran's discomfort. He Yuan casts a sidelong glance at Zhou Yunce, who astutely inquires, "Mr. Chun, do you know my secretary?" Chun Jiran awkwardly shakes his head, indicating he does not. Lin Yue curls her lips into a mocking smile, which He Yuan, ever observant, notes. He recalls the crossed-out character Chen in Lin Yu's notebook and the incident with the fan he encountered a couple of nights ago. What had Lin Yue called her back then? Chun Shulin? Since she is the child of Lin Yu's aunt and her ex-husband, it follows that the Lin in her name undoubtedly connects back to Lin Yue. This Chun. He Yuan glances at Chun Jiran, his mind already churning with speculation. Throughout the meal, aside from Yao Xing, each individual harbors their own thoughts. Lin Yue remained silent, eating little. They arrived early at the restaurant to host their guests, leaving the establishment nearly empty apart from their group. Seizing the opportunity to excuse himself to the restroom, He Yuan corners Lin Yue in a narrow hallway, pulling her into his embrace. "What's wrong? Lost your appetite?" This cramped corridor, filled with cleaning supplies, startles Lin Yue, who shivers and then punches him lightly in the chest. "You scare me to death." He Yuan furrows his brow. "You've been acting off at work these past few days. Is something bothering you?" Lin Yue forces a smile. "Nothing's wrong. What could possibly be wrong? Just let me go. It wouldn't be good if someone saw us." Aware that this isn't the appropriate place for a conversation, He Yuan reluctantly releases her. Once freed, Lin Yue furtively glances around before they exit together. Just as Luo Mingzhu approaches, she notices their synchronized departure, with Lin Yue occasionally glancing back, while He Yuan trails behind, a smile on his face. Having navigated the workplace successfully, Luo Mingzhu, skilled in reading people, observes the situation and smiles subtly. She hadn't anticipated that Lin Yue would possess such cunning. Chapter 103. Lin Yu's fury after work. He Yuan texts Lin Yue, asking her to meet him at the corner across the street. However, she is unable to reply, as she is intercepted by Luo Mingzhu and Chun Jiran. Outside the company, the confrontation grows uncomfortable, yet Lin Yue refuses their offer of a ride, instead gesturing toward a nearby CAF. "Let's go there." Chun Jiran and Luo Mingzhu arrive at the CAF first, while Lin Yue simultaneously texts He Yuan and follows them in. She remains unperturbed by Chun Jiran's gesture of ordering her coffee. "Mr. Chun, let's discuss matters directly." Chun Jiran laughs awkwardly. "So, you're working under Zhou Yunce now?" "Mr. Chun, let's refrain from discussing work after hours. Let's talk about Xiu." Chun Jiran nods. "All right. Last Wednesday, I had dinner with a celebrity friend, and Xiu chased after someone else's car with a group of people. I've seen her do reckless things in pursuit of her favorite star. As far as I know, she should be in school now. Are you aware of her whereabouts?" Chun Jiran is taken aback. "What? You saw her in City C?" He glances at Luo Mingzhu. "Isn't the situation with Xiu your responsibility? Did you know she came here?" Luo Mingzhu's eyes well up with tears. "I'm sorry. Jun was hospitalized with a fever recently. I didn't keep track. If Lin Yue hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known." Lin Yue wraps her fingers on the table, her disdain unmistakable. "Enough with the tears. If you want to cry, do it somewhere else. You know full well what Xiu is going through, and the only one blind to it is Chun Jiran, who thinks you're some paragon of virtue. Oh wait, perhaps it's not just blindness. You're blind of heart too. Since you doted on your precious stepdaughter so much, why is Xiu still in this state? Performing day in and day out, isn't it disgusting? You don't even need acting classes. Your performance would outshine seasoned actors. Perhaps we should create a new award for you, the Hypocritical Drama Queen Award. What do you think? Luo Mingzhu gazes at Chun Jiran with a look of grievance, while Chun Jiran, stung by Lin Yu's words, struggles to maintain his composure. Lin Yue, isn't your tone a bit too harsh? My relationship with your aunt ended years ago. When she left, she took a significant sum from the Chun family, nearly crippling the company. I've been supporting Xiu all these years. Why do you cling to the past? Am I clinging? Who was it that stopped me at the company entrance? You think I'm oblivious? Our chairman doesn't partner with scoundrels who abandon their families. You think no one knows about your affairs in City R? Do you want me to conceal your sordid past? And as for the money your wife received, she was entitled to it. You know it in your heart. If you had any conscience, you'd have been willing to part with that sum. What else have you provided for Xiu? How tall is she? What does she like to eat? What are her favorite colors? Do you know? You know nothing. Allowing your vicious wife to torment Xiu, turning her against my aunt. Chun Jiran, do you even remember the meaning of Xiu's name? You dare bring up the past? Luo Mingzhu is despicable, but you are even more repugnant. Having said her piece, Lin Yue turns to leave but stops at the CAF door, picking up her coffee and splashing it onto Chun Jiran's face. Luo Mingzhu gasps and grabs a napkin. Lin Yue smirks, leaning on the table and meeting Chun Jiran's furious gaze. You can go tell Zhou that I splashed coffee on you, hoping to have me expelled from the Star. But alas, you lack the courage. Why would the esteemed CEO of Highland Group stoop to squabble with a mere secretary? If this gets out, your sordid affairs might be uncovered, but people hold back due to your power. If our chairman were to discover your true character, would you still be able to step through the doors of Star? You, don't push your luck. Lin Yue sneers. Am I pushing my luck? Isn't it all you're doing? My aunt attempted suicide multiple times. Do you know why? When a midnight hour strikes, do you ever feel remorse for your actions? Who was it that relentlessly pursued and professed undying love? Who cheated during marriage and then sought affection elsewhere? Your revolting romance is built on my aunt's suffering. If it weren't for your heartlessness and deceit, my aunt could have led a different life, free from the shackles of your relationship. Mr. Chun, karma has a way of returning. The last words are nearly bitten off in anger. After exiting the CF, Lin Yue wearily glances at the darkening sky. Chun Jiran returns to the hotel, seething with rage, his earlier composure shattered. Years of navigating the business world have imbued him with a temper, though he still maintains a fade in public. Luo Mingzhu offers him a few quiet words of comfort. Don't be hasty. I discovered something. What is it? I suspect Lin Yue may have an affair with He Yuan. They exited the restroom one after the other today. Is that true? Absolutely certain. Chun Jiran turned around and took a seat, stating, "This matter is merely your conjecture. To substantiate it, we must conduct a thorough investigation without alerting anyone. Moreover, as her secretary, how could she possibly impede our collaboration with Hengxing? If the negotiations succeed, we shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. However, if they falter..." Luo Mingzhu acknowledged with a sound, replying, "Rest assured, I will certainly uncover the truth." Chun Jiran furrowed her brow, expressing, "I can't shake the feeling that Lin Yue is not that kind of person. Could it be that you're mistaken?" Luo Mingzhu scoffed. "Are you foolish? She is no longer that young girl from before. People change, and how long has it been since you last saw her? Besides, this involves He Yuan. Which woman could refuse? Even if she cannot marry into the He family, she would still reap considerable benefits. He Hongtian is He Hongtian, but He Yuan does not necessarily mirror his father, does he?" Chun Jiran understood the harsh realities of the corporate world, and her words swayed him somewhat. "No one should speak of this. You must investigate discreetly." "Understood." Chun Jiran glanced out of the window, hoping that her assertions could be validated. If that were the case, Lin Yue's remarks today would be tantamount to slapping her own face. Perhaps this is the nature of humanity. How one perceives oneself often reflects in how one views others.